The attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now.
Copy that.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Rocks. Sand. Heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
sis. You won't believe this place.
First, we checked out the pier, where cruise ships come from all over the world.
The vibe is one of a kind. Then, we went to Valle de Guadalupe. The landscapes here are stunning.
There are vineyards everywhere.
And the wine was perfect.
And the food is on another level. With Michelin star restaurants in the valley, every moment is so unique.
You have to come to Ensenada.
It's the gateway to incredible experiences.
Hope you can join us next time.
Ensenada, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
Good morning and welcome to the 57th BF Goodrich Tires SCORE Baja 500. I am your host, Brandon Johnson. I'll be bringing you all the exhilarating action happening down in Ensenada, but I can't do it alone. So with me today is 5-time off-road racing champion and the first ever truck class champion in both SCORE and Best in the Desert, Heidi Steele. Let's give it up, everybody. And to her right, we also have, providing expert commentary, fellow SCORE class champ 5 times across 40 and 50 Pro Moto classes, John Griffin.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
There's a drum roll happening somewhere. All right. And last but not least, also providing us with incredible race from the action desk, I should say. We've got 5-time ATV, UTV Pro Champ, and 6-time Baja 1000 champion, Wes Miller. He'll be with us the whole time. What's up, Wes? Looking thrilled. Good to see you, buddy.
How's it going, guys? Yeah, stoked. Ready for this race.
Ready to do it?
Awesome race course.
Awesome.
And we're going to have a great day today.
Cool, buddy. Yep, looking forward to it. We have got a jam-packed morning. We've got a lot of really cool packages coming. But first and foremost, we got to dive into the bikes. They have started off the line at 3:30 this morning, and they've been out there for almost over 4 hours or so. So we're going to be jumping into that. But first, let's take a look at our live stream schedule. As I said, bike started at 3:30, followed by four-wheel start at 9:15. Estimated finishes happening around 12:30 for the bikes, four wheels around 6:30 or so. And we will continue bringing you all sorts of really amazing, interesting updates. And speaking of, starting grid here, we had Tyler Lynn at first, the Arturo Salas 1X team in second, followed by 15X team Eric Holt in third for Pro Motos. So they are out there moving and grooving, and in a little while we'll actually be able to bring you some footage from the actual start, and you guys will see what they're out there making their way through that terrain. Right now, John, they're approximately, where are they on the course right now? Last time we looked.
So at this moment, they're coming down the mountain. So they've started at Ensenada, went inland east, go up the mountain pass around Mike's Sky Ranch, and then start heading through the mountains. This course is not going to the desert floor.
Right.
So they're heading towards the coast. The 7X is already at, let's see here, race mile 198. So they're getting close to Vicente Guerrero, probably about maybe 15 minutes from hitting Vicente Guerrero. Okay. Then they have another little mountain section and then start heading on the coast.
Cool. All right, well, let's go back to the ramp right now and take a look at what we got going live there.
Carter Klein and Ryan Surratt, the rest of the riders on that Honda, and there we go. We are underway with a hot race course here for the Baja 500. Up next, the 1X team, Hero Racing, Optima, Malcolm's Motorsports, Baja Bound Insurance are the main sponsors. That's Arturo Salas, Shane Lynn, and Karen Niran. That beautiful Honda. Again, that's bike number 1X, our next bike up. And he's off. Our next bike is 15X. On that 15X Husqvarna, we've got Eric Holt. Sharing the duties, Axel Pearson, Demon Wolfslayer, and Brian Whiteside. Norman Racing, AHM, and Clean among their many sponsors. Now we move to the Pro Moto 30 class. 308X is up next, and on that Honda 308X is Jason Alosi, Shane Shorno, Tucker Hopkins, and Michael Lang sharing the duties. Okay. And there goes Jason. 308X is off. Up next is 324X. That's Edgar. 324X. Also on the bike today will be Rodolfo Patron, Oswaldo Moncado, Jesus Gonzalez. They're out of Mexicali area, Baja California. New Tech Plumbing, their main sponsor. Up next, you see with the red plate, that's 300X. 300X, the red plate signifies defending series champion. That's Ethan Wheeler on the bike. Are the other riders. Hodads, Ocean, and Taco Moto are their main sponsors on that KTM.
So off they go. Even at 3:30 in the morning, John, we still have got a nice little crowd there to support. We got friends, family, team, crews, everybody. Hopefully, somewhat caffeinated. I'm not sure. What do you put in your body before a competition like this?
Well, I think most riders are going to be just drinking their water, or maybe some Gatorade or some type of energy drink or something like that. But you never know. You get to the 40, 50, 60-year-old class, they might just drink their coffee, who knows what, just to get going, wake themselves up. They might have their friends slap their faces or something,
Interesting.
Get fired up and ready to go.
A new technique. Have you ever been the recipient of one of those slaps?
Usually it's the encouraging, shoulder rub or something like that. That works for me.
Cool. So as these guys are taking off or have taken off, anybody that you are rooting for? I'm sure you're a bit biased for your team, but who's looking good for the Baja 500?
Well, I think that the 7X is certainly going to be favored. They won the first race by a decent margin, and they've been coming for it last year. The 1X, the Hero team, kind of caught them off guard, surprised them, took the championship. So that was really cool. And so the Hero X team guys are working hard, the 1X team, and they're in second place, starting second. And then that 15X team, kind of a heartbreaker at the San Felipe 250. They were leading the race, they ran out of gas while leading, which is just such a bummer. But anyway, they'll be tough today too.
Have you ever been in a situation like that where is it difficult to maintain and look down and see how much gas you got going because you're so focused on what's coming at you? How do you run out of gas in a situation like that? Poor communication? What happens?
Pretty much poor planning.
Poor planning.
So I will say that the bikes. You think how much gas mileage you're going to get, and we can easily do 65 miles or something like that. And most of the teams would say, well, if we can do 65, we're going to pit at 55. So we always have this big reserve.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get caught off guard. Some rider that's a little bit heavier or hard on the throttle, they will consume gas. I mean, it can range from one guy can get 85 miles on a tank, and another guy can get 60 miles on the tank. Same bike, just the way the riding style and how they work at the bike.
Sure. Here we're seeing a little ATV action here, some quads going off. These guys are about to begin their journey. We're looking at about approximately 460 miles for the Baja 500 this year. So lots of race ahead of us. How are you feeling about everything, Heidi?
Good. I'm excited to watch it unfold. This is one of my favorite races.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's long, so it's long enough that you have to pace yourself. You have to be strategic. You have to be smart. Of course, in trophy truck, you just pretty much have to go fast the entire time.
Yep.
But it's also long, and it's like long enough, but it's short enough.
It's just like that the porridge. You know? Not hot enough, not cool enough, but it's just right. It's just right. That seems to be something. John and I were talking about this yesterday too. For some reason, the 500 is just such a special competition. It's something that everybody really looks forward to. And to your point, it's just the right amount of length. It's not too punishing. It can be punishing. It will be punishing, but it's enough to where it's a, you know, at the end of it, you're feeling good. You're upright, and you're celebrating with your friends and family team. You're not just completely shredded, as the 1,000 will do to you.
I think it was my first Baja win too, so maybe it has like a special
little
feeling in my heart. Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you celebrate your first victory?
Oh, we were so exhausted. I raced
you were exhausted.
Sportsman. I raced Sportsman in the 500, and I don't know how many hours it took us, but it took us a long time. Yeah. So I think we had the celebratory beer at the end, but then we were asleep after that.
Hitting the pillow as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Good stuff. Alrighty. So hopefully in a little bit we'll be able to get some more updates on those bikes, and we're working on our timing loops and everything, and so you can get live tracking for that kind of stuff. As we always say, and we will say throughout this whole broadcast, if you guys are in the field and you're capturing amazing moments, please tag @SCORE International on Instagram. We love getting that social media stuff. It gives us all a real immediate, visceral feeling of being there. Even when we're here in the studio, we love to join you in that way. So please send in all your information as well. We may even have some really cool moments today too, where Wes may have an opportunity to zoom in live with some of the drivers and teams. We'll see how that plays out as well. But let's also talk about what we experienced a week ago with the weather. The weather was a big factor when people were pre-running, and it seems to be okay now. But John, Heidi, talk to us about how that really affected the race, strategies, planning, all that. San Cantin just got knocked over. We had power lines down. I mean, it was quite daunting. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, well, I know for our team, for Cameron, they delayed their pre-run. So they had a little bit less of a pre-run. Each morning they started a little bit later because they didn't want to get out there when it was just completely soupy, muddy.
Yep.
And so it did affect kind of the pre-run schedule for the Desert Assassins team.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's fun about the Baja 500 is it is in June. So the weather's usually nice. So when you're pitting, when you're chasing, you go someplace up on the hills, the mountains, it's just pleasant. It can be hot if you're on the desert floor, like 100 degrees or over, but it's usually really beautiful weather. And so we got some monsoon thunderstorms in different places in the mountains. So yeah, there were raging rivers that are normally dry. And I know that SCORE had asked a lot of the pre-runners to not pre-run on like Sunday of last week, trying to get rid of the deep ruts and stuff, because those trucks will just go in and get stuck in 2-foot deep ruts. Yeah.
Not to interrupt you, but some did not listen.
Oh,
some
correct.
continued with the pre-racing.
Oh, sure.
And destroyed their vehicles and stuff. And we were chatting too about how when you're down near the coast, when you get that mixture of moisture and salt, and that starts to get into the components of your vehicle, it can really wreak havoc.
Yes, our mechanics were not happy.
They were not.
I'm sure that the guy with the pressure hose trying to wash it at the end of that run was pretty not pleased with that whole
fuming.
Scenario.
Well, and I've heard the ruts are pretty deep still.
Oh yeah, well we have speaking of ruts, and we'll get to it in a little bit, I'm going to throw it up to Wes Miller here in a little bit. Wes has been exploring, he pre-ran the whole track, did some really fantastic videos that you guys will see. So Wes, would you like to comment about the track and what you saw out there?
Yeah, so I went down the week that the course opened to pre-run, so actually before the rain, and I mean the course was amazing. There's a few areas that had been cleaned up, like from Europan to Ojos, where they actually bladed it. So that was the smoothest that I've seen it in years. I think everybody was really excited about that. And then we got that big tropical storm that came through. But in speaking with the drivers and riders at qualifying on Thursday, a lot of the guys were saying that the course had already, most of the water had blown off and it was really kind of drying out. There are some existing puddles that they said they'd have to deal with, but it's not that bad at this point. And the funny thing is it actually, we kind of anticipate it being dusty again. So in 2019, they postponed the Baja 1000 because of rain. And I can remember racing that race and it was dusty and just thinking to myself, like, wow, we postponed this race for 2 days and it's still dusty down here. So, that the course with so many vehicles going over it, it's going to dry out. It's already dried out from pre-running. So I don't anticipate it being a huge issue at this point.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Wes. Yeah, I mean, you never can tell. You can't win. Either it's going to be too dusty or it's going to be muddy or it's going to be, you just don't know. And that is always the key factor. Like you're competing against the land. The Baja, no matter how much you prepare, no matter how much homework you do, you just don't know what Mother Nature is going to throw at you and the terrain itself.
Yeah, and Baja is a big place. I mean, the difference between Ensenada all the way down to Vicente Guerrero, that's like Orange County to San Diego, and it might be raining in one place and it's completely dry the other, and you're going up in the mountains, you're going down to the beach, so there's just going to be some all over the place, which is what makes it such a challenge.
Sure.
Because there's always different terrain and different things to think about as a driver, how to set up your vehicle, and it makes it exciting.
But also, when we think about the bikes, I mean, they're and also the quads as well. They have no protection. There's no exterior protection for them when they're dealing with those elements. I mean, there's some coverage obviously with the trucks and stuff, but tip of the hat to those guys that are out there doing it no matter what, and whatever's coming at them, and they're going at it full throttle down, and you just got to power through. It's all you can do.
Yeah, and the bikes, have some advantages. They're narrow. I mean, you can kind of go around some things. So when there's a huge puddle like that, some of the scenes that I saw, especially along the coast, there's farmland on both sides, and there's usually a barbed wire fence on either side of that road. And the puddle might be all the way across. But sometimes on a bike, you can kind of sneak around on one edge and just try and stay on the dry. Of course, that was me. I always tried to stay clean. I didn't want to be wet and muddy. You're going to ride in that for hours. And then there's other guys that just plow right through it. Or maybe there's a competitor you want to douse out with water and get him goggles all muddy or something like that. So there's maybe some strategy there too.
Well, something else that you can deviate around, and we will play, hopefully, this video that Wes shot the other day, some of the intense rain ruts out there. Because you will face, I think it was maybe, and he'll correct me, maybe around after 260, or I'm not sure where it was, but there was a massive 12 to 15 foot rain rut that went so deep right before an either or. And so in a bike, obviously, you're much more nimble to deviate. But if you're in a truck and you're catching dust, it could be quite dangerous. So props to the bikes to be able to fly around that. For sure. So, okay, so let's just take a quick peek. We're looking in here at our live map. It looks like 7X is still out. Tyler Lynn's team still doing well, followed by Arturo Salas. Then we've got Eric Holt, 15X. And they have been, let's see, they are approaching, let's see, yeah, they're past the 200-mile mark by now.
Yeah, it looks like 7X is just a point. So the track course goes right next to Vicente Guerrero.
Yep.
And so they've reached that point, or they're right there at a checkpoint.
Yep.
And then they'll loop back out into the mountains. So it's starting to get, the chances are they have another rider either at that spot,
they'll switch
or maybe where it crosses a highway. But I know the Hero X team right now, Arturo Salas is riding the bike. He got it from Shane Logan around Valley T, Mike Sky Ranch corner, and was going to ride over the mountains. And then they were planning on handing the bike off to Kieran Niren, I think right before the coast.
Awesome, very good. Well, I spoke earlier about social media, and you heeded the call, so let's take a look at what you sent in. Seeing some more quad action. Nerves are going. Physiologically, how are you feeling in this moment as you watch that countdown? Heidi, John, how many times have you been there? Does it ever get different, or is it always the same feeling?
for me, it got a little bit easier, but I always had a lot of anxiety at this point, honestly. Just excitement, anxiety. And then once I got going, 10 miles out, I had a different feeling. It was more comfortable, got in the groove.
Yeah, I would say from my perspective as someone who grew up playing hockey, the most important thing was in that first 30 seconds, get out there and get a hit. Put somebody into the boards as hard as you can, get activated, get into the game. And so I wouldn't recommend that on these vehicles to hit anything, but to your point, like dig into some dirt, get going and get focused and have a great competition.
Well, usually on the motorcycle, they start you off on that asphalt, and then you hit the dirt. So you're fired up, you're ready to go, you're looking to hit something. Unfortunately, you often hit the ground because you come in hot, and the first area of the course out of Ensenada is usually hard pack and dry and slick.
Correct.
And so on a motorcycle, you come into the first corner, put on your brakes, and you start sliding both wheels, and you're like, holy smokes, I'm going to crash and ruin my race right before I even started. So you had to try to tame yourself down.
You got to curb your enthusiasm.
Exactly. You got to tame yourself
See
down.
what I did there?
Try to regulate your pressure, and then start moving on. But the old adage of you can't win in the first few miles, but you can lose it in the first few miles.
And to that point too, I think we'll get a bit more granular. I know Wes will talk about we'll get into the maps of the actual course and stuff like this, but something that's very tricky in probably the first half of this course, not a lot of opportunity for some of these vehicles, more in the four wheels, to pass. So it's the starting lineup is going to play a big factor for those vehicles, because things could change once you get on the other side of it all. Does any of that stuff, I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but could any of that play a factor? Bikes are so nimble, they can pass each other. It's not really an issue. But how important is getting your starting position for the bikes?
Well, I would say that it still plays a part, especially at night. So these guys started at 4 o'clock off the official time loop, and they're riding with lights. And when you hit the dust, it's like a snowstorm.
Sure.
And so there's some things that they try to do with different amber lights, or you turn off of the big spot that you might be riding with. But even then, you just cannot see well. So you catch up, you see dust, you have to slow down. Or you almost crash, or you do crash.
Yikes.
So you're having to play that. So the guy that's in clean air is able to go as fast as he can ride.
Gotcha.
And a lot of times, starting on the 50 Pro team, we're back after 20 guys in front of us. So there's plenty of dust.
Yeah.
You're catching up to some other teams, and you just get to the point where whatever speed they can go, that's what you're stuck at. So the guy out front is able to go his full pace, and looking like some great action there.
So here we're seeing the 7X bike at race mile 167. Sun is up, no dust in his face.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the Pro Moto Unlimited, the guys are still in the starting order that they started in. So, Tyler Lynn starting first, he's still in first position, and then Arturo Salas starting second, or his team, and they're in second position, and same with Eric Holt in third.
Yep.
And they started a minute apart. Now they are, there's a gap that's being created right now with the 7X and the 1X, though. And it's rather impressive, actually.
Is that, again, going back to strategy? I know we talked about conserving fuel, things like that, but how do you, these guys are all on the same course, nothing's really changed or manipulated aside from a 60-second start delta. How do you create that big gap? Are you just hammered down? Like, are you...
I think that,
is that what happens?
Tyler Lynn and the Mark Samuels team, I think they are just, they're just going for it. I don't think in this particular Pro Moto race you can hold back.
Yeah.
It's similar to Trophy Truck in that you kind of have to go full on.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, and I think that they started in their finishing positions from the San Felipe 250. And so the best team at the San Felipe 250 looks like today, right now, they're leading the brigade. And so, but I will say that they're, when you have a lead like that, if it's a couple minutes, you're coming in and you're hearing from your chase crew, hey, we got a 3-minute lead, we got a 6-minute lead, we got a 5-minute lead, whatever it is, you don't want to blow it. You don't want to be like a tennis player that has an unforced error and starts, fouling all the time. So you don't want to be the guy that crashes the bike while you had this big lead. So you're still riding that edge of, I'm going to go as fast as I can, but I need to temper that. And so I think the guys in front especially have that impetus to don't make a mistake. If you were in second and you were trying to really push hard to get up to the first place, you'd probably be forgiven by yourself as well as the team to like, hey, I had to try something to win because we want to win this race.
Got you.
Yeah.
You got to win the race. So you hear that, guys? No forced errors.
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll go to commercial. We'll be back with more Baja 500 right after this.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the Baja 500, sponsored by BF Goodrich. Heidi Steele, John Griffin, Wes Miller up at the action desk. So, friends, exciting competition ahead of us. And we've been talking a lot about the motos and stuff. And in a little while, we will get into the four wheels. And I don't know if any of you guys, speaking of four wheels, taking a look at what we saw at qualifying. Chris Polvardi comes back and makes his presence known, lays down a heater of a run, and makes a statement. Now, just because you have a great qualifying, still, I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is like, who are we picking for our four-wheel picks and potentially Spec and Unlimited? But it was really exciting to see him come back. And just looking at those top 10 qualifiers, all of those drivers are phenomenal, fantastic drivers. But there is some strategy to it. It's sort of where you lie. Again, earlier before we went to break, we were talking about the power of being in a good position for those first 200, like the front end of this race, because it's very difficult to pass. All that being said, I still have when it comes to this race, I always go with my man Toby Price Paul Wheel. They won it last year. I think they can keep it together. I think they're in a very healthy space to do it. We'll see what others to say. It would be great if Chris could do it. But then you've got some of the OGs. You know, Rob McCachran's back a bit. But if there's anybody that can come back and surprise you, it's that guy. Don't give out. And then you got Tavo, and you got McMillan. I mean, there are so many drivers here, guys. Heidi, John, Wes, what are you guys thinking? I'll start with Heidi.
Well, I have very mixed feelings because there is so much competition.
Right.
I mean, these guys are just, you know, they're a step above what we've ever seen years past. And so I've had different thoughts running through my mind. I kind of was thinking Luke McMillan because he is just so consistent. He qualified, you know, second, but that's not usually where he wants to be.
No, he doesn't want to be up there,
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. But and I think your pick's really good. I actually personally am going to go with Alan Ampudia.
Are you really?
Yeah.
So I had Alan for the 250, cha-ching.
Okay, yes.
But the 500 has never really, he's like been cursed with the 500. So I you know, I'm not trying to hex you, Alan. I love you, man. But hopefully Pappas and Beers can come out on top, or at least podium or something, get the top 1, 2, 3. We'll see. John, how you feeling, bud?
Well, you know, I think that we're kind of at a great age in the sport for some of these guys. They kind of come in really hot, like Alan Ampudia.
Yeah.
To me, probably threw some races away because of the, you know, just going for it.
Yeah.
And I think now he's got a couple years under his belt, and so maybe the Baja 500 this year might be his time to come back and make that a finish. But like watching Christian just annihilate the course in qualifying. I'm always worried about the truck because I'm thinking they're going to wad this thing up, and now the engineers and the team is going to have to put the whole thing back together before the race.
Yeah.
And so you see some of the drivers that maybe take it, they're going for it, but they don't want to ruin the equipment.
Right.
So, you know, I think Luke McMillan's a good pick. I think I'll probably pick him. He's starting second, so that's a great spot.
Sure.
I do think it's going to be hard to pass without having the desert floor, where normally they can take lots of different lines and make the moves.
Yeah.
But it is in the mountains. If you go too hard, you're going to be hitting big, huge boulders, hitting trees, and potentially getting flat tires.
Yep.
So I'll go with McMillan. I think that's always a pretty safe
cool.
bet.
Yeah, it's a good
One point
bet.
I want to make too before I go up to Wes on his picks too is when I'm talking about Toby and Alan, right? You got Toby in 4th and you got Alan in 5th. You can't really pass, but does Alan apply enough pressure on Toby to potentially make a mistake? I don't think he will, but you know, that would be its own sort of singular kind of battle happening right there. They'll be 60 seconds apart, there's going to be some distance, but I mean, that'll be interesting to see how they navigate the first half of the course. Wes, what are your thoughts, bud?
Well, I think all of you guys had good points, but I don't think you're correct. So, you know, the way I see this race playing out, the first half of the course is very technical. It's tight. There's not going to be a lot of passing. I do really like Toby Price. I think he excels at this. Obviously, Luke, Tavo, Allen, Rob Mack, I mean, Lettner, Lofton, they're all fast. But I don't think they're going to be able to pass. So I think it's going to be single file for that first 240. And I just see Polvarde being up front, having clean air, and not having to fight dust. And I think he's going to be able to kind of work his way, get a little bit of a lead on these guys, and just kind of slowly walk away. And I'm going to say that Polvarde is going to go wire to wire. He's going to redeem himself from the 1,000 and what happened when he teamed up with Bryce, and he's going to get his first win.
Love that.
Wow.
Very cool. Well, more will certainly be revealed, but yeah, we'll see if Chris can get it across the finish line. We've been talking a lot about four wheels, and we've got a really fantastic four-wheel package to show you. So let's roll the clip.
Trophy truck class is the baddest of the bad, the unlimited everything. Whatever you want to throw at it, you can.
The two-wheel drive class is still highly, highly competitive, and there's a lot of great drivers and teams out there. So there's 3 actual trophy truck classes right now.
The two-wheel drive, this truck should be able to do 150 miles an hour, I think, and some of the four-wheel drives can't do that.
When you race spec truck, it is on. You're on each other's bumper from the start to the finish.
Me as a driver, I like competition, so we always drive for the best and want to go out there and do our best. And you know, if we can beat the best, it just makes us feel that much better.
I think Class 1 is one of the best classes. You know who's the driver there because you need balls.
Well, you got to do your best to be the best, and in my opinion, certainly one of the best in the biz. And my pick for the 500 is Toby Price. He sat down with us and chatted with us on a really cool video here that we'll share with you right now.
Team Australia just made history at the 56 SCORE Baja 500. Toby Price and Paul Wheel captured their first ever overall win in SCORE International and their first victory in the Elite SCORE Trophy Truck class.
And emotional because we know how hard we've worked to get here.
I've been here a few times and this one's eluded me, so I think this trophy's going to go right up next to one of my Dakar trophies because it's taken a long time to get one of these things.
Driving the all-wheel drive number 46 Chevrolet Silverado, they conquered the brutal 483-mile Baja course in 9 hours, 20 minutes, and 22 seconds, averaging over 51 miles per hour. Their performance was flawless. After grabbing the top starting spot by winning the Method Race Wheels qualifying, they kept a relentless pace all day, navigating rough terrain with zero mechanical issues. Toby Price, already a two-time Dakar Rally champion on a motorcycle, is proving he's just as dominant on four wheels. And Paul Wheel, a veteran of Australian motorsports, has helped lead this international duo to be a top contender in SCORE International Desert Racing.
Well, that was my pick for the 500, but now we're going to pivot over to Heidi's pick, Alan Impudia. Let's take a look at what he's got to say.
We're at the beginning of the 2025 season, starting here in beautiful town of San Felipe, getting ready to go racing.
I don't know, it's something that's in my DNA. It's chasing after that high of the victory. I love being out here with all the fans, all the people racing. We go anywhere from, 10 miles per hour to 130, 140 probably.
You can tell by the look in my face, we're pretty stoked. We're here at the finish line. We battled with the boys all day. Like I said, it was going to be a battle between us front up front. And that was a battle with Luke. This is a family thing, we've done it as a family for I don't even know how many years. Everyone that knows my dad, he's a freaking legend in this sport and he's super hands-on and he's super stoked and this wins for him and the rest of our team for sure. Stoked to be here and I'll see you guys at the 500.
Well, there you have it. A little Toby, a little Ampudia, a little battle, like I said. We'll see how that goes. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. Now, in a little bit, we're going to be going down for the flag ceremony. But before we jump to that, Heidi wants to talk about the two-wheel drive. We've got to talk about that class. Let's talk about our picks for that. Who are you going to go with, Heidi?
Well, you know who I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with the Hubs.
The Desert Assassin himself,
Yes.
the OG, of course. He had a fantastic San Felipe. Congratulations on that, right?
He did, thank you,
And so
yes.
take that momentum into the 500.
Yeah, so winning the San Felipe 250, I think he's feeling really good.
Love it.
This class is going to be fun, though, and it's developing. There's more people jumping in the class, including our own Roger Norman.
Correct.
So this is exciting to see Roger move from UTVs to the two-wheel drive
And
trophy
he qualified
truck.
in the top 10.
Right?
Yeah, he's in there.
Yeah, he's in there, and so I think it's going to be fun. Now we get like two really fun classes to watch. So yeah.
Exciting. John, anybody come to mind for you?
You
Stick
know,
out?
Cameron Steele, how are you going to root against Heidi's husband?
We're,
So
in
that's
an
pretty
uncomfortable
cool.
position up here.
He did get the win at San Felipe 250, which was really exciting, and they had a big battle going on. So, you know, there was some great qualifying. I think Cameron was a little bit down the order in the class and starting for the two-wheel drives.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was around 13th.
So he's got a lot of work to do. So, you know, you'd have to, with this course, probably think the top three are going to have a solid chance at trying to stay in front. But it's going to be fun to watch.
I'll put a vote in for Mr. Steele, but I'm not going to count out Tim Herbst. I'm gonna watch Mr. Herbst. I'm going to watch what he can do and that family. You never know. You never know. Hey, Wes, what do you think about the two-wheel class?
Yeah, so, you know, Ethan Ebert in that Honda with the twin turbo V6, he threw down a heater in that thing, and you know, he was the fastest qualifier. It's going to be interesting to see how he does. I think in that Honda SUV, it's kind of interesting to see that, you know. I didn't really anticipate that. I think a lot of people really didn't, and I know he was stoked to throw that time down. So he's going to be one to kind of watch, and I think he might be giving Cameron a little bit of a run for his money.
Down to Ensenada for the flag ceremony and the Mexican national anthem.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridor, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Señor patria, tus sienes de oliva, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios se escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo, profanad con su planta tu suelo. Pienso, patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. ¡Viva México!
Viva la Mexico! Well, we want to also shout out a special thanks to Ensenada for always hosting this very, very special Baja 500. And right before we went to that, we were talking about the first place for Mr. Cameron Steele. We want to take a moment to take a look back at the San Felipe 250.
Alan Impudia won the overall race in the King Shocks 38 score San Felipe 250. After an epic battle throughout the day with Luke McMillan during the first round of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. Impudia drove his #1 Ford Raptor Mason all-wheel drive Team Pappas and Beer, recovering from a flat tire in the last miles of the 250.06-mile race course, winning the SCORE San Felipe 250 for the second consecutive year with an official time of 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 13 seconds, at an average speed of 63.77 miles per hour. Luke McMillan finished 2nd overall, and Rob McCachran finished 3rd overall. Cameron Steele became the first winner in the history of the new SCORE Trophy Truck two-wheel drive class. Steele crossed the finish line without needing a driver change in his truck, finishing in the top 11 overall in the SCORE San Felipe 250. Gustavo Vidosola Sr. and Ricky Johnson achieved their 13th consecutive win in the SCORE Trophy Truck Legend class, in addition to finishing 9th overall in the SCORE San Felipe 250. Jorge Sampietro has already won the SCORE San Felipe 250 5 times. His most recent success was in the Trophy Truck Spec class, within a field of 31 drivers. It was a flawless race for Sampietro, who had a very intense battle with Justin Davis, who finished in 2nd place in the Trophy Truck Spec class. Brock Hager celebrated another victory in the deserts of the magical and epic Baja California Peninsula by winning the SCORE San Felipe 250 in the Pro UTV Open class as part of the Polaris Factory SCI Motorsports team.
Super excited about it, super happy with my Polaris Razor, the whole SCI team. I mean, those guys, they absolutely crushed it on these cars.
This was the race with the most UTVs in SCORE International history, with 91 amazing vehicles, divided into 5 different classes, surpassing last year's total of 69 UTV competitors in the SCORE San Felipe 250. The Slam Life Racing team extended Honda's dominance by winning the King Shock 38 SCORE San Felipe 250 overall in the bikes, thanks to the teamwork of Tyler Lynn, Ryan Surratt, and Carter Klein in the first round of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. We say congrats to all the San Felipe contenders as the stage is set for more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments as we continue the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship racing with the 57th BF Goodrich Tires SCORE Baja 500.
There you have a look back at a great start to our 2025 season. A wonderful moment for the fam, the Steele fam as well. And yeah, it was really cool to see so many UTVs coming in, joining the party, so to speak. Brock Hager continues to dominate. So that's going to be really exciting to see what he's got laid out for us. Obviously, 7X team had a wonderful podium there. I'll send it up to the action desk with Wes. Wes, you got some things you'd like to contribute here?
Yes, I do. So, we're getting ready here for the ceremonial four-wheel start, and I wanted to kind of talk about some of my storylines for today and things that I think that we need to keep an eye on. So first of all, Christopher Polvarde being back. He and Bryce had teamed up at the 1000, had they broke less than 20 miles into the race, so he came back, qualified Q1. He was Q1 there as well. How is he going to do? I picked him as my winner. We already went over that. Alan Impudia, can he shake the bad luck of the Baja 500s? He hasn't had a good run here, but he's coming off winning the 250 as well as winning the SCORE championship. So I think Heidi touched on it, he's matured as a driver. I think he was a little wild, and he's kind of calmed it down, and he's starting to click off wins. So I mean, he definitely could pull off a win here. Can Toby and Paul come back and defend winning the 500? They won last year. They've shown really good speed since that point. A little bit of bad luck here and there has taken them out, but at the 250, I believe they started 26th, and they came all the way to 4th and finished just over a minute out of 1st, which is an amazing run there. So they have speed. They have potential to come through the pack. Well, they're starting 4th today, so he doesn't even have to come through the pack. He just has to pass a couple guys and potentially get that win. The other thing is the 4400s here. So we've got Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in rock crawlers, basically. So they've brought their King of the Hammers cars, put a trophy truck legal body on it. So in trophy truck, you've got to cover the tires with fenders as part of the rules. So they have a different body on the truck, but other than that, it's their rock crawling truck. And how are those guys going to do against a conventional trophy truck? Jason McNeil, last year at the 500 in qualifying, he really lawn darted into the backside of a gully and hurt his back, wasn't able to race. He came back, qualified Q1 in Trophy Spec. Can Jason redeem himself and go wire to wire and take a win here and kind of get that bad luck of last year off of his back? This race course is really technical and tight for the first half of it. I want to see how the pro UTVs do overall. I think we could see somebody like a Brock Hager, Justin Morgan, Caden McCachran, Wayne Matlock, something like that, sneak into top 15, maybe even top 10 overall. Want to keep our eye on that, especially through the first half. I do think they might get hung up in dust with some of the trophy specs, so that could hold them back, but we got to watch those guys, because if they get a good run, I think we can have a UTV very high overall. I've been texting with Phil Blurton. He is a UTV Pro or forced induction champion, won a bunch of races, probably Can-Am's top driver. Got really bad news from him. He is not going to race. He's been sick all week and decided to pack up and go home this morning. So he won the 250. That's kind of leaving the points championship race for the forced induction class wide open now.
Yeah.
Want to just do a quick little shout out to Troy Herbst. The Herbst's been racing down here for a long time. Today's his birthday, so happy birthday, Troy. And then, the other big story is earlier in the week, Bryce Menzies announced that he's not racing. So I talked to a lot of the drivers at qualifying, and I think they all wish him well. Bryce, if you're watching right now, we want to wish you well.
Yep.
Get better, and hopefully we see you at the 400. And those are my main stories.
That's fantastic. Thanks so much, Wes. Yeah, I mean, you really, towards the end there, you touched on a massive void that we're all seeing right now. The men with Bryce Menzies being out of competition. We're also, you mentioned Phil Blurton, some of these other competitors that aren't able to compete. If you can't compete in every race, that affects your overall score. You can't compete for the class championships. So that's kind of interesting too. That's a little story that's happening as well. Some people, even Chris Polvardi wasn't at 250, so a lot of shakeups here and there, but hopefully a lot of the physical challenges that some of these drivers are going through right now, again, we just continue to send lots of healing and positive thoughts their way. And, again, as Wes said, Bryce, we are certainly wishing you the best. And we also have a few other people that want to say hello and wish you well, too.
Yeah, first of all, I want to wish Bryce a speedy recovery. Health always comes first.
Hey, what's up, Bryce? Hope everything's going good at home and a speedy recovery. We miss you out here at the Baja 500. We know this is your race, so we'll be thinking about you on race day. Whoever gets this one knows they got to face the boss next year.
I told him that I wish him the best and that he comes back soon and comes and fights with us at the Baja 400 for another win.
To hear what he's going through right now is pretty sad, and prayers out to him. And, I think it's good. He'll be back stronger, rest up, take a little off. We'll all be waiting for him.
As a fellow Red Bull athlete himself, I want to see him back down here and back racing, because it's always exciting to have him here, and plus everyone else that's here.
Hey Bryce, miss you down here. We're at the Baja 500. It's not the same without you. We know you've been very successful at the Baja 500 and definitely one of the top picks to win. So I want to wish you to get better and come back. I'm hoping the best for you, and I think about you all the time.
You can see how much it means to McCachran there as he gets a little emotional there towards the end. And it's very, very real. We have always said from the get-go, and every competitor knows this, how dangerous it can be. Now, what Bryce went through was kind of a strange sort of freak thing that happened, an injury happening during 250, and neck having headaches, went to go check that out. He put this up on his Instagram, and then from the detached artery on the eye, and it gets really crazy. And at the end of the day, you can only surrender and pray and hope for the best. And this is it's still an extremely, extremely dangerous sport. There's no other way to get around that. Mm-hmm. So our hearts go out to you. Community is sending you lots of support, and we shall see how things play out. But yes, we hope to see you back on the 400. But right now, we are in the Baja 500, and we have got a really cool course map for you guys to understand what these drivers will be competing on today.
Let's take a look at the course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing in the 57th BFGoodrich Tire SCORE Baja 500, the second round of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. This epic race unfolds in the stunning and historic terrains of Ensenada, Baja California, covering approximately 461 miles of diverse and challenging landscape. The race kicks off along the Boulevard Costero of Ensenada, where drivers will cruise at normal traffic speed along Federal Highway 1 until reaching Rancho Nelson, where their timing begins. From there, they'll navigate through rugged canyons towards Ojos Negros and further on to Tres Hermanos. After that, they will head towards the Santa Catarina Ejido. Racers will pass the famous Goat Trail, then take the highway to Valle de la Trinidad, with BFGoodrich Pit 1 on the way. Heading towards Mike's Sky Ranch. And the race course will descend to the Santa Cruz Wash. Racers will hit BFGoodrich Pit 2 before reaching San Quintin. Racers continue heading north towards the Punta Colonet Ejido. The journey will then arrive at Lopez Rayon and offer a view of the Pacific Ocean near the Erendira Ejido. BFGoodrich Pit 3 offers a final stop before the race north to the finish. From there, it will cross over to Santo Tomas, taking the Federal Highway 2 until reaching the Uruapan Ejido. After passing the famous hills, the race course will head towards Ojos Negros and later return to Rancho Nelson, where 7 ramps will be set up in a short course area for all race teams. Racers will then drive back to the Boulevard Costero. Throughout their journey, competitors will face a mix of high-speed stretches and technical terrain. Get ready. This is Baja racing at its finest. A true test of skill, endurance, and determination in the ultimate desert challenge.
All right, folks, there you have it, an overview of the Baja 500 course map. Quick question for Wes up there. Wes, you've been talking about how technical and tight, and it's not only you, it's all the competitors that are talking about this competition here. What sections do you see are going to be potentially the most troublesome or could cause the most havoc for these?
Well, I think it's really kind of a tale of two races. So you've got the start to 240, basically BFG 2.
Right.
And a little past check 1. But that whole area, from Rancho Nelson through Ojos, Tres Hermanos, all the way to El Alamo is pretty slow, technical. There might actually be a little bit of silt, even though we got some rain. And then El Alamo Road is just blazing fast. You're going, I think it's about 8 miles or so, and it's just completely straight. You've got one slight left where you'll back off, but I think your trucks are going to be hitting north of 130 on that. Basically, you're going to be going as fast as your vehicle can go. Mm-hmm. But then when you cross over Highway 3 through Alamo Summit, Santa Catarina, and all of that, that's real tight and twisty, and there's a lot of rain ruts in there. Opens through Nuevo Junction, then you come down the Goat Trail, which is technical. Up Mike's Road is fun, but then it's really tight and twisty all the way into Score Check 1. So all of that, I think it's going to stay pretty single file through there. The problem is you can be faster than somebody, but to close through their dust and actually get close enough to make the pass, you have to take too many risks. And I think risk reward there that early in the race, it's not worth it, because what's going to happen, you try to push through that dust and the chances are probably greater that you're going to tag a rock and get a flat and actually lose track position than if you just kind of hang. So I think most of these drivers are going to be patient, be smart, try to get their vehicle in one piece to the coast, get to like 240 to, I think 244 is where it turns and heads back north. Mm-hmm. And then you get in the hills of San Quintin and up the coast, and there's more lines. It's kind of sandy. It's not as dusty. They got a lot of rain, so it should be probably muddy. But you can make passes in that. It's when it's really silty and tight and single file or just one line that you can't make passes. So I think the smart thing to do is be patient, get your vehicle to the coast, see where you're at, and then race from there.
Love it. Awesome. Thanks, Wes. Let's take a look at our leaderboards and see what's playing out today for the Baja 500. You see your starting grid for the trophy truck. Paul Vardy obviously out in front, and bottom 10, Ethan Ebert. See how he plays out. Class 1s. Your starting grid there. It's going to be a nice battle. Obviously, the trophies truck spec, that's going to be another barn burner, as they say. But it'll be a great competition. That's going to be a great class to watch. Pro UTV Open. Obviously, Brock Hager at top, leading the way. It's going to be tough to take him out. We'll see what Brandon Sims can do. And then, as you just go down that list there from 1 to 10, exceptional drivers, plenty of competition there. Starting grid for Class 10 as well. Go through that. UTV force induction. Phil dealing with his challenges.
Yeah, glad to see a couple Moto guys in there. Yeah, I noticed Max Eddy, was qualified third there on the UTV. So there's, I saw that, Wayne Matlock, former ATV guy, that's just unbelievably successful along with his wife in a different car. So those guys are always battling for the win, aren't they?
Now check this out. One of the things that I've always been so impressed is as our broadcasts have progressed, we've been trying to bring you more, again, visceral action, and these in-car cameras that you see here. We're hoping that it's a little cloudy out there, but hopefully all the reception will be good. The cameras will be stabilized, and we can kind of bring you into a live experience of what's going on there. You see Robbie Gordon, upper left-hand corner, his co-driver there. You're seeing all different kinds of perspectives from POV looking back at the drivers, what the drivers are looking at, maybe just from the dash as well, what you're facing in front and what you're facing behind you too, because sometimes you can see there's people right on your tail. You might get a nerf, you never know. But very, very excited for this competition as we're able to get better coverage, more coverage. We got Kirker up in the skies in his helicopter. We got statics, we got drones, we got social media out there, in cars, lots of great coverage. So very excited for the day ahead.
Absolutely, can't wait for that to start. That new Starlink satellite devices in the truck, some of them have 2 of them, and relaying this great information. But I think all of us fans and us as well are just really excited to see all that action, more than ever before on any of the telecasts.
Amen. Well, speaking of footage, we got 1X right now pitting. Let's take a look at how that went. And there he is. You can see the sun slowly starting to come up.
Looks like Clayton Roberts there in the chair next to him, helping out.
Yeah, it's nice when the sun starts to come up too, because it starts to warm up.
Right.
So these guys have been dealing with probably some pretty cold conditions, and the heat of the day is actually probably going to feel very nice to them.
So when you're starting out that early in the morning, it's obviously super dark. Everything is off, but at nighttime, it's nighttime, so sometimes there is ambient light just around you, or things are lit up. As you get deeper out into there, it's not as lit. But there is a difference between starting at 3:30 in the morning or being able to compete later at night, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
All right, let's go up to the action desk real quick, Heidi, to Wes Miller. What you got, Wes?
Well, so while we're looking at the bikes here and waiting for the trucks to start, I just got an update from the 7X team. And so Tyler Lynn, he started. He just got off around race mile 200. They said it was about 30 minutes ago. And Carter Klein is on the bike now. So he's going to be taking it through San Quintin and up the coast. I just saw an update on the tracker. He just went under Highway 1, so he'll be going into the hills of San Quintin. He's actually in San Quintin Wash as we speak.
Okay.
And so Carter's going to be on for a little while. And at that point, they said that the 1X was physically about 6 miles back. So they got a pretty good little lead over the 1X team. And They're going to keep us updated. They're following Carter with the helicopter, so I will keep you guys posted as I get news, but those guys are looking good. Right now, 7X has a pretty solid lead.
Awesome. Thanks, Wes. Yeah, and right, they've been out there for about 5 hours, 41 seconds. They're creeping up on 6 hours of competition. Predicting bikes potentially coming through around 12:30 or so. So just FYI, letting you guys know. Going back to what we were discussing, Heidi, you were referencing the benefits of, or really your experience of night versus day and morning starts, things like that. You want to keep going, expand on that?
Well, some people are just not comfortable racing at night,
Sure.
And others are. Some people actually really enjoy it because you're just focused on the race.
You get tunnel vision,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you are. But you definitely also deal with the elements of the heat and the cold and all that. And sometimes, especially, you know, racing, leaving Ensenada, racing through Ojos, and some of the course that they did at those wee hours of the morning, it's actually really drizzly. It's very...
Yeah. There's moisture in the air.
It's on the Pacific, there's moisture on the air, and so a lot of times it's cold and wet. And so I bet they're looking forward to the sun coming out and feeling some warmth.
And you're also switching visors or different kinds of eye protection and such as well to adjust to the light, I would gather.
Yep, and most of the motorcycle riders are going to start with clear lenses for the night, and then switch to something with a tinted lens, you know, around that first pit. So that pit we just saw there was probably around race mile 80. And the other thing for the motorcyclists that's difficult is you have to wear your jackets or whatever you want to stay warm. But you're starting the race at 3:30 when it's 50 degrees. You're in the mountains. It's going to get down to sometimes 45, 50 degrees. And then you're expected to be riding in some heat. So do you go really thin and prepare to warm yourself up? I always hated to be cold. And I would sit there freezing for the first 10, 15, maybe even an hour up in the mountains. So I was waiting for that sun to finally get out there and warm up. But the June race is always like
We're
that.
going down to the ramp. Sorry, John, we got to go down to Ensenada.
Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2. Buenos dias and welcome to the second round of the SCORE World Desert Championship Series. This is the BF Goodrich Tires SCORE Baja 500. I'm Ratso with my co-host here, Kevin Johnson. We're just moments away from sending off all of our trophy trucks and four-wheel vehicles first to the line and top qualifier in our method race wheels. Qualifying on Thursday, Christopher Polvordi smoked the field out of Herbert, Utah. 6-second lead, Kevin. That was pretty epic to see, as we've seen a Baja 1000 multiple vehicles within a second. So a 6-second lead over that short course really shows this young man's down here and ready to go fast and get on top of the box.
Yeah, I was talking to Christopher in line this morning as he was getting ready. He's pretty fired up, looks really confident. He thinks it's going to be faster than people are thinking.
All right, here it is. First off the line, number 94 out of Herbert, Utah, the Optima Batteries truck, Mr. Christopher Polvordi.
Up next now, getting ready to start there, getting some final words of encouragement there. We're looking at truck number 83. That's Luke McMillan out of El Cajon, California. The McMillan family, a very famous family in off-road, as you all know. Jason Duncan, Maxon Cormack, and Tyler Canfield are going to be sharing the duties inside that truck today. DLM Properties and Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires among his sponsors. Luke had a great qualifying. And these are all based on qualifying. That's why you see them lined up here. We're 8 seconds away from sending Luke off. And the green flag is raised, and there he goes.
And third to the line, out of Mexicali, Mexico. Driving for Mexicana Logistics, Branix, Toyo Tires, Mastercraft, Freightliner, Baja Designs, King Shocks, Borla Exhaust, Method race wheels. Howe, Eibach, and Telcel. He's in that all-wheel drive Mason Motorsports bad boy number 21, Tavo Vildosola. Tavo took home that second place in last year's championship series, and he said he wants to step one more step up on top of the box, as he's got a great qualifying position here and plenty of clean air, only a couple of trucks in front of him, and Tavo's going green.
Right, we just love that sound when they pull away. That's just music to our ears here. Up next here, fourth off the line, we're looking at none other than Mr. Toby Price, all the way from Queensland, Australia. BF Goodrich tires, ROH wheels, K&N among his sponsors. Sharing the duties with Toby today will be Paul Wheel. Paul's going to take over on mile 260. I was speaking with Toby this morning, and he told me that he thinks the course is going to be faster than people think. He thinks he can average 55 miles an hour. If so, that's going to be pretty impressive. But if someone can do it, Toby Price and Paul Wheel certainly can.
New full Red Bull sponsorship this year. Great to see Toby bringing that to the team. And up next, numero uno. He is a 2024 SCORE World Desert Champion in the SCORE Trophy Trucks. He drives for Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KMC Wheels, Papas and Beer, King Shocks, California Fuels and Lubricant, 4WP, K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, Ebco, and he's in another one of those Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive number 1, Alan Ampudia. Ampudia is one of the drivers. He's going to be soloing the whole series as he did last year, and really impressive, beyond impressive that he took the championship soloing the whole series, and he's on course.
Up next here, we have truck number 41 of Justin Lofton. And Ratty just mentioned about Alan soloing it. So does Justin Lofton. He's going to ride it the whole way by himself, not getting out for a driver change. Polvardi, who started this race today, is also going to run it by himself, no driver change. Justin's out of Lockney, Texas. Jack Tippin, Jason Dudley, and Derek Bocones are going to be doing the co-driving for him and help him out. It's sponsored by Beef Ranch. Like how that sounds. Fox Method Race Wheels, among his other sponsors there. Justin looked very confident this morning when we talked to him out in the line, and he's ready for this.
Up next, driving that Geyser all-wheel drive, 2 transmissions, 2 motors in this truck. The Geyser brothers knocked it out of the park for Clyde Stacy and the RPM team, but today it's going to be Robbie Gordon driving that truck, teaming up with his son Max Gordon. They're driving for RPM Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, Geyser Bros, DRXware, King Shocks, Par Ventures, Dugan's Engines, and Speed Racing. Lots of speed racing for this guy right here, number 5, Robbie Gordon.
Rolling up under that BF Goodrich arch. Next we have the winningest driver in off-road. That's Mr. Rob McCochran. That's truck number 11. He's going to be riding it the whole way. Also, Barry Caracas would be in his navigator co-pilot there. Fastball Racing, Jimco, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, and KC Highlights among his many sponsors on that Fastball Racing truck. You can see in the camera right there, Rob, as always, looks ready to go and focused.
Pulling up to the green flag and another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive SCORE trophy truck. Driving for King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, Joe Gibbs Engines, MPI, Miller Sign Corp, Heatwave Visual, EBCO, Tradeco, One Life Trauma, VP Racing Fuels, and Specialized Powder Coat, keeping that frame looking dialed in. He's out of New Braunfels, Texas, teaming up with Harley Lettner. This is number 70. In the Concrete Motorsports truck, Kevin Thompson. I believe Harley is starting the race this morning, and Kevin will be here bringing it to the finish line. They're splitting the duties. Two fast drivers. Every driver in this trophy truck field are just unbelievable, next level. Biggest, baddest off-road series on the planet. This is SCORE.
Up next, starting here in the 10th position, with a fantastic qualifying in the two-wheel drive trophy class, Ethan Ebert in that Honda. Very unique looking vehicle. You're easy to spot when it's coming down the road. You know who that is there. American Honda, Honda Performance Development, Maxxis, Steal It, Baja Designs, Fox, IBAC, FK Rod Ends, Flu Logic, KMC Wheels, Sparco, among many sponsors for that truck. Ethan Ebert is the driver of record there. He'll be splitting duties inside there with Gatlin Haddon, Richard Glassack, Brandon Wells, and Cole Muma. And Ethan's out of Marana, Arizona. And there he goes.
Pulling up to the green flag. Pulling up to the green flag next. Last year's SCORE World Desert Champions in 1L. They've won the last 13 races in a row. Won San Felipe this year. 3 championships. Won them all the last 3 years. They're driving for Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, King Shocks, and How Impact. Another Mason all-wheel drive truck. He's teaming up with Ricky Johnson. This is number 1L, Gustavo Vildosola Sr. Legendary. That is the most wins in a row of any trophy truck ever. And we mixing up all 3 of the classes. We have our Legends, our two-wheel drive, and the all-wheel drive class. But this is our first Legend to leave the line. Gus Vildosola.
Coming up next, another of our two-wheel drive trophy truck entries from Torrance, California, looking at 42T. That's Maverick Gaunt. Sharing duties in there will be Chasen Gaunt, Alex Grabo, and Christopher Johnson in that Geyser Brothers truck. Beautiful truck. I like the finish on that. Smiley Motorsports, Geyser Brothers, Walker Performance, Raceline Wheels, EBCO, RDE, and James Lynn are the sponsors on that truck. Again, another great qualifying run for Maverick Gaunt the other day. Again, Rad, as you mentioned, the qualifying, they were all mixed together, and the fastest times are creating this start order today of the trucks.
Our next driver to the line hails from St. George, Utah. He's got that Ford power plant and that machine. Driving for Maxxis Tires, King Shocks. ELE Motorsports, Baja Designs, Dugan Racing Engines, and Gearworks. Teaming up with his son, Colton Husted, is going to be sharing the driver duties. This is number 38, Eric Husted. Talk about the families that come down here and go racing together. It's great to see his son Colton teaming up with them for the whole series this year. Great to see, and that's what it's all about down here. But right now, they're getting ready to go green and go to work. Number 38, Eric Husted.
Up next, you see those familiar colors of a McMillan truck. That's because that's Dan McMillan right there, number 23, out of El Cajon, California. Another Mason Motorsports built vehicle. And again, Dan is no stranger to getting on the podium, that's for sure. Even though he's starting 14th back, he's always a danger to take over one of the top 3 spots there. Rogelio Piera, Gil Aguirre, and Jason Ledesma are helping him inside the cab today. Monster Energy, DLM Properties, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, among his many sponsors. Dan McMillan.
Up next is our second legend truck to pull up to the green flag. It's another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive. Driving for Pinecrest Electric, Milwaukee Tools, BF Goodrich Tires, Maxima Racing Oils, Rema Cable, and J-Force Dynamics. Teaming up with Larry Rosler, another legend in the legend class. He's out of St. Louis, Montana, number 61L, David Payne. St. Louis, Missouri, excuse me. Great to see Larry getting in the legend truck. He's been a force to be reckoned with, helping and driving so many trucks over the years, so many championships, one of the winningest riders and racers, starting out his illustrious career for Team Kawasaki. And David Payne is going green.
Pulling up next to the line is another fan favorite. That's the number 16T, the two-wheel drive trophy truck of none other than Cameron Steele. Cameron right now is in first place in the standings for the two-wheel drive trophy truck category as he won the San Felipe 250. Cody Stewart, Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason Jr. sharing the duties with him. Talk about guys that can really handle those trucks. A lot of experience behind that. Monster Energy, Yokohama Fox, Raceline, Baja HQ, Baja Designs, among his many sponsors there for that Desert Assassins truck.
I'm stoked on the two-wheel drive thing. I think it's brought a couple more racers out that weren't going to come. It really doesn't matter. We're still racing for the overall. Four-wheel drives, two-wheel drives, legends. We're all battling for that overall coveted trophy, right? I'm just looking forward to hauling ass in the bumps. Our truck, the Monster Energy Yokohama number 16, is made for abuse. It likes the fast stuff, but it likes the smashing. Horsepower, loud engines, you know, being in the desert, that's what it's all about for us. Winning the first ever two-wheel drive trophy truck class is, you know, it's fun. It'll be a trivia question someday. We were racing for a top 5 in the overall, but super stoked to win the two-wheel drive class.
Method Racing Wheels, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fuels, and Borla Exhaust. A lot of sponsors there, but you know, I tell you what, that Herbst team, fantastic. And they are out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
And they build so many trucks for other people. Those 1.9 industry trucks are great trucks, and it shows.
Super cool. You know, once kind of all the hype sort of came down a little bit and you had a moment to get current with Cameron, you know, what did it mean to Cameron to be sort of the very first two-wheel drive champion in this race? Did he speak about it? Was it different from other victories? How did he feel?
You know, it's kind of funny you're asking that, because you would think that he would have, but he really hasn't. But I do think he feels good about it, but he isn't talking about it.
Okay. That's wild. It's interesting. Is he just being humble?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, you know, I've talked earlier about maybe, you know, Wes can zoom in with different drivers. I don't think Cameron's going to have a minute while he's in the mix, but at some point it would be cool to hear, you know, kind of what that meant to him. And obviously, I'm sure he's excited and proud and all that kind of stuff.
And it was cool to see that piece on him, because I think that kind of highlighted what he was thinking about it and how he felt about it.
Fair enough. Well, really cool. Again, congratulations to Cameron. We hope he has a fantastic Baja 500. We're still got a 2-box going down here in Ensenada, and we will send it back to Rat.
Up next in that yellow and white truck right there, good looking truck. That's number 26T. Handling out of Page, Arizona. That's Dave Taylor. Christina Genova, Gavin Weber, and Luis Dominguez helping out inside the cab. That's another Geyser Brothers truck, Rat. So many of them. And Adonia Yachts, Raceline Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, and Trailers Unlimited, his sponsors here for the series this year. And I tell you what, that truck looks really nice. He's doing a little bit of cleaning on his goggles there right before we take the line, the flag. Dave Taylor from Page, Arizona.
Up next out of Hillard, Ohio, driving for Columbus Steel Erectors. RM Management, All Crane Rentals, TL Speed Shop, in that Brenthel's truck, and Method Race Wheels locked and loaded and ready to hit the whoops. In the Brenthel truck, number 99L, Sean Runyon. That was David Ziegler out of Reno, Nevada, leaving the line.
Yeah, that's mixed up.
All right, they had the names messed up. I thought I messed up, but nope. This is David Ziegler. He's out of Reno, Nevada, driving for DNA Carpentry, Reno Motorsports, King Shocks, Method Race Wheels in the Brenthel truck. 16T, David Ziegler. Up next is the man himself, our boss. He's out of Reno, Nevada, driving the 18T truck, driving for Crystal Bay Casinos. He's going to be Iron Man in this whole thing, none other than 18T, Mr. Roger Norman. Thank you for blowing us some kisses there, Roger. We love you too.
Giving us a thumbs up.
You know you work somewhere cool when your boss drives trophy trucks. That's what it's all about, having fun. Brought this truck back. Velasco Race Prep, Jake Velasco over there, got this truck up and going again, a bunch of new things on it. The Black Beauty is going green. That's Roger Norman.
Rolling up next to take their start for the 2025 BF Goodrich SCORE Baja 500 is 74L, Mr. Shane Lewis from Jupiter, Florida. Coming a long way out here. Earl DeSidero, Brandon Johns, and Jason Smith sharing the duties. Inside the cab there, that's a Brenthal truck, Rat. BF Goodrich Tires, Nacho Off-Road Lighting, his main sponsors. Truck says good Speed Shark written across the front. Multicolor, pretty sharp. Got the visor down, he's ready to go. That's a great camera angle. And there he goes.
Out of Houston, Texas, driving for VM Golf Services, Inc. VM Heavy Haul, Castellan Race Prep, Method Race Wheels, Rigid Lighting, BF Goodrich Tires, Baja Ferries, and Negra Modelo Pachoco in another Brenthal Industries SCORE Trophy truck. Number 95T, Mike Perez.
Getting loud behind us.
Nothing like the smell of race fuel in the morning here in Ensenada. It's go time, and we're counting them down. This is Mike Perez.
You can already start seeing some of the rubber there on the pavement there on the cement here on the street, mean streets of Ensenada. Up next, another two-wheel drive trophy truck, 67T, Paul Krause out of Chatsworth, California. Jason Farrell, Keith Smith, and Brendan Scully helping out. Jet Midwest Incorporated and Phase Brake are the main sponsors on this beautifully colored machine. Purple and black, looks pretty nice. Pretty sharp. You can see they got the Starlink Mini on the roof, Rat. And how many vehicles do we have with live Starlinks today?
I think we have over 50 live videos from different vehicles. It's going to be absolutely insane today and epic to watch. So the boys back in the studio are going to handle all that. I wouldn't want to be in charge of that. There's too much great things to try to get up, but he's on course. So up next, something a little bit different. You're allowed to have one driver step in for you for the year. And this is going to be the number 7. And he's driving for Bryce Menzies out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for Red Bull, AMSOIL, Toyo Tires, KMC Wheel, Fox, Polaris Razor, and Baja Designs. I'm not even sure who's behind the wheel. I apologize. Orrin Anderson is his navigator, and his name's on as a navigator. So who knows? He might have just said, hey, take this old truck out, and is what they're trying to do. They want to be able to qualify for the next race. So to actually qualify for the race, you need to at least start this race. So you need to be here. So that's pretty much all this truck is here to do. They're not really going for a win. I'm not even sure. I doubt they're even going to race the whole race, but they might. We'll see. But number 7 is on course.
Beautiful car here. It's going to be turning heads as it goes through the upper part of Baja California on this incredible course that Jose G has laid out today for this Baja 500. You're looking at Lauren Healy there. It's truck number 68, the Ford Bronco. Jesse Amex, Eric Davis, Bailey Campbell. Well, there's some talent right there. And Brian Crofts inside the cab with him. Ford, Naito, Monster, Pennzoil, Shell, Dynamic, Optima, Borea, Rigid, Fox Shocks, and Seymour Paints are the sponsors on that beautiful Bronco.
And it's great to have Ford Performance not only a sponsor in us, but having their factory drivers. This is the actual Bronco that he raced King of the Hammers in, and just some new glass. But Lauren Healy's on course. Up next, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for TSA Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, K-Man Shocks, Collins Motorsports, Croyer Racing Engines, Gearworks, and Hella Lights. He's not going to need them, but they're there if he does in the pits. Number 87L teaming up with Billy Gorke, Casey Gilbert, and Pepe Rodriguez doing some navigating. Number 87, Dallas Luttrell. In the Ram TRX. We don't see a lot of Dodgies out here. Good to see. And he's always got just a stellar scheme on the side of his truck. I always love his wraps, kind of mixing it up this year.
Yeah, that one's super interesting. It looks good. And now you're looking at another one of those incredibly sexy machines, I guess you'd call it, that Ford Bronco. And that's got a nice little paint scheme on it as well. That's number 52. That's Vaughn Gittin Jr. out of Joppa, Maryland, all the way across the country and down here into Baja today. Jeremy Dickinson, Eric Davis, Bailey Campbell, and Brian Crofts listed among the co-driver navigators, but that's the same as the other entry too, so they're maybe switching around between the trucks, and whoever winds up where, we won't know yet. But again, same sponsors as the other Ford, Naito, Monster, Pennzoil, Shell, Dynamic, Optima, Borea, Rigid, Fox Shocks, and Seymour Paints. Again, that's number 52, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
The Mango Madman himself out of Denver, Colorado, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Baja Designs, Impact Safety, Alltex, TR Wheels, Maxima, and PCI. Keep him in touch with his chase crew out there. Number 45T teaming up with Jet Blackwell. This is Gary Magnus. And I believe Armando Bravo is going to be sharing the driving duties as well.
A lot of experience in Baja with Armando Bravo, as he lives in the southern part of the state.
And with the Magnus family, you know, we'll see his daughter Chelsea coming up here soon. But the Mango Racing team, they do so much for the people down here. It's great to see racers that really give back. There's a lot of them, but right now he's going to give back by hitting the dirt here shortly. Gary Magnus is going to battle.
Up next in the 85T, out of Banning, California, that's Mikey Lawrence. Dustin Grabowski, Kosik Giamas, Trevor Fryman, and Arturo Velasco sharing the duties. That's another one of those 19 Industries truck rad. I tell you, they're all over the place. Being sponsored today by Lawrence Equipment, Haas Factory Outlet, King Shocks, Mother's Bar, BF Goodrich Tires, Checkers Racing, Rancho Drivetrain Engineering, Kona Blue, and Croyer. They're about 5 seconds away here from having the green flag lift in front of them.
Driving the Ford SCORE trophy truck, hailing from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Driving for Adler Motorsports, Morgan Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Racing Wheels, Off-Road Warehouse, and Ford WP. You know they teamed back up this year. It's going to be one shop, one stop. This is number 35T, Kevin Adler.
And we talked about it earlier, right? You know, it's so great to see family together. And in this one, Kevin's daughter Paige is actually helping out on this team, so that's great to see that family connection continuing.
Absolutely, Kevin. That's what racing's about. You want to come down here and go fast, but when you enjoy it with family, and even if they're on your team, they're family as well. So that's what it's all about.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hey sis, you won't believe this place.
First, we checked out the pier, where cruise ships come from all over the world.
The vibe is one of a kind. Then, we went to Valle de Guadalupe. The landscapes here are stunning.
There are vineyards everywhere.
And the wine was perfect.
And the food is on another level. With Michelin star restaurants in the valley, every moment is so unique.
You have to come to Ensenada.
It's the gateway to incredible experiences.
Hope you can join us next time.
Ensenada, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Duties in that Brenthel Industries machine. Brenthel builds a lot of trucks. They have the Arrive and Drive program. You could actually just go drive a truck. They have a really good program going on, so hit them up as he's hitting up the desert.
Up next, we look here out of Mesa, Arizona, 92T, and our grand marshal for this race was none other than Perry McNeil. This is Corbin and Scott McNeil, John McNeil, Mitch McNeil, Bobby Reed, Noah Ramirez, Adam McNeil and Kelly McNeil. I tell you what, the McNeils are well represented. They're so proud. They're so proud of Perry here. It was great. There was a lot of tears yesterday, Rat, as Perry got his awards, and it was well overdue for that. But I tell you what, this truck looks really good, and those guys are excited. Let's make it a great McNeil weekend, and hope these guys have a fantastic race.
I don't normally have a favorite, but I'm picking this one as my favorite. Up next, out of Cedar Hills, Texas, driving the Monkey Business Workshop Trophy Truck Legend, driving for Maxima Racing Oils, King Shocks, Lawrence, Toyota Escondido, Turnkey Engines, Toyo Tires, Baja Bound Insurance, Mastercraft, Four Wheel Parts, and King Shocks. The man, the myth, the legend, number 25L, Mark Winkleman. Driving for him is going to be Rudy Uribe. Pablo Marino is going to be navigating. We also have Charles Manchester doing some driving. And I will be bringing it home to the finish. That's right. I'll be finishing this race in this truck and bring it onto that checkered flag for the team. We're ready. We are ready to go racing. Mark Winkleman behind the wheel. You see it in his eyes. We got a plan, and now it's time to execute. As Mark Winkleman, 25L, heads out into the desert.
Well, Rad, that's your truck, and I know you don't normally play favorites, but you know I don't blame you for that one, since you're going to be bringing that thing home tonight, which is fantastic.
And also Gonzalo Perón is going to be driving.
Yeah. Up next, we're going to our Class 1s now, and we're going to start with the defending class champion out of Apple Valley, California, number 168, Cody Reed. Mike Diorio, Kevin Reed, and Evan Fracucci are in there as well. That's an Illumincraft, and I tell you what, the Reed, incredible how they've been doing in these Class 1s over the years, Rat.
Oh, it really is. I think that was the first all-wheel drive and 40-inch tires. The Reeds really put in effort on just taking things to the next level, and they offer so many fasteners and parts for fasteners for so many vehicles out here. Up next, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for South Point Hotel, Justice Brothers, City Lights Shine, number 162, Brendan Gaughan. Everybody knows that name. Everybody knows that paint scheme. A lot of people change it, but that South Point never changes. And they're definitely going fast.
Yeah, we're down now with the new class. We're going off every 30 seconds, so we're doing it pretty quick here. Up next, out of Long Beach, California, that is the Class 1, number 138, Kyle Quinn. Wilson Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks among his many sponsors.
Talk about a class team. I'll tell you what, Wilson Motorsports, they just have the one-car effort as Kyle goes green. Our last Class 1 to pull up to the green flag out of Long Beach, California, driving that Jimco Class 1, driving for Parkhouse Tire, BF Goodrich Tires, Maxima Racing, Method Race Wheels, iBox, and Jimco, number 127, Cody Parkhouse.
That's it for the Class 1s. Now we're rolling into our Trophy Truck Spec class. I tell you what, it's a pretty big field. We got 26 entries in this class, Rat, so it's going to be a lot of fun. First off, though, to lead them off is number 234 out of El Cajon, California. That's Jason McNeil. Eric Clay, Connor McNeil, Connor Sachs, and Alex Ramirez sharing the duties in the cab today. Fiberworks, Toyo Tires among the main sponsors.
And our next spec truck to the line, he's from New York, all the way across to the other side of the U.S., driving that Brenthels Industries bad boy. Sponsored by Spy Optics. Don't need to say anything else, but he's got all the good stuff on there. You see he's rocking the BF Goodrich tires. This is number 236, Michael Marcel.
Up next here is another one of the crowd favorites as it rolls through every village down here in Baja. That is the Green Army team, number 285, Justin Davis, out of Colton, California. Very popular driver. Troy Holes and Tyra Peterson sharing the duties in the cab today. Everyone loves the Green Army team, Rat.
Absolutely, and the generals behind the wheel. Up next, in the Brenthel Industries truck, driving for Brenthel Industries, Fox Shock, Yokohama Tires, Method Race Wheels, FK Rod Ends, Steel It Coatings, Baja Kits, Maxima USA, and Danzio. This is number 273, Jordan Brenthel. And also sharing the driving duties is Abdali Lopez, and it looked like Abdali was behind the wheel for the start. Good luck to that team.
Up next, another 19 Industries, and that's EJ Herbst. I tell you what, again, that team is just, they're all over the place, like you said. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, of course. Josh Montoya, Ryan Millen, and Erica Seidman helping out with duties inside the cab of that truck. Terrible Hertz Motorsports, Monster Energies, 19 Industries, BF Goodrich Tires among their sponsors. EJ Herbst.
One of your local drivers out of Ensenada driving that Mason Motorsports machine, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Torco Racing Oils, and Tremor Wheels. Number 297, Jorge Sampitro.
Jorge Sampietro from Ensenada, Baja, California, has already made his mark in off-road racing. Winning the 2025 King Shocks 38 Score San Felipe 250, Sampietro securing a remarkable victory, finishing 10th overall and clinching first place in the Trophy Truck Spec class, driving the number 297 Chevrolet Mason for JS Racing. This triumph added to his impressive record, making his 5th win at the San Felipe 250. Sampietro's racing career is marked by consistent performances across various events. Notably, he achieved first place in the Trophy Truck Spec class at the 2024 SCORE Baja 400 and secured top 10 overall finishes in multiple races.
Okay, so just so everyone at home that's watching this understands, there's a ceremonial start, and then what the racers do is then drive their vehicles to Rancho Nelson, which is right around race mile 15. You can see right here we've got a shot of them starting to stage there, and this is where the actual race time will start and finish. They take off out of here in Rancho Nelson, head towards Ojos, and then run the whole coast. And the last little bit of the course, they actually backtrack on what they started on and go back into Rancho Nelson for the timed finish, at which point they'll then drive their vehicle slowly, following all the traffic rules, into town and do their ceremonial finish back at the stage in Ensenada. So we've got our a lot of the trucks still going. Right now we're in our trophy specs, and all of the classes will be starting to take off. While we're doing that, I've been following the bikes. 7X is still leading. They are right in the Colonet area, so they've run up the coast and just gone by like Shipwrecks and Cuatros Casas. I was talking to the Hero Racing 1X team, and so they were kind of filling me in on how their day has been going. They said everything's been going really well. They're just a little ways off of the 7X. Arturo Salas started the race, then he gave it to Shane Logan. in San Matias. So right here where we're seeing this pit, I think that actually looked like Arturo Salas on the bike there. Arturo was going to take it from San Matias to Shipwrecks, which is literally right where I'm showing them on the tracker right now. And then Kieran Niren is getting on and riding from Shipwrecks. He did say that Arturo was able to make up a little bit of time on the 7X team, but I still think they're 6-7 miles off of the lead bike. I ran into those guys while we were pre-running at Mike's Sky Ranch and was able to talk with Arturo Salas and Kieran Niren. They were doing some filming, so some of you may have seen some of their social media posts. That's some pretty cool stuff. And then something that I wasn't even really aware of is I used to race against Arturo Salas's dad back on quads in the late 90s, early 2000s, and his dad was a quad champion. So there's a little bit of a pedigree in that family's blood, and he comes from a racing background, so it's pretty cool to see a second generation rider out there.
So a lot of athletic skills.
So we still got the trucks going right now, and we were showing you guys at Rancho Nelson, our lead trophy trucks are staging, and really those guys should be taking off here anytime.
Lawrence, PCI, Rancho Drivetrain, and ID Designs number 260, out of Ciudad de Mexico, Santiago Creel.
Up next, coming all the way from Las Mochis, Sinaloa, truck number 265, Abel McDeal Soto Leva. Another 19 Industries truck. They're all over the place, right? Rodrigo Zendejas Valverde and Jose de Jesus Lopez sharing the duties in that cab. MagCon Products and Producto Zendela and Frijoles Racing Team, the sponsors.
The second Mango driver out of Denver, Colorado, driving for King, Maxima, Impact, Baja Designs, and BF Goodrich Tires, teaming up with Matt Robinson and Mike McNaughton. Number 232, Chelsea Magnus.
Up next here we have truck number 259 from Clovis, California. That's Matt Winslow in a Mason. Mean-looking machine right there. Trevor Fleck, Todd Winslow, and Tristan Powell. So Matt and Todd Winslow sharing the duties on this truck today. The Almond Man, their main sponsor.
Out of West Bannerful, Utah, driving for Brenthel Industries, teaming up with Scott Shaw, Brad Rosler, Zach Allred, Sterling Hill, Brian Robinson, and Dave Thomas. This is number 287, Courtney Reynolds.
Right there, you're looking at truck number 252, that Brenthal truck sitting right there in front of you. That's Eric Davis. He's the driver of record of that truck. Helping him out today will be Michael Bellitz, Wiles Wyatt, and Bo Davis. Brenthal Industries sponsored truck, nice and clean.
Out of Quebec, Canada, in a Brenthal. Driving for Blensville Mitsubishi, Grupa Motoplex, BAA Advocate, New Wind Solution Global, and Rigid Industries. Number 223, Maxine Losier.
His brother Simon is sharing the duties with them there. These guys are great all the way from Quebec. Up next, we have number 217. It's another Brenthal there, hailing out of Highland, Utah. That's Paul Dixon. Elliot Knox, Tyler Williams, Taylor Turnbull, Mike Cook, and Joe Sims sharing the duties in there. Again, another good-looking Brenthal truck.
Out of San Diego, California, driving the ES Motorsports machine, driving for No Name Racing, Horny Brothers Racing, La Palma Bumpers, and more. Number 221, Nicholas Ibarra.
His brother Adrian's in there with him as well. Another family affair down here. Up next, out of Irvine, California, we have truck number 243, Judson Ertzik in there. Eric Edwards teaming up with him. Brenthal, Trencor Bricks, and Mental among their sponsors in that beautiful Brenthal truck. Nice little red design on the hood.
Driving the Chevy SCORE trophy truck out of El Cajon, California, driving for BTS Equipment, Rock Ridge Crushing, Milwaukee Tools, SDG, Tisco, Vision Wheels, and Baja Designs, number 242, Bryce Swaim, teaming up with Jose Torres and Gabriel Carrillo.
Now we're going into our Pro UTV Open class, and you can see this car has the red tag. The reason that is, he's defending class champion. Car number 1896, that's Brock Hager. And all he does, Rhett, all he does is win. SCI Motorsports, Polaris, Progressive, Rockford Fosgate, among his many sponsors, BF Goodrich, Method Race Wheels as well. He's been on such a roll this last year or so. Brock Hager out of El Centro, California.
Out of Prescott Valley, Arizona, driving for Polaris Razor, Tenzer Tire, Lone Star Racing, Shock Therapy, Rigid Industries, Method Wheels, Rockford Fosgate in that factory back, Polaris Razor, number 1886, Brandon Sims. This factory team has been pretty dominant down here. This is how they finished the 250. And they're all right in a row right here as we go to our next factory driver.
And that would be out of Barstow, California, Max Eddy Jr. Sharing the duties with Connor Eddy and Casey Sims. SCI Motorsports, Polaris, Progressive, Rockford Fosgate, Synchrony, Loop Tech, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels among his sponsors here. Max Eddy Jr., that's car number 1841.
In another Polaris from Alpine, California, driving for Polaris, Yokohama, Optima, Vision Wheels, Maxima, Rugged Radios, and they have too long of a list. Lots of great sponsors. Number 8.
Well, everybody, if you're joining us, the Baja 500 has already given us an incredible surprise. You're seeing Chris Polvardi's truck off to the side here, snap the wheel right off in this turn as these other trucks are coming through. I mean, it's such a sad, disappointing experience coming off of an incredible qualification. And there it is, the truck. And John, you were just saying too, it's a live course right now. They can't even get safety trucks in there to remove the truck out of there. You've got people there, co-pilots there, trying to warn everybody as they come around that turn. Look out, there's a truck here already. I mean, there's a million things to dissect here, but I'll go to you, John, with your thoughts. Heidi, we'll send it up to Wes after that.
Sure. Well, you know, Wes is probably wiping away his tears right now because Chris was his
You
pick.
said it, not me.
But anyway, if you look closely on the image on the screen, you'll probably see the wheel is off on the right side of the course, and the drivers are protecting it. But yeah, they're in a place right past Nelson Ranch. So, you know, I'm sure Chris was super pumped and excited leading the race, but I'm kind of wondering if some damage might have been done during qualifying. And you can't take apart everything in those 2 days between qualifying and the race. So you kind of look at some of that stuff. and maybe there was something that was weakened, and boom, you hit some big bump, and finally it pulls away. But yeah, they don't have a right wheel right now, right hub, all that stuff snapped off, and they're going to have a hard time getting anybody out there to help them and see if they want to put it back together.
Heidi, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking he hit sort of like a rut or a really deep ditch, probably that was exacerbated because of the rain, but he just ripped the wheel right off the front. And unfortunately, because you can't get chase crew in, and because that's a really tough fix, it's probably not something that's worth even trying to fix at this point.
Oof.
I mean, he didn't race the San Felipe 250.
1 second, Heidi. We got some replay actually of this happening live. Let's take a look. So here you see from Chris's POV leaving Rancho Nelson. Just, we'll try to get you guys some other angles, but right here, Christopher is just absolutely pumped. It's kind of let's just watch how this plays out. It's obviously pixelated a bit. He's going full throttle. Wes, feel free to jump in here as we go through this.
All right, so can you guys hear me now?
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been talking with Christopher's team, and so I just got word. Basically, he caught a ditch on the inside, on the right-hand side there, through a corner, and ripped the right front corner off of the car. It tore the portal off, and they are calling it a day. Jeez. So he's out of this race in less than a mile. We just saw some play-by-play there of what happened. So, big disappointment for Pulvarde. I think, he's going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board here and probably tone it down a little bit off the start of these races.
Yeah. Well, given the situation, Wes, do you have a new pick? Have you amended your choice?
Yeah. So, yeah, Chris, you didn't help me out.
Baja always wins, man.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say Luke with Clean Air now has got to be looking good. And Luke has the experience down here. He's won a ton of races. He, comes from a championship winning family, knows how to win races down here. I think Luke's going to be tough now. He's got Clean Air, and it's going to be up to other people to run him down and pass them, and I think that's going to be a very tall order.
Got you. Thanks, Wes. Yeah, we will see how this plays out. Really exciting. I mean, obviously incredibly unfortunate for Chris Pulvarde. I really wanted to see what he was going to do. I know he wanted it too, to literally just be almost seconds out of Rancho Nelson, and to end this entire race like this is just devastating.
I think Christopher has just got to be sick to his stomach.
Oh yeah.
Because now this is 2 races in a row. He's qualified first, and maybe he's made it a combined 12 miles or something.
Oh my gosh.
From what I understand, the 1,000 was not a driver error.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this kind of looks like it may be a driver error. And he's young. He's still new in the trophy trucks, and sometimes those butterflies are kind of going, and that nervous energy can lead you to make a mistake. So.
Do you think it is just really his essential overall enthusiasm and adrenaline? We have the ceremonial start, then they've got it, so you peak a little bit, then you get to Rancho Nelson, then you got to wait, then it's go. He's been waiting this whole time to get back into the Baja circuit here, and then it blows out. Is it just, here's a great in-car for this whole situation. Let's take a look.
I think it's a little bit of adrenaline, but I also think it's a little bit of preparation.
Here you go, right here. Pop.
Oof. That was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, part of the pre-running experience is to prepare yourself for those types of situations. And so, I don't know if he marked his GPS, if he was aware that that ditch was there or not. But that's one thing you focus on during pre-running so that you avoid these types of situations.
John mentioned that it's possible he could have damaged it during qualifying, but given what we're seeing, is this just more of a driver error, just pushing the truck just too much? Hard to tell, right?
Yeah, I think hard to tell, but I'll bring it back to my experience, which is usually, when you first hit the dirt and you're just, again, up and coming off the highway at high speed, But those first few corners, it feels like you're on ice and you're just sliding around and maybe missing your line. You're missing your line by a whole bunch. You're sliding further into things, and it takes a little while to regulate yourself to find out how the course is going to be and your speed, and you're trying to control your emotions.
Yeah.
So it definitely is a challenge. And I think after that first couple miles, you start to settle in. But unfortunately, he didn't make those couple miles to get to that point of, okay, I'm just right.
That's rough. That's rough. Well, as we start to engage into the actual competition itself, we want to let you guys know that we're going to be having a new start camp. So as we go deeper into the program, we start following the racers through the desert. If you want to watch the entire kind of start, you can go to SCORE YouTube channel and find the start cam, and that'll also play out towards the end of our program too. We'll have the finish cam there, so you won't ever kind of miss a beat. But that will be specifically for the SCORE YouTube channel. It won't be on X, it won't be on Facebook, just so you guys know. Anyways, back to the race here. We'll see who else is coming through.
Ooh.
It looks
Getting
like
up
it's a little...
on 2 or 3 wheels.
Yeah. That's a legend. Was that a Legends class coming through there for a moment?
That might have been Larry Rossler.
Still really
David
dusty though.
Payne.
You know, as Wes was saying earlier, you know, there's still going to be that dust there. We had the rain, that was great, but it's getting kicked up now.
Well, and this was the start, so they pre-ran it on Friday.
Exactly.
So there's a whole bunch of trucks, cars, bikes that got it all dusty. I think
Mhm.
looking at the stuff around like Mike's Sky Ranch that I've seen some pictures this morning from some of the bikes, it looked pretty good. Like
Yeah.
there was some dust, but dramatically less than a June Baja 500
Yeah,
can be. So
it's to be expected.
I think they're going to have more opportunities to maybe nerf and things like that they haven't had in other years.
Got you.
So we should be in for some pretty good truck racing where they can actually go pretty close to the truck or car in front of them.
Great.
And have some racing and maybe have to bump the guy out of the way or so they pull over for them.
In car with Mr. Steele. One of the wonderful things that we've been commenting too is just the incredible stabilization of these cameras right now. Nice clear, but trust me, they're ping-ponging all over the place inside that cab.
You notice him pulling his seat belts down. It's kind of a nervous habit I think most racers have. You're always tightening and readjusting your seat belts. Plus, they do get a little bit loose, and it's so important to have them tight.
For sure.
I thought it was your body just getting shorter and shorter the longer the race goes. You're just like getting
compressed. Yeah, well, no doubt. I know a while back Cameron had a lower back issue, correct? And then has he kind of got on the other side of that?
Yeah, he actually, once he got back from the race, I was worried that he would feel it again after the race, and he never did, knock on wood.
Yeah.
He's been great since, so.
Very good.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
Ooh, look.
I mean, that's so close right there.
Oh, and he went a different
That's the
way.
either or. That's
the
a little shortcut.
Yeah.
There's not really an official either or, but it does look like some of the hot dogs were shooting across there and saving themselves about 10 or 15, maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah. Yep. Well, somehow, some way, we'll try to get that truck cleared. It's pretty rough, though, when you're missing a wheel. Not easy. Not an easy task in the middle of the race, starting the race. Here we see Justin Lofton. Driver left profile.
Yeah, he seems to me like
He's
just been getting better and better over the years.
Yep.
He just keeps stepping it up another notch, and it's really fun to see.
Going back to something we were talking about during the ceremonial start, you see these trucks going off the line, and they're spick and span, and they're really beautiful. They're gorgeous vehicles. They look quite different at the end of the race. But something that we are also seeing too is that some of these teams now placing their names across the grill. Fun way to identify. But cool wraps coming through there. Great sponsorship, all these kinds of things. That's a great moment. You have it in tech and contingency, obviously, but it's always cool to see at the start of the race really what works of art these machines are.
Yeah, it was fun to see the McMillan across the front, and it's kind of got that like metallic-y blue, which really pops, and then the metallic, blue fenders. It's really, these trucks are gorgeous.
Something else we were kind of talking about too is from those perspectives, from the rear perspective, we can see how these tire stacks are. Some have side by side. Robbie Gordon's too flat. Some are stacked. Some are individually left and right, vertically being kind of inserted in there. Now, is that some sort of a strategy for weight distribution, suspension, how the truck handles, or is it more of the construction of that rear area? What do you guys think?
You know, that's a really good question. I would imagine it's the construction. We've never talked about it in our race team, but I do agree with you. You do want the equal weight distribution, but you have that whether you have 2 tires side by side or you have one in the middle stacked up. So I think it...
Either way, though, you'd want some form of symmetry.
Yes,
you wouldn't want,
absolutely.
Wouldn't want to push to one side or the other.
Yeah, it is neat that SCORE, there is some flexibility in the construction of these trucks.
Yeah.
So unlike IndyCar or something, or NASCAR where there's a regulated body or a regulated chassis, these guys actually have some liberty to do things a lot different.
Modify it a bit.
Like the 2 tires that stand vertically, a lot of the trucks you'll see they have the jack sitting right next to it. So it does create more room in the bed for them to now put in other tools. So that usually that's the co-driver that's jumping out to do the repair and to swap the wheels. But you know, putting those tires there. Sometimes though, if you get the flat, well, if you do, you know, like the top teams will just throw the other thing away. They leave it beside the course and they just drive with one. But a team that's a little more poor might put the other tire back on. So now if they get a second flat, they got to take this one off to get to the second one.
Understood.
So lots of interesting options for those teams.
Yeah, and you know, I think that Gustavo Vildosola and Ricky, they had a little bit of an advantage because they did take 1 tire off during qualifying, which makes the truck a little bit lighter. But because they have it in the center, it doesn't throw off the weight distribution at all. So that might be an advantage.
Yeah, but again, going back to that, if you do have 2 vertically and you got to pull 1 off, you know, that might be a little challenging at times as you
slide around the corners and such.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
As the race progresses, the ruts get deeper, fuel disperses. You never know.
So we just saw Alan and Pudia just getting to what is called the Blue Gate as you're heading towards Ojos, and then he got onto that road, and then you heard him push a button because he was in a speed zone. So they have a 37-mile-an-hour speed zone from there into town. Here's Alan.
Here we go. Back to
with
Alan.
the speed zone kind of coming into the village of Ojos Negros, and I'm sure you'll see lots of kids and families coming up here. There's some posts, and looks like he's on a steady drive, so getting ready for some action.
What do you think those first, Luke, Toby, Allen, as they're making that turn and they see Chris over his trucks off, what goes through their mind at that point? Are they just like, let's go?
Well, I think if they're buddies with Chris, they're like, oh, bummer.
For sure.
If they're the competitor, like, well, one's off the road already. Now we don't have to worry about his dusty air.
I think once you're on the track, all bets are off. When we're off the track, we can be friends. But right now, may the best man or woman win.
Yeah.
So
I think the other thing you think is I don't want to do that. Shoot, he's already broke a wheel off. I better tone it down and let's just keep this thing going.
Okay, so they may be a little bit more conservative as opposed to kind of leaning into this opportunity.
Absolutely. You've seen someone that's already just totaled their truck in 1 mile. You don't want to be the next guy.
Right. Well, somebody that leans into opportunity, you're seeing on your right-hand screen, Robbie Gordon right there. Hopefully Max will be behind that wheel at some point joining him, but a veteran. Phenomenal driver.
Yeah, and what was supposed to be Max's first race, trophy trucks at the San Felipe 250, didn't work out. So hopefully today Max will get his chance to race trophy trucks.
Yeah, that'll be really cool. You can see now the sun coming out in different sections of this course, overcast. Sometimes there's only so much that we can bring you. Going back to this perspective here, Romo Jr. here. A bit overcast, but we'll have sunny skies in a bit. This is always a really fun, exciting area. We see a fantastic turnout.
Yeah, lots of off-camber turns, and a lot of spectators through there.
Yep.
And the further away you get from, the roads that lead in there, then the less spectators, which makes it a little less nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and they all get to see the race twice as the course comes in the same direction. Yeah.
Yep.
So we just passed the corner where there was the infamous tent that got ran over. So that's of note.
Here we go. Rob Mack.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rob's in a really good position this race.
Agreed.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see what he does because, you know, coming back with the gym coat at the start of the year, he had a great San Felipe 250. He had to make his way forward, you know, but yeah, this is a chance for him to shine again.
You can see here he's entering his speed zone.
So you see the device on the right side, it has the big 37. So the SCORE calls that a Stella, and that's a satellite device that the motorcycles run, the ATVs run, the trucks run, and so that controls and tracks your progress and your speed. So it's come up in red to warn them that they're in a speed zone, and then just at the end of the speed zone, then it'll blink, and then it'll go back to being off.
And some of these trucks have the ability to sort of lock it in at 37 like you would a cruise control, as opposed to having to manually just hold your foot there and get it just right.
Yeah, it appeared Rob Mack had a button on the left that he was able to push a button. So us motorcyclists usually just have to look down at a speedo and kind of do the throttle just right. And most of us haven't invested in any kind of electronic device yet.
Not yet. In car with Ethan Ebert. Let's see if he can have a Baja 500 victory.
That's the Honda.
Yep. Roger Norman. This time with a little more horsepower in this competition.
Yeah. Roger won, I believe it was the Baja 1000 in 2008. So his skills are up there. But going from, I think, UTV to trophy truck, this is going to be fun for him. It's going to be completely different, though.
I just hope that he can bring it home to the finish, because he's had a super cool UTV, a single seater, all sorts of trick stuff, but it never seems to make it to the finish. So I'm hopeful that he'll be able to get a full day of action.
And will Roger be going? Was he soloing this? I would
guess he's got a co-pilot in there.
He's got someone else with him.
You got to have someone to change the tires. I mean, does Roger want to get out and change the spare tire?
My point was, will he just be driving the entire time?
I don't know.
Yeah.
My guess is he's going to drive the entire time. That's my guess.
As he does usually.
Pretty cool to see all of the drones people have chasing the trucks around for footage.
Oh yeah.
Fun to have different, not only perspectives, but different areas of this course. Different POVs, so to speak. Other cars, I should say other trucks coming through that area where Christopher Pulvardi, unfortunately, ripped that tire, his right tire, off his front end and is out of the Baja 500. Joining us now. At some point, they'll try to get a safety crew in there and get that truck out of that. That is still prone to a very dangerous area.
Looks like they've got a truck over there, but now there's again, it's a hot course, so there's people coming every minute, roughly, and then they'll start going at 30-second intervals here pretty soon. So,
you can hear Roger really just putting the pedal down, making his way through. Tim Herbst. Let's see what he can do for the Baja 500.
And then Heidi, the T next to the number, the 19T, so that's the
two-wheel drive.
Two-wheel drive class.
Yep, trophy truck. So.
And technically, Tim started right behind Cameron, so he started fourth in class. I think that he is sharing the driving duties with Pat Dean, or at least that's my understanding. Pat raced with us years ago, and he has great skills for this class, so they'll probably be an awesome duo.
All right, let's go to the action desk with Wes. Wes, what do you have for us?
All right, so we've got some great action shots there. I think so far the big story here is what happened with Christopher Pulvardi. I've been talking with his team. Hopefully we can kind of get some words from him a little bit later. Obviously, I think he's pretty upset with what just transpired. But I do have Paul Wheel, who is Toby Price's teammate, on a Zoom call right now. So let's talk to Paul Wheel and see what he has to say, and maybe how this changes their strategy. So hey, Paul, what's going on, man? You've been watching what just happened?
Yeah, mate, I'm just watching you guys on the big screen at the house still, sitting on the couch. So I've got a little while to get down to where I'm hopping in. So this is usually what happens at the for the 500 and the 400, where we're out of Ensenada. I sit at the house by myself until I need to get down to where I hop in. But unfortunate for Christopher. Obviously it looked like I pre-ran that section yesterday. There's a big rain rut on the inside, so it looks like he's obviously come in too hot and got that, and it's ripped the front right off the truck for him. Unfortunate for him, but then it's one less guy that we're racing against. So our concentration now is obviously on Luke, Tavo, and Alan right behind us. They're the guys that we're racing.
Yeah, what do you think happened there when he ripped that off? Sometimes to me, like if you're trying to push, you'll square a corner off a little early and you'll hold it tight to the apex, and you think maybe you just dropped a wheel in that and ripped a corner off?
Yeah, just at the shot that was just on the screen there, just before you can see like a massive rain rut right on the inside there. So obviously he's come over that, and it's probably come over and compressioned into that under brakes, and and just ripped it straight off, unfortunately for him. The other thing is, like we saw at the 1,000, he qualified really well. Smashed everyone in qualifying like he did the other day. And who knows about the wear and tear of what actually is going on with has happened with the truck, and that's the biggest thing is what you guys mentioned earlier in the telecast is especially with the four-wheel drive stuff, there's so much stuff there that the moving parts and what you can actually need to change and stuff like that. Who knows if you may have done some damage, in qualifying to the truck, and they didn't change all those parts. So it's it's heartbreaking to be in that position for him, but then it's a benefit for all the rest of us, because we take one strong competitor out of the race.
So you're obviously teamed up with Toby. We're showing some in car with him out the back, with Toby now sitting physical second on course, or actually third. He's behind Luke and Tavo. Did you guys discuss a strategy? Like, how hard is he going to push? Is he going to try to make passes, or is he just going to be patient and try to get it to the coast? Or like, what was your guys' mindset going into this?
Well, obviously, with Luke running BF Goodrich tires, we know how, and ourselves, we know how good the BF Goodrich tires are. And with Christopher, Tavo, and Alan on Toyos, we know that especially in the rocky sections, and that they're more prone to be able to they sort of aren't as strong as what the BF Goodrich tires are on the sidewalls. So our biggest plan, and even speaking to with Jason Duncan, who navigates with Luke, was to push the Toyo guys as hard as we can, from the start, to hopefully push them into making a mistake and getting a flat. And as everyone has said, this track is very tight. There's a lot of VCPs. There's not many passing areas through the whole track. So that was sort of the plan, was to try to push up on the back of these guys and put pressure on them, to obviously try to make a mistake. And that's everyone's plan. Everyone's trying to do that, really. But that was what our plan is, and that's still our plan. I believe Toby went down south yesterday, a lot further where we've had more rain. So I'm not quite sure if the guys in front of us had been down there. It was pretty slippery, and it's it'll be interesting down that part where it's really wet. And then the main plan is to give the truck to me and a driver change, which is going to be on the coast, and definitely get in there and let it rip, and hopefully be able to win this thing back to back.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you. Don't stress out too hard there on the couch. And,
yeah.
It looks like I think you've got
they're beautiful.
Yeah, I think you've got the truck in good hands with Toby there. I think he's got a very good shot of having a very strong run here. So it'll be interesting to watch you guys. Good luck in the race, and we will see you at the finish line.
Yeah, hopefully. And we're a bit disappointed with your pick too, Wes. Like, really,
Yeah.
We're a bit disappointed with your pick, But we'll let you go on that one. We'll forgive you.
Well, apparently it didn't work out that well for me. So I did say that anyway, I felt like you guys had a good shot at it. So, but I like it.
It's disappointing for Christopher and their whole team. It's at the end of the day, we want to be racing against all those guys. Christopher's quick. He's quick. There's no doubt about that. And you look at the first 5-6 cars. It's going to be a hell of a race, and it's disappointing to have one of those cars out so soon, but I'm sure that will be a great race anyway for everyone, and everyone watching the telecast and the live streams, and also the in-cars coming that everyone's showing. It should be a great race and exciting for everyone.
Yeah, I'm sure that you felt bad for Christopher for about half a second, and then you're like, oh yeah, there's one less truck that we have to pass to get the win.
Yeah, well, it was more than a second, but it is one less truck, and unfortunately, that's the thing. It's one less truck, and you feel bad for the guy. It just shows how easy something like that can happen, and it can happen to any of us. So the thing is, for us, is there's disappointment there for him as a competitor, but at the end of it, if the same thing can happen to us. So we just hope that we have a good, clean, safe run, and get through these two guys in front of us, and get it to the end, and hopefully it's there first.
All right, man. Well, keep the rubber side down. Good luck to you in the race, and we look forward to seeing you guys at the finish.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wes and Paul. Paul, I made a good choice, right?
I think he
I'm
likes
all about
it.
46, right? But yeah, I mean, it really does. And look, Paul and Toby they've been prone in the past to their own mechanical challenges, right? So it can happen to anybody. You just never know. But hopefully they will make it to the finish line, as well as everybody else. They'll make it safely. And we're going to have a continued fantastic Baja 500 competition. So, but really cool. I love that we're able to have these moments live happening, that Wes can go to Paul like that. One thing, though, that I would ask is, do you want to be, if you are going to be having two drivers, do you want to be the first one, or do you want to have to bring it home at the end? Do you get a little uncomfortable sitting? Well, Paul looked quite comfortable where he was. But
I was wondering if he's going to take a nap.
Well, I just you're going to be up soon, and how do you get yourself amped? And where would you want to be, Heidi, John, even Wes? Where do you guys want to be?
I loved doing the start.
You want to start it?
Yeah.
Yep.
That was. I was more comfortable with the start.
Yeah, the rule for us was, and especially the car drivers, if you want to drive, you better drive early. Because the other guy might wad your bike up, you might break or something like that. So especially if you paid a lot of money to go down and do this thing, then you better assure yourself by starting. Also, if you have an older, more conservative driver and a younger, more aggressive driver, then maybe having the older guy go first that has a little more seasoned belt and might get it there. Getting it to the finish is kind of the idea. So that's some of the rules we tried to roll with.
Is that perhaps one of the reasons why they've positioned for Wilk to put Rat at the end to bring it home for the finish, maybe a little. I mean, Rats, you know, he had an unfortunate situation before, but I think that he most certainly learned from that, and he's poised and ready to go. So you never know.
The teams usually remember those things. So we've had some riders on the team that used to like slide it off the road and put it into a barbed wire fence or whatever, and those guys don't go first anymore.
Got it. Understood.
You know what I kind of liked about listening to Paul is I think that he would have rather gone head-to-head against Christopher and then beat them outright rather than have him break. I mean, they're so competitive. I think, in one thought you're thinking, okay, well, that makes things a little easier, but I think they would go head-to-head with Christopher, and that would be part of the fun.
There is plenty of competition out there, no doubt. So we'll see how things get. I'm really curious to see how things play out once they get on the back end of this course. We'll see how things happen, if any overtakes could happen, any passes. Here we're seeing Roger Norman making his way through.
I was very impressed with some of the strategy. So he kind of revealed some of the thoughts on the inside of the team with the Toyo Tire teams versus the BFG teams, and how they're analyzing. One of them has a stronger carcass that might be better for rocks and less averse to getting flat tires. So they're going to try to push there. So he kind of let us in on what Toby and him are thinking about. So that's kind of cool. Like they're thinking about what are their advantages, and that's always I'm sure on the teams, the drivers, the trucks, what they can do and what they can't do.
Well, we've been talking about experience versus the new generation coming in. And one of the new generations that we're seeing right now is driver Eva Starr. And we've got some fun footage of her, and also some upcoming fun stories that I'd love to tell you guys about in just a minute. But we'll go down to her start and take a look at that.
Malaban Racing in Shreddy Life, among other sponsors, BF Goodrich Tires, becoming the most popular driver in all of SCORE. That is Miss Eva Starr out of El Cajon, California, car number 1919. Ava just graduated high school 2 days ago. Congratulations on that, Ava. She missed her grad night to come down here to get ready for this race. Good luck, Ava.
Driving for Polaris Razor, Bolt Racing.
So here's actual footage. This is so wild. So there's Ava Starr right there. She has just graduated. This happened Thursday, and she's getting her salutations and such, and she just keeps walking because she is on her way to come down and compete at the Baja 500. And as they just said, she missed the party. She missed the grad celebration. They go to Disneyland, they party and all that stuff. And she's like, nope. So there's been just such, there's some really fun momentum behind her. And here's some in-car with her too. And what I also am really excited about too is she's going to solo this. She's going to be doing this whole thing by herself. And if that isn't a testament to her, she's already proven it. But I mean, what's to come of this driver is wow. It could be limitless.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's so impressive. 460 miles. Oof. And in the UTV class, I think the trophy trucks are going to go a lot faster. We're planning for them to finish, about 6:30 p.m. tonight. But in the UTV, they're starting later. It's going to take a bit longer. She will probably come in right after dark. And so for her to go that entire stretch is so impressive.
Yeah.
She's going to be one tired puppy.
Yeah.
The last 48 hours have been full of adrenaline, so you got to conserve your energy to compete the Baja 500.
Now, Heidi, it's got to make you probably excited. I'm excited to see her racing and all the women that are racing. So you were one of the early pioneers of women, in this sport. What do you think about that, seeing more women out there racing in all different classes?
I mean, I absolutely love it. When I started racing, I know, years before me was Judy McDonald, but then Becky Wick was racing, and then I started racing, but there really wasn't very many of us. And so to see more women out there and look, she just is probably about 18 years old. She has so much time ahead of her to to do this. I mean, she might even go from UTV to one day going to trophy trucks. I mean, really, she has, the sky's the limit for her. So it's exciting, gives me goosebumps. Can't wait to watch her race career.
Love that. Well, sending good energy her way. Right now, we'll go up to the action desk with Wes. What you got, Wes?
All right, I've been following our lead trophy trucks so far. It's kind of playing out how we anticipated. Haven't seen any passes there so far. They are really tightly bunched up. I think probably everyone is just right in the edge of the car in front of them of their dust. You can see them right here. We are kind of getting into the Biznaga Summit area. So earlier last week, I went out and I pre-ran that and I did a little piece there. So let's have a look at what they're about to go through Biznaga Summit. I'm standing here in Biznaga Summit, and this is almost to race mile 60, probably about 58 or so, right where I'm standing. There's a pretty good incline coming into here. There is a little potential for bottlenecks. I think our lead trucks as well as buggies and UTVs aren't going to have any problem here. Maybe some of the slower classes, but I anticipate a pretty fast pace getting here. You know, from Rancho Nelson to this point, it's fairly tight and technical, really not a lot of lines, and it's going to be relatively dusty. So I don't anticipate a lot of passing. I think it's going to be pretty single file and just kind of maintaining track position, not making any mistakes. If you did get a flat or something this early in the race, it's really going to hurt you for track position. So I think the key is just being calm, cool, collected, getting through here clean, getting some miles under your belt before you really start pushing. So one of the things I talked about there that we discussed earlier in the show is dust. And we could already see that even though everyone was talking about how muddy the course was and the rain and how that was going to affect the race, through everything we've seen so far, it looks pretty dusty. So, you know, the course down here dries out very fast, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for these guys to make any moves. You know, it's easy to close up onto someone, but to then push through their dust and get close enough to make the pass, it's where you just got to take too many chances. So I don't see there being a lot of passing from now really till they get to the coast with any of our lead trucks. That was a great shot of someone just airing out a jump there. But you know, so this through Biznaga Summit, it's pretty narrow. It's rocky. You're going through some uphills and downhills, and it's going to be fun to kind of watch them go through there and you know, see how this kind of plays out. I think, you know, we've got so many good drivers right up front there with Luke, Tavo, Toby, Allen, Lofton, Robbie Gordon, Rob Mack, Harley Lettner. That's a murderer's row. So it's going to be a really tight race with these guys. I don't see anyone really kind of walking away. You know, we'll see if anyone has a flat, like Paul was kind of talking about. There are different manufacturer tires on the different trucks, and it'll be interesting to see if that is a factor in this race at all. Brandon, what do you guys have to say?
Well, Wes, you're speaking about how there's clearly dust now, but there was a time when there was not dust. And here is some clips of what really went down. You can see Fishgistics from his Instagram, or tagging him, I should say. But this was the reality not too long ago. I mean, San Quintin really got railed. I mean, that just got destroyed. But look at the insides of these vehicles, just muddy, muddy.
Yeah, earlier in the week, I mean, they got dumped on down there, and there is an area in San Quintin. Once you kind of turn and start heading up north, you're in these like salt flats. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of low-lying area like that. That
thumbs down.
You know, I think got really soft and really muddy, and definitely people weren't having a good time out there pre-run. I think that's Allen right there. I know Empudia, pretty sure that's him.
Yikes!
Slid off into a ditch and got stuck. But think a lot of the car washes probably did a lot of business in Baja this past week.
Well, sometimes at those car washes, you know, you get the card punch. So you get back, get a couple, 2, 3 in there. Or sometimes if you know, 24 hours go by, you get a free one. The weather game. Anyways, thanks, Wes. Great stuff. Really
Probably some begging to the farmers as well to pull out their tractor to, can you please help me take my $500,000 trophy truck out of this mud hole?
Boy. So here we see race mile 18. Great shot of the spectators again. You get to see the dust is there. Not too windy. It's not moving out of the way too much, but we got a race.
Yeah, and that's the Nelson Ranch area. So for fans at home, if you ever want to go down and watch the race, Baja 1000, Baja 400, they're kind of using this Nelson Ranch. You can park there, pretty safe place, get to see the start, get to see the finish, and very cool. They got some jumps there we saw, so exciting to be a part of it.
Yeah, we keep seeing this particular area right after you leave Rancho Nelson. Wes, question for you. We've talked a lot about this is a live track. So in your opinion, when could they possibly get Christopher's truck out of there? When is it going to be an opportunity for them?
Realistically, they'll probably wait till all of the vehicles start.
Really?
Because, I mean, you're not going to want to deal with a chase truck going out there and doing a retrieval or a recovery while the course is live.
Yeah.
So that truck's probably going to sit there for another hour or two.
Gotcha.
You know, until it's clear to go out there. I mean, they called it a race, so there's probably not a huge rush. They might want to pack up and go home and start working on that thing.
Yeah.
But just from a safety standpoint, you got to wait till the course is clear.
And most certainly, the word has gotten out for all of the teams. These drivers know, expect when you come around this.
Well, you hope. You never know.
Well, you hope.
I would never assume that people are watching this, that there's many a time that people don't.
Communication doesn't get there, and they just don't know. So.
Yep.
Well, the funny thing is I think a lot of these teams, as they're sitting on the starting line, are probably actually watching us right now. So I think a lot of teams probably saw live play-by-play of what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you hope so. You hope it gets relayed. There's been, like I say, hopefully you're texting. Hopefully someone's there to give you that information.
I'll tell you what, you pull back 5, 6, 7 years ago, you didn't have that kind of communication, but we got it now in 2025, which is a real gift.
Yep.
I was talking to McMillan's team, and they had a visual at race mile 31, which I believe is Ojos Crossing. And so he was saying through there, Luke was first, Tavo was 25 seconds behind, which would have put Tavo ahead by 5 seconds adjusted.
Yep.
And then Dan is 13th with actually Cameron behind him about 2 minutes back. But those two are in separate classes, but still kind of competing for the overall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was kind of wondering if Wes is going to jump on my Luke McMillan pick, maybe I was going to have to shift over to Tavo because no one has shown him any love with that. Yeah. So, he's relatives with one of my former team riders, so I have to do that.
Sorry,
realistically, I think out of Luke, Tavo, Toby, Allen, any of those have a shot at winning this. It's going to be who has a clean race.
Yeah.
I think the advantage does go to who has clean air, because whoever's behind those trucks, really, it's going to take a mistake to make a move.
Yeah.
And that could be a slow pit. They're so close together. We're talking less than 30 seconds apart.
Right.
Literally, a guy bobbles, say when they do a tire change or do a fuel, if something happens, it takes a little longer to put a tire on or take one off, that could cost you track position, which in turn could cost you the win.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we see to your right, race mile 53, helicopters are in the air. We believe that could be our first truck. That could be McMillan. We'll try to get a little closer if we can and give you an idea. But yeah, all great points. You never know. I mean, we keep saying this is a tight technical track, and you just never know. It's always so challenging. I mean, we talk about our picks and the people that we love to see, and we know that they're all so crazy talented. But man, you get a right hook from Mother Nature. You just don't know. There's only so much planning you can do, and at the end of the day, you just got to surrender and run your race and do the absolute best you can, and then let go and just see where you land.
Well, I don't think they want to let go of that steering wheel, though.
Not the,
they've got a lot to hold on
your
to.
expectation, and just do the best you can, no matter what.
And Tavo's got something to pay back for Alan, because a couple years ago on the road right before Mike's Sky Ranch, which they'll be there in about an hour and a half, he dove under him at the end of a speed zone and kind of nerfed him out of the way.
I remember that.
And then Tavo got so frustrated with that pass and kind of like left it on the throttle on too long, and ended up crashing his truck not long after that. But so maybe he'll return to favor today. I don't know as far as positions or maybe able to beat Alan. We'll find out.
It seems like that is one small tactic of this race is putting pressure on the truck in front of you to see how they'll adapt to that pressure. And, you know, they'll either rise to the occasion or not, or, you know, we'll just see how it plays out. But
well, I also think Tavo really wants to beat Alan because he was so close at the Baja 1000, and so.
Well, yeah, just the 1 point differential that he experienced. He's got something to prove in 2025, and he wants that back. So. Yeah,
he's got to be determined in his mind.
I think that's just kind of his default setting.
Yeah,
it's just going to be all in the red all the time, 100%.
Yeah, right now you were talking about that little history between Alan and Tavo, and the way it's shaping up right now, it could happen again. Because Tavo is actually physically ahead of Alan, and we are heading into that same region, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I doubt that Tavo would leave that door open again, but I'm sure we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But
and SCORE kind of tightened up the rules on that as well, because they were concerned about, usually there's fans at some of these major corners and intersections, so they tightened up the rules to kind of say you could not physically pass unless they were having a problem or they pulled over to pit. So they tried to make some rule changes to prohibit that from happening and enhance the safety.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I know when it happened, we were kind of shocked that it was allowed to happen.
Yeah.
But.
All right, so race mile 53. We believe this is Luke McMillan. Yep. Okay.
So this is coming into Biznaga Summit. Biznaga is at 60. And this would be 7 miles before Biznaga Summit.
Okay.
Now, this whole area is really kind of twisty, fairly one line, just like what we're seeing here. It's a really fun section because it's flowy and it's not too rough, especially in a truck like this. But you can see how dusty that is there, and what I was talking about, to try to close through someone's dust, it's too hard because you can't see, and when you've got a really good driver that's throwing down a good pace, for you to try to hold that same pace without having the same amount of visibility, it's just not possible.
And it also appears too that dust is just hanging there. There doesn't seem to be a lot of wind pushing it away. So yeah, to your point, you're just gonna get a face full of dust.
Wind is always a desert racer's friend because it kind of clears the dust off the course. And right now, those bushes are moving a little bit, there's a little breeze, but that dust does look like it's kind of just hanging.
Yeah.
And more of the rain was further south, so most of the rain was closer to that 180 to 200 and 200 range, and then along the coast. So this would be more expected to be the dusty side, but we might get into some area later where it's a little bit less dense and maybe chances for tighter racing. So it's been interesting to see how far, because Luke was a minute ahead of everybody else since Pavordi's gone. So now are they within a minute? Well, then they're really physically or on time leading the race.
Yeah, and then once they get past these trophy trucks to where, like in trophy truck spec and behind them, they're going to be starting 30 seconds apart. So this dust has less time to dissipate.
Yeah. Well, look at this.
There's a race.
Move! Get out the way.
Now, it kind of seems like the truck in the back is lagging a little bit. Not sure
Yeah,
what's
how do we
going
get this
on there.
close, this fast? They're at about race mile 18 here. So how does this occur? Does someone just be very conservative, or what happened?
It'd be interesting to see who's racing in that black truck
There's
because
Tavo.
they just might not have quite the experience that the other guy has.
Got you.
And you never know. Maybe they're trying to redo their seat strap, or they're trying to get their computer to work, or their GPS started buzzing or something, and the co-pilot's reaching across to try and get the thing plugged in, or who knows what. There's a lot of things that are crazy that happen on the start of the race. I know one of the years my light failed, and I had to do this whole section without a light, and I was just riding next to somebody else and using their light. And it was such a bummer because I had prepared the bike and the lights, and to have them fail was all my fault. Yeah.
Here we've got Toby coming through this same section that Luke just went through. These guys are throwing it down.
Yeah.
They're all just right on the edge of each other's dust.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say there wasn't much of a time differential between Toby and Tavo as they just came through.
Well, starting in the 1 minute differentials, a minute is a long enough time for the dust to dissipate.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's when you start getting under 30 seconds behind someone, that's where the dust starts to affect you. And then if you start getting 15 seconds or something behind somebody, that's where the dust is obscuring your vision.
Yeah.
And you'll have patches where certain areas are dustier than others.
Sure.
And sometimes the dust will just hang in a certain spot. Like right there, that really kind of white, powdery dust just seems to hang forever. You can see it's not dissipating.
Yeah, what a great race with 4 trucks within 4 minutes still after 60 miles roughly. An hour, a little over an hour of racing. Yeah. So it's going to be a great barn burner of a race day.
I mean, these guys these days are finishing within seconds apart.
Yeah.
And
well, it really it speaks to the point Wes was talking about earlier, and it kind of speaks to all motorsports when it comes to the importance of a fast pit time. And it really can come down to seconds, even with these, these spaces between the starts. You just got to be on your game, no matter what.
And in the trophy truck class now, with so many people in the Mason all-wheel drives, everyone is, or say our top 9 qualifiers are all in relatively similar trucks. Some of them have different motor packages, but the chassis is the same, and they're very, very close in performance. And all these guys can drive.
Right.
So there's just not a whole lot to separate everyone.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the dust, and they don't get into kind of sandier terrain until they get over by San Quintin, and then that's where in the sand you don't get that white dust that just hangs as much as this area. And there's more lines, so that's where I think if you're patient, you kind of hold your ground, take what comes to you. Hopefully somebody gets a flat or something, or has a slow pit, you're able to pick up 1 or 2 spots and then hit the sandy areas on the beach, and then that's where you got to try to make some moves.
So in this section then, Wes, to your point earlier, as you're approaching the truck in front of you from a strategic point of view, you want to be close but not too close so you're not blinded by that dust. So you're just kind of patiently waiting until you get an opportunity to really hammer and try to make up some time and potentially overtake or pass.
Correct. So what I would be trying to do as a driver, and I'm sure these guys have the same mindset, is if you're starting in 1 minute intervals, if you can close that gap to 30 seconds, you've now made 30 seconds on adjusted time, and then that's where you're going to be right at the edge of their dust.
Gotcha.
And that's kind of where I think Toby, Tavo, and Luke are. Yeah, it sounded like Tavo had actually closed up on Luke a little bit.
Yeah.
But for Luke, because you have that dust as a little bit of a barrier, he doesn't necessarily have to push as hard. He can kind of set the pace, run within his comfort level. And I know he's going to be, even him running at 80, 90%, no one's going to be able to push through his dust and catch him.
Right.
So he can kind of give up that 30 seconds, hold a comfortable pace, just make sure he doesn't make a mistake.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if you get to race mile 350, 400, and you still have the physical lead and you need to gap out 30 seconds, then you push it at that point. But, you know, I think Luke's mindset is just run a nice, comfortable pace. If somebody wants to take a chance and come try to pass me, more power to you, because probably you're going to get a flat and end up falling back.
Right.
So, you know, the smart thing to do is just run a very nice, steady, conservative pace for Luke, and then force one of these guys to try to push through your dust. That's what I would be doing in Luke's position.
My guess is that like around race mile 130-ish, most of these trucks, if not all of them, are going to have to go for a pit, and they're going to have to get fuel before they head over the Mike's loop. So I think there's going to be, you know, there could potentially be some changes in track position then.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, in talking to most of the teams, sounds like the majority of the trophy trucks are going to do 2 pits. They'll do a full pit, probably kind of that San Matias area, and then they'll take a splash somewhere over on the Pacific, probably kind of BFG3 area. And, you know, 'cause they won't need a full fuel at that point, is what I was told.
So, Wes, how long does it take to fill a tank in a trophy truck now with these cool devices they have? Injectors.
Yeah, I think they're doing a tire change and a full fuel in under 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'm wondering if a team decides to not take tires to just take fuel to get a gap. If you were stuck behind somebody,
10,
you might
seconds.
take something less to cut some time down.
I think they can do tires though. Like they can throw rears on faster than they can fuel.
Okay.
And it would be a mistake not to put tires on a truck as you're about to go through the Mike's section. You want to have fresh tires. These guys are burning the rubber off these things pretty good. So it would, the slight amount of time that you might save, I guess if you made track position, it could pay off, but if you've got bald tires by the time you get to the Pacific, that probably is going to work to your disadvantage.
Yeah, the time it takes to mount the tires on the back versus the time it would take if you had a flat tire, it just doesn't add up, right?
Well, these pits are not nearly as quick as like a NASCAR or a IndyCar pit or something like that, where they're literally, or F1, 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So they still have all the lug nuts going around there. They have to put all those on, and so it's as a fan, you can actually stand beside some of these pits and watch them do the job. And so you see a lug nut get lost or whatever, and there's some opportunities that one team does it perfect and the other team doesn't.
Sure.
But I definitely think on this track position right now with the dust. Does someone roll the dice? The question is the fuel. If it takes 21 seconds and you can do tires in 18, well, then you take the tires. But I always watch the tires that come off as well.
Yeah.
So as an interested fan, I try to see how good they are, how worn out they are. But you know, at 180 miles, it'll be interesting to see.
So on screen here, we've got Ethan Ebert in that Honda. This is our first two-wheel drive vehicle, and you know, he qualified 10th out of all of the trophy trucks, the specs, legends, everything. That's a very impressive run by him in qualifying. And this is, we were talking earlier about, this is a twin turbo 6 versus all the other guys are in V8s. And another thing that's interesting with this truck and team is we've got another player in the tire wars out in the desert here, and Maxxis came out with a trophy truck tire, and he's on Maxxis tires. So, you know, BFG's been dominating for years down here. You've got, you know, some of the other brands like Toyo that guys are running, or Yokohama, but you know, it's nice to see another manufacturer like Maxxis get involved here. I think the more players that we have in the sport, the better.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, it was interesting. The difference in the sound of his motor compared to the trophy trucks is extraordinary because you can't hear his nearly as clearly. But to your point, Wes, he was the first two-wheel drive qualifier, so he had a really great run in that, six-cylinder twin turbo. There's definitely a story to be told there.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, where Ethan ends up, and if there is a successful outcome, do more people in that class start to pivot in that direction as we get into the 400, the 1,000, and beyond, as just for seasons to come?
And as this gets more and more competitive, we were just talking about fuel economy. What's the fuel economy on that Turbo 6 versus a V8? I haven't spoken to them. I don't know exactly what their fuel economy is. I'll actually kind of reach out, see if I can get an answer on that.
Okay.
But that could play into some track position if say they got a little bit better economy with that Turbo 6 than the guys in the 8s, he might be able to gain track position.
Cool.
I'd be interested to know if he has to run race fuel, because the race fuel is very expensive. And if he can run, 89, 91 or something like that, that'd be a huge cost saver.
Yeah.
Well, I would guess since they're probably paying, $600,000 for their trucks, the gas is probably not too much of a thing.
Too much of
Unless
an
you
issue.
run out somewhere and you need to dump some in from a fan, which has been known to happen, especially on the Moto side.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, look, anybody can come into this depending upon your budget. If you want, you can participate. But yes, certain teams have gigantic sponsorship and they've got the financial means to essentially set them up for some sort of success or comfortability as they compete in these competitions. Others, not so much. So yeah, those are other factors that come in.
Yeah, it's neat to see Honda fully sponsoring the Baja Racing, SCORE Baja Racing, and they started off with the Talon, with their UTV, and then this team had success with the Talon Racing, and then they had more UTVs, and then now they went to the bigger cars, and then they just bumped up to the trophy truck two-wheel drive. So that's and Honda doesn't make a V8, or they don't offer a V8 powered machine in America, so they're running their V6. So that's kind of cool to see some different options.
Here we go.
Couple
more
trucks on the course.
Yeah, for another perspective from race mile 53, and we got two vehicles in our perspective here. Focusing in, zeroing in. Let's see who we got coming at us.
I'm watching the tracker. Our lead trucks are all on El Alamo Road, which is the really fast section I talked about, where they would be going basically as fast as their trucks can go.
Got it.
And according to the tracker, I think about an 8-mile section on that road, and I think we have maybe 7 trucks on that road.
I got Tavo at 135.9 miles an hour on that road.
Yeah.
He's almost to the end of it.
And Luke's at 131 and a half. That's pretty fast.
Toby's
I
at
think I find interesting is when I was interviewing Paul Wheel earlier in the week, and we were talking about the trucks, he was saying that the all-wheel drive trucks, they start to create a harmonic over about 120, 125, and it's a little bit of how hard do you want to push the truck, because it doesn't like the drivetrain, and really a lot of parts on the vehicle don't like those harmonics where you get those vibrations. And that's, I think we just saw a little bit of difference there. It looks like Tavo was willing to push a little harder than some of the other guys, because he was going 135. It looked like the other people I saw were like Luke 131.5, Alan 132.5. Either way, that is hauling mail across there. If you're going faster than 130 miles an hour off-road, you're going extremely quickly.
And Wes, is there anticipation building up as they get closer? They've been battling the elements, and now they get an opportunity to put the hammer down. Is adrenaline take over in that moment?
Well, you're on a straight road, so you'd think, oh yeah, I can kind of relax. But I almost feel like you're probably white-knuckled more going 130 plus down there, because for people at home that are watching, if you think about when you're driving down the freeway, you got like one hand on the wheel and you're playing with the radio or whatever.
Yeah.
These guys you're pretty much just trying to keep the vehicle pointed in one direction. It's literally floating on the ground at that point. And if you get a little ways off of the track, you've got bushes and trees and it's not going to go well. So you've got to make sure you stay on course, and those really, really high speed sections are almost sketchier than some of the slower stuff where you are winding through turns, but you're not going quite so fast. So you don't really get to relax on those straightaways is my point.
Interesting. Good point. Well, just a bit ago, here we see Cameron Steele coming through. And just a bit ago, you saw the splits for those 3 trophy trucks.
Yeah, it looks like Toby Price was doing kind of what Wes was saying, which was to close the gap within your minute slot, and then potentially still leading the race on adjusted time, but not physically on the course at the moment.
Nice in-car here.
The other thing is those guys going down that El Alamo Road, I'm sure that there was dust, and so those guys in the middle to the pack that were second, third, fourth were probably doing 130 kind of blind, or semi-blind, which is
wild.
insane.
Jeez, that's a lot of trust. Speaking of the sound of an engine, you can really hear Cameron digging in. Did it go?
Yeah.
You can hear the V8.
Yep.
Yep. He's got a Dugan's engine. I mean, that's just it's a rock solid engine. Sounds
You know how
so
big, what the size is, what liter engine it is?
No.
Like
it's
a
like
5.3 or a
block
6.0 or
something. I don't know.
Come on, Heidi, you're gonna give us some inside information.
She'll get back to us on the 400.
Yeah, you have to text your
Which truck is
text
this?
your guys.
Yeah. Back to race mile 53 here. Okay, additional split that added. We've got Luke McMillan in there. Toby Price, Fidolsa Lampudia, and McMillan rounding out the top 4 right now for the SCORE Trophy trucks. Sponsored by Optima Batteries. Appreciate their support. And some aerial coverage of race mile 53. There seems to be a section 2 as they get closer where we've been seeing a lot of them come up right to where that sort of static camera is. There's a corner right there, and earlier when the trophy trucks were starting to breach that, you can kind of see in your lower screen there's some rocks right there. And so even though you're 53 miles into this course and you're going aggressive, you'll start to see in this section there could be an opportunity to hopefully not pop a tire. The tires are strong at this point, but man, you just never know. You just never know. And you see what they're chewing over as they come through.
Our lead trophy trucks are they've crossed Highway 3 now, and we had a timing loop in that area, so we should have some updates with adjusted time here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Which will be interesting to see. Yeah, I kind of feel like Toby might be our leader on adjusted, because with him starting 4th, Polvarde dropping out, if Tavo moves up, say 30 seconds into Luke's dust, and Toby moves up 30 seconds into Tavo's dust, well then Toby would be gaining a minute on Luke, if that makes sense. So
yeah, no, you're
would
you're on the money.
put him in a good position for overall. So I want to see where we're at on these adjusted times, and that is something. I was saying that Luke, I would run a comfortable pace, but you do have to be a little careful that you don't let too many people creep up on you, because then you could have a guy that started 10th that started, say, 9 minutes behind you. That's a big gap. So if everybody does that same thing, now that guy that's further back actually makes time.
Yeah, and that's where I feel Rob McCachran can strike. To that point, he can come from the back.
Robbie Gordon, Rob Mack, Harley Lettner, all those guys. Even Justin Lofton. they're kind of in that position to play a spoiler and sneak up on guys unadjusted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because when you looked at Toby's in-car footage just a moment ago, I didn't see any dust. So even though he's pushing forward and he is getting behind Luke, like I didn't see any dust. So he's still.
Yeah, just taking a peek here on our corrected time here, what we're displaying. You got Toby at 109.54, followed by Tava 110.11. Alan and Pudia 110.15, and Luke 110.27. So just 2, 3, 4, incredibly tight, and Toby just sneaking ahead. So, but plenty of race left to go.
And all within seconds apart.
Yep. So it's tight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the section that they're headed to now on that other side of Highway 3 it starts to, like this stuff, you see a lot of loose rocks and shale and pieces of rock that are kind of sliding, and occasionally there's sharp ones that are in the ground embedded. But where they're heading, they're starting to come over to more round, like moon rocks, big ones that are massive, and they're implanted. So if you go sliding through the brush, you might hit one of those. That's where you rip a wheel off. Yeah. So, or do some pretty serious damage.
Some kind of damage to the vehicle.
Yep. So that raises some extra attention for those drivers as they start pushing through there, what they want to protect or not.
That Alamo Summit area, you really need to just kind of pick your way through. As John said, there's rocks that will end your day in there for sure, as well as there's a lot of rain ruts that have kind of been there for a little while, and you go from there's berms in there, and you're winding through the berms, and you've got to pick your way through the rain ruts as you're weaving through these kind of berm worm track almost in there. So it's interesting to watch them through these sections.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I was talking to Jeff Proctor, he's the head of the Honda team for Ethan Ebert, and so apparently that truck gets 1.8 to 2.5 miles to the gallon. So it's a little bit better than the V8 trucks. The V8s, so like the Masons and basically what everyone else is in, those generally get about 1.5 to 2. So it's a little bit better, but not substantial. But I mean, it could play where you could push a pit out an extra 10, 20 miles or something, depending on what his fuel capacity is.
So we're thinking that maybe isn't your best family commuter at 2.5 miles per gallon. You'd probably be taking it back to the dealership to have them do a little work on it at that point.
Perhaps. There will be a conversation to be had.
Even though it is an SUV, it might not be the one you chose to go on the cross-country trip.
Yeah. You'll get there quick. Well, maybe you won't. All right, so here we are, race mile 78. Great shot here from our drone. Let's see who we got. Is that Alan?
Great day for the fans out there. Look at that.
Tavo.
Yeah.
Where else can you set up your easy up? Right next to the race course and see cool stuff all day long.
Just be careful, right? I know you want to get that shot for the gram, but it ain't worth it. Be careful. But as I keep saying, should you cover and get great footage, please tag at SCORE International on the Instagram, and we'll try to pull that up as soon as we can. Great shot of all the easy ups and all the spectators, and here we are, POV with Alan.
There's Alan. Looks like he's 4th on the road, but staying within reach.
Yep. Clean air thus far. Would you say that I can speak from my own place in my past kind of athletics with regards to superstition? Do competitors have superstitions? Do you guys, in the bikes, in the trophy trucks, do you guys have any rituals or things? I ask this because of, like, again, what is going through Alan every time he approaches the Baja 500?
Yeah.
You know, and how do you push past that? What do you do? Do you have any superstitions? I'll start there.
Well, I know Cameron has a lot of superstitions.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you willing to share?
I don't, like, I don't want to say in detail, but like something like, oh gosh, like you don't want to jinx yourself and say you're doing great, or, you know, you don't want to say anything too positive because then you might jinx yourself.
Okay.
Things
well,
like
how
that.
about yourself? Did you have any?
I didn't have that, but I had like my ritual of what I would do before I got into a race car and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, how about you?
So there's a lot of moto guys that will like take off their helmet when they get a brand new helmet and like rub it on the ground or something so that it gets its first little scratch and kind of break it in, if you will, before you put it on.
Okay.
I would say that you know, sometimes you have certain areas. So if you've raced down in Baja a long time, you might have a certain section, like Mike's Sky Ranch section or this section or by the coast, where you've had maybe a crash, and that might come back to your mind, like you're thinking about, oh man, I'm going to just take it a little bit easier here because last time I had some
tentative.
tough Sure. And then you know, maybe not a whole lot, but there's certainly some things that come up in your mind if you had some bad experiences in the past.
Got you. Well, here we see Robbie Gordon coming through, and you know, he seems to me as someone that just if there's fear in front of him, he is going to plow right into it and bust through it. And they had that experience in the 250. They overcame that, and hopefully he's going to get this truck to where it needs to be, and then hand it over, hopefully, to Max.
I think this truck too, it's, you know, since they're running the twin motor, twin trans, all of that, it's quite a bit heavier than the other trucks. In a course that is technical like this, I'm a little surprised that Robbie's able to hold pace with the lighter Mason all-wheel drive trucks.
Well, and to me, watching Robbie, I believe it looks to me like this whole week in qualifying and stuff that he's dialed it back from the Robbie of old that I remember of going down there just wild. I think he's trying to get that truck to max.
Would you say there's potentially, and I'm just throwing spaghetti against the wall here, but when you look at a younger Robbie Gordon and then we look at a current Chris Polvardi, is there any similarity?
Oh, for sure.
You know? And is that just par for the course of any new, talented, kind of aggressive driver? Or is there something different of a Robbie Gordon and a Chris Polvardi?
I think Robbie has always had the braggadocious personality that was abrasive to some, but other people love it. You know, kind of Max Verstappen's kind of got that same type of a thing where some people hate him, but he also wins races and he goes as faster than anyone. So, you know, Robbie always had that. And the fans, of course, he became famous down in Baja because of how he just rips and he just tears it up and is sliding sideways. But I do think now with his son racing and wanting to get that truck to his son so that his son can have a chance to drive it, I would imagine he really wants to keep that thing in one piece.
I'll be curious to see if we start to see that in Max as a driver. You know, if we'll start to see how he gets behind the wheel and what he does with that truck and going forward with his career.
But what's interesting about Christopher versus Robbie is I don't think of Christopher as braggadocious at all.
No.
He's very humble.
Agreed.
And just
yet still aggressive.
Yeah, he's an aggressive driver, but sweet in his personality and his delivery.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, he's very, I mean, if you go to his YouTube channel, you follow him on his socials, you know, and you just sort of see his demeanor as he's doing his pre-runs and things like that. You know, he's so chill.
Yeah.
He's very chill. But when he gets behind the wheel, something goes from the head to the foot and everything changes.
There's a different story there.
Yep. So we shall see.
And the trucks still keep leaving from the Nelson Ranch on the right.
This is a perspective we don't want to see.
So
there's Roger.
Go ahead, Wes.
Looks like
we just saw this right here with the in-car with Roger Norman in the truck there on its side. So that's not a position that you want to be in there.
Oh my God. Now I'm trying to figure out, is this a static shot or is the camera frozen? It's frozen, yeah, okay, so I don't see any dust moving around, but this is not the perspective that none of us want to see.
So according to the map, his
We'll
last
try to get the
update
replay
was,
in a bit, but something,
Where's he at?
something happened.
Race mile.
So he's at race mile 57.7-ish.
Okay.
So
Just after that summit shot that we had there earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be right before Biznaga Summit, as you're getting ready to go up Biznaga Summit.
Yeah.
And that's similar to that shot we had at 53, where you're winding through,
going up
the course there. It's very similar that whole way. So, I mean, this whole Baja 500 course is littered with gotchas. So yeah, there's little rain ruts, rocks, ditches, all kinds of things that can put you on your side like that if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, winding up in that little canyons and stuff. So there's some steep edges and things. So if you get a couple wheels off the edge, it wouldn't be too difficult to tumble on its side. The good news is that the roll cage looked very intact. So there weren't any compaction or something like that. So the driver's safety, I would imagine they're probably just fine, just bummed that they're on their side and trying to figure out how to attract enough fans to push that thing back on four wheels and get going again.
Get them back going.
Yeah.
Got a Bronco coming through here.
I got an update. Oh, yeah, there's that's Lauren Healy, right?
68. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one of the 4400 trucks. There's some in-car with Lauren.
Lauren Healy, yep. There we go.
He's very accomplished rock crawler, like in King of the Hammer races like that, but he's also been racing down here with us for quite some time. That's a pretty cool effort with the factory Ford Broncos that they're running there.
Yeah, we're seeing a few more of those getting feathered in now.
Yeah, it's nice to see Ford out there. And
I got an update from the McMillan team. So Luke came through VCP 60, which is the highway crossing at Highway 3, and he came through at 11:21 with Tavo physically second, actually a minute and 44 seconds back. So he had pulled away from Tavo a little bit, and then Toby was about 45 seconds behind Tavo, and then Alan only 20 seconds behind Toby. So really, Alan is the one that's been making some ground here.
Yeah.
Although, you know, if I love the position that Luke is in, because, like I said, he can dictate pace. So he can kind of cruise, and then if he sees, hey, everyone's starting to bunch up behind me, all right, let's push a little bit. But for anybody to beat him, or to get ahead of him on physical track position, they got to work through his dust, and they're going to have to take too many chances to do that. So he can just kind of dictate that pace, and you know, it kind of seems like maybe he picked it up a little bit, and because they were getting close to him, maybe he got some word on that, and you know, they told him to pick up the pace a little.
Sure.
Yeah, and I would think that also they're probably trying to, if they have pace in the truck, they're going to use it a little bit now to get ahead before this upcoming pit.
Yeah.
So that if they have any kind of issue like a lug nut that falls off or whatever, that they're not losing that first position on track.
Sure.
So if you got something left, empty it out, let's go for it. Let's get the gap so that we can do a pit with some safety reserve.
I don't know if we can get a shot of Rob Max in car, but I heard that at that Highway 3 crossing that they pulled the hood off of his truck. So I don't know if maybe it was just flopping around, or they had to check something under the hood. It looks like he's still running good, but that'll be something that we need to keep an eye on, is what's going on with Rob Mack. It's kind of hard to tell with the dash there if the hood's there or not.
Yeah.
It looks like it's gone.
It looks like it's, there's something exposed there.
And then I got word from Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson's team. They're clean through that highway crossing. All's good. Harley's driving the first half of the race, so he's in the truck right now.
I would imagine you, at this particular race, you probably don't want your hood off if there is still mud on the course, because imagine all of that mud going in there.
Sure.
Yeah. It could cause some havoc.
Yes and no. I think having the hood off might give you a little bit better visibility, where you can kind of see through some of these tight corners a little bit.
Maybe
so,
avoid puddles and stuff like that, maybe.
Like in the past, the Herps hoods always seem to fall off, especially in the tight sections.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a little bit of gamemanship by Rob Mack too. Of he knew he was going into these tight sections and wanted to be able to see a little bit better.
I did take my hood off. I was racing the Baja 1000 and I was doing the Mike's loop at night, and I didn't want my hood on. So I have taken my hood off for that reason. But
so I just heard from Rob's team, and apparently the hood was damaged, so they took it off. So that answers our question right there.
Okay.
Boom.
Yeah, he's so skilled. Like, I wanted to take it off for visibility, but he is so skilled that I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, no one wants to stop for anything, especially that early. But
so here's Vaughn Gittin Jr. This is the other Ford team.
Yep.
And Vaughn actually does drifting and a lot of other motorsports as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool seeing drivers that do different disciplines come in here and competing in the SCORE series in the Baja 500.
Yeah, I first came across Vaughn back in 2006, 2007 when I was doing Formula D, and that's how I know Vaughn from that time, was from drifting, and we had a lot of fun. He is a hoot, and it's really cool to see him still going, and to your point, to cross over into the Baja now is great, and he's just got the thrill and the drive of racing in him, and nothing's going to hold him back. So I mean, I don't know if we don't have to replay it or anything, but if you saw when he came through race mile 53 there, right in that corner, it looked like he just drifted into that frickin' thing, and that's a dangerous area where all those rocks were that I was talking about. But he ain't scared,
Yeah.
He's living on the edge. If you're not on the edge, you're not close enough, I bet. So we'll wish him well.
While we were showing the cars there with those 4400s, I spoke with Lauren Healing. He was kind of giving me the lowdown on the differences between those 4400s and a conventional trophy truck. So it's pretty cool. There's some things that I really didn't know, and one of those is the 4400s are actually about 1,000 to 2,000 pounds lighter than the all-wheel drive trophy trucks.
Right now.
And
so we're gonna let this. You want to take a bathroom break?
So they're about 5,800 pounds, and a Mason can be close to 7,800 pounds. They do have a little bit less wheel travel. So the 4400s are about 20 inches in the front and 26 in the rear, versus a Mason all-wheel drive, you're 24 in the front, 28 in the rear. The other difference is the fuel capacity. So the 4400s are 65 gallons versus about 100 gallons for a conventional trophy truck. So the Broncos are going to have to do 3 pits versus the rest of the trophy trucks will be doing just 1 pit. Right here through race mile 78, this is on the kind of northeast side of Highway 3, and this is pretty kind of tight technical area through here, through that whole Alamo Summit. It's like Cameron Steele coming through right there. We're not even 100 miles into the race at this point, and most of the pack is still bunched up. Our leaders right now, Luke McMillan is out front with Polvarde losing a corner less than a mile into the race. Basically handed over the position. Luke generally doesn't like to be out front. Like, he doesn't like to qualify first. So I wonder how he kind of felt. I can almost think he was probably hearing a little voice in his head of, oh man, like Polvarde, I was hoping to just let Pulvardi set the pace, and now Luke has to set the pace. But he has a ton of experience under his belt, and I think he can more than handle that situation. This is back to race mile 53. This is probably some of the spec trucks coming through this area, I would think, at this time. Let's see if I look on the tracker here. Yeah, this should be our kind of lead spec trucks coming through this area. See if we can get a number off this car as it comes in. Jason McNeil was our fastest qualifier, and I would anticipate seeing him as our lead spec truck. Kind of looks like that's McNeil. We'll see as he gets closer here. According to the tracker, he should be right in that area. And we're showing him at 54.4, so he may have already come through. See if I can get a number off this vehicle. Yeah, so he just pulled off to the side. I'm gonna say that truck probably has a flat. They're gonna have to do a tire change. And it's looking like a right rear. That area there's not a great place to get a flat, because as you can see, it's not an ideal spot to pull over and do a driver change, as well as to have that side of the car where you're working on it exposed to the racetrack that close. Hopefully they can get this changed pretty quickly, because I don't really like where they're sitting right there. It looks like a blue hood on that. That might be the Stephen Beal, Sean Geiser truck. We've got another truck coming here. I think if I can get a number off of it, that'll give me a better idea of who stopped there. Okay, so that's Magnus. So here's more of the trophy specs coming through race mile 53. According to the tracker, it looks like McNeil, you got a real tight group with McNeil, Marsal, and Justin Davis all battling for that trophy spec lead at the moment. McNeil, his tracker hasn't updated yet, but I believe he's still in first physical.
3, 2. All right, so in the interim, we had a quick talent change, and joining us on the stage now, Rich Minga is here as John Griffin takes a break. So we want to wish him well and welcome Rich Minga to the stage. How are you, sir?
Golly, thanks for having me, guys.
It's been
Appreciate
a
it.
minute. I'm
It's
happy
been a
to
couple
hear
years.
you.
Yeah.
How you been? What's the latest and greatest, sir?
Oh man, just enjoying some time with my Nora cars, which are my vintage cars, and kind of going back to the old days. You remember
That's
that?
fun.
And it's a lot of fun, and just enjoying time.
Good.
Enjoying time, yeah.
Good, yeah. Well, I guess we're as happy as we make up our minds to be. So I'm glad that you're making that choice to enjoy life.
Right. So I'm doing a lot of wide open trips with BF Goodrich and spending plenty of time in Mexico and doing some driving, but not a lot of racing these last few years. Just doing with the vintage stuff and the rallies, but it's been really fun.
Very cool. So
sounds fun.
So far, is there any? I mean, obviously, Chris Polvardi is quite a surprise to you right now. But who have you been looking forward to seeing compete for the Baja 500?
Well, there's such a big change up right now with the 3 different classes, right? You got the Legends class and the 4-wheel drive class and the 2-wheel drive class. So it's really exciting with the new changes to see everybody mixing it up. And then, of course, you know, from the 80s and the 90s, which were so familiar with me, that you get the trophy specs, which are just abundant, and then you get this huge amount of UTVs, and it's just such a changing world. No more 1/16s and 5/16s, and all the biggest classes were those cars back in the day.
Yeah. Even Class 1, there's only 4 entries, I think, now.
Is that it?
That's unusual, right?
Wow, Heidi, 4 entries in Class 1. That was the biggest class back in the day. That was the biggest class, and the first. Class 1 and Class 2 were always the first 4 or 5 overall.
Speaking of Class 1,
Parkhouse.
Parkhouse coming through to your right, Justin Lambert,
and
UTV.
The Wilson Motorsports Class 1 came through right before Parkhouse. So they're all pretty close together, actually.
Look at this. Speaking of close together, again coming through race mile 53.
With the Adlers and then that is that McNeil? Is that the trophy spec?
Was that?
Ooh. I'm not sure who that was in second.
It's
right there.
I mean, it's clearly it's dusty right there.
Right.
It's really challenging to try to make it out sometimes. Oh yeah, Jason McNeil.
I was just going to say, I'd like to see his in-car footage right now.
There we go.
Perfect.
Wow, they were reading your mind, Heidi.
Yeah. Let's see if he can go for a pass. I mean, this is a really tight section.
Is that
we've
El
heard
Alamo
it's tight
Road? Is
and
that
that it'd
the
be difficult to pass.
I think that's the Gold Mine Road, heading up into El Alamo.
Okay.
But I mean, look at that. I mean,
don't
it's
know.
Just,
it's hard to say.
at the dust.
It's really, really challenging. Really challenging to see.
This is the point too where you want to push yourself, but you don't want to push yourself and make a mistake.
No.
Yeah, this is survival mode, right?
Yeah.
Like this is survival mode, and make no mistake. You're constantly talking to yourself. Don't make a mistake. Don't do anything stupid.
And the co-driver there is trying to like tell you where to go and give you your notes and such, and you're
and settling you
blind.
down. And they're trying to settle you down, Brandon.
Yeah.
They're trying to settle you down. That's one of the biggest things.
And because this is really still the beginning of the race, you have so many miles ahead of you.
Yeah. And yet, it's nothing they haven't faced before, but still nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
You know, still nerve-wracking.
So, but Jason did start first in his class, so he's he's trying to pass another class. So it's probably frustrating for him because he's probably wanting to get around them. Obviously, they're slower than him if he's catching them.
And how did that dark horse do? Eberts? In the Honda.
Yeah.
He qualified really well, if I remember.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Qualified first in 2-wheel drive, and he's still out in the front of the 2-wheel drive class.
In the 2-wheel drive trophy truck. Okay, not trophy spec. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so he's still doing good. We'll get to see some more in-car footage of him coming up.
This is, oh boy.
What happened with Jack?
Well, it looks like he's either off the course or waiting for somebody right in front of him.
He's surrounded by shrubs, so
is he looking for? He might be looking for a creative line, which is really good, right? He's going around somebody that was stuck, and he's taking those chances. He's back on the course.
There we go.
Good for him. That's another young gun that's got so much promise ahead of him.
Yeah, Jack's.
that area where they're in, you get bottlenecks, and it looked like there were other vehicles stopped. So I think he was trying to work around a bottleneck is what we saw going on there. Well, we saw Jason McNeil, earlier I talked about storylines, and could Jason McNeil come back from getting hurt in qualifying last year at the 500, and so far he's doing a good job of that. He's qualified first and is holding that lead track position right now.
So Wes, you probably know the miles pretty well, but Jack was around race mile 55.5 when he did that. So
yeah, he's right. Biznaga Summit, where we did that piece earlier, is at 60. So he's coming into that Biznaga Summit area, and it's pretty, you can see how narrow it was where he was at. And really, the majority of the course is just kind of one line, winding around like this. I kind of wonder, we see the hand signals from Jason's co-driver there, if they lost comms. Because generally you're not throwing hand signals like that if you have comms. So that could be an issue for him.
So
yeah, because that's so much, they got so much race left to go.
Yeah, and that's it's a big difference if you've got your co-driver calling out every rut, rock, things like that you need to be careful for. Your blind rises, you have those called, so whether you need to check up or not.
Yeah,
but increasing radius turns, all of that, it's a big deal.
Also, what Jason's going to have to deal with is just that slight mental break as he's using his peripheral vision to watch these things, let alone keep his vision straight. And that, over time, is going to be mentally exhausting.
I think someone of Jason's caliber, like I honestly would be telling my co-driver, stop, I'm going to just read the terrain on my own. If there's something that's a major gotcha that's going to potentially take us out of the race, like throw your fist up or something. But the problem is you can't, once you've lost your comms, you can't even tell your co-driver, hey, stop doing that, you're annoying me. Because you don't have comms. So
well, we may see some creative hand signals from Jason throughout the race.
But I do think he's got a lot of time in Baja.
He's experienced.
He probably has the majority of this stuff relatively memorized. I think guys that have been racing here for a long time, you almost have every little rock and rut memorized.
Very true.
Which sounds crazy over a 500-mile course, but there are some sections that we're going through that are new and we haven't run through before. But the nice thing for him is the trophy trucks have already gone through. Course is going to be pretty burned in, and you can really kind of just read. You can read the braking bumps, read the ruts, and kind of know what you need to be doing to set your car up. So hopefully it's not too big of a deal for him. So we got some splits here. So it looked like on that leaderboard, Toby Price is ahead on adjusted, and Ethan Ebert with Cameron's 47 seconds off of him. This would be a really impressive run if Ethan Ebert is able to go out there and win the two-wheel drive trophy truck class in that Honda Passport.
You see the legends.
I'm a little surprised to see Gus in the 1L as far back as they are. I think Ricky Johnson's driving that right now, but generally RJ qualifies really well and is sometimes running top 5 with the trophy trucks. So I feel like they're a little further back than we normally see them.
We got some in-car footage again.
So that's a class 10 that is stuck. At least he looks like he's out of the race course and out of the way. But I think they're trying to get a tow, and that's a tall task to ask, because I don't think you're going to get anybody to stop this early in the race to give you a tow right now.
You see all these.
Although now they're pulling the hood.
Well, let's see what's going on here.
So going back to where Jack was, there's still 2 cars stopped there. So race mile 55.4, Andrew Myers is showing at 0.1 mile per hour. I don't think he's moving though. And Greg Adler's been stopped for quite a while, so I don't know if something happened there.
Yeah, we'll see if it refreshes maybe. Maybe it's relatively clear in that area, so I don't think it's a connection challenge, but.
Yeah, it's refreshed a couple times. It's interesting. We'll find out though.
Yeah. So back to Jason McNeil. Co-driver hand signals continue.
Pretty important when that dust is like that. You know, he's right in that danger zone, right? He's in that light dust where you start to get real confident.
Yeah.
And as a driver, you start to get real confident, and then all of a sudden, there's a big gotcha right there.
Boom.
Because you can't.
As we're watching McNeil there, I got word, apparently his co-driver does this every race. So that,
it's not
I guess
uncommon.
it's part of their routine.
Okay.
I think I would prefer to just use words, but you know, he obviously it's working well for them because they're in first place.
To each his own.
I got some little bit of news here that could factor into our trophy truck race.
Ooh, dare we say breaking news?
I'm hearing word that Tavo may have missed a VCP and realized it and turned around and went back to the VCP, but in doing so may or may not have gone backwards on the race course.
You know, that's interesting. It was something that I wanted to bring up earlier, Wes, because we were talking about how tight and technical this competition is, and because it is, people would probably be more prone to stay on course and to hit our VCPs and things like that. Now, there's a difference between a VCP with a number and a VCP with a letter. Do you want to just kind of educate our audience a little bit as what the difference is between those two?
Yeah, so the ones with a number, you have a 120-foot range, so you need to be within 120 feet of where that is.
Right.
The ones with a letter, you got to be within 40 feet.
Wow. Yep.
So, you know, 40 feet, you're almost on top of it.
Yeah.
And the reason they do that, there are some areas where they're trying to keep you off of a rancher's road or, you know, whatever it is. So that's where you'll have the lettered VCPs.
Yeah.
But there's, you know, I mean,
I wonder what happened with
in 2021, I lost second place and got pushed to third because I missed a VCP by 3 feet.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And I literally argued it and went out there with a tape measure.
Did you really?
Wow. You know, it's really easy sometimes because sometimes the VCP, you'll have a 90-degree corner and it's on the far outside of that turn, and then you come in and that turn keeps getting trimmed further and further until now all of a sudden there's a track that just misses it. And so, I mean, things like that happen. And
for sure.
So I'd be curious to kind of get word. I'll actually reach out to Tavo's team and see if I can kind of get any information from them and see what they have to say.
Got you. Some footage for Saul. Straight away, flying.
What do I do?
Listen to that. Let's see. Great contender.
Yeah, Mike Marcells, he's been doing real well.
Yep.
He's definitely right there, always on the podium. He
Represent
seems to be
New York.
Right?
The East Coast, my baby.
I think something happened to him at the 250, but I'm not sure what happened. But normally he is right up there, and I think
been a consistent top 5 guy.
Yeah.
Like he's ready to knock.
He's a contender.
He's ready to. He's right
Make
there.
it. Yep.
And he qualified second.
Well,
if I didn't.
I mean, just look at this shot. You know, I'm not sure. Could that potentially be? I'll review here. Just want to see who's in front of him.
He's got Hudson Hall in his co-driver's seat, and Hudson's a veteran, and he's a great coach and co-driver.
Yeah.
So that really helps his team a lot. And he's put in the work, because you just don't come into this sport and do good without putting in the work. You got to put the seat time in.
Amen.
You got to do the pre-running.
Amen. Yeah. And that goes back to one of the points that Wes was making earlier too, about having to navigate in dust, and you do come down, you do your homework. You are, though, it seems crazy that you could memorize different spots on a potentially 500-mile-an-hour course, but you do this enough. You pre-run, you do the homework, you hear it enough. It just kind of, you absorb it, you start to see.
Well, nothing replaces seat time, right? It goes back to that quote, your daily routine dictates your future. So, that's it.
Yes,
He's definitely putting in his work.
Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. We got some bike action here. Let's see if we can get an idea of who we're taking a look at. Race mile 391.
391, boy, they're getting close.
We believe it might be 7X team here.
Yeah, so this is just past Urupan.
Okay.
And, so that's our 7X team.
Okay.
They are still leading, and we'll see if I can find out who's on the bike at this point.
Might be Tyler Lynn, potentially. He's driving record.
Tyler started, so I don't know that Tyler
Okay.
is still on at this point.
Yeah.
But
probably not.
Yeah, I'll try to find out who's on the bike.
Oh, good.
But they've got a pretty good lead. We're showing the 1X is in the speed zone section on the highway in between Santo Tomas and Urupan. So,
I think the 1X is somewhere around 384. That's accurate.
Correct.
I'm seeing.
And it's honestly, they've been holding about a 6 to 8 mile gap this whole time. That gap is going to open up more though, because 1X is in a speed zone and 7X isn't. So I would anticipate that probably closed up a little on mileage because of 7X being in a speed zone.
Yeah.
But by the time 1X gets out of that speed zone, it'll probably be back about a 7 mile gap, which is pretty substantial. The 7X team's pretty much been dominating this race so far.
Yep.
They've had a pretty solid lead, and probably just kind of trying to maintain that cushion.
Yep.
Have enough of a lead where they don't have to worry about 1X, but at the same time have not push it too hard to where they make a mistake and hand the lead to 1X.
Yep, exactly.
The 1X team, they're close enough that they're keeping them honest.
Right. Yeah, they know that they're about 70 miles
those
short
guys,
of the victory.
They're not that far from the finish.
No, they're about 70 miles
They'll be hitting
out.
race mile 400. This should be really fun. When I pre-ran it, this area had gotten really, really tore up, and it was really kind of miserable going through there. And it's been bladed, and it cleaned it up. I heard that the rain kind of tore it up a little bit, and I'm sure from 2 weeks of pre-running, it's gotten a little more worn as well. But it's not nearly as rocky and whooped out and rain rutted as that section has been for quite some time.
Yeah.
You can see the helicopter for that SLR team flying over them.
Yeah.
It's seeming like the finish for the motorcycles is further out than anticipated originally, right? So it's looking more like 1:15 p.m., which might tell us that this is going to be a more technical course than we thought initially.
It's, I think the first half of the race, I was anticipating the trophy trucks being 50 to maybe 55 mile an hour. And then the second half, I think their average is going to come up. My gut is I think our trophy truck average speed, I'm going to say 56 to 58, something like that by the time we're said and done here. But to Heidi's point, if that dirt bike time is down, then that might be a good indicator that our four-wheel vehicle times are going to be down as well.
We shall see. There's our top 3 in the Pro Moto Unlimited.
Yeah, first and second just 10 minutes apart. Sometimes they're closer than that, but honestly, one mistake, one issue, you know.
Again, it's very challenging to predict because anything can happen. You can be as prepared as possible, but anything can happen out there. So you're at the whim of Baja.
Yeah.
And that's what will separate these standings sometimes, is a fluke error, a flat, technical, something happens. You just can't control it. All you can do is try to control your vehicle to the best of your ability.
So it makes it so appealing to race. You know, it's so seductive to get into this sport, and it's so addictive because the challenge is so high.
Yeah.
And the margin for error is so much.
Oh, now we got the UTV class coming through.
Yep.
And
it was Max Eddy that just came through a little bit ago.
Yeah. This looks like Kristen's coloring.
1871.
That's Wayne.
That's Wayne.
That would be Wayne. All right.
And she had a little bit of an issue at the San Felipe 250, so she's starting further back than her husband. I think she's starting 11th. He started, what, 4th or something like that in class. There are some formidable competitors in this class, and look how close they are together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, there's just seconds separating them.
Yep, several of the Scanlon Clark race team, the SCI Motorsports, right up there, and
they got a stacked group, huh?
They have a stacked group. There must be so much competition even within their team.
Yeah, and they all get along so well too.
Yeah.
It's really nice that they get along well, they pre-run together, but they are so competitive.
Yeah.
They're all so good.
Yeah. Makes it fun to watch.
A well-oiled machine, you know, because the race is usually won or lost before they even get on the trailer. It's done in the shop, you know.
Yeah.
It's the mental attitude, the team organization, the logistics. There's so many behind-the-scenes factors that really go into most of this success.
Yeah, 100%.
Ryan Thomas runs a lot of that. He was on stage with us last race commentating, but he's there at the race this time, and I think, he's doing a phenomenal job.
He's a wonderful man and a absolutely such a good manager. He does a really good job with everybody, and he's so humble.
Yeah.
Love Ryan to death.
Yeah.
While we're watching this, I've got word from the Concrete Motorsports team. Justin Lofton had a flat, and Harley was able to get by him.
Ooh.
So Harley picked up some track position there.
There you go.
And then from the McMillan team, they are clean through 115. That was about 5 minutes ago. So Luke's running strong, truck's good, still in the physical lead.
Sounds good. Some good in-car here from Wayne Matlock on the left as we still see four-wheelers coming through race mile 53.
It's pretty crazy to see the in-car with the UTVs now. First of all, if you listen to the audio of the motor, it doesn't sound like a UTV.
No, it doesn't.
He has the HO factory motor in that car, I believe, which is a little more horsepower than the standard Razor. And that's one of the turnkey factory Polaris Razor race cars.
Yeah.
Which is a very cool program. So you can go to Polaris, and they've been racing this factory car now for a couple years. And what is very cool in my opinion, so you can get a turnkey race car, I think they're about 140,000, but there's part numbers for all the parts. So if you have that car, instead of having like a one-off vehicle that it's hard to get parts for, you actually can get, order the parts from Polaris.
So even the race parts are available. All the race
to
components.
the teams that own the cars, yes.
Wow, that's fantastic. What a nice program they got.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a game changer to be able to buy race cars, and I think that they've sold about 50 of them now. So there's more and more of them out there, and so say like a carbon fiber panel that if you break and you want to replace, you can just order that part number and they have it in stock.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the race cars that we've raced, Rich, like you and I, they're all handmade or Heidi, and it's generally handmade one-off parts, and like you break one, you gotta make another one. So that's pretty cool to be able to just order these.
Well,
so there's 1X is coming through that same area. I mean, what was it? Maybe 10 minutes.
10
since
minutes.
the last
I'm
guy
thinking.
came through. So I think they're running strong, but they've got their work cut out for them if they're going to close that gap on Tyler Lynn.
And
it looks like a 10-minute gap right now.
Yeah, they have a lot of risk for trying to close that gap. It needs to either come to them from a failure if anything happens, or if they sneeze over in the 7X team, these guys are right there.
Yeah.
But
ready to strike.
It looks like they're in a good position, but they're not where they want to be.
Yeah, realistically, with less than 100 miles to go, to try to make up 10 minutes, it ain't happening.
That's a huge risk. If they do put the push on, that's a huge risk.
Yeah.
Although there was a creative line right there.
I was going to say that was a pretty cool line.
Wow.
I'm trying to think where that is right there.
That is what's unique with the motos versus the vehicles, though. They could take those,
they can make those
two-wheel lines.
Decisions, just
yeah.
boom.
But I did recognize that was a two-track line.
Yeah.
So
what's happened is what used to be dirt bike lines now are trophy truck lines.
This is true.
I'll go out there and it's pretty funny to watch how the course develops.
Well, so many of the top contenders have been professional motorcycle racers, right? So many of the guys have adapted into the four wheels because the luxury of age is a roll cage. So so many of them move over.
Trail.
Back to Wayne. He's picking up the pace here. Always fun to see Matt Locks involved.
Oh, they're a very competitive team.
Very competitive team, and yet at the same time, Wayne is extremely generous, so generous with his community and all competitors.
Absolutely, and they're decades into the sport, so they're I think they're a 20-year team. They're really, really good family and very competitive. They treat their sponsors good, and they do a really good job on the race course.
For sure. Some more hand signals happening.
Looks like Poncho's in the passenger seat there.
Passenger Poncho.
I had a poncho, too, as a navigator.
Yeah. There's Cody Reed.
That's a four-wheel drive Class 1 car. That's the only four-wheel drive Class 1 car at this event. And one of the only ones ever built.
Earlier, Heidi and I were going back and forth between competing in a Class 1 versus a Class 10 with a technical course. And do you want the horsepower? Do you want the nimbleness? And in figuring that whole strategy out. And I think, Heidi, you sided with the Class 1.
I would want the Class 1. What would you want, Rich, between a 10 and a 1?
I would like the 1 because in my 20s, the 10 car is always the one that I would want because I like to beat somebody with a little less, right? Like you have a smaller hammer, but you're hitting the same nail.
Gotcha.
I always like to beat somebody with a less car. So the 10 car was just a little less. But much like the trophy trucks and the trophy specs, all of a sudden third place is a trophy spec because they're consistent, they're very dependable, and the guys run them at 90%, 95% all day long. Can't do that necessarily in a trophy truck and still be at the finish line consistently.
That's true.
Well, we've certainly got plenty of race ahead. We're going to run some leaderboards, take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back with more Baja 500 right after this.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BF Goodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich SCORE Baja 500. We've got some breaking news. We're going to send it up to the action desk with Wes Miller. Wes, take it away.
Thanks, Brandon. Okay, so I think everyone has seen what happened at the beginning of the race. We actually have Christopher Polvarde on with us right now. Let's hear what Chris has to say about what happened. Hey, Chris, how's it going, man?
It's going. I've had better days.
Yeah, hey, I'm really bummed for you. You actually were my pick to win this race. So that really sucks. I mean, you want to kind of talk us through what happened?
Yeah, no, we went off the line. I mean, literally, I think we were 3 corners in and came around. It's kind of like a off camber, and you're going left, and then you kind of turn right up a hill, and there was a line that we had been taking pre-running, and There was a photographer standing in it, so I went to kind of go around the photographer, and there was just a little ledge, and it kind of caught our tire perfectly, and it must have just been the perfect mechanical storm. We weren't going super fast, and it kind of just went up into it was like a rain rut, and it just peeled the whole right front off, broke the portal, broke the upper A-arm, broke everything. So everything flew off, and then, that was kind of it. It wasn't a hard hit, like, didn't hurt, we were just kind of, it was unfortunate. I messed up on my part, but very, very big bummer. As you see there, we jumped out of the car right away, and a lot of the other drivers were still like all squaring up to hit it. I just stood on top of it, so they'd miss it because it was getting everyone.
What was going through your mind when that happened?
Just didn't seem real, to be honest. It just seemed like a nightmare. I was waiting to wake up, but it just never woke up. So, it was just one of those heartbreakers. After the 1,000 last year, making it 12 miles, this year making it 12 feet. One of those deals you kind of just want to go home and cry.
I think a lot of people don't realize the amount of time, effort, money, and everything that goes into this. I mean, how much time did you spend pre-running this race, and then to have it end 30 seconds into the race? That's got to be gut-wrenching.
The planning, the time, pre-running. I spent 10 full days pre-running, usually about usually a minimum of 12 hours a day, usually 14 hours a day. So it kind of just becomes your life. You kind of shut off everything else and kind of just really focus in on, racing and winning the race. And it's hard to process this early on. It just, you turn into this race mode, and it kind of is your life. So when it just comes to a sudden halt, it's a mental challenge.
Hey, Chris, this is, sorry, Wes, just jumping in. This is Brandon down here at the desk with Heidi and Rich Minga, again, echoing Wes. We're just so sorry how this has played out. You spoke about processing something like this, coming off of not competing in the 250, what happened at the 1,000, now this. What are you, maybe it's too early, but how are you going to try to overcome this and step up, hopefully for the 400? What is your team discussing right now? What do you think? How are you going to try to overcome this challenge?
We'll be back. Just more planning, more pre-running, I guess. And for me, I just think I'll spend a lot of time in the gym, getting myself just mentally, and I think trying to get that clear my head that we have the truck, we have the team. I really think we're one of the top teams, and I think we're here to win races. So I'm not going to let this fall us down. I've had a lot of, this is my 15th year racing. I've had some huge wins. I've had some huge losses like this. So we're going to keep fighting back. And I think a big part of it's I'm surrounded by a lot of amazing people. So I think they'll help me keep my head high and get me through this tough time.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that you've proven yourself time and time again, and I think this particular lesson right now is an opportunity for you to show everybody, and it's really kind of a metaphor for life, that when you get knocked down, you will get back up and fight through. Clearly, this stings. It's an emotional shot to the gut, no doubt. But everybody believes in you. We believe in you, and we look forward to seeing you back in action at the 400 for sure.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be back.
Yeah, hey, Chris, this is Wes again. I just want to say, Baja has a way of humbling you and breaking your heart, but it also has a way of rewarding you. And just keep your head up, man. You're a good driver. You're young. You got a lot of races ahead of you. Just stick with this, and you'll be on top of the box here sooner than later. I got faith in you, and I know everyone else does.
Yep.
Amen.
I appreciate it, guys, and we'll be back now. It's
time
to just go back to the drawing board.
And I know it was hard to call in, man. Like you said, you probably want to go home and just cry. And I appreciate you calling in. And take accountability, man, and keep your head up, and you'll win one of these soon, man.
Yep. No. Yeah. Sorry it took me a little. I wasn't on any internet. I was out there trying to figure out how we're going to get. Luckily, it's close to town, but still, the truck's pretty mangled. So.
Okay. Well, take care, man. We'll see you at the 400.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you,
Chris. Oof.
So I mean,
it stings.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Your heart goes out to him. Like I was saying, there's so much time and effort and work that goes into these races, and then to, literally go less than a mile into it and be out. That's tough.
I think one of the other hardest parts too is just, it's a real kind of sign of his character to be able to call in after something so like gut punching like that. It's not easy to get on, go national, go live globally after something like that happens. You want some space to, as he said, to process what just went down. I mean, 10 days of pre-running, like just sweat equity, all that.
And that's not easy in your 20s, much less your 30s or 40s.
No, it's never easy.
It's never easy. It's horrible.
No, so that takes a bit of humility to be able to get on camera live in the moment and be like, yeah, man, it sucks.
Yeah.
But,
But
again, he'll be back.
He's surrounded by great people.
Yeah.
I've heard his parents are amazing people. So,
that's huge.
Yeah, so if he's got, that support around him, he'll be back at the 400. And I bet he's going to try and prove himself.
Yeah. Oh, God, I just not too much, though, dude.
Just like Wes said, he's gonna be on the top real soon here.
For sure.
He's a winner, off the track and on the track.
Amen, 100%. We were talking kind of about superstitions and things like that, or overcoming kind of mental liabilities that sort of build up subconsciously in you. And I think once he just kind of gets over that, he's going to be he was already a force to be reckoned with. But I think once he just gets on the other side of that and gets some really good, solid races under his belt, boy, he's going to be a force.
I don't think this will hold him back.
Nope.
I really don't think it'll hold him back. He's got the good attitude.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Back to some in-car here with Lauren Healy.
In the Bronco.
In that Bronco, right.
Yeah.
A little curious how he's doing. Trying to look at the tracker here to see if he's been able to start working his way through. I know he felt really confident about that vehicle, especially through the first half of the course. He felt like the 4400 trucks were going to be more nimble and be able to kind of throw it around more than the trophy trucks just being lighter. They're 800 horsepower versus trophy trucks are like 1200. But power to weight is about the same, and I think he felt like that these Ford Broncos were going to be really quick through a lot of this, especially the early part of this course.
Yeah.
And he's got clean air right now too, so.
Yeah. Well.
Although
sliding a little bit there, back on.
Yeah. There's a few corners out there that really sneak up on you and come up quick. That was probably one of them right there.
Yeah, and Tim Herbst is about 10 miles ahead of where Lauren is at, but I noticed that there are some big boulders on each side of the course right
we
there.
We call those penalty markers.
Yeah. Those will keep you in check.
Oh, yeah. And that's tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's race mile 100, so just got through the Santa Catarina area and heading towards Nuevo Junction.
Sure. Hey, Wes, you've put together kind of a slew of really great course videos, and I know you did a piece on the Goat Trail. You want to cue that up?
Yeah, our leaders have just kind of come through the Goat Trail, so let's have a look at what they just went through. And this is a really iconic spot on the Baja race courses, so let's take a look at the Goat Trail. Behind me is probably one of the most famous obstacles in all of Baja racing, and it's called the Goat Trail. And what that is a really narrow, rocky trail that comes down the side of this cliff and drops onto Highway 3 right before you get into Valle de Trinidad. And this year on the race course, it's about, I think, race mile 122. So it's fairly early on to the race. Honestly, you can only go so fast through some of this stuff. One thing I'm kind of curious to see is how somebody like a Brock Hager in one of the pro UTVs can do because I think that a smaller, more nimble four-wheel drive vehicle is going to get through a lot of this stuff really quickly and may be really close to the lead pace through there. So that will be interesting to watch. I think it's going to be fairly single file. I don't see a lot to separate people unless you have an issue. You know, if you clip a rock, go into one of these rain ruts and get a flat, you can definitely lose your race through here. So the key is just be smart, get your vehicle through in one piece. Then kind of, you know, once you get to Valle de Trinidad and up Mike's Road, it opens up a little. Then really over to the Pacific too, it's still pretty tight. You know, my gut right now is I think you want to get to the Pacific and then, you know, race from there. But you know, we'll see how it plays out, and we'll keep cruising around and show you guys more course previews as we're working our way around the race course. Okay, so the GO Trail there, really technical section, and that drops you into Highway 3 through Valle de Trinidad and San Matias, and then up Mike's Road. Our leaders are in San Matias, and we had talked about pit strategy. Just got word that Luke pitted at race mile 132, and I think all of our lead trucks will be pitting in that area before they head up Mike's Road and over towards the Pacific. So far we'll see if everyone has a clean pit. This is where we could see some position changes with this pit. So far, most of the changes that have happened have been, you know, like Harley passing Lofton when he had a flat. Hasn't been a whole lot else going on there. I think Toby got by Tavo when Tavo missed a VCP. We're still kind of waiting on word exactly what happened there, but apparently there's some pretty good in-car that shows that. And, you know, it's still I think Luke's race to win or lose here, holding that physical track position and being first on course, because all the way from here to BFG2, which is like around 237 or so, when you get over in the San Catina area, it's again dusty, tight. It's going to be single file, I think, and you just. But he does have Toby behind him, and I believe Toby is our adjusted leader. Toby started 4th and Luke 2nd, so he's got that's a 2-minute gap that Toby has, and I don't think he's that far back.
Yeah.
I'm also okay. Luke hasn't updated yet, but because I'm showing Toby going up Mike's Road right now. If we zoom in right here. Mm-hmm. What I want to see is you see Luke hasn't updated in 3 minutes.
Yeah. 4 minutes.
Yeah. So we're showing Toby up here. I believe Luke's probably still ahead of him as soon as this updates. So it's 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but I bet he's not 2 minutes ahead of him. You know, so that would put Toby. Toby's in a really kind of nice place here. I like where he's sitting at.
Yeah.
I hate to say that because that was Brandon's pick, but Paul and Toby are really good dudes. So, you know, I'd be stoked to see any of these guys win.
Yeah.
But if he can just kind of sit there and keep that pressure on Luke, you know, it'll be the problem is Toby's got a lot of speed and may have more raw speed than just about anybody down here. Yep. And does Luke have what it takes to gap him out if need be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch. The other thing that's going to play in here, though, is Toby is supposed to hand this off to Paul Wheel. And if they got to do a driver change,
I was just going to say.
That's going to be at least a minute.
I think they have a little bit of an understanding of if it's really close and they're winning, Toby may stay in the car.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how that plays out. In fact, I may reach out to Paul and see if I can get a little word from him as to
see if he's
what's
still
going to happen. They might not want to tell us what's going to happen as well.
Exactly.
Because there is some gamesmanship here. I'm talking to all these teams, and they're pretty open with us, but they also keep a few things a little close to the chest. And I'm thinking that the Price Wheel team is probably not going to want to give up whether they're doing a change or not.
Yeah. Well, with regards to privacy and stuff, for some teams, they don't want in-cars. I don't know why, but they don't want you to be able to see what they're doing or what's going on, too.
Well, they're all taking a page off of Rob McCachran's playbook. I'm sure Wes will tell you. You know, it's taken him about 5 years, but McCachran's always sitting back there in 4th or 5th, and then he wins the race, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of these guys are thinking and playing that strategy right now.
Yep.
Staying in the hunt, staying right there.
Yep.
Well, last year at the 500, I thought that Paul would give up his driving spot because of where they were positioned. Remember, they were doing so good, and they did so good. But he didn't give up his driving spot last year. They did the driver swap, and they still won. So, Wes, I don't think he's going to give up his opportunity.
The plot thickens. Okay, well, we're going to take a quick pause from the stage, and we're going to go to some social media. So let's roll some social media clips. What do we got? 41 truck.
That's Lofton.
There's Lofton, yep.
In that Fox truck.
Followed by, is that Robbie?
It looks like Robbie.
Yep. And he is not far behind at all. Listen to that beast. Talk about a lion. Back to some McMillan action. The beast. 83 truck. Got Tavo coming through. And there's Toby. New sponsorship with the Red Bull action happening here. And here's our leader right now. We've got Mr. Luke McMillan physically coming through. Race mile 140.
How long is he going to hold the head of the pack?
As long as he possibly can.
He has just been on fire for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, he's a fantastic competitor. Always great to see Luke out there.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's actually, I think that's a line right there going up Mike's Road where you go onto the whoops in the great.
Go to your right, pan to your right.
The graded road goes off to the left.
There we go.
I think that's where he's at right there. But so we should have Toby. Kind of curious to see what our gap is right here.
Yep, agreed.
And what line he takes, but he'll probably take the same.
Right.
So that's not 2 minutes.
Not at all.
I didn't have a stopwatch going, but that's not 2 minutes. And so Toby's got him on adjusted and can kind of really just hang right outside of Luke's dust and keep pressure on him.
Let's keep pushing him.
Someone that I'm watching here, and I'm going to see if I can kind of get an adjusted time on, is the Concrete Motorsports team with Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner. Because they started 9th, and I'm showing them now 5th on course physical.
Okay.
As well as he's got a pretty good gap in front of him where he'd have some clean air. Looks like
let's see.
Depending on how they update, Robbie might still be ahead of him.
Tavo or Impudia?
No, let's see.
Yeah, that's Tav.
Should be Tavo.
Yeah, I think it's Tavo.
Yeah, that's Tavo.
He changes his paint job.
Sometimes it's a little.
No, that's definitely
tricky.
21.
Yeah,
that's Tavo.
Woo, hitting some ruts.
They just fly on top of those holes, skim the top of them with that suspension.
Yeah. So, was Tavo maybe a couple? Not really. No, I'm trying to think between Tavo and Toby there that we just saw, that separation time-wise.
Yeah, he's probably a minute
90
and a half.
seconds?
Minute and a half. Yeah, good guess. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so we should have Alan coming through here any second.
Right.
What a beautiful camera angle. Look at it. Such a nice day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great day for racing. Hey, Wes, real quick, going back to your video on the Go Trail, what is it that makes it so iconic?
Well, one, it's right on the side of the highway.
Right.
So everybody kind of sees it, but it's just a very narrow, rocky section that we go either up or down, depending on how they have the course routed.
Yeah.
Quite often. It's been a part of Baja racing. I think Rich could probably tell me that, I don't know the first time they went up or down it, but I mean, probably since the 70s or something, I would think. Yeah, so here's Alan.
I think it was in the 70s.
You know, we've got a tight race with all of these top teams.
And we're not to the halfway point yet, so it's not really not going to start shaking out till after that driver change and a few pit stops, and you're going to see things changing. You know, you get into a little wet spot on a brake line or an oil line or things of this nature, and they start working on the vehicle a little bit. Quick pit stops, driver changes. These things all turn into real decision makers.
Sure.
Well, plus it will be just a battle getting through this Mike's Loop with all the big rocks and boulders and the rain that was there. I mean, I think this area is challenging, and it could
a big rock
cause some changes in the
This is a little bit more technical area. So back in the day, you just went up the graded road all the way to Mike's, and then to keep competitors off of that road a little bit, this is where they take you off of the course or off of the graded road. He literally just crossed the graded road right there, and now he's going to make a left in just a second here and then go back towards the course, and then he'll go back onto the graded road. But that is a little deal that I want to say they added it about 5 years ago or so, and it's a lot more tight, twisty, rocky, technical than the rest of the graded road going up to Mike's.
Yeah.
See, now I think he's back onto the graded road here.
And most of all, Wes, you'll attest to this. It really lends to a kinder way to the road traffic, right? Like, it's so much nicer for these guys to do little deviations and score to change the route up a little bit, and then not put us on the road the whole time and beat up the local roads, because this is their traffic. This is their driveway.
Right.
So we don't want to hurt their roads.
Well, this is the road in and out of Mike's Sky Ranch. So, as well as like when you're pre-running too, you know, then there's local traffic. It's better, safer for everybody if you can be off of those main roads. You can see a lot of the area on the northern part or beginning of the course this year. There'd been some fires, and it was interesting driving through there. A lot of the brush is burned out, and you can see how clear it is. So there's a lot of areas that just look different going through them now that it's been burned, versus in the past where you had a lot of foliage that was obscuring your vision. So it has a totally different look to it than in the past going through here, where it was a lot more green and a lot more of the trees and bushes obscuring your view.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Super fun road here. I think everybody loves doing Mike's. It's I think did like a hill climb race of this before, where it's the Pikes Peak of Baja.
It was called Mike's Peak.
Yeah,
Mike's Peak.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I say Robbie put that together.
Yeah, Robbie and Bryce Menzies kind of had an argument on who was going to do it. It was pretty interesting and really a cool event.
You could hear Alan's motor pick up, and these guys are probably going about 100 miles per hour in this section.
Triple digits for sure.
Pretty fast.
Yep.
And you know, 80% or 90% of this road going from the highway up to Mike's is still the regular graded Mike's Road. They just take them off on certain sections when they can, but you know, it's a fast road and really fun.
Yeah, it's This is kind of the rally section of the Baja 500 course, in my opinion, where you really get to get your truck to rotate, and you're hitting your apexes, having your good corner speed is where drivers can kind of really make up a lot of time through there. So yeah, here's Robbie coming through 140.
Yep. And going back to that section we were just watching Alan go through, as you're sort of coming out of a very technical experience, is it nice to, a bit of a relief maybe, to just kind of put the hammer down for a minute and just go straight?
Absolutely.
It's got to be a bit of a relief, like, oh God, here we go.
I always like, and I'm sure Heidi would agree, the diversity of off-road racing is so beautiful because you go from that technical section, like Wes was talking about, like the goat trail, and then down to a high-speed section, and then sandy sections and mountain sections and technical areas and ruts and rocks. So it's really diversified, and it's what makes it so appealing.
Shout out to Jose G for course design. And,
Yeah, I kind of liked checking, had this mental thing where I would check these boxes. Okay, I just got through the Mike's Loop. Okay, I just got through the Pacific. Okay,
There's certain points that you're trying to hit.
You're trying to check the boxes.
And then you get down to the coast and you go, oh, this is so good, there's no fog today. Because it can be fog right in the middle of the day.
True, right.
And then it's this wet, it's dusty, and then it's wet and moist on your shield, and you're just like trying to fight all these elements. But it's part of the challenge. It's what makes it off-road racing, and it's not for the weak.
No. You got your VCPs, and then you got the mental virtual checkpoints.
Think of how many people she's inspired in the female world. Like, there's so many amazing athletes, but she's done this for years and years and done so well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's so sweet
Yeah,
of you.
absolutely.
Yeah, it was fun. Hey, do we know when Max is getting in? Speaking of inspiration and
maybe Wes has something on that, but I'm thinking it's probably close to the halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shooting Max a message right now.
Oh, good. I'm guessing San Catine or Colinet, somewhere in there.
Probably. I would think around BFG 2, that area, which is race mile 237. They could maybe do it at check 1, but I would think most teams that are doing driver changes are going to be doing it around that race mile 240 area.
Usually, we would typically do a driver change if you're going to do one at a pit stop.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So you're going to do it at a fuel stop. Very rarely in these days are they going to waste a stop.
Yep.
So
just for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And those pit stops are 90% of the time where you can get a truck and trailer and some good equipment in there, because the pressure pros and what it's needed to run a pit now is, upwards of 8 guys typically. So it's an amazing sport compared to where it's come from.
Our leaders are coming into the Mike's Sky Ranch area right now. While I was pre-running, I actually stayed at Mike's Sky Ranch, and I have a little piece talking about that whole area and what the course looks like. Mike's Sky Ranch is a favorite amongst SCORE off-road racers. There's a good reason why. You've got a hotel, restaurant, swimming pool, so it's a great place to either watch the race come through here or stop when you're pre-rain. I actually spent the night here last night. This year, the race course, it's about race mile 150. Coming from Highway 3 to Mike's is really fast, high speed, really fun. It's just kind of windy, flowy, graded dirt roads. And then you come into a stream crossing right before you get to Mike's. And then it starts to get really technical as you head further over to the Pacific in San Quintin. So we'll keep working that way, take a look and keep showing you what the course looks like. But this is definitely one of my favorites. You can see the water crossing there at Mike's. I think everyone's seen a lot of shots of that. I just got word back from Max Gordon. He is right around 240, just like I was saying, and that's where he's going to be getting in. So as long as Robbie has a clean run to that area, that's where Max will be hopping in. And I also got word from Ryan Arciero. He's the head of the 19 Industries program, and he said that there's a really good battle with the lead two-wheel drive trophy trucks between Cameron in the 16 truck, Ethan Ebert in that Honda Passport, and then the 19 Industries, which I believe is being driven by Troy Herbst.
Got it.
Or Tim Herbst, actually.
Tim, yeah, in the spec. Race mile 140, that Lofton?
Lofton again, yeah.
Lofton coming through in the Fox truck. These ruts are slowly getting deeper and deeper, nothing too crazy, certainly nothing that these trucks can't handle.
And we did get word earlier that Lofton had a flat and had to pull over, and that's where Lettner got by him.
Got you.
Trying to see what he's got going on there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like, is that a visor clip or maybe? Huh.
Well, it looks like his comms are plugged in up there, so I'm wondering if maybe he's having some comm issues and he's trying to mess with plugging it in or unplugging it or something.
Yep.
Yeah, as a driver, it's really difficult to try to mess with that. You can't really take your hands off the wheels.
Yeah, you want that connection as secure as possible. You probably want to even tape that thing.
I wouldn't want it hanging and bending like that with that wire.
Secure it.
That thing was right up there next to that junction, and it was bending right in a bad spot.
And Lofton's in, this is that corner where it turns to the left, where we just saw Impudia come through a few minutes ago. So Lofton's in that exact same area right now. This is the technical part where they take you off the graded road.
Right. Yep. See him trying to navigate that.
That's why we have some of the best drivers in the world in our sport.
Amen.
Because of the diversity and the ability to make a quick adjustment from technical sections to fast sections to sandy sections. To,
and the only way you're going to get that experience is seat time.
Seat time, baby.
You know?
Seat time.
Yeah. And it is one of those things where it's trial by fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got word from Ryan. So Pat Dean is driving the 19 Industries truck.
Got it.
Pat started, and then Tim's going to get in at race mile 170. So I think that's on the Observatory Road.
So the funny part about that is Cameron and Pat used to be race partners.
Yes.
So they're battling against each other right now, but at one point they were in the same trophy truck.
Is Cameron solo in this race?
No, Dave Mason Jr. is going to get in, I think around race mile 240 for a section, and then I think Cameron's getting back in, but not totally sure.
Okay.
And
I think when the races are this tight, I'd be a little hesitant to be doing a bunch of driver changes.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And Dave Mason Jr., Cameron's new partner, they just had a really good success at the last event at the Mint, right? Or at the at the 250. Yeah.
Here's in-car with Eva Starr, our high school graduate.
Look at that. What a nice young inspiration to the female.
Soloing the whole
racers.
thing.
I know.
Baja 500. That is phenomenal. Well, we'll allow Eva to make her way. We will pause here at the studio, pay some bills with some commercials, and we'll be right back with more Baja 500 right after this.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante? Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone,
Pásala segura.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BF Goodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich SCORE Baja 500. We're in a really exciting place right now. We were just taking a look at the bikes during the break. Tyler Lynn, 7X team, or driver record, I should say. You know, they're at about 4:30 right now, so it's we're getting close to someone crossing the finish line. Still some course left to travel, but it's getting there.
Yeah, about 30 minutes or so.
About 30 minutes or so. So that's exciting. In a little bit here, we'll push it into some in-car. So we'll take you back into the race live. Here we see Ethan Ebert, one of the top qualifiers. So we don't exactly know what's happening here with Kevin Thompson, but obviously he's pulled off to the side, and we'll see. Maybe at some point Max will have some. I'm sorry. Wes will have some sort of communication with the team to kind of give us an update here. But for right now, at some point, we'll see what the situation is. We've been seeing other various in-car playing out here. Back to Toby. POV. From the
reverse POV.
Reverse POV, right? Yep. But so far, from what we know,
that's the rearview mirror.
Toby's keeping everything in one piece, and hopefully he may or may not present this car to Paul Wheel. Well, that's another thing we want to kind of follow up and see. Now we're in car with Toby, and I don't know. You know, sometimes if you just kind of get into a groove, everything's going, and you're starting to get some information, data, analytics back. Maybe you don't. Maybe Toby does the whole thing. We'll see.
Well, Paul's no slouch behind the wheel.
He's going to want to get in there.
He does a heck of a job.
Heck yeah.
He does as good a job. I mean, Toby really doesn't give up much by giving the wheel over to Paul.
Right.
And Paul owns the vehicle, but he's very, very talented, and that's not always the case. It usually takes a couple of guys like that I've known. It takes them a few years to get up to speed.
Yeah.
Paul's been there since the beginning.
Yep.
They've been a solid team.
Paul would be fresh. He'd be jumping in without being exhausted.
Speaking of Paul.
A different Paul. Yeah.
Paul Barnhart. Now he's a UTV guy.
Yep. Oh, and shift over to Kristen Matlock.
And another lady champion.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's so fun how her and her husband compete against each other, and she does so well, and quite often beats him.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
She's so humble. I would imagine she keeps it pretty low pro at home.
Yeah, I mean, there is that old adage of happy wife, happy life, but when you get them on a Baja track, it can get a little competitive, you know?
Yeah.
And boy, she can bring it.
I think they have as good a marriage, I would believe, as they do a racing team.
Yeah.
It's successful. It seems like they've been doing this a long time with smiles on their faces, both of them.
Sure.
And that's not easy. Racing's stressful.
Sure
much less to have two of them.
Sure is.
I'm wondering when their kids are going to get into this. I don't know how old they are right now, but they're starting to look like they're the right age to at least get in the right seat.
It's interesting as we start to see different generations starting to feather in, as the lineage gets passed down, right?
Yeah.
You know, we've seen the McMillans, we've seen the Herps and all these other families, and the Cochrans and stuff, but the Matlocks, you're up.
I think Cameron got into the right seat when he was about 14 years old. So he might have been driving and racing in Mexico at 15. But
I think he was, because I raced with him. I think he was maybe 16, and I drove the car for their dad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, back in the day.
Oh my gosh,
in a
that's
1.2 1600. Oh, there's a big story there.
That's so cool.
Not the proudest moment for me, but it was really good.
Back to race mile 53. See if we can identify who's making their way down. Rich, earlier you were talking about another class 7, I believe. You want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
So class 7 has had some rule changes, and from what I understand, you're allowed four-wheel drive now. So Wes Miller's taken the very successful Jackal that he's built for class 1, which is a four-wheel drive class 1 car, and he's using it now in class 7, put a body on it, and runs a 6-cylinder motor, I believe, the spec motor for class 7, and they're in a four-wheel drive class 7. Very light, nimble car, and very competitive. So I think he's going to be running in the top if he can get through here without too many problems.
With anything technical happening, he's got a poised vehicle for possible victory.
I think he's good for a top 10 to 15 overall.
Wow.
They're that good of a car.
Okay.
Yeah, so depending on how far back he starts, he's going to have some traffic to deal with, which could hold him back. but he's no slouch to top speed and success in Baja. He's been very, very active for the last 5 years, and an incredible driver.
Yeah.
Talk about back to generational success. His father, his uncle, their family is just, and Ryan, his brother races the Herbst truck, one of the Herbst trucks. So they're no.
Paul,
that.
Oh, here's Paul.
Let's see if we can
Barnard.
listen in real quick.
Just send me a couple of photos, guys, of the wheel area damage, so I can see if I can see anything else.
Wheel area damage.
And then just start to do what you can do, and I'll let you know on there if you keep your phone local to you.
So if they're calling in something like that, is this probably more than just a flat?
It sounded like they're bringing in some parts. He was talking to JR.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Cheers. Bye.
I could recognize JR's voice. I've worked with the Wes Miller team, and that's JR's team. This is one of the vehicles they prep and maintain and do team management on.
Okay.
And Paul Barnhart is a successful racer.
To cut Jeff out of a drive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're out of Texas, and I just heard JR say he'll be giving them as a race mile so they can be bringing parts back into them. So hopefully they're at a place where they can access the course legally and safely and get parts into them and get them going again for a finish for the event. You need seat time. You want to finish, always.
Yeah. So approximately, just given this issue, what kind of a time delay are we looking at?
It's hard to say where they're at on the course, but it could be a good hour, pretty easily.
Rough.
Yeah. When helmets come off, that's minimum 15 minutes usually.
Yeah, yeah.
There's disappointment, there's not a lot of excitement, and I don't see them starting to pull the car apart in order to make that repair.
Sure.
You would usually, the co-driver would get out of the car and start pulling the car apart.
Right.
So they can do it when they get there. They have half the work to do to just put the new parts on.
Yep. There's another vehicle.
Yeah, that's Brendan Gaughan, I believe, right?
Let's see. Yep.
Yep.
The 162.
Class 1.
Looks like he's got to get pulled out or something.
Is that the four-wheel drive you were talking about?
No.
Okay.
That's Cody Reed has
Thor's
a four-wheel
over to
drive.
the side now.
Oh no.
Wow. Okay, so.
But they're at a pit stop on the highway, so I don't think, and they got their helmets on in the cockpit, so that doesn't concern me too much.
But still,
the hood's off.
We've just seen a series of vehicles
Oh.
off to the, all paused, off to the road, off the side of the road.
But helmets off is the biggest concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And then here's his dad, or his uncle,
Tim
Herbst.
Yep.
Yeah, Thor is somewhere on the highway after the goat trail.
Yep.
And EJ is ahead of him by a few miles, so maybe something did happen to Thor's truck.
Well, with the hood off, I'm thinking something did for sure.
Yeah, going back to Paul there, when you have those delays, and if it's going to be at least, potentially an hour, do you want to get out? Do you want to stretch a little bit, move your body around, do what you got to do, or do you stay in there in the shade, out of the sun?
I think he's being in that psychology. I think he's probably processing the disappointment of the failure. And
Gotcha.
Is it his failure? Is it just a parts failure? Where'd the failure come from? You're kind of trying to figure things
reassessing.
We always had a never surrender, never give up mantra too. So
Is that part of the initiation to a desert assassin?
yeah, it is.
You get
Do you wanna
branded,
join?
you push down and
Never surrender.
Never surrender. You got Corey Hart in the background. Never surrender.
Right?
There's a soundtrack. I mean, you guys really do some intense MK Ultra stuff. Whoa, here we go. Speaking of the Broncos, whoop-de-whoop.
Oh, you can tell the course is also getting beat up.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, different type of vehicle, different suspension than the trophy trucks and the two-wheel drive trophy trucks, but you can see a difference in the course.
Lauren Healy. But with shock technology, things have just changed so drastically. But of course, the electronics are the ones to be really proud of. We wouldn't have a broadcast like this without the star streams and all the live footage. It's incredible.
So, you know, you just look at their helmets bobbling around, bouncing back and forth, and yet you've got a great stable picture through the whole thing. It looks smooth, but boy, they're dancing in there.
Absolutely.
So, super grateful for that. There's a different perspective of that. Just bouncing
and there's
around.
back to the hand signals and probably the radio. So you don't use one without the other.
Yeah.
And maybe you use a little bit of each so you don't talk too much.
True.
Just depends on the way these guys dance together, right?
Yeah, everybody's got their own thing.
Yeah.
You know? Their own way of doing it, and they kind of establish that in the pre-run, I think, at some point, and then once it comes time for the competition itself, they've got their strategy of how they want to do it.
Yeah.
And off they go.
Yeah, like Wes was saying earlier that he would rather have just voice.
Yeah.
And but then Jason McNeil and whatnot, and this particular co-driver is doing a little bit of hand and probably voice as well. Kind of reminds me of the 80s.
Rich, did you race before GPS?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Cameron's dad, Mark, Big Daddy, he used to tell us so many stories about racing without a GPS.
Oh yeah, it was ribbons on the bushes and down arrows and up arrows. Speed,
putting
danger. 3 down arrows would mean there's a big hole. 2 down arrows, medium. 1 down arrow, you could probably take it, go through it.
Putting your tickets in your
stuck
VPC.
stubs?
Yeah.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
Oh sure. Absolutely. No GPS.
Nothing.
It was a level playing field back then, baby.
That's right.
It was pretty neat.
Yeah.
I did race 1,000 one time though, and we had tickets. Like we would get
stuck
tickets.
stubs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 2007-ish. They
Wow.
still had stubbed cans, yeah.
Okay.
Wild.
Wow.
I know.
Wild.
We raced in the 80s with your husband, and there was no GPS.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Cameron definitely didn't have GPS or any navigation help.
Yeah.
Much less co-drivers. We raced single-seaters a lot of times back then.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Wow. Good stuff. All right.
Fun.
In car, Cameron
Here we go.
Steele.
Speaking of the champion
Here
right
we
here.
go.
It looks like he's in someone's dust.
That's a
Applying pressure. Getting close.
You know, you always think when you're in somebody's dust, are you being held
Vaughn
up and
getting
then
junior.
somebody else is catching you? So there's a lot of psychology everywhere during the event.
Right.
But again, you're not even to the halfway point here yet. So you want to take it easy and lack of mistakes.
Yeah, that's where experience and poise is going to kick in.
That's correct.
You know, just taking a look here quick, from what we can see, 7X team is at about 444 mile marker. They are getting close, approximately 16 miles-ish away from the finish line.
And that's Mark Samuel's team, and they have been on a roll. They had some bad luck at the 1,000 a couple years ago. And tell you what, they're really doing well.
Yeah. But so far, go ahead.
I'm wondering if Cameron is in Ethan Ebert's desk, because I'm looking at the map and neither one of their trackers have updated for 3 to 4 minutes, but they seem like it might be a battle between the two of them.
Okay.
What makes you so interested in that, Heidi Steele?
Right? Oh, that actually makes me a bit nervous.
That's wishful thinking as a wife, right? I think he might be in
It's
Ethan
possible.
Ebert's dust. That's great.
All right, back to Kevin Thompson. So it looks like he got the truck back in the race here, and just trying to make up as much time as possible. Wait a second, dare I say,
and there's a rock right there. Boom.
And here I open my big mouth.
And that's.
To be honest, that looked like
Do you
Cameron.
think he might have got?
That was Cameron that just passed
Do you think he
him.
might have nerfed him a bit and pushed him off the side?
You're gonna say it's because
That's
I'm
Cameron
his
that
biggest
passed him.
cheerleader.
Everybody's
You hexed-
Cameron right now.
Yeah, everybody.
I love it.
Got a Cameron on the brain.
It did look like it could have been Cameron. Now, I believe that's Harley Lettner in the car, and I think they're having some issues or they wouldn't be going that slow because that car doesn't get passed.
Well,
when
Harley's got a
in
lead
there.
foot for sure.
Yeah.
But he was pulled over,
Earlier too, so
few minutes
they're limping,
before.
I believe. They're limping and not wanting to hold up the competitors that are on the gas.
So that exchange that we just saw with possible Cameron blasting by, you don't think it was a nerf situation? You think he just moved the vehicle off the side?
Correct, absolutely, because he's running at a pace that he knows isn't competitive, so he's not going to hold up anybody. So when he sees somebody coming,
Yeah.
Got it.
And with the devices now and all the electronics, you're going to always get notification that there's somebody behind you.
Got it. Not in the olden days.
No, it was.
You had to find out the hard way.
Only bumpers. Yep, it was.
Yeah, that's
Excuse me,
true.
I'm here. Yeah.
So, okay. We're doing with
another helmet off. 513. That's a Class 5 Unlimited
Class
car.
5 over on the
Wow.
side. Okay.
Not too many of those any longer either.
Well, we got the helmet off, Rich.
Wow.
Drinking water. Hands up in the air, never
Looks like
a good
he put
sign.
A beanie on too.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna be there for a little while.
And
He's already thinking about camping out.
Do you see the easy up? So he's at a pit location, and there's a car on a trailer right there.
Right.
So he's he's in the area of habitat, which is nice because when you're 10 or 20 miles out or 50 miles out, it's a pretty lonely day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, here comes another.
Class 11 or
Class-
516? Oh, that's Mike
see.
Marcel in the in the
spy truck. Yeah, we got a Class 11
Class
coming
11
Class 11.
At race mile 53.
Oh, and it's the
Beep,
top
beep.
team, Flementes. Those guys would run hard and super consistent. That's the top.
The creme de la creme.
Class 11
Class
team
11s,
for sure.
right there. Well, looks like
Mike
pitted.
Marcel and Hudson Hall right
Yep.
there. He rides with
Getting
them the whole
strapped in.
time.
wiping off their visors and
it looks like they're getting
sealed
going.
up. Yep.
Looks like it was just a quick pit. I
Giddy
saw
up.
the McMillan logo in the background, so they're close to the McMillan team and or are pitting with them.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Class 11s are at race mile 53 and the lead trophy trucks are at race mile 175. So they're about 125 miles ahead on course.
Wow.
The speed zone here.
Of course, they probably started about an hour back.
There you go.
45, 50 minutes minimum back, plus the speed, of course.
Yeah.
Yep. There's another Class 11.
Talk about an adventure.
Boy, that is a strong choice.
That class in the late 70s when it was developed became one of the biggest classes.
Yeah.
And there's some names that used to race it.
It's wild.
Yeah.
All right, in car, Justin Davis. He's chasing a little dust.
It's another trophy spec.
Yep.
He's a top runner for sure.
For sure. All right, well, while Justin Davis tackles more Baja terrain, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hey sis, you won't believe this place.
First, we checked out the pier, where cruise ships come from all over the world.
The vibe is one of a kind. Then, we went to Valle de Guadalupe. The landscapes here are stunning.
There are vineyards everywhere.
And the wine was perfect.
And the food is on another level. With Michelin star restaurants in the valley, every moment is so unique.
You have to come to Ensenada.
It's the gateway to incredible experiences.
Hope you can join us next time.
Ensenada, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Cross the road now. Copy that.
Hola, Tavo Vildósola aquí, la revista Score Journal sale cada mes, hay que leerla para estar actualizados de todo lo que está pasando en nuestro deporte, el deporte que amamos y que queremos aquí de la Baja, entonces ahí nos vemos en la revista.
No se olviden de leer el Score Journal, la mejor revista para el off-road, manténganse al tanto de todos los updates y todas las noticias por ahí. Saludos.
Revista Score Journal, muy interesante, muy buena y pues síganla. Ánimo.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Welcome back to BF Goodrich SCORE Baja 500. Rich Minga has mysteriously disappeared and John Griffin has joined us back, and there's a reason why, and it's because our bikes, we've got a couple teams crossing the finish line.
That's right. The timed loop up there at Nelson Ranch, the 7X has come through, so they've led all day, had a solid run, and they've finished. It looks like they've got about a little bit more than 10-minute lead. The 1X has just crossed the timeline, so they're heading down to Ensenada where they can join Rat and get the greetings down there. So both of those teams, solid runs.
Another fantastic 2025 season thus far. Two great competitions, back-to-back, San Felipe and 500. Now, once they cross the finish line, how long does it take them approximately to get down to Ensenada?
So it's about 15 miles, and with traffic this in the afternoon, I'm going to say it's probably a 25-minute, 22-minute ride to get down there, drive to get down there.
Yeah. It's still open city. It's an open. I mean, it's live. It's Saturday. You know what I mean? It's not. They don't close down sections for them to come through, so they've got to obey it and obey those traffic laws.
Yeah, I would guess the 7X is going to be there with less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Very good. Well, an early congratulations to the 7X team. We'll get to the ramp in just a bit, but until then, we'll see who is in our camera on the right. We'll zoom in there and see if we can get some action. Could it be a Herbst? Race mile 140.
toma con el iPhone.
Let's see which Hertz that might be.
I guess EJ.
Is that 263?
I like how he's doubling them up.
Yeah.
263.
Yeah, 263. You're right. As it kind of pulls back, you really see that whole area that was singed and burnt. And right behind him, 273 coming through. So, seconds.
Specs.
Yeah, Brenthal. Yep. He's in some dust.
Yeah, he's right
putting
in
pressure on him.
He's right in their dust,
making
it happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Jordan or Adapt Poly. I don't know which one's racing right now.
Right.
I think Abdali Lopez is in the truck right now.
Yep. So we'll see if there's another truck on the way. Don't see any dust in the distance, but we'll see what happens here. Have you had a chance at all, John? Have you been communicating with any of the teams? Any new insights or anything, or everything pretty status quo thus far?
So most of the motorcycle teams are consistent. There hasn't been any big surprises or anybody breaking down or crashing that I've heard of, but I don't have communications with all of them.
Yeah.
But it does look like that trophy truck battle is still raging on at the front. I think that our intervals, maybe the second timing loop isn't working, so we'll just have to continue to look. But it looks like Luke and Toby, Tavo, and Alan are still in that four-way battle, and the timing is so close. There was some chatter, I think Wes brought it up, about the Tavo and whether he turned around to go get a VCP, backwards on the course or something. So that always raises some political games after the race is over, and you're in the meeting with Jose G, trying to complete your case.
Go ahead, Wes.
I talked to Tavo's, I've talked to a bunch of the teams. Tavo did miss a VCP. He did turn around. I think what's going to need to be determined is if he was on course or off course. Obviously, I think the Tavo side's opinion is he was off course. I think some of the other people may have a different opinion, but that will be determined. The trackers will show that, and that'll be something that will be looked at after the race. I mean, honestly, I hopefully he was off course. I hate to see somebody be penalized for something like that, especially when you're trying to do the right thing and hit the VCP.
Right.
I've actually been in that situation myself. Was protested and actually found to be okay. So, Tavo, I hope you're good. And from what I heard from the McMillans, Luke came clean through 170. They all have now come through the Observatory Road, and which is a visual. It's really kind of one of the only visuals that these teams can do from Mike's all the way till you get to checkpoint 1 and by Vicente Guerrero. So almost all the teams were doing a visual in that area, right around 168, 170. So they won't see their guys now until check 1 at around 205, I believe, a little bit past 205.
We've been watching this.
Luke's still holding the physical lead, and then Toby, Tavo, and Alan, and those four trucks have really kind of been holding pace with each other all race long. Doesn't seem like anyone's really able to gap anyone else out.
Yeah.
Other than Toby was able to gain track position on Tavo when he missed the VCP. But excuse me. Other than that, there haven't really been any changes, which falls into what I had anticipated here. But we are starting to get closer to the coast, and then that's where I think if guys are going to make some moves, that's where it's going to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, we've been watching this in-car footage back at Race Mile 140. One story that we haven't talked about is there seems to be a battle between the spec trucks. So we have Jason McNeil, we have Justin Davis, EJ Herbst and Jordan Brenthal, those guys are all pretty, and Jack August. I mean, they're all pretty back to back right there. So that's going to be a fun story to watch as it develops.
Watch that unfold. See some quads here at race mile 391. On the back end of this course, 70 miles out or so, give or take.
Yeah, you've got a lot of bikes and quads coming through the Urupan area there, working their way towards Tres Hermanos and Ojos in the finish.
See those ruts everywhere? He's carefully navigating. It looks like, what are you doing? He's kind of tiptoeing. Well, there's a 2-foot deep rut right next to him that he's going to just drop off into.
Right.
So spend some time and get it right. Or pay
Heidi
the
was talking about the battles, and I think trophy truck, we've got a great battle going on. Two-wheel drive trophy truck, we've got a great battle going on, and trophy spec, as well as a lot of the other classes. Something I had talked about Ricky Johnson driving the 1L with Gus Valdesola, and I was saying he was a little further back than we normally see him, and he's been kind of slowly working his way through and kind of gaining some ground. I think he is 8th physical now and started 11th, so he's picked up a couple spots. And then it looks like Ethan Ebert is still having a great run in the Honda Passport. So, good job by him. I'm showing, I don't know if you've been watching where Cameron is, Heidi, but because I'm showing Tim Herbst and then Sam Baldy as the next two. That would be 2nd and 3rd physical in the two-wheel drive trophy truck class.
Look at this. At race mile 140 here on your left, going uphill. Just 10 feet at the most separating them, maybe even less now. 2
He's
feet.
giving him a little assist going up that hill. A little love tap.
A little bit of a how's your father?
It's like, better move over now.
Yeah. Another Herbst coming through.
Better going up the hill than down.
Down
the
hill.
Oh
boy.
Froze up right on his jump.
Right on the wheelie.
Back to Ethan. Seems having a nice smooth ride here. Calm and collected in this moment. For now. And that will change. Back to some quads, probably 391. Yep. I'll have to take a look, but I'm trusting that Brock Hager's probably still out in front for UTVs. So right now we're just sort of, sorry John, we're just
150.
Yeah, we're just at
it's like McNeil,
on the watch for the finish.
Davis.
Well, and something to think about too is Rob Mack started, I believe, 7th or 8th. Let's see, 7th or 8th position. So he's 7 minutes behind as far as the starting position, but he's sneaking in there.
Of course.
So he's still far on the track, but when you look at the adjusted time, he's in that mix.
Slowly climbing. Yep. Getting closer and closer.
Let's not count him out.
Yeah.
He's really good at that.
Oh yeah. He's known for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we can see Ensenada. We see that flag starting to drift with the breeze. We're moments away from the 7X team coming in, and we'll be celebrating with them in a moment. Until then, we look to our left with Robbie Gordon and patiently await Max Gordon to get behind that wheel at some point.
While we're waiting for the lead bike to come into the finish here, I just got news from the Jimco team that the fastball truck that Rob Mack is driving, and apparently he is now out of the race. So I'm waiting for an update as to what happened.
I jinxed him. It says 0.0 miles an hour at race mile 173.
Son of a gun.
I was waiting for it to refresh, and then it comes back at 0. So what a bummer.
And Tim's pulled over, which I'm not sure what's.
Is that a pit?
Oh, it looked like it's driver change, maybe.
Yeah,
something's going on. I don't think it's mechanical or anything.
Okay, so maybe Pat Dean got out and Tim's getting in.
Nobody.
Yes, Pat was starting the race, and then Tim was getting in at 170. So they should be right around that race mile 170 area.
The tracker shows them at 166.9. So
there you go. Hopefully, once this dust moves aside, we'll get that 19 two-wheel drive truck on its way.
And it looks like Toby is still like just 0.3 of a mile behind McMillan. And so he could be playing that long game of, hey, I started 2 minutes behind you, and therefore I just need to finish within 2 minutes, or that time adjustment.
Yeah.
And you could lead physically all the way across the line, but I'll beat you on time.
Yep.
What I want to see is, I think Toby's just being smart, hang with him, and then when they get to the coast, just Toby try to make a move on them. And then what do you do about this driver change with Paul? Do you risk, Paul can drive. I'm not worried about Paul losing time, but if it takes 10 seconds longer to pit and do the driver change than it normally would, and that costs you track position, are you willing to give that up?
So Wes, in that scenario, Paul owns the truck. Does Paul make the call?
Yeah, I think Paul would make the call on this. He is technically, I believe, the team owner, owns the truck. But I know in races past, they kind of had a plan of if Toby had the lead and it was close and they were potentially going to win, that they would not do a driver change. I'm thinking that would probably be the call right now. If they get enough of a lead that they could comfortably do a change, I think they would. But right now, it is so close.
Yeah.
I think it'd be too much of a gamble to do that.
Sure. Makes sense.
Yep. Now you wonder how much Toby pre-ran all of that section with that in mind, because usually they all pre-ran everything. But
and that's another thing to take into consideration, because I know Toby focused on the section he's in right now, and Paul focused on the coast. Is it worth the gamble to have the guy that has more pre-run time and more miles under his belt on that coast section? Is it worth getting him in there? So they have some tough decisions to make.
Yep. Darned if you do and darned if you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, there's arguments for both sides on it.
Yeah.
It just, man, it would really concern me to be, I think Toby's in our adjusted lead.
Yeah.
To gamble throwing that away, doing a driver change.
Yeah, I think in Toby's that shot right there, it looks like you can see dust every once in a while. That's Luke's dust in front of him. So they've done a great job of reeling in the leader.
Yeah. You can see it. We can just, unfortunately, we can't get that black dot out of the way. But you can see the dust for sure.
He's in his dust right there a little bit. So he's not that far behind.
Right.
Yep, and he started 2 minutes behind Luke. So he's got
him on time.
And you don't want to let Tavo or Alan get ahead of you either. So that's, I'm very curious to see how that plays out.
Well, and you mentioned some people doing a, quote, short pit with not needing a full tank of gas, and maybe they don't take as many seconds of fuel. So could be some decisions on kind of like taking 2 tires in NASCAR at the end of a race instead of a full 4, just to get the track position.
And should they get into a position where Paul makes that decision to let Toby finish this whole race, Toby's capable of making it happen, but even though, and he's raced these sections before, it's still, if you didn't pre-run it, there's still that little piece in the back of your mind that's just like,
Yeah, I would guess that he ran the whole course at least once.
Yeah.
Paul, when we interviewed him earlier today, was saying that Toby was down there along the coast the other day, or just like Saturday, after the rain.
Yeah.
So that would be along the ocean. So it probably was still some of that section. And
sure.
My guess is he probably would just bring it all the way back when he pre-ran. So they've probably covered their bases so that they're prepared for this type of an event.
Yep. All right.
I just
here
got.
We go. Oh.
Looks like
bittersweet, Wes. One moment here as the 7X team comes into Ensenada.
Here he is. Wow, what a run. Putting on a clinic. Getting that checkered flag. We're going to hook him up with some champagne, his interview. He's rocking those heat weight goggles. You want to take your helmet? Yeah, man, welcome back to Ensenada. It's taco time. It's never too early for a beer here either when you just finished the Baja 500. And on point. Congratulations, Tyler. You guys absolutely crushed it today. It was epic to see the battle out there, and you guys just like I said, you just took them to school. How you guys feeling? No major issues? I mean, it just seems smooth, just a good day. You get out there clicking and clacking, and that's what happens. You get on top of the box.
Yeah, for sure. We obviously got off to a good start of the day. Starting first definitely helps, but it was super foggy this morning, and I feel like I navigated that really well compared to the others. And me and Carter, we've been down here the last week putting in the work. You know, we're quiet. You know, we're just calculated. We're here to do a job, and you know, this is why we do it. You know, to come and try getting this bike first up here on the podium. Carter had an awesome ride. Did his job. I did my job, and we're here. We're stoked.
You're here right where you want to be, on top of the box, and yeah, I'll talk back with you, but we'll talk to Carter over here. So how was your section? You ran the whole mid-section. He started and finished. I didn't know he did both start and finish.
Yeah, so he started, went through the fog, and gave me the bike at 210. We did a front and rear wheel, and I rode up the coast and took it to him to 380, and he got back on for the finish.
All right, well, congratulations. So what happened to the front wheel? You normally change the back, but the front normally hangs in there.
Yeah, with our pit, we wanted to do fresh front and rear, so Carter could just have fresh tires, and then we ended up doing an extra rear change. So, you know, just to make sure the bike makes it to the finish line, we had seems like a pretty big gap, so we could, you know, had a little bit of leeway room to make sure the bike's good.
It's definitely good. It's all good. Now you're at the finish. And I know you guys, this program right here, Mark Samuels is team captain and puts it together for you guys and helps. I think he was going to be a backup rider. I'm not sure he was on as a rider, but it was just you two that rode. So definitely the way to go. But some great sponsors. You want to thank some people? I know people want to hear from you because you're the champion right now.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we have a great team behind us. Mark Samuels, first and foremost, for getting me and Carter on the team. You know, getting everything together. Bobby at San Diego Powerhouse for building us an awesome bike. Honda, Monster Energy, Dunlop, Heatwave, Fluid Logic, Showa, Dunlop, Fly. Man, there's Alpine Star. There's so many that we could thank. Lava Propane. That, you know, I don't want to forget anybody, but I know I'm going to. But you know, just can't thank everybody enough. It takes a whole crew for us to get down here and you know, let alone to win. You know, it's huge for us, and thank you, everyone.
It is huge, well-deserved. You were definitely on point, one of the fastest riders on the planet. This is the World Desert Championship Series, and you guys right now, this is going to move you guys into first place, so you guys you're already in first place.
Yeah, no, this just should extend our points lead and going into the 400 in a few months. So, you know, me and Carter's going to get back to work. And, man, we'll see you guys in a few months.
We're looking forward to it, you guys. Go enjoy that taco and ice-cold water, whatever you're drinking. The Monster. He's gonna put one back. Great job, gentlemen. You did a hell of a job today. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you, Rat, and congratulations, 7X team. Time to drop the shoulders, get some food, and celebrate. Really excited, though. These guys are just having a heck of a year and season, and we just can't wait to see what they do at the 400. So from there, we'll shift back over here to Thorherbst, and we'll see what's happening there. But in a minute, we'll probably pop back to Ensenada as the 1X team comes in. Until then, now back to race mile 140, it looks like. All right.
While we're watching this, I've been talking to a few of the teams one thing that has happened is Jason McNeil was leading the trophy specs, and we're hearing that he's having fuel pump issues. I think we actually have some in-car of him stopped on the side of the course. So that's right around race mile 152. And like I said, from what we understand, it's a fuel issue.
Okay.
So that's disappointing because he was leading the trophy specs, at least physically, through that point, and he's already been passed by quite a few guys in his class.
Rough.
Hopefully they can get going again, but he's in an area that it's really tough to even just get parts to him. So they might be able to salvage a finish, but they're definitely out of contention as far as competing, for a win. So I've been talking with Paul Wheel. We were trying to figure out what was going to happen there with Toby and if they're close. And Paul's saying he's getting in.
Okay.
So
I told you.
last year, he said he put 4 minutes on the guys that he was ahead of, and so I think they feel confident in putting Paul behind the wheel. He's done his homework on the coast, and he knows it, so they're going to stick with their plan. I think they have those driver changes down to really, really quick, so he can probably be in and out of the vehicle about as fast as they're doing the fueling and a tire change.
Sure.
So, hopefully they don't really, it's a little bit of a gamble because say something happens and you can't get your harness hooked up, or it does add a little element to the pit that can go wrong. But I know they've practiced this quite a bit, so I think that they're confident in it. But it's good to get that news, and so we're gonna have Toby getting out here fairly soon, and Paul Wheel getting in, and let's see how that plays out. But they're, in my opinion, looking very good at having a shot of repeating and being back-to-back Baja 500 champions.
Yeah, that we'll see how that goes. I mean, look, if you're the owner of the truck itself has been performing very well, you've come all this way, it would be excruciatingly difficult to just not want to get behind that wheel. And if Toby is running a great race and they've got it dialed in, to Wes's point, then more power to you. Get in there, Paul, bring it home.
You mean if you come all the way from Australia to
all
Baja,
the way,
you pay for the whole team because it's your truck, it's your team, it's everything else.
That's what I mean.
You actually want to drive your own car?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That sounds so selfish.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I'm going to get behind that wheel.
Right.
Well, and a lot of people, everyone knows Toby Price's name and knows, he's won Dakar, a very accomplished rider/driver. I think maybe in the U.S., not as many people know Paul Wheel's name, but Paul is a very accomplished driver.
For sure.
And every time that we've been covering a race, when he gets in, there's zero drop-off from Toby to Paul. And sometimes, actually, Paul extends the lead.
That's very true.
I don't want people to kind of discount Toby's getting out, they're going to lose the race. Like, no, like Paul Wheel is going to get in, and Paul Wheel can wheel a truck.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he did it last year when they did the driver change, and there wasn't a lot of time last year. It was tight like this.
Yeah.
And he did it.
I remember we were kind of a little hesitant last year as well, and then he got in and extended the gap. So it's Paul definitely can drive. And I think they've got a solid plan. Still gotta, I think they want to try to get around Luke. If I were them, being patient, but get to that beach and make that pass and try to gap the field out would probably be my mindset once you get past like BFG 240 and over to that San Quintin area. Make your move at that point.
Yeah. Back with Jason McNeil.
So I've noticed vehicles going around on each side of him.
He's between a rock and a hard place, isn't he?
Horrible place.
Yeah, he's got to watch his back end there, his body as the trucks go around and nail a human on there. That would not be good.
No.
I would be trying to put it in neutral and push it off the course
it's
on
in
one
park.
side or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's someone that's flagging while the other person's checking out how to fix
well,
it.
if you look in the left, in that mirror in the left, it looks like there's something back there, like another truck of something. Maybe they can pull them out. I don't know.
You're right.
So perhaps someone's arrived yet, but if it's he's pointing to something. If it's a live course, obviously there's all kinds of vehicles screaming through there. So it is not, this is kind of brings us back to the Polvardi situation where very challenging to get the vehicle out of there into a safe area.
Yeah, at least at this point, they're far enough along that it's now once every few minutes that someone's going by, maybe even 5-minute gaps or something.
Yeah.
Whereas Polvardi was right off the line and you knew you were going to see a fresh car every single minute.
Right.
And then every 30 seconds once they got down to the other classes.
Yeah.
So it was like, and you're done.
We've been talking a lot about, the power and the need for a good pit. Wes has got I'm going to throw it up to Wes here with regards to the BF Goodrich pit. Wes, you want to take it away on that video package?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. So our lead trophy trucks are almost to race mile 200 right now. As they're coming into that area, they'll get into Santo Domingo Wash, and then the course goes east and then comes back to the BFG pit. So at race mile 237 is BFG2. A ton of teams will be pitting right in that area. I was there earlier in the week taking a look at it. So let's have a look at what it looks like and what the racers will be going through in that area. I'm in what is going to be the location of BFG2. So BFG, they've got 3 pits that they're doing for this year's Baja 500, and that's all part of their pit service. This area right here is on the outskirts of the south side of San Quintin, just short of race mile 240. Off the start, all the way through Ojos El Alamo, to go the Goat Trail, to where you hit the speed zone in San Vicente, all that is tight, technical, gonna be slow, you're gonna have to be patient. Then, up Mike's Road, it speeds up. You also have El Alamo Road, which is a really, really fast section. I talked about that earlier. But, other than that, then from Mike's all the way to, I guess from Vicente Guerrero to maybe this area, it opens up a little bit more. But it's, it's a little faster in there, but it's still, you can't really get too crazy. I think coming into here, we'll see how the race has been playing out, but my guess is I think qualifying is going to play a huge role because I think clean air is going to be really important. If you didn't have good qualifying and you're stuck in the pack in the dust, or if you are in a slower class, like say class 10, trophy spec, the pro UTVs, where you got to deal with dust anyways, you really got to be patient, take what comes to you. Don't get too greedy in that first 240 because there's a lot of rocks, rain ruts, just things that will take you out that will end your race. So, I think the leaders, when they get here, are generally going to be the guys that started up front in each class. And, we may see some things on adjusted time, but from here, you hop into San Quintin Wash, and then it really kind of opens up and heads back up the course. That's where I think if you want to make a move up the coast, it's, there's some wind usually, dust isn't horrible, and there are some different lines, so you can make some moves. Any passes that, other than someone that's substantially slower, if you're pretty close on pace, the only way you're gonna be getting by people is if they have an issue. So if they gotta pull over, change a tire, if they have some sort of problem or a slow pit, then you can get ahead of them there. Otherwise, to close through their dust in those technical sections and get on them and be close enough to make a pass is almost impossible if you are close in speed. So from here on out, it does speed up though. The coast is going to be fast. So I'll be showing you guys some more locations there, and then we'll take it all the way to the finish. So there you have it. I think it has played out how I kind of thought it would while I was pre-running. Brandon, I think we've got some more bikes coming in. You guys want to take over?
Good stuff. Thanks, Wes. Great video. Let's head down to Ensenada and Rat with the next, probably 1X coming through. Let's say hello. Take it away, Rat.
Coming up with style. We got some cervezas. Perfect time. Yeah, you guys, it was 9 minutes and 56 seconds, I believe, was the gap. But let's talk to you first. Arturo, congratulations, man. Another finish, second. I know you guys didn't come to get second place. You won the championship last year. But, hey, this is Baja Racing. A finish is a finish, and points in second place is definitely a solid finish, as you know. Fast teams out here.
Yes, it is. We want to be here first, of course. Great ride to all the 7X guys. You know, they rode their butts out there. So, you know, that's something we have to recognize as racers, and they did great. We did a great job as well. We had a clean run all day, and thanks to all our team that did a great job out there for sure.
I was talking to Gio over here, and he said, yeah, you guys kind of just held that gap, just bumping up and down. I mean, when you're the world's fastest and someone else is right there being the world's fastest, that's going to happen. But it just shows how, like, on point you guys were all hitting your marks and just on the gas. The pace was insane. It was quite a bit faster than you guys thought, right? I know the four-wheel vehicles, I heard it's going to be faster than we expected with all that rain. So was this finish faster than you expected?
I mean, I think it was right around where we thought. You know, for me, I got the section with a little bit of mud over in San Quintin, so it did slow my riding a little bit more than I thought when I was over there pre-running when it was a little more dry. But yeah, it was pretty muddy out there, so it did slow down our pace a little bit. But yeah, we have to definitely give it out to Tyler. Tyler had a great morning, so we were just trying to stay on it. Our gap was there all day, and we held it. And these guys rode their butts off too. So Shane, shout out to Shane and Karen.
And since you're the first person I asked this, so it was still pretty muddy down there. How tore up was the course? Because when I saw those guys pre-running last Sunday, especially, I'm like, you know, they got the huge tires. Was it pretty rutted out? Because when it's muddy and you got all the four-wheel vehicles, that's what really tears it up. Was it too bad, or was it pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much pretty torn up. You know, all the four-wheel vehicles, especially all the trophy truck pre-runners that go out there, and we were out there on two wheels, much smaller than they are. So they make all these big embankments under the silt, and all these rocks are pulled out of the ground. So it makes it a much harder day for us. But this is Baja, so this is what it's all about.
It's Baja. You don't come down here and snivel. You just get it done, and you guys did just that.
That's right. You know, Baja is Baja. It's one of the toughest and hardest races out in the world, and we're glad to be here finishing it. So, yeah.
And on the box, and it's still unofficial. So it's unofficial, but we keep an eye on you guys. It's hard to cheat. I mean, unless it's like VCPs, but we keep an eye on you. We got to watch it. It was pretty cool. Shane, what's happening? How you feeling? How you doing, buddy? You feel like your section was good? How far do you ride?
I did the first 120 miles this morning, and then I rode from like 380 to the finish this afternoon, so like the start and the finish. My section was good. It was definitely rougher today than it was pre-running. The trucks really beat it up out there this week. Overall, with the second place, just not happy with second, and going to keep working with the team so we can change that. But other than that, it was a great ride. The bike was flawless today, and no one went down. We're all safe, so that's what matters.
That's it. And on the box, too. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, on the box. That's a cherry on top, I guess.
Excellent. Well, congrats. We'll get over here. Kieran Nerin right here, the third rider. What's going on, my brother? Good seeing you. How was your set? Where'd you ride at? What section?
Yeah, I had the coast this morning, which obviously can't complain with the beautiful Baja coast, you know. But yeah, it was a good ride, and I'm proud of both the boys today. We fought hard, and you know, we've been overcoming some adversity the past few weeks, and you know, we're growing each and every race, and you know, I think we'll be a force to reckon with coming up here soon. So you know, the boys and I are putting in the work, and you know, we didn't have it in the bag today, but the 7X boys rode great, and we're gonna come out swinging the next one. That's for damn sure.
Well, first of all, you guys are a force to be reckoned with. You have been. You got the 1X plate, but still 2 more races. Things could change, as you know. It's down here in Baja.
Yeah, you know, Baja racing, it's never over till the very end. So you know, the boys and I know we're all eager and hungry to get back home and put in the work, and work together and train together and come out swinging the next race. So the bike was flawless today. Everyone's safe, so can't ask for anything more. I know, like I said, we're all really hungry, I'm sure, and we're gonna go back home and put in the homework.
Absolutely, that was well said. It's not over till the mariachis sing.
Yeah, no, it's not over till the checker flag flies or the mariachi sings. But the boys and I, we're safe, and can't thank everyone enough that makes this happen. Giovanni, he's given us a great opportunity to come out here and prove our abilities, and without him, none of this would be possible. So, can't thank Gio enough for believing in the three of us boys and giving us this opportunity. Our families, everyone works so hard to come down here and make this possible. So they those people, can't thank them enough. And then all of our sponsors, Optima, Fosi, Malcolm Smith Motorsports, Baja Bound, O'Neill, Moto Cuts, Heatwave, Method Race Wheels, Thrill Seekers, B&S Brewery, Nitro Moose, ODI, AHM Suspension. They've been working their butts off working with us, and with the unfortunate accident of Brandon Peterson recently, I know Graydon's got his hands full, and can't thank Graydon enough for all his hard work and believing in the boys and I, and putting in overtime to make sure that our bike's working great. So just can't thank everyone enough. VP Racing Fuels, FMF, Hinson, Dunlop Tires, Dirt Tricks, Lifestyle Garage, Vision Canopies, everyone that helps us out. It's a team effort, and without all these sponsors, we wouldn't be here. So thank you to all those guys that come down and support us.
Good work. Absolutely, you guys crushed it. I was going to come hit you up for the sponsor, but anything else you want to say? I was going to finish with a banger.
Nomás le quiero dar gracias a toda la gente que cree en nosotros, nos apoya, toda la raza que siempre nos ha creído en nosotros, que siempre nos ha apoyado en todo esto, lo que es de las carreras, a nuestras familias que vienen fuera de lo que tengan que hacer para venir a apoyarnos a nosotros correr. Pues sí, muchísimas gracias a mi familia en personal, a la familia de Shane, a la familia de Karen, que le echan muchas ganas para poder estar aquí, Giovanni por creer en nosotros y darnos esta oportunidad. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Excelente, nos vemos la 400.
Ahí nos vemos y venimos con todo.
Vámonos. Great job, guys. Go enjoy those beers. Let's talk to Gio, the team captain over here. Come on over here for a minute. Giovanni Spinelli, a legend down here. So how many, I don't even know, how many championships do you have? You were just dominant for years.
5. I got 5 championships down here, but this isn't about me, it's about them. So we're trying to get them their second championship and trying to give them everything they need to make it happen. And we'll see how the official results come out, but we got to go back to work for the 400 for sure.
Well, no, I was just setting up the story right here. Let everybody know that don't know, which everybody knows what a badass you are, and that's why you're such a key part of this team. You don't only put it together, the knowledge, and pitting, just to bring a team down, just logistics, to have somebody that really knows, and pre-running, just being smooth. You definitely are mentoring these guys, and it shows. One championship the first year you put the team together. You guys won the championship, and like you said, the mariachis haven't rung the bell yet, so it ain't over till the last checkered flag. So good luck to you guys the rest of the year, and we'll see you at the 400.
All right, we'll be there.
All right.
Well, shout out to the 1X team for taking second place. As all that was happening in the lower right, there was all kinds of craziness happening over to the left. We saw Tim Herzhoff. We saw him motioning possibly a steering issue. The hood was off. We're here. Heidi's got a live feed into Cameron's his vehicle, and he pulled off for a minute, but they're back going. All kinds of craziness happening,
Lots
Pretty
of
wild.
action.
Lots of action.
And it looks like maybe Toby and
Yes.
Luke, I don't know if they're at the spot where they're going to do their driver change, but we were wondering, they're so close.
It just refreshed, and it looks like 46 is in front, but we'll see. It's going to be a cliffhanger, folks. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to step off for a minute, and then we'll let Heidi and John take the wheel for a while, and then we'll be back with more Baja 500 right after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
If you want to see more about off-road racing and SCORE, go check out the SCORE Journal. It's really cool. Take care.
Hi guys, Thor Herbst here with Terrible Herbst Motorsports, sponsored by Monster Energy. And we got SCORE Journal Magazine here, and if you don't read SCORE Journal Magazine, you don't know anything about racing.
For all the latest action in off-road racing, be sure to watch the SCORE Journal, and you'll see a couple pictures of me.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
All right, welcome back to this year's Baja 500. While we were on break, I was looking at some different things here. One thing of note is Roger Norman got his truck back on rubber side down, and he's going again, so that's good news. I heard from the Concrete Motorsports team, they were doing pretty well with Harley Lettner behind the truck, and apparently they lost an engine belt, but they got that fixed and they're back going. So we saw them actually pull over and let people go by. So I think that's what was going on there. We told you guys Rob Mack is out of the race. What I'm hearing was it was a rear gear failure or something like that that has taken him out. Either way, Rob's out of the race. And as far as the racing, we've got really good battles going on. You know, in Trophy Truck, Luke McMillan has pretty much had the physical lead the whole race, and we've got Toby Price, Tavo, and Alan Ampudia right behind him. It's a real tight race with those 4 trophy trucks. And then in the 2-wheel drive class, we have Ethan Ebert in the Honda Passport. He's been leading. He qualified first, but he's got Cameron Steele and Sam Baldy are in striking distance there and definitely keeping him honest. And those guys are doing pretty well overall. And then in the trophy spec class, we saw Jason McNeil had qualified first, was leading, doing really well. He had fuel issues, and we saw him stopped off the side of the course, which has now handed that over to Justin Davis, EJ Herbst, who I believe is driving with Ryan Millen, and Jack Olias. And those 3 have a really good battle going as well. So good race is shaping up. Something else that we haven't talked about is the UTV. So I was looking at that race. Brock Hager is currently leading, and he's got a couple-mile lead over Brandon Sims and then Justin Morgan, Wayne Matlock, Michael McFadden, and Kristen Matlock. So the pro UTVs, that was one of the things I really wanted to look at, was how they did through the first half of the course, because I felt like that section of the course being really tight, technical, twisty, played into the attributes of a UTV, being smaller, lighter, nimble, being able to be really quick in and out of corners. The problem is they've got a bunch of trophy specs that they got to try to work through, and your slower trophy specs, I think, are kind of holding those guys up. The 2-wheel drive trophy specs, you get a lot of wheel spin, they're a little bit heavier, and they create a lot of dust. I know when I was racing a UTV, I had a hard time working past those guys because they have suspension, they got horsepower, so when they get in a long straight, they can pull you, but in the tight, twisty stuff, they kind of hold you up. But so far, Brock Hager's having a great run. You know, he's been on a tear for over a year now, has been racking up the wins. Last year at the 500, he did have a problem, so I want to see, can he come back and actually get a 500 under his belt. But I think we've got Heidi and John back in studio here. So how you guys doing down there?
Yeah, we're back. We're doing good. We're actually looking ahead, and it looks to us like Toby might have got by Luke. So they're around race mile 212 right now. It's always difficult to tell with the way the tracker updates, but we're thinking that's a pretty good possibility.
Yeah, and at race mile 210, I'm showing Luke with 0 miles an hour. So I don't know if they would have a pit at that location, but they have definitely stopped, and the other guys have gone by, at least according to the tracker. So let's hope for their sake that they're doing some kind of a pit there, but it's kind of a little bit odd maybe that it would be there. What do you guys think?
I'm hoping it's a pit, because that would be just, I mean, he's led the entire race. That would be really tragic if it wasn't just a pit.
Well, I think now Toby's going to be hard-pressed to just go for it and then build up enough room that he can do the driver swap without having to worry about losing the overall time lead.
Yeah, that does give him a little bit more cushion, and we've been talking all along about how, whether they would want to take that time, and they're going to, and that would give them more cushion. So hopefully, that might play in their favor, actually.
And it looks like Robbie Gordon is hanging in there. He is not very far behind, just about a half mile back or 3/4 of a mile from where Luke McMillan is, back there in that 5th spot. So it's still a pretty tight battle amongst the top 5 trophy trucks.
Yeah, it looks like we have Toby, Tavo, Alan Ampudia, Robbie Gordon, and then in that mix towards the back is now Luke, but we're not sure what's going on with him. So,
okay.
Good to see
Can we
Jason.
cut to that one?
It's good to see Jason back on camera and running again, because he was having those maybe fuel injection issues, and it looks like he's moving again. So probably a tough break because he was leading his class for quite some time, but I'm happy he's not out of it.
There's Toby Price. Should be the leader of our race with clean air.
There we go. Now we can hear that motor.
Yeah, folks at home, you're in the car.
And looking at the tracker now, if all of this is correct, it looks like, Toby's got a pretty good little gap now. I'm showing him 1 minute ago at 2:15 and 0 minutes ago Tavo at 2:11. So that's a 4-mile lead, which that's actually a pretty good gap compared to how they've been all race.
Yeah.
We're still showing Luke at 0 miles an hour at 2:10. I'm trying to get an update from his crew right now. I did just get word from Rob Mack's team that it was a broken pinion. So the word was that they heard a loud bang, and apparently that was the pinion breaking.
And is his team telling you, Wes, that they're out of the race or they're going to repair it?
I believe they're out of the race.
He was in a tough spot up there on that mountain where it happened, so that'd be hard to get him parts. Yeah, it looks like at Ampudia now, Alan is probably second on the course to Toby, maybe ahead of Tavo. So, and he started a minute behind Toby, so he's going to have to get on the gas. But it could be some different players up front.
Yeah. That's why you never, as a race car driver, we talked about superstitions, and one thing is you just never count your blessings, because there's a lot of challenge to this, and things can change at the drop of a dime, and so you just, yeah.
Right.
You just persevere and think positive and try and not get too far ahead of yourself.
Yeah, we've seen today how many vehicles have had issues, fuel pump, it could be your own doing of running into a rain rut and ripping a wheel off, but it also could be a belt, it could be anything, and that could still happen. There's still a lot of challenging terrain to go. That area from Acambaro over to Ojos is still pretty nasty, and
yeah.
So it's some great racing left.
So I think we are seeing our two leaders right now. I don't know where Justin Davis is at on corrected time, but he is the first trophy truck spec on the road. Looks also...
Yeah, Justin should be our leader. Showing him at race mile 174. He qualified third. So, I mean, unless somebody way back made up ground, which I'm not really seeing that, it looks like he's got a decent gap there, where I would say he is probably ahead on adjusted.
And only a few miles back from him, about 4 miles back, it looks like Jack Olagus
yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Jack Olagus, he qualified 12th, so 9-minute gap. Jack Olagus could have him on adjusted there.
I'll tell you what, those trophy truck two-wheel drives are having a great battle too. It looks like Cameron at 193.7, right behind Ethan Ebert, 195.3, and then Sam Baldy close behind as well. So they're in a very tight battle.
I stand corrected on
he's
I
behind.
said I was thinking 1 minute intervals for the trophy specs,
There
but
you
they're
go.
actually 30-second intervals. So it's not a 9-minute gap. It'd be
That is
a
the Honda.
4.5.
So Cameron's passing Ethan Ebert right now. That is the battle for the trophy truck two-wheel drive class, and he just nerfed his way around. That's awesome.
Wow, that was great that we got to see that right on camera.
That was pretty cool. So I wonder in these faster sections here if that V8 maybe has, well, no. Okay, I thought Ethan was stopped there, but.
Yeah.
No, he got bumped out of the way. He pulled over so he didn't get wrecked.
But now we can see, he's in Cameron's dust. And, I know as a driver, I've been on both sides of this. When you get past it, it can be frustrating. So it'll be interesting to watch this in-car footage for a little bit.
Well, and the 82T Sam Baldi is showing right behind them. So, like, if they had a reverse cam, we'd be seeing another truck. So 3 trucks within roughly a half mile or a quarter mile of the peninsula. So that's awesome. These guys they can see it all right in front of them, going, man, it's mine to win or lose.
Oh, yeah.
So I got news from the McMillan team, and it's not good. Luke has a broken portal hub at race mile 210, and so they're sending a chase truck in to go try to repair that truck, but he's got a broken portal.
What is a broken portal? Maybe, Wes, you can tell us what that is.
Well, that's what Polvardi ripped off of the right corner of his car, but
So
basically
front hub
where
area?
the axle is going in, it's a hub that then has a stub that comes out lower.
Okay.
And it basically gives you more ground clearance, is why they're running those. And yeah, generally, it's kind of weird. I haven't heard a whole lot of failures in those in a while, but yeah, it's got to be definitely disappointing for Luke.
Oh, yeah.
But very exciting for Toby and the rest of the field, I guess.
Yeah.
But Toby now, earlier we were talking about just playing that game of keeping pressure on Luke and seeing if something happened. And a lot of times this is how these desert races play out, where you have somebody has a mechanical problem and then it hands you the lead. But we've seen in races past, this reverse thing happen to Toby where he's led large portions of a race only to have a mechanical problem right near the finish and then throw the win away.
And so, we're still at basically half distance. I mean, Toby's at 221, race mile 221, so they've got a 460-mile race, and boy, it's rough out there, and anything can happen. So keep at it, all you guys.
I think once you get out of this little section he's in, though, once you hit the coast, you got to feel pretty good, because you've worked your way through what I would consider the most precarious sections of the course. Now Baja's Baja, so it can come up and bite you anywhere, but making it to the coast, I would feel really good about if you got your truck there in one piece, you're right where you want to be. Yeah, I think if Toby and Paul were writing out a strategy for the race, this would be about exactly how they would have wanted it to play out so far.
Right.
Yeah, and then not too far behind Toby is Tavo and Alan, and it looks like they might be battling.
They're really close, and it'll be interesting to watch. I kind of think that Alan is going to try to push here and not let Toby get away. I want to see how hard does he try to push to get by Tavo.
Yeah. EJ in the trophy truck spec class is having a good race also.
I just got word from the Herps team that EJ is in first on corrected time over Justin Davis.
Okay.
So yes, he is having a good run.
Trucks look good. He's catching some dust up ahead of him there on the screen as well.
I think that dust ahead of him could be Justin Davis. So, I mean, there's our leaderboard right there. You got EJ. And I need to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure Ryan Millen drove at least probably half of this race. Generally, those two share driving duties. But I can find out on that. And then Justin Davis and Jack Olagus, and then the Jordan Brenthal truck and Ryan Hancock. And that Brenthal truck, I know he was, Abdali Lopez qualified and started the race, but Brenthal may be in the truck now at this point. Or I think a lot of these drivers are going to be doing driver changes at this next pit stop in that BFG2 area around 237, 240. I
am just in awe over how tight this race is for those first, all those first truck classes, the trophy trucks, the two-wheel drive trucks, the spec trucks. They are just stacked. It's definitely keeping us at the edge of our seats today, keeping it exciting.
Yeah, I think that the tight course and not being able to kind of pass at will and the kind of bottlenecks, if you will, it kind of keeps everybody close together. And the level of equipment on multiple teams. There was a point where only a couple teams had four-wheel drive or the all-wheel drive trucks, and now several of the teams have them. And so the level playing field of equipment and drivers, it's definitely competitive and fun to watch.
Yeah. Another thing I was thinking is the way they have the course laid out to where it kind of forces them to pit before they go up the Mike's loop. Mm-hmm. And I think that some race teams use a strategy of trying to pit in other places to maybe get ahead of their competitors, but with this particular race course, I don't know how much leeway you have with that, so I think that's another factor.
Yep, you'd have to get tricky to get up to closer to Mike's without going up that same road that's the race course. It's doable, but it would require quite a bit for your trucks to get up there, so San Pietro is definitely tearing it up there now without the front hood on, but he's on board and making time.
Yeah, I think he's running somewhere in the top 10, maybe not, up where some of these other guys have been, but you can tell that, he's not giving up. They've been through some battles and he's working hard at staying in the race.
There's the Justin Davis team, which I think we were saying was just in front of
did you
the
see
Hertz
that
truck.
Water splash?
Yep, I see some wet dirt.
Yep.
Gotta love that.
And it's super narrow right there. You can see the
more water.
Yeah.
I love that section of riding in Baja. That's just fun area to ride in.
So we're going to toss up to Wes Miller in the action booth, and he's got a video package he's going to share with us.
All right. As our drivers are starting to work towards the Pacific, while I was out there pre-running, I went to race mile 244 to take a look at the hills down southwest of San Quintin. So let's have a look at that piece right now. This is the southwesternmost point of this year's Baja 500. It's just northwest of the Bay of San Quintin and a little southwest of the town of San Quintin. The course has been pretty slow. I think the pace is not going to be blazing fast to this point. And I'm at race mile 244 right now. Once you get through BFG 2 and cross under Highway 1, you get in San Quintin Wash. That's really fast. And then once you get in these hills, it's fast. They're really fun because it's kind of these rolling hills. And then just past me, it turns and heads north. And then you start clicking off, going through just west of Vicente Guerrero, Camalú, Punta Baja. And then you've got like Shipwrecks, Cuatro Casas, and into Colonet. So there's a lot of really fun, really fast sections here. It's more sandy, so the dust isn't as heavy and there's more lines, a lot of places to make some passes here. So I think if the guys have been smart getting to this point, here's where you can kind of open it up, start making some moves. You can see there, that's where it goes from that kind of silty type dirt to more sand. And like I said in that video, that's where you can actually close up on someone and make passes because you can see. It looks to me like Toby's gonna have a big enough lead here that might not be an issue, but it could come into play between Tavo and Allen with the lead there. I did get a confirmation from the 19 Industries team that Ryan Millen did start that truck, and EJ got in at race mile 170. So EJ is now in the truck, and from what I understand, he's got the adjusted time lead. But it's a real close battle between him and Justin Davis, and then Jack Olligus is right in the mix too. So, Heidi, John, what are you guys seeing down there?
Well, looks like, we bumped from Toby to Justin Davis, but it looks like we're looking at Justin, who is now out in front of his class, but may not be the leader. We're hearing that on corrected time, he may not be in first. Then we saw Toby. Toby's still out. Toby is still out in front. And
yeah, it looks like he's got about a 4-mile lead now on Alan Apudia. So he's really putting it to him at the moment, trying to really get some pace here. Once he got by Luke, man, he's just opened the door and going gangbusters. There you see him on board again. And then I was also noticing the Gustavo Senior truck, the 1L, the Legends truck. It hasn't pinged for about 9 minutes now.
Okay.
But he started many minutes behind Toby, so he's having a pretty good overall finish type of a, not ready to lead the whole race, but definitely in that top 5 consensus.
Yeah, and then as you mentioned, I mean, the battle's tight between Tavo and Alan. I'm actually wondering, well, Tavo's tracker hasn't updated in a couple minutes, so I'm wondering if Alan might have got out ahead, but Robbie is right there also. So, I mean, these guys are going to be pushing each other. There's Alan. We'll see from this in-car footage if we can tell if he's close to anyone. It's so wet there, you can see from the weather that they had down there that there's not as much dust, which is probably kind of nice for them.
If Alan's going to make a run at Tavo, I think Alan is ahead of Tavo.
Yep.
I think so too.
Yeah. So I mean, he must have got around him, but dust. There's enough moisture in the ground there that dust isn't an issue now. So this is where you can make your passes, and this section through here, there are turns, but it's not as tight as what they've been in almost the whole race to this point. So it's starting to open up. You can carry some speed there. Looks like here we're looking at the 19T with teams. Tim Herbst and Pat Dean. You know, they had a good run going, and then looks like not too long after Tim got in, they had an issue here.
Looks like they're trying to help each other out. There's some teamwork right there.
We were talking about the 1L with Gustavo and Ricky Johnson. I'm pretty sure Ricky's in the car right now. He's supposed to actually message me when he gets out, but he's moved through the pack pretty well because they qualified 11th, and I believe they are 5th physical on course right now. So that's a pretty strong run there.
So I'm also wondering where Robbie and Max are going to do the driver change, because Robbie's made considerable headway getting that truck up to the lead pack. You know, he's in the top 5 right now. So I'm curious where Max is going to get in, how that's going to play into their timing.
Yeah, and Robbie started 2 minutes behind Alan Ampudia, 3 minutes behind Toby. So he's really had a nice last hour of racing to put it into a competitive area and get close.
Earlier when I spoke with Max, he said he's getting in at 240. So Max is, you know, this is that area where I said everyone's going to be pitting and a lot of people are going to be doing their driver changes, and that's where Max and Robbie are supposed to swap. And it'll be cool to see, you know, Max get into a trophy truck that's running in a competitive position.
There's Robbie.
They've been running good in that truck. And I said earlier, that truck I know is, I want to say about 1,000 pounds heavier than the other trucks. You're running the added components in it, but that didn't seem to be an issue through the tight stuff. And that truck may work better as the course opens up more, because where weight's not as much of an issue. It'll be cool to see what Max can do in that truck.
Yeah, the Pacific side, For those of you who haven't raced these courses, the Pacific side gets a lot more open. I mean, beautiful long stretch of 4-track along the coast, and so you're right. The weight of his truck probably shouldn't matter after he gets down to like race mile 240-ish, right?
And he's mentioned having a lot of power. Because they have the 2 engines, they have a lot of horsepower. So it will be interesting to see. To me, the only question was whether the truck would stay in one piece. Well, I think we knew that Robbie and Max would probably be competitive on the driving side. So I'm excited that they're this close. So this was going to be an exciting second half of the race.
Yeah.
Heidi, you were talking about the course opening up. Once they get to BFG 2 in, say, race mile 237, that's where, like, we just had that video where they drop into the wash. And that wash is super fast. It might be a little muddy in there. When I pre-ran it, it hadn't rained yet, and it was actually kind of silty in some spots. But once you cross over to the west side of Highway 1, it's pretty much as fast as your vehicle can go. And then you get into those hills that we just saw where it's sandy and kind of rolling hills. Then it turns north and you're in salt flats, kind of working your way through just the west side of San Quintin, Vicente Guerrero, and Camalú. Then you're along the coast and you start going by some of the famous surf spots like Shipwrecks and Cuatro Casas. But all of that is really fast. They'll be going over 100 miles an hour through large stretches of that.
Yeah, it looks like Toby is just about to BFG Pit 2. So we should be seeing him hit that any time.
He is, and a big chunk of that is a speed zone. So he is probably in the speed zone right now.
There he is now.
Yeah, he is in the speed zone. This is in some fields there. You can, basically the speed zone goes through some fields, and then that's where the BFG pit is, and right after that's where you drop into San Quintin Wash.
Looks like they're using their opportunity with the speed zone it's a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone. You can see the little red Stella there, their numbers on it. They're wiping their lenses, trying to get all clean and ready for racing after this ends.
I actually thought that was at 37, so
I know that they had lowered some of them, but I see the little red light coming up at 20, and I see the speedometer right next in front of Toby's face that he's keeping it at 2021.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they may have.
I know when in doubt, our rule was always to obey the Stella, and if the Stella was wrong, but you didn't want to get a penalty.
All right, well, we're going to toss this to Ensenada, where we're going to see the 15X bike coming to the finish.
Blake here, rolling up on the ramp here. The 15X team, Eric Holt, Axel Pearson, Demon Wolf Slayer, and Brian Whiteside, part of the team. So right here bringing the bike in is Caden Lynn, a late replacement, Tyler's brother. Well, Eric, let me start with you. Your team, great job. It's a podium finish, unofficially your third right now. And it wasn't easy out there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, the start was really difficult. The moisture and the dust and everything hanging made it really tough off the start. We started third and just kind of, tried to push where we could. And Axel started. He did the first 130 and did really good. But unfortunately, we lost brakes somewhere in that section. And about race mile 130, we had to completely change the rear brake system, and so that we lost some time there. And then from there, the guys just did a great job, and I'll let each of them talk. I mean, I'm the rider record, but these guys are the ones that put in the most miles today, and just I'm gonna let them tell you about their sections.
Well, awesome. You know, being down with that brake problem, of course, that was a setback, but no one passed you. You stayed in third the whole way, so that's pretty good. Hey, you started from the start line, you were podium, and you kept podium. Good job.
Yeah, we actually lost 2 spots and gained those back throughout the day and just kept scrapping. The guys rode really hard and put in an awesome ride, so we're proud of them, proud of these guys, and, you know, the amount of work and effort they put in doesn't go unnoticed. All our riders are top level.
Awesome. I'm here with Damon. What section did you drive?
I did the 130 to 210 into San Catine, and then 260 to 305.
So you just before the mud and just after the mud ended?
Pretty much.
It worked out well.
It did, yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was a good ride. I felt like I rode good. Just kind of tried to put my head down and ride like I know how, and just have fun with it.
Well, you did good. You made it here in one piece. You didn't put the bike down at all. Everything's good. Your body's healthy.
Yeah, body's healthy. Everybody's good. I think everybody had a good time, and we just made the best day we could with what happened. So it was good.
Awesome. Well, great job. Brian Whiteside here too. Brian, what part of the course did you drive? A couple different times?
I rode once. I rode from 305 to about mile 400. Yeah, over the coast and through the hills. It was pretty fun. Had a good day. Rode okay. Not my greatest, but still had a good day. And the bike was really good. Once I got on it, all the issues were figured out, and we were already back in third. So can't complain. The team brought it together and so brought the bike into the finish.
Awesome. Without that problem, you would have been here sooner. But, you know, third place, it's a podium in the Baja 500. You still got to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, the whole team, I'm sure, is pretty stoked on how we finished despite our issues.
Yeah, well, again, it wouldn't be a score race if you didn't have some sort of issues or something for the most part. But having an issue like that and being able to repair it pretty quick and still get to the podium, you should be pretty happy.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Now, what's it feel like to be a late replacement and get on the bike and bring it in here to the finish of the Baja 500?
It feels good. I'm just glad I got to race it. I can't thank Norman Racing enough for just letting me down here, but yeah, it was good.
Did you have any problems out there? Any rough sections?
No, I actually, all of the whole week pre-running and the whole race didn't layer over once, so it was a pretty smooth week, and then, yeah, I just pushed as hard as I could, was on the bike twice from mile 210 to 260, and from 390 to the finish, so I had some shorter sections, if I could speak. But, so I'd sprint as hard as I could in between, just on my sections, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Excellent job. You kept it up and got it here to the finish line. Now, I know you're not super happy with third, but third's pretty good. But I know it's a big effort to put a team together. I'm sure there's some people behind the scenes you want to give a shout out to.
Yeah, for sure. We're happy with the third. Obviously, we want to come down here and win. We've been working at it for a couple of years now. And we'll be back. And but, yeah, I want to thank all our sponsors, Norman Racing, Ride Baja Mexican Insurance, Blood Lubricants, DDC Sprockets, Nitro Moose, IMS, Seat Concepts, Climb Gear, 100% ODI, Bulletproof Designs, just everybody that helps us out, Precision Dampeners, you know, the list goes on, but those are the people that make it happen for us down here. And we use those products for a reason because they're Baja tested. And so thank you to all our sponsors and help, and thank you to the riders and the team, our team owner, Mike Meza, and Norman Construction. We couldn't do it without all these people.
Awesome, Eric. Baja tested just like you and your team. So congratulations on a third place finish, and we'll see you back at the Baja 400.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you, guys. Viva Baja!
15X, third place.
Well, that was exciting. I mean, it seemed like there's such a big gap between the second place finish of Arturo Salas' team and Eric Holt's team, but they finished third. I mean, that's a podium. That's pretty solid, and obviously they had some issues and shared that with everyone, and it's nice to see them at the finish line.
Yeah, well, Sometimes Baja can be desolate. You're like all on your own. You haven't seen anybody. You haven't passed anybody. I know they got back a couple spots, and then they just had to repass the 40 pro team and a 30 pro team to get back in front of them. So they worked hard to do that. But I'll tell you, having a finish, regardless of where it is way better than not finishing at all, because that's a real bummer.
Absolutely. Such a solid feeling when you're at that finish line. I mean, that is an accomplishment in itself.
And I think our trophy truck battle is still just as hot and toasty as possible. Looks like Toby Price has made it through that BFG pit, now headed towards the coast. And but I'm showing Alan Impudia, Tavo, and Robbie Gordon has entered the party, and those guys are right on top of it. So it's a four horse battle for sure.
Yeah, and I think since we talked, Alan is officially now in front of Tavo. I believe that's been a change, and Robbie, of course, is getting really close. So,
Alan's dropping into the San Quintin wash right there. I'm a little curious to see how muddy it looks in here, because when I went through there, it actually was silty. There's a little silt bed that was coming up right in this section. Yeah, it looks like it's still got a lot of moisture in the ground. There's a few little puddles kind of sitting there. So
I think they even had rain. I heard rain yesterday or this morning or something too.
Okay, so
he's going to go around.
Was the lake there when you drove through?
I think that was the silt bed actually.
Okay.
So, but yeah, they're just kind of going around it. It doesn't look too bad. I mean, looks like it's all burned in, and the last I had heard from Alan's brother giving me an update, he said that
some mud.
Yeah, they were second physical as well as second adjusted, and they're about 4 minutes back on corrected time. And then Tavo is about 1:35 physical behind them. And Tavo started ahead by 2 spots. So that would be another 2 minutes you would add to that.
So Alan's keeping his line pretty straight through here. He doesn't seem scared of the puddles, which is going to be nice for the more limited trucks and buggies, because he's actually going to clear out some of that water for them.
And this is where I said you're going about as fast as your vehicle could go. Once we saw him go under that bridge right there, that was Highway 1. And then you're just throwing it down through here. You go probably a couple miles, and then you make a right-hand turn coming up out of this, and then work back to the left into the hills. So, yeah. I mean, there's some big puddles in there, but they're just skirting them, going up on the embankment to the sides.
Well, that has added some challenges. You can see that when you did it, you could probably just pin it all the way to the ocean. But now with all the puddles and rain ruts, they're having to at least think twice about which way do I go around it or go through it. And I think that Tavo is a whole lot closer than they were talking about, because I see him just like 5/10 or half of a mile or less behind, and at 60 miles an hour, that's 30 seconds. So it's they're in for a battle.
I wonder if maybe Alan has already pitted and Tavo hasn't yet, though. This is the area where a lot of teams are going to be pitting. That could change the gaps there a little bit. So he should be heading out to the right out of that wash fairly shortly.
It looks like back at race mile 140, there's a little bit of a battle going on at 3.
We should be
UTVs coming through?
UTVs are coming through that area right now. I think the lead UTVs have already come through, so this is probably a little further into the pack. You might have your lead forced induction cars starting to come through. I think that would still look like a Pro R, but it's a little hard for me to tell. I think the big question here now is, with Alan getting physically ahead of Tavo, can Alan make up time on Toby and Paul?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that Paul is in the truck now. They didn't tell me, I talked earlier about how the teams are
there they are.
somewhat
Maybe we can see their
with,
gloves.
Yeah, how the teams are somewhat open with me, but they also don't want to give up all their secrets. And, so they told me approximately where they were doing a driver change, but they didn't say exactly.
Yeah, can you tell based on their gear?
I'm looking at the co-driver's helmet, and I think that's a different helmet than what we saw before earlier. So my guess is that they've made their swap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did, because I think they were doing it in that
100%.
speed zone. So I think that they pitted I think they were pitting right before the BFG pit, and I think that's where they're going to do their driver change.
It's pretty much right about half the race, just a little bit more than half the race, so that would certainly make sense for them.
Yep.
Robbie and Max are making their swap. Max is hopping in. Looks like the co-driver's going to stay on board, so they only have to do one person swap.
And given that he's new to racing trophy trucks, I'm guessing that he's got a lot of nerves right now.
I think what works into Max's favor, though, is that having Robbie as his dad, and he's had him in different forms of race vehicles pretty much since he could walk, I think. So Max has a lot of miles under his belt and a lot of time with Robbie under his tutelage. So I kind of feel like that Max is a lot more seasoned per year than most kids his age.
And that was Robbie there with the helmet on, with the mud on it, just motioning to Max to go for it. So I'm sure he's a proud dad moment to see his son get in the truck, and happy that they got it there in one piece. And boy, they're close. They're in this race for the overall trophy truck win at the Baja 500.
Yeah, they're physically fourth on course, and they qualified 7th, so they've got a little bit of cushion with adjusted time. I don't think the adjusted time will help them where they sit right now, but if Max was able to make up a little bit of time, it could come into play. They're going to have to watch RJ, though, behind them, because the 1L seems to be slowly creeping up on those guys.
Yeah, and I think the 1L is probably getting ready for their driver change too. So Gus Senior will be hopping in the truck soon, I would think.
Yeah, I've got a note here. Let me pull it up. RJ told me where he was getting out, so yeah, it's a little bit further. Race mile 275 is where RJ is going to get out, and then Gus gets in.
Max is looking pretty smooth.
He's looking fast. Yeah, he's tearing it up through there. We're back to the youthful passion and abandon. So it'll be fun to watch this in-car cam. Look at him go.
That was the Highway 1 underpass right there that he just went through. So for leading up to that point, there are a few turns that kind of slow you up, and then as we saw Alan go through here, it's pretty much wide open for a few miles now for Max.
And now we get a feeling for the float that you were talking about, how the trophy trucks just kind of float on top of the dirt as they're barreling down the road at 90 or 100 plus.
I think he was actually driving with one hand on the wheel for a second there, though, as he wiped his shield. It's so cool to see the in-car like this and to have this, because for so many years you'd hear about the races, but you couldn't really see what was going on, and to be in car with these guys now is just amazing.
Oh, it is. And look at this view. I mean, to be able to see where everyone's at, what they're doing, what's happening,
To be in with 8 cars at once, not just one.
It looks like Cody Reed's having an issue. He's stopped.
And then with Cameron's truck, we've got both the front angle and the driver angle, so that's super cool. And then got Robbie Gordon also, both the in-car cam facing both directions. So this new technology is fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. You can see
So
Max
what are we doing?
Gordon's navigator tightening his belts. So obviously Max is hammering down on that right pedal. I think anytime you're tightening your belt, you're thinking, okay, we're going pretty good. I better make sure I'm in here.
Yeah, and I've got right now Alan about 5 miles behind Toby Price, and they're clipping along at probably 70 miles an hour, so that's probably in roughly 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes. So it's on physical time. And he's 1 minute behind Toby, I believe, for the qualifying time. So 3 minutes behind on adjusted time. So close race.
This is a nail biter.
Just looking at Max's time heading towards the coast, 91.6 miles an hour there. So he's definitely on the gas.
Yeah, and Wes keeps talking about how that section is so wide open. So, yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, Tavo at 83.5 mile an hour. Toby at 62, so they're doing some fast sections now.
Yeah, that's really great.
How about that battle for two-wheel drive trophy truck? We hear of some banging of bumpers. Heidi, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was getting some text messages from the team, and we saw on camera here how Cameron passed Ethan Eberts. Somehow I don't think he liked that very much, because at some point after Cameron got past him, he kept smashing into the back of the 16 truck. So not sure, they're two totally different vehicles, completely different motors. I'm not sure why in some sections Cameron's faster and other sections he's faster, but I do know that was happening.
So yes, and they say rubbin's racing. I guess it's bumping is racing for some of the score tight stuff. So great battle in the two-wheel drive class as well. So fantastic. And it looks like Sam Baldy is actually ahead of the game at the moment. So let's see where Cameron, his hasn't pinged for 7 minutes, so he could be right there together too.
Yeah.
And then Dave Taylor, also in the mix, the 26T.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell when the tracker's not updating.
And I'm seeing Ethan Ebert at race mile 222, so it does look like he's got a bit of a gap on these guys. So I don't know if Cameron had to pull over we did see some camera footage of them pulling over and looking at something, so maybe they had to double check some items.
I'll try to get an update.
While we're in here with Lauren Healy, I was getting some news from some teams. So from what I'm hearing, Paul is getting in at race mile 272 to do the driver change, which I believe is right around shipwrecks. And that, so that should be Toby still in the truck right now. We're showing him at race mile 259, Allen at race mile 252. That's pretty close, but that should be, about a 5-minute lead, I would think, which should be plenty of time to do fuel, tires, and a driver change.
Looks like we have the leaderboard for the trophy truck spec class. showing EJ Herbst in first place, followed by Justin Davis, and then Jack Olagus.
Another tight battle, 30 seconds. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I think all of these races are going to be a few minutes at best. And I mean, that's Heidi, well, for all of us, back in the day, very rarely was it separated by less than a minute or, less than 10 minutes probably. A lot of times you'd have 10 minutes to half an hour or something from place to or position to position. Now it just seems like every race in all of the top classes, it's just a battle for all 3 podium spots.
Yeah, there were much bigger gaps at the finish line than there are now. I'm actually questioning in my mind, like, what is that all attributed to? Part of it, I think, is just technology of the trucks has continued to improve. Communication between the teams has improved. And I'm not sure, what else is factoring into that, but
I think a lot of it is, like you touched on, is the reliability of the vehicles. Just for instance, when I first started racing a UTV, we basically were driving the vehicle off of the belt temp gauge so you didn't blow a belt, and they were pretty fragile. Now these guys in the Pro Rs and the Maverick Rs are driving them as hard as they can, and that has really kind of tightened it up, and it's not so much a battle of attrition. And that's, I think how all the classes have evolved is, well, like the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, when those first came out, they were quick, but they never finished. And they've now gone through that evolution to where they are reliable, and you've got over 10 trucks out there. So there's enough good drivers in good, reliable vehicles that it just makes for amazing competition.
Yeah, and I think that if you have, 17 or 20 trophy trucks on that starting line, it's pretty likely that 4 or 5 are going to have somewhat event-free race where they're not blowing tires and blowing belts and all sorts of stuff. So the others might have some troubles, but you still got enough that didn't have events like that to still make it super competitive.
We were in car with Toby there, and he's around race mile 261, so he should be about 10 miles out from doing a driver change and Paul Wheel getting in.
So you were suggesting that they might do a driver change around shipwrecks?
272 is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I think that is just before shipwrecks.
Okay. Well,
probably kind of that Punta Baja where you can take the access road in from Camalú. I'm thinking that's right in that area there.
All right.
I'll look at the map and see if I can get a detailed view here of where that is exactly. But if I had to guess off the top of my head, just for logistics, you'd want an easy access road, and that's an easy access road there.
Well, as they go by shipwrecks, we'll have to give a call out to my buddies. Dick and Troy Pierce have a house right there, so I'll have to see them waving next to the course. Guys, get out by the trucks.
that's such an iconic spot. We've done several truck trips through there, and my girlfriend Mary just sent me pictures of our kids when they were about 8 years ago. They were so young then, and looking back, it's just cute.
What's funny is, I first went okay, so Toby's in the pit right now. This is their driver change.
Okay.
So let's see how smooth this goes.
Yep, just north of Vicente Guerrero on the coast.
This is a make or break point in this race. If they get a good driver change, I think they're looking really good.
I just hit my timer so I could have an idea of how fast they are. Oh, whoa. Are they back out already?
Yep.
Holy moly. Okay, that was unbelievable.
I think that we might have had some condensing of video possibly, because that was so quick. we caught them after they had already hopped in.
Yeah, it was only about 11 or 12 seconds on my... I didn't catch it right away, but oh my goodness. Navigator's still getting buckled in. I think Paul's taking it a little bit easy to give him a chance.
I think they're in a speed zone right now.
Oh, it's perfect timing.
Yeah, it's showing 37, so they're doing a 29:30, looking at the driver's speedometer there. Well, they effectively did the job. I mean, to be able to do that rider swap, they're giving each other a little fist bump there, exchanging a rag, but good for them. They can follow their plan, stuck with it, and it's paying off. Yeah,
they ended up doing it a little earlier than we had thought. So it's not 272, it's like 262, and that's in. I mean, you're kind of west of Vicente Guerrero right there.
Yeah.
But he effectively stayed about 3 or 4 miles ahead of Allen, so that was quick.
I think they have it down to where they can do a driver change in about the time it takes to fuel the truck. You know, and so if you're in a speed zone, you can be kind of ready to get out of the truck, and the second you stop, you're hopping out, other drivers hopping in, and then while they're fueling, he's buckling. You can do it pretty quickly.
You can hear fans now that they're definitely not in the speed zone. He's on the pipe and just doused both of them with water.
Oh.
Muddy water.
Paul, you're getting our camera all dirty, buddy. What are you doing?
Well, there's nothing worse than getting a muddy visor at the beginning of your race, too. Like, this is the beginning of his race.
That was the wake-up call for both of them. Like, oh, okay, we're cold and wet now, but let's go. Maybe not too cold. They're right by the coast.
Yeah, and the rear view image.
Got all those fans.
Yeah, there's a lot out there. And you cannot see Allen because I think he's about 3 miles back.
And where they're at here, they're gonna turn to the left and get real close to the water. I think right here. Now he should go down this hill and then he's gonna make a right, and you're right on a cliff overlooking the ocean. So this is a pretty cool view. You'll see, here's where he makes that right-hand turn. Now you're right on that cliff and you run right along a fence line there. And this is pretty quick through here.
Yeah. And gorgeous, which is why we run some of our truck trips through here.
Oh yeah. What a beautiful day, look at that. I mean, blue water, blue skies, sunshine.
It's nice. When I pre-ran through there, it's been pretty foggy for most of the past 2 weeks, and it looks like it's actually pretty nice weather in there. Generally when it's not foggy, there's a little bit of a breeze too, which will help any of the drivers a little further back if there is some dust in here to try to blow it off the course. You just don't want to veer off to the left very much right here.
Oh no. Yeah.
No stage left.
We've seen a couple friends end up in the Pacific, and that's not a great idea.
Oh, this is nice some camera work here.
Yeah, looks like we got a little battle going there. I can't tell who that is.
2 different classes.
Yep.
I think that's a UTV maybe ahead of a Spec. I can't.
Looks a little bit like that to me too.
Coming down the mountain headed towards Vicente Guerrero, I'm guessing. This is your chance.
Oh.
Pin it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bam. 2 trophy trucks, one just doesn't have any body work.
He's like, dude, I'm right here, move over.
Okay, so
Here he goes.
That's actually EJ. We're getting that shot out of the helicopter with them.
Is it?
Okay, he's gonna let him by.
There we go. Which is the right thing to do. But I don't think that's a UTV anymore.
No,
I'm thinking that was San Pietro that he passed right there.
Yes, yeah, it's a truck with no body work on it left.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell sometimes when they don't have their body. Okay,
Yep,
so
there he is.
maybe we have.
But I thought San Pietro was much further back, so maybe it was Thor, not EJ.
Yep. That was a little either or.
I think we're seeing if we can get some in-car from that pass there.
Yeah, nice.
That would be cool.
So yeah, just as a recap of the top 5 trophy trucks right now. So we've got Toby Price, Alan Impudia, Tavo Vildasola, and then Robbie Gordon, and then Gustavo Senior Vildasola in 5th, looking like overall. And there's some time differences between when they started, so it's a good battle. At least 5 trucks in it for the win.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, it's the one I'm interested to watch here is Max. He's not that far back. He's at race mile 258. Allen's at 262. Yeah, they're only 4 miles apart. I think Allen's in a speed zone right now, but that's Max is in a very competitive position right now, so he's got to be stoked.
Yeah, and they started 2 minutes behind Ampudia, so he's starting to get into that potentially tied on adjusted time.
Okay, so this should be our leader coming into race mile 269. And this is a little stretch where they drop onto the coast. This is right by Punta Baja, just west of Camalú. So they're going to come at us, and then he's going to make a 90 right and go up a cliff and then onto a graded road. So right here is where he's going to make that 90 right.
Yep.
And go about 100 yards, and then he'll make a 90 left and be on a fast graded road. And then this is where it gets super fast. For people that were watching, if they're following the SCORE social media, I did a piece talking about gotchas, and there's an area here where there's a washout that goes across the course just north of where he's at. And I think the trucks are going to be doing about 120, 130 miles an hour right there. And if you don't have that marked, I think the main issue would be if you're in somebody's dust. But if you didn't have that marked and you didn't make a little zigzag when you needed to, that would be a race ender right there. But I'm sure someone as experienced as Paul Wheel, he knows where those at. And when you pre-run through there, I think you guys probably know what I'm talking about, the spot just south of Shipwrecks where you're just hauling butt across the just next to the ocean, and then there's a washout, and every time I go through there, you just kind of think, oh man, I'm glad I checked up for this, because if I didn't, this would be really bad.
Yeah, we've got to stay on board with this camera because I think it's coming up pretty soon.
It is. It's about probably 2 miles ahead of where he's at right now.
Still see some puddles. Yeah, they'll be in there in 2 minutes or less because they're probably doing 90 or 80.
Exactly.
Yeah, looks like he's about 89. You could see, you could kind of see it on the GPS. It's
Yep.
hard to make out, but 88.
Yeah, 80, 91. I saw 92 pop up on the driver's. 101 on the driver's speedo there. 104 by GPS.
Yeah. I'm watching the camera where we had the drone shot to see when Alan comes through, and we haven't seen him come through yet. So,
125.
Paul's got pretty good little gap. So, yeah, he just hit 125 there. What did I say? 120 to 130?
Which means he's going to be to that gap in like just any second.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
Like any second here. You'll see he's
128.
Yep.
And it's holding it there.
Wow.
Things are going to come up pretty quick at that speed.
Well,
Holy
and that's
moly.
the speed he was saying. You start to get a harmonic in the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the warning on the dash. See that? The little red. So.
Yeah, it's going to be right there.
Send out.
It's so funny because it doesn't look like much right there.
He cleared it though. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, good for their team, right? Yeah, and remember, he is hauling the mail, and he's the first trophy truck on the road, so these spectators are now aware that the trophy trucks are coming through, but the first trophy truck, the lead one, is always like an eye-opener because the fans are just waiting and waiting, and then all of a sudden, you get your lead trophy truck and you're like, oh.
Yeah, hopefully
let's
they've
back
got
up a
that
little.
helicopter up there to kind of, sometimes you get to see the helicopter first, and then it's like, get out of the road, and then the fans usually protect each other by whistling and yelling at any fan that might be driving on the road, get out of the way, get out of the way. So it's good that there is good enough weather that the helicopters could potentially be out there.
Yeah, that is great.
It's another thing that's interesting. So the fans, that little red light that was on their dashboard, that's on the Stella unit, which is provided by SCORE and part of your entry and is required on your car. But it gives you a squawk, a very loud beep, buzz inside the car or on your motorcycle. And when they first put those on, the timing of when it would squawk at you really depended on how fast you're going. So motorcycles might be going a lot slower than 120 miles an hour.
While we're watching this, to the right there, we've got San Pietro is hanging right with EJ Herbst, and then now we've got Alan coming through that beach section. So I mean, that's been a few minutes. Paul and Toby have got a pretty good little lead over Alan right now, you know, and Alan's going to pit. So let's see how clean this pit goes for him.
Yeah, he's going to have Tavo coming right back on him. If Tavo already pitted, it's a good chance Tavo goes by.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at those tires coming off.
Oh, that's weird. The camera just
now
fell
we're
out.
drone.
Oh, the drone. Drone flipped over. Yeah, Tavo was only about 2 minutes, or 2 minutes or less back, 2 miles back.
You can see they're adding oil to the car there. So they have oil reservoirs that they'll put oil into, and that's those cans that we saw there.
Oh, here you go.
So that was about 35 seconds, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Very good stop.
Yeah, so it looks like he was able to stay ahead of Tavo, which will help his race.
I got an update from Tavo's team, and apparently he got a flat, and that's how around race mile 208, which was right by where Luke was broken with that portal problem, and that allowed Alan to get by him. So, you know, we were kind of wondering how Alan got by Tavo. Well, that's Tavo got a flat.
He just went by the Pirate Cove there. That's cool. Right in Colonette area.
Great place to stop for a cold drink. Maybe not on race day.
Yeah, they even do a little overnight stay. Unbelievably affordable. You can be right on the ocean, wake up and be right by the ocean. So a good place for tourists to come and stop.
Yeah.
And here's Tavo.
So Tavo's closer to Alan than Alan was to Toby and Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it looks like Tavo has probably already pitted.
Well, Alan did fall back, you know, about 35 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, though. I think there was a bigger gap anyway.
The McMillan team said that Luke, they did a field patch on that portal issue that they were having, and they were going to get to race mile 215 where there's an access road so that the chase truck can get to them and do some work on that car and try to repair it. I think they're going to try to get that thing fixed and keep going and get it to the finish.
Yeah, I thought I saw them kind of limping along the road there when they got passed by one of the trophy truck, two-wheel drive trucks.
We should have Max coming through that little beach section here pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll be able to see him going through. difficult to say for sure how he's doing, but it seems like he's just keeping the right pace right now.
Yep, he should be there any moment to that beach section.
Mm-hmm.
Allen's coming up on that dip that we had talked about. He's in that same section.
Okay. We can't see how fast he's going because we can't see his GPS, but
right.
Yeah, that was cool. The camera angle is neat to be able to cheat and see their speed and everything.
yeah. But we'll know for sure if he checks up enough.
At least they have that warning from the Stella, so if they're paying attention. Yeah. I was saying with the motorcycle, when they first started, it would beep so far before you ever got there
Okay.
that I thought, well, maybe this was an error. And then I get on the gas, and then later, oh, no, this is what they were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
But it's hard to strategize for a 120-mile-an-hour trophy truck versus a 20-mile-an-hour UTV or
Oh.
something like that. So
Yeah.
it takes you longer to get there.
There's the dip right there.
Yep.
You can see there's a bunch of
Pretty
spectators
smooth.
parked there.
So I never had that opportunity with the Stella. Stellas
Mm.
came in just as I was kind of stopping or subsiding my race career.
Uh-huh.
You never really fully give it up, right?
Sure, it's in your blood.
But over to the right there, you can see San Pietro's still hanging with EJ. There's a little bit of dust out in front of him there. I think EJ is kind of slowly pulling away from him, but those two are staying relatively close.
I don't think they're together.
And I think we've got Max Gordon coming into that little beach section. Yeah, so here comes Max into that section. And you know, he and his dad are doing really well in this truck. It's a solid run for such a, well, I mean, it's the first non-Mason out on the road.
Yeah, and an interesting construction with 2 engines and 2 transmissions, so there's a lot of things going on. That's pretty cool.
You know, we had talked about how this truck is heavier, and I kind of felt like in the tight, twisty, technical terrain that weight would probably be more of a disadvantage. Now that it's more opened up, can Max make up some ground?
Still in the speed zone going by the Pirate Cove there on the left.
What is the speed zone right there? Is it 37?
37, yeah. And just seeing the little red lights.
Hey, Wes, I think San Pietra might be further back. I think that it's Justin Davis, Jordan Brenthal, and then EJ Herbst, and behind EJ might be Jack Oligas. I don't know about.
I wanted to see Paul go through the silt, but I think he's.
Yeah, and Ethan Ebert is right on the back bumper of Dan McMillan. So they're just hitting the coast area around race mile 243. So he's really kind of cleared off. And then looks like Cameron at 236, so roughly 7 miles, 6.5 miles behind. He's got some work to do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like he lost a little bit of time. I'm sure there's a story there we haven't heard yet, but he's doing great.
Heidi, do you have any word on how Ethan got back ahead of Cameron?
I had just heard that after Cameron nerfed him and passed him, then Ethan kept nerfing Cameron back. From the text messages I got, I heard it was pretty brutal.
Return the favor.
Okay.
You know, he did have that driver change coming up. I think Dave Mason Jr.'s in the truck right now, and so he probably realized, you know, sometimes you don't want to take that battle for no reason if you're going to just pull over shortly thereafter. So
yeah, I think there's a little bit of kind of driver courtesy where if you know you're going to be pulling over anyways and you got somebody beating on the back of your truck, why risk that? Just let them go by.
Yeah. But
well, and racers have been known to get very passionate about their position on the course and how they're treated by the other person, perceived or not.
We're going to go back to Ensenada to Rat for the 138 quad finish. It's Gabriel.
From Chihuahua. Viva Chihuahua. ¿Qué onda? Felicidades.
Pues gracias a Dios estamos en meta. Se cumplió el objetivo, ¿verdad? Empezar a esperar pues el resultado oficial, ¿verdad?
Muy limpio la carrera, no problemas, nada.
Gracias a Dios no tuvimos ningún problema. Fue una carrera limpia, una carrera muy peleada. Le digo, tuvimos una buena competencia. Y pues gracias a Dios el primer lugar, a ver, esperar resultados oficiales. San Felipe se nos fue, pero pues aquí estamos.
Aquí estamos, es importante. Aquí tiene champagne, campeón, nada más bueno. Aquí en Ensenada tiene tacos, cerveza, tequila, todo aquí. Mucha gente, locos, nada más bueno.
No, pues primero que nada, darle gracias a mis compañeros, a mis amigos, a Edwin López, a Steven López, a Charlie Manson, a algunos que ya no están con nosotros, Adrián Hernández, Eric, Beto, Pepe, en otros más, ¿verdad? Gracias a Dios se cumplió el objetivo y pues este triunfo es para Ciudad Juárez, de arriba Ciudad Juárez, cabrones.
¡Órale! Tiene muchos patrocinadores, ¿te gustaría decir gracias a ellos?
Sí, Confetti Globos, Deliconas, Eurotech, Mafusar Motorsport, ¿qué más? Taller Saavedra, Varo Suspension, Aurotech, Impresiones Graphic, Crise 10, Yonawi y algún otro que se me pase, ¿verdad?
¿Te gusta más champagne, tequila?
Champagne, yo creo que champagne.
Perfecto. Well, felicidades, tu equipo no aquí.
Pues estoy esperándolos, no sé dónde vengan.
Es mucho tráfico, mucha gente en la carretera, sí.
Mucho tráfico, pero pues gracias a Dios este triunfo es para ellos, este triunfo es para Juárez. Ahora pues esperar resultados, ¿verdad? A ver cómo nos va, pero pues por fin la de cuadros, gracias a Dios, y va para Juárez.
¿Tú corres la 400, la 1000 igual?
Así es, vamos por el campeonato.
All right, listos. Well, felicidades, nos vemos en septiembre.
Primeramente nos vemos aquí en septiembre otra vez.
Enjoy the champagne. Bien.
Mis amigos.
Mucha suerte. All the way from Juárez, México. Gabriel. ¡Viva Ensenada! Todo Baja, todo México.
All right, now we got Toby Price. You could see on the screen that they're hauling the mail, 111 miles per hour. As Wes mentioned, this is going to be the faster side of the race course.
And boy, is it.
And it's not Toby driving, it's Paul Wheel.
Just going through the puddle, just right over it, walking on water.
Yeah, we've been talking about Toby all day, now we have to shift.
See how they got sideways when they caught that water? It'd be kind of crazy to lose your truck at 110 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour in water like that. So this race is not over. You'd end in tears in a heartbeat.
Now, obviously you can hear what 117 or 19 miles per hour sounds like.
Creative line there.
And that motor sounds strong.
Is Gus Senior on the beach? Or is that Tavo?
Yeah, we haven't.
That should be Gus Senior, right?
I think it's Gus Senior.
Yeah, 1L.
We haven't talked about them a lot, but he's leading the Legends class. Ricky did a great job. Ricky Johnson, of course, did a great job the first half of the race, and now Gustavo's in there. And they're just looking really solid. As we heard earlier, they've won the last 13 races, so This might be their next one.
When we were listening to the motor there in the Price wheel truck, they're running a Gibbs motor, and those motors rev a little bit more. They run them at a higher red line than like a Dugan's or a Croyer. So they have a distinct sound to them.
It sounds good. That was like Robbie always ran a much higher RPM, smaller block motor than some of the others, and boy did that thing sing. You knew it was him.
The racers came through our last timing loop, which was right at Shipwrecks there, and from what I heard, it's Toby has about a 4-minute, well, Toby and Paul have about a 4-minute lead over Alan, and then from what I'm hearing, Max and Robbie are sitting in third on adjusted.
So, so Toby and Paul, of course, Paul driving now. Oh,
what?
Missed a little turn there. They're making their way off the Pacific, so they're going to start, you know, heading inland from here, and that's why you can tell the terrain's changed completely. There's a lot more farmland in here, and then eventually they're going to get to the vineyard area.
Yeah, they've got to do the little jog that runs up over to Colonet, and they'll go up across the highway. So right up over here, and then back out. But that they're not there yet. So
Not quite there.
yeah,
Oh, that's right. They've got they still got Arendia.
yeah, we're. Yeah, that one's way up the coast a bit.
He might have moved to sign language too because of that missed turn. His navigator's using his hands a little bit more right now than he was.
Well, definitely pressure. You're leading the Baja 500 for the overall win.
Yep.
And goodness sakes,
Yeah.
you don't want to make a mistake.
We're going to toss it to Wes up in the action booth.
As we're watching Paul with his co-driver there, you can see he's getting hand signals. What we can't hear is the communication through their intercom, and that's something that I talked to the Matlocks as well as Jack Olgas about communications and how important that is in a race like this. So let's have a look at this. In SCORE Desert Racing, and especially longer events like the Baja 500 and Baja 1000, logistics and communications are huge. So I stopped by Jack Olgas's and Wayne and Kristen Matlock's race shops to take a look at how Rugged Radios has set them up for success with all of their product lines. So their radios, intercoms, fresh air. So let's talk to Jack Olgas and the Matlocks about how they communicate with their pits and their crew.
You know, for us, comms is huge, you know, for the cars and trucks and stuff like that, the UTVs. And when we were racing dirt bikes and quads, comms were kind of, they're a little harder to come by, and you didn't really pay that much attention to them. But now in the UTVs, like, comms is everything. When you're trying to communicate with your co-driver, just the intercoms, you know, going back and forth between the two of us. But then now we can reach out, you know, with the radio, and then we also have another setup with a cell phone that ties into our Rugged Radios, goes through the intercom, so we can hear the cell phone, the radio, we have the Starlink, like all this stuff ties together, and the comms are better than they've ever been, and it's pretty cool.
Race 43 is out in 3, 2, 1. See you at the finish line, boys. Woo-hoo!
This is my Stilo helmet that I run. It's a carbon fiber helmet, super lightweight, makes it comfy over all the miles and time that we have to sit in these trucks. They come pre-wired, but you can always, Rugged Radios will always wire your helmet to make sure you have that perfect sound quality when you're in the truck. You know, I run ear cups in these, so it kind of clamps over your ear. It's like noise cancellation. It blocks out the engine noise. We run our microphone up front, so when we're talking in our helmets, trying to communicate with whether it's, you know, my navigator, my team, whoever I'm talking to, We talk through the speaker right here.
This is our line, 100%.
Okay, and we got the VCP?
There was no VCP.
Okay. Just making sure you're paying attention.
I am.
All right, so you can see Kristen Matlock with her co-driver kind of talking there. She's making sure he is paying attention and not missing any VCPs, which I know as a driver always makes you nervous because you don't want to miss a VCP. I'm looking at the two-wheel drive trophy trucks, and right now Ethan Eberts is back up front, but we've got Cameron Steele and Sam Baldy are probably less than a mile apart. So your top three are all really close. We have in the trophy specs, I'm showing Justin Davis is out front. I believe that's what we have going on with the Jordan Brenthal, Abdali Lopez truck in second, and then EJ Herbst a little bit behind. So EJ was running up front, at least on adjusted. I'm thinking he must have had a flat or some sort of a problem. And then all of the pro UTVs and other classes are working their way across over from Mike. So you can see this whole area, there's just racers stacked up for miles. And our lead UTV should be somewhere in this area. There you go. Brock Hager is our leader. Man, he's doing pretty well overall. Is it 213? He is not, yeah, he's at 213, and the lead trophy spec is at 230. I think the lead UTV is going to be top 15 overall and probably has a shot at cracking the top 10. Here we're in with Justin Lofton. This is through that beach section. We had heard that Justin had a flat, and then I think he lost a little bit more time, but he's still running good. Last I had heard from their team, they're running solid now. And he's fifth trophy truck and sixth because he's behind the 1L of Gus and RJ. And Gus and RJ should have just done a driver change. I'm gonna see if I can get RJ to hop on a call with us here in a minute, and we can get some updates on how things are looking out there, and see how his race is going. But they are sitting in fifth physical on the course, which is a solid run because they started 11th, so they've got a little bit of a gap. I don't know if that's going to help them on adjusted, but still a very, very solid run. Those guys do great out of that Trophy Legends team.
Yeah, they were fourth at the timing loop, adjusted time. So Lofton and Vildasola Sr. are going back and forth in that fourth and fifth. So competition all over the course.
Yeah. Hi, folks. Brandon Johnson back, letting Miss Steele get some rest, and we want to tip the hat to her. And she did a fantastic job. So thank you, Heidi, for showing up. I don't know if she'll make an appearance later. We don't know, but nonetheless, it's always a gift to have her here. And here we are back with the POV from Justin Lofton. Oh, no, it's me. Hi. Truck's about halfway, a little, just barely crossing over the halfway point. With now obviously Paul Wheel behind the wheel, and we got the Tavo and Ampudia for the trophy trucks. Yeah, things are looking good. But now we're starting to see. We're hearing a lot of these. From the start of our competition to right now, we've really seen the gamut from mechanical issues to flats to various things, changing positions, people overtaking, And this is what was going to be expected. We certainly didn't expect Mr. Pulvardi to be out as quick as he did, but nonetheless, everything kind of stacking up as we thought it might. And
earlier in the race, there was a blue truck that we saw pulled over that he went off to the driver's side. And I think that was Sean Beal and Sean Geiser. And I just got word from those guys that they were out at race mile 90 and they lost an alternator and a serpentine belt.
Yeah.
So they were one of the lead trophy specs. They're out of the race. Another thing I was looking at while we're watching Justin Lofton here is Lauren Healy and how he's been doing in that factory Ford Bronco. He is in that BFG 2 area, so kind of race mile 237, 240. Actually looks like he has just gone under Highway 1, so he should be in San Quintin Wash.
Okay.
But he's at race mile 2, well, yeah, right here, same 237. Yeah, he's having a strong run in that 4,400.
Yeah.
I think, he's got to be pretty happy with how he's doing. And he should be cracking a top 10 here. I mean, look at the leaderboard.
Yeah,
but
there we see Lauren there. Now, speaking of Ford Broncos, how about Von Gittin Jr.? How are everything still copacetic with those guys as well?
Vaughn was running a little bit behind of Lauren.
Yep.
And I'm looking for him on the tracker. I don't see him yet, but Lauren, I'm definitely showing Lauren ahead of Vaughn right now.
Yeah. And then I know you touched on it a little bit as far as what was happening with Luke McMillan and with Rob McCachran, both of them trying to get back on the race. Now they're moving, or are they still working through their challenges?
So Luke was trying to limp to 215, and then they were gonna, I think there's an access road, and they were gonna try to get a chase truck in there to fix him. I'm showing him at 0 miles an hour at 213.8.
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe they were trying to limp it and they didn't make it.
Okay.
Or if they did make it there and they are actually just working on the truck now. I did get word from the Jimco team that they were going to try to fix that broken pinion on Rob Mack's truck and get him going again. So both those teams are going to try to finish, but they're definitely out of contention for any type of a podium spot or something like that.
Yeah, I got Rob right here. It looks at about race mile 173, if that's looking correct to you guys as well. So working through that, and somehow, some way, they'll find a way to get across the finish line. I know it.
So Lofton right now, he's in the speed zone at Shipwrecks there.
There you go. Top 5 right here. Trophies.
For people that don't understand why that is called Shipwrecks, back, I don't know if it was in the 70s or 80s, there was a tanker that crashed at the point there, and it's just been sitting there. I think the first time I went down there surfing was in the late 80s, and it was the whole boat was there. Now it's rusted and fallen apart and been beaten by the waves so much that there's just remnants of a ship there. So there's not a whole lot left of a shipwreck, but that is why we call that area Shipwrecks.
Definitely disintegrated. Overtime. Okay, well, we're going to head down to Ensenada for the bike finish. We'll take a look there. Take it over, Rat.
Last year's champion team back in action with another huge win. I could tell by the fro coming out the back who this is. Mr. Shane Esposito. We'll let him gear down here. You'd think he raced the Baja 500 or something. Take your time. Congratulations, brother. You did exactly what you guys came to do. And a huge lead. Oh, caught up right there. Some of the fro just went away with that one. So how was it, Shane? Where'd you get on the bike?
Ojos.
Ojos, nice, nice. That's all I'm driving tonight. Hey, that's good, though. You got to have a closer.
Exactly. No, I rode the start to Trinidad and then Ojos in.
Yeah, I figured you did more than that. I knew you were messing with me. But all good. The team, you guys just had a solid day. No problem. Did you guys do a 2-tire change?
We only did 1 tire change. I haven't talked to anyone, so I don't know how their day went. The fog was really bad, and I had to take goggles off a couple times. And then when I caught the last over 30 guy, I got by him and then crashed. So I had to tip over, but other than that, nothing major in my sections.
Nothing bad, just a quick little tip over. Yeah, it's sometimes when you tip over there, when you're tired, it's hard to get the. Well, you got electric starts now. I remember back in the day, and you know very well, try to kick that bad boy being on the side, especially the old 650s.
Yeah, even with electric start, I tried. I kept it running, so I didn't even have to push the button.
Good deal. And who all rode with you? You guys have a stellar team.
So Eric Mangana, Jason Miller, Francisco Septien, and Jim O'Neill.
Bam, bangers. So none of them are there. Well, we got. And we got Eric over here. Eric, congratulations, brother. Great job out there. What section did you ride?
I rode 210 to 240 and then 310 to 390.
So you guys really hopscotched around quite a bit. Yeah, keep it fresh.
Yeah, we tried to. Shane over here did a great job at the start, putting it up front. But everybody put our section in pretty strong, and here we are.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Hey, so Shane, on the start, I heard one of our photographers. There was guys it was blacked out. It wasn't the normal fog. It was pretty bad out there at Nelson Ranch, right?
Yeah, it was real bad. And then you had the mist, and then with the dust, you're just wiping your goggles, and it's mud, so it scratches the lenses. I mean, I finally pulled them off after only 10 miles. I should have pulled them off even sooner. That's how. I mean, you were wiping every 10 seconds.
And then how far do you have to go before a new set of goggles? Were your pits pretty quick?
Just at the Ojos crossing, but then I put them on and just made it to the dump where qualifying is, and I was ready to take them off again.
Perfect. Well, job well done. You guys definitely well-deserved win. So right now you guys are points leaders going for another championship, hanging on to that red plate. That's why you guys showed up.
Yes, exactly.
Anybody you want to thank?
Jason Miller, Miller Mechanical Group, Eric. Oh, yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's here. San Diego Powerhouse for building a bike, Precision Concepts, Seat Concepts, Dunlop, Francisco, all our friends and family that help us, Chase and Pitt, and get us through the week while we're here.
It takes an army right now. Well, job well done, man. Congratulations again. Oh, and he already said that he's buying lobster tonight. Is that true? All right, lobster and cervezas, you guys are on. Hey, I'm just trying to ink the deal. You know me. All right, you guys, have a good rest of your trip here, and we'll see you at the 400.
All right, congratulations to Shane Esposito. You've been up on that ramp before, John. How's that feel? What's it feel like to take off that helmet and hear the celebration?
Oh, it's fantastic. Just to get it to the finish, hopefully you got a win like those guys did.
Yep.
That 400X team was phenomenal. They were up in the top 5 overall most of the day. So they had a great ride ahead of the 30 Pro team, which was always something that we tried to beat the younger guys. So good for them. And I know Shane is over 50, so to be in the 40 team, him and Francisco are both over 50 years old. And
Jim O'Neill?
And Jim O'Neill, 70-plus years old.
Shout out to Jim O'Neill. What's up, man?
Yep, the famous Jim O'Neill of O'Neill Racing, all the gear that they're wearing. So, and here is Eberst in the Honda.
Ooh,
bicycling that thing a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, I just saw some video of him blasting through a big, huge puddle.
Yeah.
Almost call it a lake from probably a section about 10 or 15 miles before this. So he's on it, leading the two-wheel drive trophy truck class.
That's Ethan Everett on his way. All righty, and right behind him.
This is Cameron. Nope, that's Dan McMillan. So he did pass Dan.
There's Dan. Yep.
So he was behind him for a long, long time, and looks like he made the move. So behind this, we should see Cameron soon.
In just a minute, yeah. I was just flipping over too, looking at some of the adjusted times for the four wheels. We had Toby Price well, now Paul Wheel behind the steering wheel, but 5:16:47. Oh wait, here we go. Something just changed on me. But about, between him and Alan, racer clock, 2 minutes, corrected time. It's close. It's close between Toby and Alan right now.
Yeah, and Toby's in that wash. It's real close to Colonet, so they've gone under the freeway, wrapping up the wash, and then they're going to pop out on a section of the road and then go back over towards the coast. So if you guys are fans in that area, he's coming toward you. Here's Max doing a little bit of off-course maneuvers.
Just doing a little research, as they say.
Where Max just got off there, you have all of those kind of yucca-type cactus too, so it's got to be careful to not get a flat in that stuff.
Right, right.
You mean all the thumping on the bottom of the truck was maybe not a great thing?
Yeah.
He's into speed zone now.
Where Paul is in the 46 truck right now, that's a new section that I don't believe we've ever run, where from Colonet it ran out to the east over there, stays on the east side of Highway 1. He's in kind of some hills there. Then he's going to make he's actually going through like a ranch, I think, right now. Then you make a left and go into a little speed zone going south on Highway 1.
Yep.
And then you make a right heading northwest back on course that we've normally run. But that's a little loop that SCORE added that was something new for this year.
Very cool.
It's Brendan gone, Class 1. Plenty of clean air, taking advantage of that.
Well, the camera makes it look probably smoother than it is, but these trucks eat that stuff up like nobody's business. Because I've ridden that on a motorcycle, and you're still really thinking a lot of where you're going because you're trying to hit speed and whoops at the same time. So Alan is chasing behind in second physically on the course. So he's going up that wash near Colonet right now.
So far, we've been saying how Baja 500 has been challenging for Alan thus far. He seems to be doing all right.
He's making it happen. So
still lots to go, but we'll see. So good energy for Alan out there and for all Alan's fans.
Right now, I think this is that new little wash area. You pretty much do a loop around a little mountain to the northeast of Colonet.
Got it. Back to 269 here.
Is that Marcel?
That's a Legend. That might be.
Yep, that's a Legend car.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Payne? I think that might be Payne with Rossler.
Exactly. That's the Payne truck.
And then we're going to see Cameron right behind them. In fact, there's Cameron and then Sam Baldy, who have been battling as well. So the top three of the two-wheel drive trophy truck guys have been going at it. Looks like Ethan Ebert's got a bit of a gap on those guys now, but Cameron and Sam are still tooth and nail.
It looks like Ethan was able to get past Dan McMillan too. So that's
right.
That's going to give him some clean air. And if he can keep Dan as well as the David Payne and the 61L between him and Cameron and Baldy, that's going to allow him to have a little gap.
And then here's a car that we always wonder, how did they ever finish a race or even get close? So this is a little Baja bug.
If at first you can't succeed, try again.
Another crack at it. We don't know how many times he's actually tried this hill. It could be his 10th time.
Oh, God bless. Somebody give him a boost. Oh man!
I don't know if they start the race with a winch, attached to the front of the car, but I'm kind of thinking it might be a good idea.
This is one of those times where you want one of those James Bond buttons that you press, and like a massive rocket shoots out the back and catapults you forward. Yeah, that's very frustrating. All right, back to Race Mile 269. Beautiful shot of the coast there. Looks gorgeous.
That's Cameron.
Yep, Cameron's coming through.
There he's. And they were supposedly have already done a driver change, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful shot. The coast there. Off he goes. All right, let's go in car.
Definitely change a gear, change driver and co-driver.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Dave Mason Jr. driving the truck now at this point, I believe. Being that he's wiping his shield, I wonder if there's a little bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah.
Sometimes on the coast there, there'll just be like little droplets of moisture and they start to stick to your shield.
Mm-hmm.
Because it didn't really look like, it wasn't getting
Dusty,
dust or, or mud or anything where he was at. So it must be, so here's Baldy coming through there. He's pretty close to the Desert Assassins truck with Cameron and Mason Jr. driving it.
Yeah, your splits for your two-wheel drive.
Yeah, and that was at 269, so these guys have moved on a little bit since that point.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's pretty close, huh?
They just came through there.
Well, what's going on there is Ethan qualified 10th, Cameron qualified 16th.
Aha!
So you have a little bit of that gap. It's not like they started right behind one another. There was quite a few trucks between them, and that's, I think, what's putting Cameron ahead on adjusted there.
Yeah.
Excellent. So the race is still on between the two of them.
For sure. Ethan's going to have to open up a decent gap on Dave Mason Jr. here in the 16T if he wants to win on adjusted.
Well, a while back, didn't we see Cameron nerf Ethan out of the way, right?
Yep.
And he overtook him there.
And then Ethan returned the favor.
And then he returned the favor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Baldy started right behind Cameron. So he's close.
Right.
And so there's not much of a time differential right there.
Yeah.
Look at that, 18 seconds at the race mile 269.
Yeah.
So, and 30 seconds for Ethan. So that race is just all within a minute after 270 miles of racing.
It's crazy.
5 hours and 47 minutes of racing.
The whole podium's 30 seconds apart.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No pressure here. Just, you know, you got to catch them. You got to lose it. It's all on your shoulders, son. Just go out and have it.
Yep. Well, we've been talking lots about the power of the pit, and races can't happen without that kind of support. So why don't we take a look at how the BFG supports our drivers?
As teams navigate the demanding terrains of SCORE International races, BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a natural extension of their tire expertise.
The pit support is really important depending on the team, so we offer kind of two levels of service. One is they're scheduled to come, we know when they're going to stop, they're going to get fuel, they're going to get tires. And then we also offer the second half of it we call emergency only, to where if they're coming by or they're close, they can dive in, we can help them fix things. We have fabricators, welders, people that can work on their cars when they're not necessarily close to their support teams. So for a lot of small teams, it's really critical to have that level of support, and it gives them peace of mind during the race that there's always somewhere they can stop if they need to.
One of the most impressive aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is its efficient performance. In a race where every second is crucial, their pit crews excel in quickly changing tires, refueling, and addressing mechanical issues, minimizing team downtime.
Another one coming, heads up.
So depending on the class, I think the The UTV class with the Polaris factory team is interesting. You know, you have the dynamic of the inter-team rivalry going against the rest of the team. That dynamic is becoming really interesting just from the inter-team competition. Other classes, right now, it's just super exciting to see so many teams back and see how everything plays out.
BF Goodrich's race and tire support is an indispensable asset to the teams competing in SCORE International's off-road racing, in a competition that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast assistance.
Well, an enormous thank you to our sponsor, BF Goodrich Tires. And I mean, John, really, how crucial is that pit for you when you come into? It's one thing if some of these teams don't have they can't afford like a fantastic pit like that. But is it a sigh of relief when you see that BF Goodrich pit coming down and you're just like, I can refuel, I can get all the supplies that I need? It's just I'm so grateful that it's there.
Absolutely, and they'll help motorcycles. They'll help anybody. So
right.
if you need something, you know that truck's got tons of tools, tons of mechanics, tons of people that will be able to take care of you, and that's a welcome sight, because many times in Baja you're just out riding in the tules in the mountains with nothing to see, and so you see that truck, you know you've got help.
Yeah. Big thank you to BF Goodrich and all they contribute to Baja. All right, here we go. In car with Justin Davis. Going through wet soil, dry soil, wet soil, little damp.
So I have him at about race mile 253.
All right.
And then looks like Jordan Brenthal is 248.5. So that class, Trophy Truck Spec, is also still a tight battle.
That's a good battle, sure.
I think Davis started ahead of them too. So on adjusted time, that's another one that could be right chomping at the bit, right at the wire.
Yep. Yeah, you get to this point with about, you know, a little, you're over halfway there, but you just start thinking, boy, you know, just finish that race, just get to the end, somehow, some way. Let's get there, because you never know on that adjusted time what can happen.
Yeah, and usually the teams now with the live tracking that all the teams can get, if they've got a satellite in their truck or their chase trucks, so they're communicating with their drivers constantly.
Sure.
You know, you're down by 10 seconds, you're down by 2 minutes. Hey, you're doing great, you're catching them. So they're all hearing this in their ear potentially every once in a while, and so
it's time to push.
Yep, they know what's going on.
Right. So far, Paul Wheel doing well. See though, watch that steering wheel. He's just left, right, left, right. He's moving back and forth and fighting that horsepower and getting the job done.
Headed back over to the coast again. He did that little jaunt to the inland, and now there's a couple little rocky ledges and things that you come down in the hills. So you've got to pay attention, like he is, just wheeling that thing back and forth, because you're having to avoid some different little pitfalls. Which 37 miles an hour for a trophy truck is pretty slow. And there you go. See the tough little section I was talking about.
There it is.
15, 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, you can listen in a little bit to that engine.
Especially with so much to lose for those guys, leading all this race. To me, they've got it built up this time advantage, so they can use a little bit of that to be a little safer maybe.
1 second, John. We're going to head up to the action desk real quick. We got Wes with the special interview.
All right, guys. We were talking about the 1L truck and how well that they were doing. I've got Ricky Johnson on here with us. So, RJ, awesome run. You started, I think, 11th, and now your truck is sitting in 5th physical. How'd that go?
Really, I got to give it to the guy, the Honda boys, and Ethan Ebert. He put together a great qualifying run, and I think he might have let off right at the end and let me by. But once we got by him, we were in clean air the whole time. We passed Justin Lofton in the pit, and then we and then we saw Luke McMillan and also the concrete truck forward, but it was perfect. No flats. Toyota tires were great. We did a slight shock adjustment after qualifying, and I liked it. So it was a good run.
How about the course? What did it look like out there? You know, did the rain play a factor? Or did that kind of clean up? You know, what was that course like out there for you today?
The course cleaned up really well. Puddles after 210, but you could either skirt around the outside. The water down in the bottom before you got to 200 was, you know, that's kind of bad all the time, but you just go slow through there. The track was very, very physically demanding. A lot of rights and lefts and rights and lefts, and almost a complete lock back and forth. So a very physically demanding race on the drivers. Because pre-running, you don't use that much energy. You're going slow. But in the race, you know, hucking around a 7,000-pound truck, shoulders are going to be a little sore tomorrow.
Now, off the start, I'm pretty sure you saw what happened with Polvarde. What were your thoughts when you saw him park 3 turns into a race? And you know, what's your take on that whole thing? You know, he's still kind of a younger guy getting started here. You know, what do you think happened there? And you know, what do you have to say to him?
Keep your chin up, man. You're a stud. You're a badass. I mean, he's such a great driver. Just, you know, he flinched because there was a photographer there, and it just happened. And it was crazy. So it was basically the second turn. So, I mean, I talked about it with my co-driver, Victor, for a long time. Like, man, I'm gutted for him. I mean, it's just such a hard deal. I mean, last year in the 1,000, you know, he was almost to Ojos with Bryce's truck, and it broke. And this one just dipped it into a hole, and it ripped the whole right front corner off. So he's got an unbelievable family. He's got great sponsors with Optima, and also he's just such a great talent. So this is just going to be something that he's going to chalk up and move forward next time. But you got to give it to the Aussie. Toby Price was on a mission this morning.
Yeah, so right now, physically, it's Toby and Paul, and then Alan, Tavo, and then actually Max and Robbie. How do you think the rest of this race is going to play out, and what's it going to take for a team to get it to the finish line and put it on top of the box?
Well, you're just keeping it clean. I mean, there's so many places with so many rocks hanging out, you know, that can get a hold of you and knock twist your sector shaft. Left.
I think we're kind of losing you. Okay.
I think Tom was already through here.
All right. I think we lost Ricky there. If we did, which I'm hearing that we did, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Great job today, and awesome to hear from you. It's really cool to hear from guys like that just got out of the race truck and kind of hear what was that like and how did the race play out for them. And, you know, I think like he said, it's having a clean rest of the race is going to be really important. As I'm saying this, it's looking like Max might not be having a clean race. The hood is off of their truck. They're looking under there, and I see some either steam or smoke coming. It's looking like they're adding oil or something. Looked like a dipstick that was out of there. So kind of tough to say exactly what's going on, but
yeah.
I'm showing him, this is right where you come out of the speed zone on the highway and then start heading northwest out of Colonet. So this would be a place where you would definitely be ready for a visual.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be Robbie. It looks, whoever it is in a driving suit there that's up on the hood.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're trying to assess what they've got going on there. But that's got to be really disappointing. That said, if they do have a problem for much longer, that's going to put RJ, who we just got done speaking with, and Gus into 4th physical, which is a heck of a run for them in the Trophy Legends class.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I saw him testing the steering, so maybe a power steering issue as well. And with that car as heavy as it is, having power steering is probably pretty essential.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get Max back out there and he'll be able to complete the Baja 500. Here we see EJ Herbst. The 263 truck.
This is that kind of section, I think, west of Vicente Guerrero, where you've got, it's kind of salt flats in there. It actually looks really good. I was a little worried that there'd be more standing water than there is, but it really looks perfect. He's pretty close to an area where there's a little jump that they've built, and they funnel you through it. I kind of almost think like he might be about to hit it. A lot of that area looks really similar, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly where he's at. But he's definitely in that region that I just talked about.
Great shot from the heli. As we pull back, you get an idea of where they are. Opportunity to just go all out. So there goes EJ, some dust in the distance.
Yeah, right here, he's going to start coming around to the left. And then if we stay on him for a second, he should get into a bunch of spectators. And then this is where that jump is going to be. It's basically right ahead of where he's at.
Yeah, still a decent turnout out there.
Yeah, so he's going to come back over. No.
He's going to hit that. No, he's
so
not.
I think the jump is to the
left
a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just making
Now, how much mud do you want to take?
Yeah, I saw that.
Looks like I'll go to the dry side, which is the left. Smart move.
Maybe he'll get that jump after all.
It's going to be right here where all these spectators are.
Is this the jump where
it's kind of a cool
someone
little
did a
jump.
barrel roll?
Yeah.
Well, it's a cool little jump. Yeah, you just hit it right there. You can hit it pretty much flat out. It looks really peaked, but like we've done some shots there of guys hitting it pre-running, and they pretty much hit it flat out, and it wasn't a problem.
I think
it's always in your race truck in the middle of a race, especially when you're doing well. You don't want to try to launch a jump to look cool and then break your truck.
Yeah, there was another jump along the coast when they were going the opposite direction, heading south, and 2 trucks in the race. I think it was the last race, not San Felipe 250, but last year's 1,000 that barrel rolled off that jump.
Yikes!
Landed on the front bumper and just started barrel rolling. So. Look at him go.
Great shot.
Well, I see, looking at the trophy truck two-wheel drive class, it appears that Cameron Steele and Sam Baldy are almost on top of each other.
Still at it.
When looking at the tracking. Yeah. Along with another, the Legends truck. So.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron's at 288 and Sam Baldy's at 286, getting some change.
And I'm showing Justin Lofton at race mile 296 at 0 miles an hour. And Ethan Ebert is closing up on
There's
him.
Lofton.
So Lofton looks like there we go. He's not moving. so
and a truck just went by. See the
he
test
is
on the
down.
side.
Yeah.
When your co-driver doesn't have his helmet on, that's a pretty good sign that things aren't going well.
No.
And that's going to shake things up a little bit. Ethan Ebert is having a heck of a run in the Honda Passport. Because once he gets ahead of Lofton here, and then depending on what's going on with Robbie and Max, he could be 5th overall physical on the course. I think.
Yeah, because Dan
I'm
is
showing
still right
Robbie and
behind
Max
him.
going again now.
Yeah, Ethan's gonna pass him.
Yeah, I think for Max, that was his last chance to have his dad take a look at the the truck. So I think that was Robbie up on the hood with his hands down in there trying to fix it.
Yeah.
Before they decided to, all right, let's go, which is great. I'm glad to see him back on the course.
For sure.
They'll be able to do another visual in Santo Tomas before they head over from Europan to Ojos, but that's a ways away. So before they do this next section of coast, you definitely want to, if you are having any issues, you want to look, because it'd be you've got tough access in a lot of those areas with your chase vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to make sure when you leave Colonet that you're confident in your vehicle. Here's Justin Davis. This is kind of that same section that we saw Paul Wheel go through, probably, I don't know, was it a half hour, 45 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So Wes, how much to our left here? How much distance are we looking at before you're in the ocean?
Well, it varies. But I mean, there's a substantial cliff there.
Yeah.
And you do not want to drop a wheel off of that.
No way.
There's a couple spots where, like right there, it got pretty
0
close.
feet.
You know, I mean, you're talking a couple feet to probably a 50-foot cliff. And you know, some of the other areas there's a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it narrows and then
Look
widens
at
and it
this.
just kind of goes back and forth.
Yeah.
But you do not want to go off to the left right there.
Of course not. But yet, look at the risk. Just as is Justin just trying to avoid some
the mud?
Some mud, yeah.
Yeah, you see the mud puddles. That's slick.
He's gonna run that razor's edge there.
Well, and the other thing is you can see those posts on the right side. You don't want to hit those either.
Nope.
So you can't go into that fence and you can't go off the cliff. So you got to go as fast as you can go, but still being 100% under control, because you don't want to lose control right
Right. Gets a little ruddy there.
He's heading into kind of towards that jump section again now.
Okay. Small amount of relief after you get out of that area.
And that camera makes it look so smooth.
Right.
It is just not that smooth.
All right, so Max is back out.
And he's got a hood back on.
Yep. Off he goes. Make up for a little lost time, hopefully. The best he can.
Maybe they added some power steering fluid or something.
They were pouring something in there on the
or a
far
belt
right.
or something for the power steering.
All right.
Okay, so while we're watching this, we've seen them on the coast. When I was down pre-running this, they're kind of getting into an area that is, I think, a lot of people's favorite, where you run from Erendira up to where it turns like by Punta Cabras in towards Santo Tomas. So I was in Rancho Tampico. Let's take a look at this piece and see what the course looks like in that area.
Cool. That's Ethan Ebert and.
Racers approach this section of the Baja 500 is one of my favorite parts of the race course. You are skirting the Pacific coast, right on the edge of cliffs, with the ocean and waves crashing just next to you. I always catch myself watching the ocean, and you need to pay attention in the race course. So for the racers right now, last I spoke with you guys, they were down by San Quintin in the far southwest corner. They've worked their way north up the coast through Shipwrecks Cuatro Casas, and then it turned east and went towards San Vicente, where there is a little bit of silt. I think dust might be more of a problem there. And then it worked into Erendira, up to Punta Cabras, and then right where I'm standing at Rancho Tampico, just a touch north of here is where it's going to turn, head east towards a fast graded road to Santo Tomas. From there, we're going on to a speed zone highway section into Urupan, And then in Urupan, it's tight, twisty, technical, getting into Tres Hermanos, and then Ojos Negros, and then Rancho Nelson for the finish. That whole section is really fun. As I said, it's amazingly beautiful there. You're right on the edge of rocky cliffs. As we're talking about that, we got a nice little battle here. And yep. It seemed to me, because we saw Ethan get passed by Cameron in a really fast section too, that I'm going to say that that Honda with the twin turbo 6 is down on top speed a little bit to the faster V8 trucks. But they went through the really, really fast stuff now. It gets a little bit more technical, and if Ethan is quicker through the turns and accelerating in and out of corners, he should be able to kind of gap Dan out.
Right.
As well as it will get a little dusty, and it's going to be tough for Dan to. Where is Dan?
Dan, at the top, right there. He pulled over up top. Let's see if we can. Oh, yeah. Go back. No.
Oh,
crud.
That's kind of a new line. The old course used to stay to the right.
Yeah.
And we, okay, so there's Ethan.
So there's Ethan.
I think there was a bit of short coursing going on there as well, potentially.
Well, the new course stays to the left, and there's VCPs down in there, so you got to stay on that. Okay, so there's Dan.
He's out.
They got a flat. He probably got a flat in his dust.
Pretty big rocks.
If we go back 30 seconds there, and when we saw Ethan make that hard right.
Yep.
You know, so what was happening in that moment?
So it looked to me like the course went down and to the right, or his preferred line.
Yeah.
And he kind of missed it, and then probably his chase driver was like, right, no, right there.
And then in that moment, but that didn't affect Dan.
Right.
So whatever happened to Dan right now is sort of just independent of that action.
What that is you're on a straightaway, and the road goes straight, and the race course turns off of it.
Right.
And you're going really fast, so it sneaks up on you.
Got you.
And I think that's just what happened with Ethan is, he had Dan right on him. He's probably looking in his mirrors, trying to keep Dan off of him and keep him behind him. And then that corner just came up a little faster than he thought.
Yeah. All right, well, hopefully Dan will get that flat fixed and back on the road, back to race mile 269. Let's see what we got coming through there.
Trophy truck spec.
Tough to tell. We can find it on the tracker.
Possibly Dave Taylor? 26T? I don't know.
Well, the drone will reset. Okay, back to Paul Wheel.
Toby Price 46 truck leading the way. Now, last time I looked, they were their gap has shortened a little bit.
Okay.
But sometimes it's the timer and the tracker playing tricks on me, and it blips in. But yeah.
Well, okay. So our tracker adjusted. We've got the Toby Price truck at 338 race mile approximately, and then Allen's at 334.2, but that hasn't pinged for a minute.
So about a 3-4 mile
well, you know
gap.
What? But then you got Tavo, and he hasn't pinged for 3 minutes. So that'll be interesting to find where he is.
Part of, I think, what's going on here is Paul is in a speed zone. There's a couple speed zones that you're in going by San Vicente right there. So you might have Paul in a 37 mile an hour speed zone. Allen isn't, so it's appearing to us that Allen's closing.
Yeah.
But really what's going on is Paul's in a speed zone, and then Allen's going to have to go back into the speed zone, and that gap will open back up.
Right. Going off the speedometer, though, it does seem that Paul's out of the speed zone, but back, he might have come through one, to your point.
Yeah, he might not be in it yet, but he's very close to where he starts getting into speed zones.
Got you. Okay.
So yeah, I'm showing him at 50 miles an hour.
Yep.
But
that'll change.
It's going to change shortly, and there's I think a couple that they go through there where you're like in and then out, kind of back and forth for a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's just something through this section to be aware of if we start seeing gaps.
Right.
Shorten and expand.
Yep. All right. Colorful perspective here. Let's see who are we in. Which vehicle? Ben Hagel. All righty.
All right. Trophy truck spec.
Yeah, he's in that San Quintin area where he's going to drop down this hill and make a right, and then the cliff will be on his left. I think. He might not be there yet. But he's right in that area.
Slightly ruddy there.
Yeah, deep rain rut to the left.
You know.
Yeah, this is, you've got fields to your right. He's a little bit more inland from the cliff still, but very shortly he'll be working over towards the cliffs and the beach. But it looks like he's going to do a pit first.
Yep. So Ben Hagel will pit for a moment. I'm going to clear a shot out the back here.
There goes the truck right by.
Boom.
Nice little berm shot.
Yep. All right. Crew frantically working here, trying to get him out there as fast as possible. He's moments away, ready to go here. Tighten down the tire and get that pylon off and get moving. Paul Wheel in the 46 truck on our left, having a good race thus far. And Ben Hagel finally putting it in reverse and getting back out. And there he goes.
Well, kind of update on the trophy truck two-wheel drive. So Ethan Ebert still leading on the course, but Cameron Steele started 6 minutes behind Ethan. And on at this point, it's race mile 307. Cameron's back in 303.7. So basically a 4 mile gap. So I would have to say Cameron is probably leading on adjusted time. So those three, then Sam Baldy is very close behind Cameron. So that's still that three-way battle. Looks like it's going to go all the way to the finish.
Yeah, you keep having these really interesting little independent battles between these different places, right? Really wild to see how this is going to play out once adjusted, corrected time is applied.
Yeah, there's the Cameron Steele truck on the left.
Yeah.
Dave Mason driving now.
Royce, you ready?
And I hear a little communication. All right, so could that be the Lofton in that Fox truck there? Did he get back up?
I don't think so.
No. Last we saw them, we had the co-driver's helmet off, so.
I'm still showing the Lofton truck at 0 miles an hour, parked on the side.
Okay. Well, trucks are getting a little dirtier, a little muddier now,
yes,
right? There we go.
There's our Justin Lofton.
There he is. Smiles, at least.
They're making the most of it.
Yep, trying to find the silver lining in the situation, if there is one. But it's got to be something quite severe if the helmets are off and unbuckled, and I don't know. Hopefully we'll get a little update and see what happened.
Yeah, they are at a spot that potentially a chase truck could come in over to the coast because there's a lot of different access roads. So they may be, you know, just waiting for their chase truck to get there so they can get back rolling again. Definitely doesn't look like they've thrown in the towel. He still has his belts on and stuff. So.
Nope. Just being patient. All right, 236. Is that the spy truck? Is that
Michael Marcel?
That's Michael Marcel, yeah.
Trophy truck spec.
All right. Looks a little different. Missing a little bit of the body on
Yeah,
them.
they just get lighter the farther you go.
They just get lighter in these competitions, right? But right behind them.
Another Herbst. Yeah, let's tune in on that battle.
Right. Well, he's in the speed zone now.
We've got 3 trophy truck specs within about a quarter mile or half mile. He's going right by Pirates Cove right now in the speed zone.
Great shot here.
So I believe we have Justin Davis leading that trophy truck spec, and then not far behind, Jordan Brenthal, and on track, Olagus.
Yep, you got Olagus and 227 after that.
And then 2 trucks that are so close together that
Herbst.
the numbers are sitting on top of each other. Herbst and Marcel, which are those 2 on the screen
that's what
right
we're
now.
looking at. Right, exactly.
What a great battle. I mean,
Loving it.
Really 5 trucks within probably 5 miles. And it, you know, as a competitor, it's so much more fun, to me anyway, to have action, to see the dust, to see something you know you're either catching
or chasing.
Yep, chasing.
Coming after
There's someone behind you. You're concerned, so you're in it. You know, you're in the race.
Yep.
And it's so much more fun than when you're, whatever, 10 minutes behind or you're 10 minutes ahead.
There's nobody in front of you, nobody behind you.
It's still a race. You're still concentrating, but this is like action, and you can make a difference, you feel like.
You're engaged, for sure.
Another Legends
54
truck.
Legends truck coming through.
54L. Another truck a little bit lighter for the road there, losing the rear fender.
Might have been a 2-wheel drive. That might have been Isaac Mercado. Not 100% sure on that one. Anyways, back to some in-car here.
The 2 trucks, see the dust right in front of him?
Yeah.
So we got 2 helicopters.
So you got EJ behind him there.
And he sees him. He's going for it.
Yeah.
You
Look
can
at
see
him.
that he's just like putting the pedal to the metal.
Put the hammer down. Yeah. Great shot.
I think it's what Wes was talking about. You know, how fast will your truck go? You're going to find out.
Truth. Yep. Right now, it's
So
give it
much
all you
of-
got. But look at in the distance there to the right.
Yeah, I think those are some fans that are coming in.
Yeah. You better hit the brakes for a moment there.
They see a battle coming. They want to see
They
it.
want to chase it. There we go.
It does look like there's a little bit of a breeze.
Yep.
Yep.
And so that's going to help.
That'll help EJ slightly. And then Marcel taking it.
Yeah, one thing about a SCORE race, you've never seen so many Ivan Stewarts in your life as when you get out there in the wild and people all become Ivan Stewart as soon as they get into their trucks to go to the next spot, and they all think that they're
They think they can Ironman
heroes.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it's amazing.
F around and find out, I guess,
Yes, they often do. Sometimes with liquid courage, which is a problem.
There's those cliffs. Not quite the cliffs that we were talking about previously, but cliffs nonetheless. Gorgeous shot there.
That's still a decently substantial cliff that you don't want to go off of.
Seem to have a little bit more distance between
a little more
the
safety
ocean.
measure.
Yeah, a little more. But still, anything could happen, I
I
guess.
think that's just south of Shipwrecks right there.
Yeah, the beauty of Baja, I mean, right there, just perfect picture. And these beaches and the coastline are pretty much available all year long. So a lot of guided tours that go down there, whether it's in motorcycles or trucks.
Yeah.
But you know, this is a great place to visit, to spend time riding. Like to
You
enjoy
should
that
be
myself.
right around that washout. I think that was one of them right there. That wasn't the real bad one. And this is where it gets sketchy, is when you're going this fast, he's got that dust.
The dust.
So Michael's hitting a speed zone.
They're right at shipwrecks right now.
Right.
This is where you get into houses. So they should be in a speed zone. Yeah, you saw the lead truck slow down.
Yeah.
I saw him just give some
got
little high
shakas.
five to
Yeah.
to the people standing next to that might be Troy and Dick there. Who knows?
Yeah,
My
you had to
buddies.
throw a little shaka to all the surfers there.
Yeah, their place is just around the bend.
Some nice real estate down there. Not a bad view.
That little notch out in the water is the ship. Right
Yep,
there.
yeah, you can see it. What's left of it.
Yep. Now I think they have a speed zone there.
Woo!
Well,
surprise!
Lauren has found the mud.
Oh man.
That's where the chase driver might go. Okay,
how
come
many
on,
of those?
man.
How many of those rags you got in there? You got just the one?
This area right here, you can see you got barbed wire fence on both sides, and there's some puddles in there. And it looks like Lauren decided not to check up for one of them.
Took it at
those guys
speed.
got doused, but yeah, you can't really go around it because you've got fence on either side. It's called like the Colonet Plateau.
Yeah.
And it's just a kind of flat farming. There's a lot of cattle in that area.
He's got it on his sunglasses too. He's got two layers he's got to deal with.
He looked like he had a really happy look on his face right there.
And there's still water coming in.
He's holding his shield. Try to get some air in there or something. I'm not sure.
It kind of looks like his shield's fogging.
I think that the mud is still coming off the tires or something because he's getting roosted still.
Well, what happens is that mud got all over the hood.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're going so fast that it just sprays off of your hood onto your shield. And that's what's happening right now. Is he's getting doused with mud off of the hood of his truck right now.
And he can't clear. I mean, his co-driver's handing him a fresh towel though, but for a while he was just spreading mud on mud.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
the
he could
gift that
do.
keeps on giving, apparently.
Yeah, right?
You get it on your hood and you live with it for miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking that the
Jeez.
trophy trucks need some kind of a louver or something that pops up before they impact one of these big, huge
Man.
puddles to keep it from splashing into the cab.
Wouldn't that be nice? But yeah, I mean, this is
The other thing is you get your driving suit soaking wet.
Yeah.
And a lot of times on the coast there, it can get a little chilly. It's
Oh,
cold.
yeah.
So if you're soaking wet and say it's 60 degrees out or something, you could get a little cold there. Luckily for them, it's still light out, so it's not too cold.
Right.
Because then if you're soaking wet and you start crossing over from Urupan to Ojos, it can get really cold in that area, like at night. And
That's the
don't wanna
Baja
be wet.
1000. Yeah, when the Baja 1000, you're in the winter in November, and it just snows up there in the mountains sometimes. So, big mistake to get wet.
But you see, we've been on these guys for 2-3 minutes here, and they're just cannot seem to clear that visor.
Yeah.
They're taking a break now, but it was relentless.
And then later at the race, they ask, "How was your race?" And you're like, "Oh, it was pretty good." You don't remember all of these things until maybe when you're sitting at dinner and talking it over. And did you remember that? Oh yeah, we walked for that for 10 minutes. I was cleaning the mud off my shield.
That shield still isn't 100% clean. It's not. It's got to be a little smeary, and let alone having a pair of sunglasses on.
Well, he probably
underneath
doesn't
there,
even
too.
know that it's on his sunglasses as well. He keeps cleaning the shield, So that's awesome. Welcome to Baja again.
That looks like he got on the other side of it now. So. Yep.
Hey Wes, where do you turn the heat up a little bit in that truck to adjust the internal climate? Climate adjustment.
Yeah, most of these trophy trucks, they have a full air conditioning and heaters and everything. So, yeah, you might get a little heat off your radiator. That's about it.
Yep.
But these vehicles, generally the radiator is behind you.
Yep.
Right.
So, in like some of the UTVs, especially the more stock ones, the radiator is in front of you, and you'll actually get a fair amount of heat coming off of that. But yeah, for these guys, I think they're out of luck. So I think his gloves are wet even.
Yeah.
I always like to carry a spare set of driving gloves in my door bag just so I could, if your hands did get wet, you could put dry gloves on, because that's something, your hands are getting a lot of air blowing over them, and if it's wet and it's kind of cold out, it can get pretty miserable.
We'll let the 68 truck continue to wipe away, and now we're going to shoot it over to some social media footage of Toby Price and the driver change.
Got first on road, so yeah, I said to Paul I'll get her in the front for him, but yeah, I don't know, I thought he had an issue at the start, and then Tava had a bit of an issue as well. He was going backwards to try and get a VCP, and then yeah, caught up on the back of Luke, and yeah, basically made a pass and got round, and then had some good clean air. So other than that, yeah, keep cruising, having fun. It's good. Got first on.
That's my boy.
Hey, you did pick that, right?
Yeah,
Don't
right.
jinx him, though. It's not over yet.
Oh, God, trust me, I know. Good stuff, though. But here's our leader right now.
On my unofficial mental stopwatch, that was about 23 seconds. So
Got
I don't know
you.
if it was edited, but that's a pretty good stop to do a rider change,
Yeah, they
driver
did well.
change, and
I'm
fuel.
afraid here, if Toby and Paul win, we might need to get bigger doors here for Brandon, because he will have called Alan at the 250 and Toby at this race.
We'll see.
We don't know if we have a helmet big enough for him now.
It's yeah, I know. It's a big head. Famous last words. All right. Well, so far, 46 trucks doing great, and we'll see. Let's see what Alan's got left too. Can't count any of those guys out.
Well, and it looks like they are making a dent, because I
Yeah.
see Ampudia now at 351.2, and these guys are probably around 353. So that's only a 2-mile
Okay.
gap.
Yeah.
And it is not
And
over
Tavo
yet by any chance.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, Alan, all he's got to do is finish 59 seconds or less behind Toby and Paul.
Yep.
And he would take the adjusted, and he has been making ground.
Yeah.
I think Paul's just getting out of a speed zone where you go by Coyote Cowles right there. And then he should be back to race speed through Punta Cabras, and where I did that Rancho Tampico piece.
Right.
They're kind of getting right into that area. So as it just updated, looks like that gap opened back up a little bit here. Let's see from in-car. Yeah, so Alan this is the straightaway heading into Punta Cabras, I believe. So this should go straight, and then he's going to go into a little town, make a left and a right up a hill, and then be kind of, well, yeah, and then they'll keep going by the coast and get up by Rancho Tampico.
Right.
Yeah, I've got it at under 4 miles. So,
Okay.
and then these guys are flowing at 70+ miles an hour. So that's too close to call still.
Sure, of course. I mean, look, one flat tire and everything goes sideways. So.
They've gone through the majority of the really technical stuff, and with them blading Europan to Ojos, that used to be a really technical section. It's not as fast as like this, but it's not as rough as it used to be. That's a little shortcut you take to the right. And then right here is where you hit the straightaway going into Punta Cabras now.
So going forward, Wes, Alan and Paul, they got approximately a little bit over 100 more miles left to go. Is there anything else coming up down in this course that could present just something they got to have a heads up for? I mean, you've gone through that giant rain rut that you showed us a while back. But anything like that they should need to anticipate?
Not really.
Not really.
All this is fast. So this is into Punta Cabras. This is where I say you make the left and then the right up the hill.
Right.
So he's about to start kind of going up this. It's not a big hill, just a slight uphill. Most of this is like it's kind of rally course.
Is it? Okay.
Graded roads. All of this up until you get to Santo Tomas and into the speed zone. I love that section because it's just so fast and flowy. You can get the car to rotate through the corners, and it's really fun. It does, like I said, get more technical then from Urupan to Ojos when you go kind of through the Tres Hermanos area. But it did get bladed, and it's not as bad as it used to be. So I think that section's going to be a lot faster than what we're used to. I think maybe the one wild card is the boulders that you got to go through, where you're going into Highway 3 right at the finish, and that's where on the way out they came kind of through the town of Ojos. On the way back in, they're staying to the west of that area, and we've seen in the past there's a really tight boulder area where a lot of guys get caught up and it'll create a bottleneck. A lot of vehicles end up making a 3-point turn through there. But that's so close to the end of the race. Generally, you're kind of just trying not to make a mistake through there. What will be interesting is, can Alan get within striking distance to where if he's right at that 1 minute mark behind him, then it's going to be, I think both he and Paul will just be throwing it down as hard as they can. He's not that far behind Paul right now.
That was kind of my thought. Like, is this the point now where Alan decides he's really got to use discernment? Do I push it? Of course I do, but also play it safe. I can't blow anything, but he's so close. He's in, like you said, he's in striking distance. So do you think he takes the risk? Does he go for it?
I think Alan smells blood.
Okay.
And I mean, he is in kill mode right now, and he's going to do everything he can to run him down.
I agree.
And I think that, Paul knows he's in the lead, doesn't want to make a mistake and throw it away, but I mean, Paul's going to do everything he can to try to maintain that gap as well.
Right, and Paul's so experienced as well, but he knows who's behind him. So this is the point of the race too, where does Alan put enough pressure on Paul to try to force that error that we were talking about? No forced errors, but this is a really interesting battle how this could play out in the next 100 miles.
Yeah, I think Alan's definitely made some serious gains.
For sure,
is going for it.
He
won the championship last year, so you kind of achieved that notch. So some years you're just like, I'm going to do everything I can to finish, get points. I don't want to take too many rare chances and throw away the whole race and lose points. But he's already done that. So now it's just like, I want to win as many races as I can.
Sure.
That should be Tavo coming through right now. This is through Punta Cabras right here.
He's got a mud-covered truck as well.
I was going to say,
he's not that
truck
far.
Looks different.
He's not that far behind Alan.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I've got him at 354.3, Alan at 355.5 a minute ago, so roughly 2 miles.
The problem that Tavo has is he physically started ahead of
both of them.
Both those guys. So yeah, he's got to run them down, pass them, and put a minute on them. Okay, so Empudia is pitting right now. That's going to open the gap up a little bit more.
Is this old footage?
Yeah,
that's race mile 269.
Yeah, that's old footage from that little beach section that we saw.
Yeah. And then is that Tavo then right behind him coming? This.
Yeah.
That probably was. So that was south of Shipwrecks there.
Yeah, that's race mile 269, so
Yeah.
we're clear past that now.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Real time with Alan.
Oh, he's taking the shortcut up the mountain.
I'm pretty sure all the teams are going to do that.
So this is a really steep, rocky climb.
Yep.
And so basically, usually in the Baja 1000 when I'm racing up this, you can take a smooth road that goes all the way around.
There's an either or, right?
Yep,
It
and
splits.
this is a straight shot up
Yeah, I
to the
remember
top. But you know, usually, especially at night, I don't mess with it. I just go around.
Yeah.
I play it safe. It might cost me an extra 10 seconds, but the chance of getting stuck or falling over or something, I always thought was not worth it. But during the day, you can see well. It's going for it time. And Alan, of course, is throwing everything out the window, going for the win.
For sure. Let's listen in for a second. And now he should open up. So often,
that little spot you cut through that field, and there's a rain rut that had developed. It used to be a lot deeper than that. It's kind of the edges have eroded off.
Holy crap!
Tavo has done some surfing.
Whoa!
Or someone.
Time out.
That's on the Colinet Plateau where
is that Thompson?
There's that puddle was in the middle of the barbed wire fences, and it looks like he got sideways and went through the fence.
Yep, and now he's trying to get back onto the course.
I think that's EJ right there.
This is not EJ on the course.
Was that section that doused Lauren?
Yeah.
Probably. That was a deep, big, long puddle.
Jeez, that was big, yeah.
Yeah, and you see how the truck just hydroplaned and took off on him and went right through a fence.
Spectators scurrying like cockroaches.
He's happy he's in a cage and not on a motorcycle, otherwise he'd be picking some metal out of his skin right now.
Yikes. It's gonna.
Yeah. I think we have in-car of EJ, so it'd be cool if we could get a shot of that.
Oh, EJ Herbst. I'm sorry, I was mistaking it with Ethan Ebert. First UTV along the coast.
This is our lead UTV coming through the beach section there.
Hager.
And we actually have a piece that we did with Brock, so why don't we take a look at that?
Brock Hager, 25 from El Centro, California, continues to dominate the off-road racing world. He recently took first place in the Pro UTV Open class at the SCORE San Felipe 250, racing for the Polaris Factory SCI Motorsports team. Driving his number 1896 Polaris Razor Pro R Factory, Hager finished with a time of 4 hours 37 minutes in the most competitive UTV field in SCORE history, 97 vehicles across 5 classes. Hager also claimed victory at the 57th BFGoodrich Tire SCORE Baja 1000, finishing without a single driver change. He averaged 47.72 miles per hour, helping Polaris secure a sweep of the 2024 SCORE World Desert Championship. With previous wins at the Baja 1000 and even the Dakar Rally, Hager is solidifying his place as one of the sport's elite.
Hager, he's been just winning about anything he enters in, and of course he's leading today all day so far in the Pro UTV Open class. His teammate Justin Morgan is running second. I was looking at where Brock is overall, because the area where we saw with the barbed wire fence and the mud, Brock's not too far out of there. He just went through Cuatro Casas, and he is almost into the Colonet Wash, and then we'll be up on that plateau. I'm showing him around 23rd overall right now, and he would be 7th trophy truck spec. So that's pretty impressive. He's worked his way through quite a few of the spec trophy trucks.
Wow.
And, you know, I anticipate him to keep moving up overall. I actually thought he'd be even a little bit higher than 23rd, but he is doing really well. Behind him is Brandon Sims, and then, or actually Justin Morgan and then Brandon Sims. So that's your top 3 in the UTV class. And then Caden McCachran, which is Rob's son, he is the next UTV there. So good race for the UTVs. Here's our leaderboard for the trophy specs right now. So he's right behind Ryan Hancock. And you can see Ryan sitting there at 6th in the trophy specs.
Yeah. Going back to that video, Wes, you know, he talks about Brock coming out on top in a class of 97 competitors. That's pretty impressive.
Definitely. The UTVs.
Huge open class.
Yeah, UTVs 10 years ago, everyone made fun of them, and they're now they're finishing very high overall and are very capable vehicles.
Yeah, and it's a great place to start for a lot of people to go racing.
Entry.
You know, you can buy a
entry vehicle,
Polaris Pro R and suit it up and come out here and race.
Well, just saw our spec leaderboard. Here's Justin Davis in the 285 truck.
Well, and we have the splits there from the 4th timing loop. So at this timing loop, it was Ampudia with 2 minutes and 26 seconds behind Toby Price's truck. And then Tavo Vildasola was 5 minutes behind him, so 7 behind Toby. And then Robbie Gordon in 4th place with 6 minutes behind Tavo and 14 minutes behind the leader.
There we go.
4 trucks within 14 miles after 350 miles of racing. There we are.
Yep. There are the splits for the trophy trucks. Back to race mile 269.
I got an update from the Jimco team, or Fastball Jimco team, with Rob Mack. He's back up and going.
Great.
So they were able to get that pinion fixed.
Nice.
And
never say die. I'm impressed that they stuck it out. They're going to try to go for the finish.
Yeah.
And stay in the points battle. Yeah, SCORE.
Well, you get so many points for finishing here that
exactly.
You know, a DNF kills you for the points, and then the you know, as long as you can finish, it's not horrible.
Right. So at a race like the Baja 500, SCORE might have 25 points to start a race, and they might have 50 points to finish the race. And then your position points are kind of based on how many people are in the class. But for a trophy truck, to finish 1st versus to finishing 5th or 6th might only be a 15-point gap.
Couldn't be too
bad. So you really don't gain that much when you win or lose. Now, trophy trucks might have 20 people in their class.
Yeah.
So you could gain, maybe it's 20-something points, but it still pales in comparison, like Wes said, to those finishing points. You lose those 50 finishing points, and you're pretty much shot for the season.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure that every single driver behind the wheel has got a never say die attitude, so they're gonna find a way, no matter what, to get it across the line.
Yeah, and some more than others. I know that in the past we've had different racers on the team and stuff, and some of us just like, I don't care, anyway, anyhow. And the riders like, man, there's trophy trucks coming. I don't want to get run over, so let's get out of here.
Sure.
But It's great stuff.
All right, looks like we got Max Gordon at race mile 354. It's coming close to that fence there, but he's doing well.
Looked like Max was on the gas there.
Yeah,
he was
you
kind
think?
of throwing it in there.
He was gonna shave that fence for a minute.
There's actually a brick or cinder block wall
Cinder
that
block
you
wall?
don't want to hit.
No,
Yeah.
that ain't no fence, man. That'll leave a mark.
It's a super fun section here, though.
Yeah.
This is. I was thinking it was by where we saw Ethan, but he's ahead of Ethan right now. So, the course used to kind of stay off to the right a little bit more, and he's going to drop down to the left and kind of get into a little more, like right there. This is where, so he's on a line right now. The course dropped down to the left. If you stay here, you step on this hill, and then he's going to drop down to the right and connect back to the course right here.
Nice.
And then he'll make a left at the bottom of the
Hard
hill.
left, yep.
Yep. Which, what he did, I think, is the faster line.
Yeah, and that's the same line we saw Impudia take too.
Correct. And then from here, it's going to work over to the right. There's a house and like a couple dips, and then he should make a left back onto the fast graded road here in just a second.
Yeah, that's a fun little section on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Kind
So
of
you can see
berm shots and little.
Yeah, the
whoops
house
that
is in
you
those
work with.
trees.
Hi.
Okay. But look, speaking of trees, looks like Justin Davis is in some bushes.
Yeah, doing a little mowing out there. A little landscaping action. Yeah, a little landscaping. It's all good. See ya.
Yeah, the Green Army team, they actually do landscaping services for people too. So if they need you to come work on your yard with their truck, they're willing to do it after the race.
Maybe he's just trying to get the mud off the hood, and that was
Is
the
that what it
quickest
was?
way to achieve that goal.
Getting creative.
Right? Max is throwing it down. You're right here, you're going real fast, hard braking into a 90 left, then it'll work back around, and there should be, you go through like a cement dip right here, and then there's a shortcut up the hill to the right. He didn't take it.
No, you saw his co-driver point to the left there, right?
Yeah.
Give him a hand signal.
I almost feel like it's faster to just stay on the graded road.
Yeah.
And right here, he should be coming into Rancho Tampico, and there's the Chupacabra sign that I was filming at earlier. That little green sign right there.
Yeah.
It says Precaución Chupacabras.
Kind of a mythical beast.
Yeah, they're sneaky. They're hard to find out there.
They're hard to
but-
find. One of these days, one of the fans is going to throw a chupacabra at one of these trucks as they go by. No, don't do that.
And he's got a few more kind of turns here. He's going to wind around, and then we'll see him. I'm sure he's going to take the shortcut up the hill that
Right.
John talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It was probably about half a mile away
Hey,
from it right there.
look who we got. Justin Lofton's
Back in business.
Back in business.
So yeah, it looks like Lofton's going pretty good. I don't know if we can come back to Robbie and Max's truck, but they were right about to.
Here we go.
Okay, so gonna go down this. You've got some corners going down, and then you're right by the beach, and we'll start seeing that either or, where if you stay to the left, you stay on the graded road. If you stay to the right, you go straight up the hill, and it's really not that tore up. When it gets really silty is when it's a little sketchy going up it. So he's gonna stay to the right, I would think right here. Yep. So
Yep.
now I'll go up the hill. And especially after the rain, you got some moisture in it. It's not that bad, and especially in an all-wheel drive vehicle, you can just cruise right up that.
I was going to say all-wheel drive is the big difference maker, and Wes is driving UTVs with all-wheel drive as well. So that makes things a lot more easy.
Sure.
You see the sun's starting to get low. His co-driver was putting his hand out to try to block the sun there. And that's, as we get later in the day, the sun can really start to obscure your vision.
Yep.
Yeah, the UTVs are in for a long battle with the sun because they're going to be along the coast for hours. And the top trophy trucks are going to be starting to head due east and be away from the sun, so they'll be avoiding it for a good part.
And there's really nothing you can do about it. You know, if you've done this race before, it's coming, but all you can do is try to prepare for a proper visor of some sort.
Well, and a lot of them haven't. You know, you don't see any car visors inside like your normal passenger car.
Sure.
And so they end up using their hands and stuff.
That's
you know,
all
you can have a tinted shield, but still, if the sun's bright, you're kind of up
The
a
funny
creek.
thing is, I think I know somebody that makes a visor that goes on
I
the
was
helmets.
waiting for that.
But I couldn't help but say something there.
I teed it up for you, dude.
Yeah.
I teed that baby up for you.
Yeah, it honestly, that's why I made that visor, is for situations like that,
right,
where the sun's in your eyes.
Yeah. All right. Here we are back to San Pietro.
I think I heard a horn there.
I heard something. A little pixelated, but no hood. Body looks a little different. He's been through it.
Okay, so I've got another special guest ready to talk to us here, guys.
Nice.
So, Concrete Motorsports, Harley Lettner, he ran, I think it was start to like race mile 238 or something like that. Was that right, Harley?
Yeah, I got like 236.
Okay. Yeah, so 236. You guys were doing really good, and then we saw you stop, let some guys by. What happened?
Yeah, running good pace, kind of keeping track with Rob Mack, which for me was the plan. He knows how to win races, so trying to not make any mistakes and get the truck over the Mike's loop, and up in Mike's, pitched a serpentine belt, set us back a little bit. Put a new one on and then pitched another one right away. So luckily we had two in the truck. Steve and I jumped out and got it fixed, and we're back on the road again now.
How long does it take you to change a serpentine belt?
Too long. This one was about, but both of them combined, probably about 35 minutes. What had happened, just started spinning and got the pulleys really hot and built up a lot of rubber in the grooves. So the first one, we were in a hurry, threw it on and tried not to let too many guys get by without cleaning out the pulleys. That backfired, so I pitched another one right away. So second one, we took our time and just made sure to clean all the pulleys out and get it put back on there right so it wouldn't happen again. And so far, it's been good. That was about mile 160.
How are you guys sitting right now?
On tracking, it looks like we're 7th in the trophy truck class, which bummer for us, but long day. Name of the game is getting to the finish line. We always want to win everything, but if we get a setback like this, we focus on the championship, and we know that championships are one on your worst days, so we're just trying to get to the finish line. People are falling out left and right. Also, a few guys in front of us aren't even in points, so we're just going to keep plugging away and get to that finish line.
Yeah. I mean, it's we talked about it, how finishing points in SCORE are so important. If you have a DNF, you're basically out of the running. But if you can salvage a finish, finishing 7th, you don't really lose that many points because of the finishing points being the bulk of what you get.
Yeah, for sure. It's impossible these days to win a race with or a championship with a DNF. There's way too many good guys out there that are not going to DNF. So, like I said, we're trying to plug along to 7th. Hopefully, maybe a couple more have an issue, and luck will be on our side for a change. Like I said, I know Robbie's not in points. Healy's in front of us. He's not in points. So, at the end of the day, a couple of those guys won't even affect our points, but we just need to get the finishing bulk points, you know? How was the race course for you? Oh man, it was very technical. It was just expected. Baja's tough. You didn't walk in the park down here. It felt really good. We did a lot of pre-running. Steve had amazing notes the whole time, so we were just flowing through really well. and just staying right there in that pack. We opened up a pretty big window on the back door, so we had no pressure from behind. So it was good. We were flowing, feeling good, and just really heartbreaking when you pitch a belt like that. So we just got to keep our heads up and make sure Kevin got the truck. So him and Kellen are in now, and they're just told me to go have fun and get that thing to the finish line.
What were your thoughts when you took off the line and you saw Pulvardi parked like 2 or 3 turns into the race?
I mean, not gonna lie, a little part of you kind of like got to do a quick chuckle because, like, man, come on, dude. You only win like 3 corners. I know anything can happen down here, but you can't win the race leaving Nelson Ranch, you know? So bummed for him. He's a cool kid and he's super fast. He's a good talent for the sport, but you got to keep your nose clean for a minute and just try to Baja. It's either you're going to win Baja or Baja's going to beat you. And saw that happen. Like, it was, I couldn't believe how soon he was already broken. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah,
not me.
Yeah, for sure. We talked to him and he was definitely disappointed, but you know, I mean, he's a hot up and coming driver, and we told him to keep his chin up, and at some point, I think he'll be on top of the box at one of these. How about so you guys? What's your plan for the rest of the race?
Like I said, we got a little intermittent cylinder dropping, going down like 6 cylinders, and it comes back. I'm not sure if it's from splashing the puddles a little too hard, but I said we're going to try to persevere and get to that finish line, and hopefully we can salvage as many points as we can. And we're going to come out swinging again like we always do for the 400 and try to get those finisher points and those winning points.
All right, man. We'll let you get back to racing. Sorry to hear about your problem, but hopefully you guys don't have any more. And thanks for calling in. And hopefully we'll see you guys at the finish.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And you guys are doing a good job keeping everyone informed. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, bud.
So that was cool to hear from Harley there. Sucks that they had that serpentine belt issue. They ran really strong at San Felipe. I think at some points they were actually leading on adjusted time. He was looking pretty good today, but that's Baja racing for you.
We've been talking about it all day long, about what it can do. And clearly, even as you look at your screen right now, I've got a Class 11 stuck right before you go up that hill at race mile 140. We've seen some bugs struggling getting up there. Whatever we saw a while back, I'm guessing they made it through, but let's see. Got a running start. Let's see if they can get all the way up the hill here. Fingers crossed. That's
looks like
Eric.
That looks like that hill by Mike's.
Yeah. Let's see if he'll.
Oh, he made it further than the last Class 11.
Yep.
Oh, keep going, buddy.
Let's see.
Go, go, go.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Solizano having oh, he's so close, but yet so far. He's paused. Moment of truth.
There's nothing you can do but back up and start again.
Try again. Yeah. Back, we have Heidi Steele, Rich Minga. Shout out to John Griffin. Thanks for gracing the stage, John. And, well, how have you guys been taking in this race thus far?
Well rested.
Well rested, yeah. You got a little makeup touch up and everything and stuff. No, it's been really fun so far, and we're seeing this battle happen now in the trophy truck class. It's getting really close between the 46 truck and the number 1 truck right now, and yeah, very exciting stuff.
Yeah, I think that's your pick and my pick.
Whoa.
Just saying. Well, again, I don't know, man. I can be superstitious too. I don't like jinxing this stuff. So y'all shut up now, and let's just see how this thing plays out, because I'm doing well.
Yes.
But anyways, lots of race left to go. More in-car here. Lots of silt. Just trying to get through.
It's got to be really tough on your motor and any components up front, because you could just see the silt like piling in when he was hitting those bumps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal, and you got nothing to protect it.
Yeah, you don't want to jinx anything, but typically in the past history of the racing, you're going to have more breakage in the front part of the race than you are the back part of the race. So this finish section shouldn't have a lot of breakage. Some lead changes, of course, and some strategy plays out.
Rich, a while back, we were doing a piece on the BF Goodrich pit. Did I see you in there? Were you a part of that? Were you?
Oh, I've been a part of that for a few years.
Yeah, I know.
A few decades,
Nah,
maybe 4.
I'm just giving you a little shot. Yeah, it was nice to see you in there.
The crew, so I've been there as a driver, and I've taken people there in regards to the dealers and different things that BFG has me involved with.
Yep.
But they're amazing, and the guys there are just, they're bar none. I mean, it's incredible how much effort they put into it and how much passion they have, and it's exciting to see their work come through. You know, you pull into that pit and man, they're all on it.
Well, they're lucky to have you. You know, you're just as passionate and you're contributing just as much to it and representing the brand at the highest level. So
well, thank you.
Well
thank
done.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be down there next week with them.
Awesome.
So I'll be down there for 8 days. So.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, here's a beautiful shot. And again, as Wes was saying, the sun's starting to come down a little bit, moving into our golden hour. As they say, dust abounds, kind of sitting, but also still moving, a little bit of breeze.
Yeah, and then you get that afternoon where there's no breeze, so then dust just settles sometimes. So
well, we're 13 hours since this whole thing kicked off at 3:30 in the morning, and these guys been out there for, gosh, just say, let's see, started at
since
9:30,
right?
So we're 8 something, 8.5. So.
Yeah, they've got to be getting a little fatigued.
You saw them, that vehicle getting on the highway there.
So shadows are going to start playing a part.
Shadows will play an issue, yep.
Yep, yep.
All right, let's see.
Boy, the pressure's on Paul Wheel.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You see that?
Oh, man.
Race, Red Bull Racing logo now, new sponsor this year on that hood. Representing well, clearly giving them wings. And let's listen in. Pull back to an aerial view of race mile 391. Let's see who's coming at us here. Oh, that looks like our leader right now. 46 truck, Paul Wheel. So, let's see what
looks like just a different camera angle.
Yep. Curious to see the splits right now between him and Alan.
Well, even though he is under pressure, he doesn't seem to show it at all.
No, still in control. Bit of poise, experience, playing a factor.
He's got a lot.
Yep.
This area here is all kind of rolling hills. There's some blind rises that kind of get you and some rain ruts. But they have, this is the section that they bladed that is a lot smoother than it's been in as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
So Paul should have some fun through here. You know, obviously he's got some pressure from Alan, but you know, if he can just kind of hold pace, he's just got to he's got to beat Alan by over a minute.
Yeah.
And it's close. I got word from Tavo's team that basically when they came through Urupan there, Actually, I think it was at 370, so a little bit before that. The top 3 came through, and then he said in 20 minutes that no one had come through yet. So I think Max, we got 3 trucks in a battle, and then Max is a little ways back.
Yeah. Sounds accurate.
He's actually quite a ways back, because I'm looking at the tracker right now.
Yeah.
Max is
He's
not
behind
even to
Tavo.
Santo Tomas, and our 3 lead trucks are all on the dirt, heading towards Tres Hermanos from Ugrapan.
Yeah, it looks like you got Gus Sr. behind Max. Next 4-wheel behind him.
Yeah, when Max pulled over and they were looking under the hood, he definitely lost some time there.
There was a power steering issue, I believe.
Well, yeah, I'm showing Max at 0 miles an hour
Right
at
now.
366.
Yeah, I got that too.
So, yeah, that whatever issue that they were having, if that was steering, may have popped its head back
Do we have
up.
the ability to go to Max's in-car right now, and let's see if they're yet again having that potential steering issue? See if we can pull that up in a
Yeah,
minute.
we'll see if we can get a look at that.
Cool. In the meantime, we got some splits here for the trophy trucks. At race mile 3:30:49, you're seeing 3:91. And that's Alan.
Yep, going through the same section. That's what?
Couple minutes.
Couple minutes.
Yeah, wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Making his dad proud.
Why
isn't he?
not? Send it. Let's go. Right here. Shooting.
That must be one heck of a ride. His navigator is Kyle Kraft, who our race engineer, Mike Kraft, it's his son. So it's kind of cool that they're both involved.
One of the things here is there are a lot of kind of like ditches off to the side or things that can end your race. And so if you're pushing really hard, which Alan wants to win, but he's on a real fine line there because there are things that can end your race. And same thing for Paul trying to stay out in front of him, as well as Tavo. All 3 of those guys are running a really hard pace right now. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them get a flat or something happen at the pace that they're running. So I'll be interested to see how this last portion of the race plays out.
Yep.
We pretty much have about 50 miles till we get to Rancho Nelson. And there's a lot of turns, a lot of ruts, a lot of rocks that can sneak up on you, and these guys are throwing it down right now.
And they've got communication with their team right now. They're letting them know kind of what's at stake, right?
Yeah, I think all of them know exactly how
what's
far
at
they are
stake.
apart.
Yep.
And especially just with everyone having a Starlink and all the comms now.
Yeah.
Realistically, some of their co-drivers might be watching our show right now, just to kind of keep an idea of what's going on.
Sure.
Or I would have someone in my crew watching the Starstream link or whatever in-car streaming any of my competitors were doing to just watch exactly what's going on in their car, listening to their car, trying to gain any advantage you can possibly get, and especially when you're this close together. This race is going to come down to the wire. I think, really the race is between Alan and Paul/Toby's team.
Yeah.
Tavo, he's right there physically, but the problem we discussed with him is he started ahead of both those guys, so he's got to run them down past them and then actually put time on them, which I don't see any way that's going to happen.
Yeah. Speaking of, here's a shot of Tavo right now as he makes his way through race mile 391.
Yeah, we can't see Alan's dust, so he's not super close, but he's not that far off of Alan as well. Looks to me like the tracker, what I'm showing is they all updated and that they're about equidistant from each other from first to second to third. And it looks like they're all kind of running in clean air. So it's going to be a matter of, realistically, can Alan push hard and close into Paul's dust?
Yeah.
Because that's,
and then
he needs to be, just as Paul's dust is dissipating, that's probably where he needs to be to take that on adjusted time.
Yeah, right. Apply pressure on Paul to see if that'll push him into an error. Because I think at this point, as we look at the last 60, 70 miles, to your point, if everybody has a little bit of clean air, they can see what's in front of them. It could just come down to, potentially some kind of mechanical issue that could hold them back. Aside from that, technically these 3 trucks should all finish, but boy, famous last words.
Alan is a Baja native, so he's got a lot of time under his belt. As far as experience, I think Alan has a vast amount more experience down here than Paul does. But I do really like the fact that Paul has won a race here before. He won the 500 last year, so that kind of, it gives you that confidence of that you know how to win and you've done it before.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like the pressure is as much as if Paul had never won a race down here, he'd probably have a lot more things going on in his head. Right now, it's probably like, hey man, I've done this before, I've won. I just gotta do the same thing we've done before and drive this truck turn to turn. Take it one turn at a time. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Don't start spraying the champagne in your head. Take it one turn at a time and 0 mistakes. And that's how you get it to the finish and put it on top of the box.
Yeah, I think those are valid points too. The fact that they had the experience of winning this race, but what I do find interesting is going back to Alan's experience with the last 500. He is starting to taste it. He's getting close to, God, I could potentially take this. Finally, and what a great way to put your stamp into his native land, right? So that's interesting too, to see if he can bring in he's got the experience of the area, but can he bring in the poise to push enough, not go too crazy, put pressure on Paul? Could he push Paul into an error? That's why I think these last 60, 70 miles are going to be really, really interesting.
I agree with you, Brandon. I think that his father's gotten in his head a lot too.
There you go.
Rodrigo Sr. has gotten in his head because Alan used to be the guy that had to finish first. It was checkers or wreckers for him. And now he's just going to stand back, play back there, and he can win the race by being second to the podium.
Yep.
He could still win the race. So it's his race to lose.
He's just got to discern. He's got to use that really poised discernment around this to force Paul into doing something.
Yeah.
One thing that I would love to hear from Alan after the race is, he's got the #1 plate. He won the championship last year. He won the 250. Is there a little voice in the back of his head that's saying, hey man, second place puts me first in points and would put me first in the points championship? Do you really want to risk it and push so hard to try to run Paul down to get the win at this race, but then potentially make a mistake and throw away the points championship? Or do you run as hard as...
Look what's going on.
Timeout.
I could see him getting unbelted, so I think they have a tire.
They've got a flat.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I say.
So
famous last words. It's going to be something mechanical, and the flat's going to do it. So
Alan could get by him right here.
This is going to be interesting.
This is going to make it really, really close.
Yeah, it's easy for a guy to, at that speed, it's easy for a guy to clip a rock, so golly.
Yeah.
It's very sad for him.
So they just went through a section that's super rocky, that there's been some kind of new lines where they've straightened it out and you go up some hills and then there's some real big rocks, and I think that's right after where he's pulled over. So I'm going to say he probably tagged a rock right there.
So is Alan's...
watch Alan as he comes into this area.
Yeah.
To look for the rocks.
You know, he's probably getting radioed right now.
Exactly.
Hey,
That's what I was going to
Paul's
say.
down with a flat. I mean, this could be the
Jack's
make or
coming down.
break point for the race right here.
Here it is. He's going as absolutely fast as he possibly can. He just turned, he looked, he could hear him, I bet. And so, boy, yeah, he's not even buckled in. He's out. Look at that. So now that gap has shortened, and we had a race before, but now we really got one.
Now, I'm not saying Paul's dust jet.
That was a really fast tire change.
Fast tire change.
I hope he got the strap. I hope he got that strap hooked up back there, so that's not dangling around.
For the other spare.
Yeah, well, the spare strap. You pull that strap out. If you don't dangle it, put it back up, it sits there and starts beating up that fuel cell and starts hurting other components. So it's pretty crucial to have all your ducks in a row when you're doing that.
Yeah.
You can't miss one beat.
And
he's still not in the dust.
He's not in the dust. Yeah, I keep looking from Alan's point of view to see.
It looks to me like it's about 1 to 2 miles. I'm gonna say they're about a mile apart because I'm showing Paul at 397.2 0 minutes ago.
Yep.
And Alan at 395.9. It's basically 396 a minute ago.
Okay.
That was record pace. They must be practicing that tire change. Well, who's this?
Is that Ethan?
Oh, yes, it is.
Honda.
Oh. Let's see what's going on. Oh, bad
Did he get over?
No, look at the tire.
He's got a flat.
Look at that tire.
Yeah, he's got a left rear
Look at
flat.
him. He's just hammering on his steering wheel. So upset.
Why is he missing so much body work on the front of the car?
There's that too.
There's.
I kind of think I might know why. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, actually. Yeah, very good point, Heidi.
Oh man.
And so they don't have.
They don't have an air jack.
Yeah, they don't have a jack built into that car, and the way that thing's sitting. So I think that was Payne that just went by.
Yeah.
Which that's a trophy legend. But Cameron's not that far behind him. We may see Cameron come by. And this isn't going to be as quick of a change as what we saw with Paul and Toby's team.
Oh, and he's doing it by hand, too. No impact.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. By himself.
Oh, boy.
That's an interesting choice to not carry an impact and not put a jack
hydraulic
on the car. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's like, okay, can you break these lug nuts loose? I'll get the tire off.
This spare.
This is going to cost them the race.
Oh, don't take that one off. Loosen all the rest of them. There's 4 more to loosen. He only loosened 2. Just crack them all.
Rich, can you get out there quick?
You're ready to
See,
jump
that guy
in.
needs to crack
Can we
them all.
teleport you out there?
He needs to be pushing down, not pulling up. Oh, it's leverage. I'm small, so I know how to.
Yeah. Is this when we cut to a package of Rich Mingus how to change the spare? How to change the tire?
No, the packages are all done by Wes.
Yeah.
He does the.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if we can get ready for the 400.
I'm showing that Cameron's already by him.
That's him maybe right there. It's just, you can't make out these trucks. They're brown now.
Yeah.
Is that Punta Cabras? Was that Punta Cabras? So he's already.
Yeah, that's Punta Cabras. He's stopped kind of like right at the entrance, I think, to Punta Cabras.
Yeah.
And I think Cameron just went through, and then Sam Baldy's not that far back too. So I mean, he's going to lose 2 positions. There's the back of his truck.
Yep.
I feel like it looks like that strap. I don't know, the strap is just flopping around back there, but it looks like
it's the buckle. If the buckle's the part that'll damage everything, and it looks like the buckle's not swinging.
Yeah, it's not in a damaging area.
So is his second spare right underneath where that strap
and they're
is flapping?
separate. They're separate straps.
Separate straps. Okay.
Yes. Typically, in the ones I've seen, I don't know about that one, but I'm sure otherwise it wouldn't be there anymore.
Yeah, probably would have bounced off by now.
When
Good
at
question.
Qualify, I was looking at like the McMillan truck, and they actually have kind of a cage that it goes into with a bar that comes over. So the different trucks do have different setups. It looks like, I think what you're saying there, Rich, is he's just got 2 straps, and kind of looked to me like the that second strap was just dangling there. But
Yeah.
it wasn't like it was bouncing forward and like going to maybe come into a fuel cell or a radiator. It looked like he's going so fast it's just hanging out the back.
Yeah, and those guys over at Mason Motorsports, they probably built it with the buckle fixed on the chassis, so the strap just goes through the buckle to ratchet. Otherwise, that piece would stay on the strap, and that could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's like on a boat trailer where you have the ratcheting strap that's bolted to the trailer for people that haven't seen those before.
Look at this.
Boy,
Got
this has been taking a while.
You got they're trusting these guys to go out there and help them while co-driver is taking care of these other things.
Yeah.
Praying, hoping that they're putting the spare on properly.
I'm really surprised about the jack.
I'm looking at the tracker right now, and I'm showing the 46, so price wheel at 399.7 with Impudia at 399.3.
Yeah, mine just refreshed, Wes. I got, right around there, price at 400 and Impudia at 399.9. Really close. You can see the dust.
Yeah, there's
through
the
Alan's,
dust right there.
Look at Alan's POV. You can see the dust.
Wow.
So he's closing in.
So, yeah, he can see him. Alan has this on adjusted right now. He doesn't need to actually make the pass. If he just hangs where he's at, that's going to be less than a minute, and he would have the win on adjusted.
Yep.
He does. I wonder if they have any helicopter comms to communicate with each team to tell them,
Well,
their status.
I mean, I'm sure Alan knows he's got to finish less than a minute behind Paul here, and so I mean, he knows if he can see his dust. Like a lot of times, what you can do is you'll watch the car ahead of you come through a corner, and then count in your head the seconds till you get to that corner, and then you know what that distance is, how far back you are. Or I mean, he's got a co-driver. He could tell him, hey man, get your watch or your phone and time us when Paul goes through a corner, and then time it to when we get through there, and you would know exactly. But
So
I'm
what do
going
you
to say he's probably 30 to 45 seconds behind him right now.
So Wes,
if I had to guess.
what is Paul Wheel's navigator talking to him? What do you do in this situation? Because Paul's he knows the position he's in right now.
Yeah, well, you got to talk him off the cliff a little bit because Paul, he knows he made a mistake and got a flat, and so now you have a little bit of panic mode of like, oh man,
right?
Like, now we just lost that gap, and now we're neck and neck with Impudia. I'm sure Paul wants to win, so he's going to try to open up a little bit of a gap. But at the same time, you're like, man, I just got a flat. I can't get another one, or we're for sure going to lose.
Yeah.
So, I think as the co-driver, you just got to tell him, hey, man, like, things happen out there. Bad luck that we got a flat. Put your head down. Let's get this thing clean to the finish and let the carts fall where they may.
Yeah, keep your head in the game. We've got this. Like, encourage him.
Yeah, Alan is I mean, obviously they're both just incredibly skilled drivers, but I feel like Alan he's just getting closer and closer to getting that notch on his belt right now, and he's tasting blood in the water in a big way.
He learned so much last year by winning a championship, and he learned he didn't have to be that first guy to lead the race all the time.
There you go.
He's really slowed down and gotten faster.
It just matured.
Like I said earlier, I think his dad's in his head a lot too.
Yeah.
It's really.
I mean, you've talked about Rich. Alan's really matured as a driver.
Yes.
He did a lot of short course, and I think he drove his desert car like he thought he was at Crandon or something. And you got to take care of the vehicle a little bit more than short course when you're out in the desert. And I think he's kind of learned that sweet spot where he can, be right on the ragged edge of throwing it away, but he doesn't. And he runs a really solid pace. looks like right now there's a fun section here where you get down to these oak trees and you're actually winding through these trees. This is something, if you push too hard in those oak trees, they don't move when you hit them. So yeah, you got to be careful going through here, because there have been vehicles that have clipped an oak tree and ended their race in there. And the dust really hangs. So you can see right here, it's silty in there, and the trees kind of prevent any wind.
Yes.
And it just, the dust hangs. So he's right on that edge where it starts to obscure your vision, and you start kind of taking chances.
He's also dealing with the dappledge coming through too. So he's shadow, light, dust, trees.
Yes.
You know, everybody going through that section right now.
Late afternoon, when the dust is hanging and the sun's hitting it at a low angle like that, it really makes it hard to see sometimes.
Some in-car with Thor Herbst, and he is about to potentially make some contact. Let's see if it happens. Oh, they moved out of the way. Smart move.
Well, I'm going to have to get one of those visors, Wes, and try one of those visors out for those late afternoon dust situations.
It's pretty bright in here. Maybe I could put one on right now.
So some things that I'm noticing, I don't show Robbie and Max, I don't see that truck moving right now.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened there. Also, yeah, also a little fun fact that Dave Taylor entry that's running 4th in the 2-wheel drive class right now apparently is Mason Colin's spec truck. And Dave's engine wasn't able to get finished in time, so they decided to just put Mason's spec truck in the 2-wheel drive class. And he's doing pretty good
Nice.
at 4th in a spec truck up there.
You see that dust just hanging, shadows, and it's really challenging. I think those trees are also probably playing an effect on our pixelated picture there, so we'll go up into the air and check in with Dan McMillan here in the 23 truck.
And Dan's, he qualified 14th. He's been having a pretty good day. They've been slowly kind of working their way up, and I think they're maybe 5th or 6th trophy truck on course right now. I did get word from the McMillan team that Luke is back up and running. So that's good to hear. He'll salvage some points. Obviously, super disappointing because he was physically first on course. But, you know, if they can get that thing fixed, get it to the finish, that's still an accomplishment.
For sure. Grab some points. It looks like he's at 250 up. He just corrected. He's at 260.
Looks like he's getting closer to that dust, too.
Yep.
It's getting heavier.
There's Alan.
They're up near El Alamo right now, and you're on like pretty fast roads, and then it heads to the east to stay away from the ranch, and then you start getting these like big rollers, and there's hopefully we'll kind of get to watch them go through there, but it's an interesting section there, especially when you're heading back to the northwest, because there are some dips in there that you can really air it out, and you gotta be careful, and ideally you've got that mark good. I mean, it seems like Alan has closed up even more.
Yeah.
There's pockets in here where it's silty and the dust really hangs, and you can kind of see that where he's got clean air, then he doesn't. Clean air and he doesn't. And you got to watch this, because sometimes if you're really pushing, you'll get into that section where you don't have good visibility.
Yeah.
You got to make sure that you don't make a mistake when you hit that.
For sure. So at what point, Wes, then, will they essentially kind of exit out of these oak trees?
Not too much further after this.
Yeah,
you're kind of right by Tres Hermanos. Like, see, Toby's out of them, I think, right here.
Looks like it.
And this is, he should be about where you start working your way east. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the tracker right now. And he's got maybe like 2 miles, and then it's going to basically make a 180 and head back, and then that's where you start getting the big rollers I was talking about. And Alan's in it too. So, I mean, Alan's right there.
Yeah.
He's less than 30 seconds behind him, I think, right now. Which is tough because, you know, Paul's going to have to push really hard to try to gap out Alan. And I just think Alan, like, you could tell that he could smell blood in the water probably 100 miles ago. And now that I'm sure he got word that Paul had a flat, and obviously he can see his dust. He knows he's right there. He knows all he's got to do is finish 59 seconds or less behind him, and he gets the win. And then that's going to be, well, I don't want to jinx him, but that would be back-to-back wins.
Yeah.
And he'd be looking really good for the points championship for this year as well.
Yeah. Well, and don't forget too, you know, even though that Toby and Paul had a great switchover between the drivers there, Alan's soloing it, and he's been gunning it. And even with that, you know, had they not done the switch, and obviously not the flat really hurt him. But you know, Alan's locked in, he's focused, and he's given it every ounce of energy he has.
This race, it's not, you're not in the truck that long to where you can't solo it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think you're getting into a situation where like mental fatigue or physical fatigue really plays a role.
Right.
Alan's young, he's fit, knows how
Yep.
to drive. Like, and a lot of times I feel like when you're in the groove and you're in the flow,
stay in it.
Like, you almost don't want to get out and put a fresh person in, because sometimes it takes a new person that gets in the truck or vehicle to kind of get up to race speed. You know, you might lose a little bit of time there. You know, it seemed like Paul was holding pace good. I think, you know,
just that flat.
He probably just kind of clipped a rock or something, and you know, I think in that area you've got some rocks off to the sides there, and if you get a little sideways, you can get a cut in a sidewall. That's probably what happened.
So far, Impudi has been able to avoid it.
Also, don't forget that their actual time stops at, what is it, race mile 4:45 or something?
Right.
Yeah.
So they really they have less than 40 miles to go right now.
Yeah, exactly. They're closer actually than the 460.
Yeah, because of the ceremonial start and finish.
Yeah.
So that was kind of getting into those rollers I was talking about. There's a couple of those that if you don't check up, you're going to lawn dart into the upside on the other, on the embankment. So, but these guys should have all of those marked and kind of know which ones you can hit hard and which ones you got to check up for.
Yeah, Paul is going to want to give Alan as much dust as possible. At the same time, if Alan's touching dust, that's not good. You know? So
yeah, if I were Paul, I'd be trying to get as much wheel spin as possible in every corner.
Yeah.
In fact, if you had like a little broom that could go down behind your truck and just drag it.
Yeah, just turn the exhaust and point
get
it
some
down.
curlers out there. The broom.
I think as far as in Paul's mind, he can't make enough dust right now.
Yeah. Nope.
Well, looking back here to some other classes, looks like 1075 is leading, and that's Eliseo Garcia from Ensenada. He's the president of the other organization, NORA. And then it looks like 711, that would be Reese Millen, is also leading in the Class 7 truck back there down on the beach. And then, of course, Wes is probably following all the UTVs. Why don't you tell us what you got up there, Wes?
Well, Brock Hager has been leading the UTVs from the start. He was the first UTV off the line, and You know, I talked about earlier, he was behind Ryan Hancock and how he was, you know, I guess sitting, he would, if he was a trophy spec, he would have been in 7th. He's now past Hancock, and the problem he's got is, as a pro UTV, you get stuck battling with the trophy specs and some of the kind of faster vehicles, but they're really hard to pass. Like right now, it looks like he's right behind Ben Hagel. And what happens, you start getting, like, so he's right behind the 5th place trophy spec, I think. And those guys go good.
Yeah.
And they just, it's a 2-wheel drive vehicle. They're heavy, so they create a lot of dust. And for a UTV to get by those guys, it's tough. And I think that's, you know, I'm sure Brock gets a little frustrated trying to work your way through there. I would have loved to have seen, last year they started Max Eddy in Class 1 in a Razor.
That's right.
You know, if Brock wasn't going for points or something, it would be cool to see him start a little bit further up, where he started in the, like, say, the lead trophy specs, and see what he could do, where he had more clean air and didn't have to work through so many vehicles.
And Wes, did you mention Justin Morgan, the motorcycle champion and motorcycle star? He's racing one of the factory Polaris cars too, right? With Ethan
he's in
Groom?
2nd place. I mean, he's been doing really well in the UTV. And I'm showing him in 2nd, and then Brandon Sims in 3rd, and then Caden McCachran, and then actually Kristen Matlock in 5th.
Very nice.
So my map just refreshed. It's got Price 46 at 408.1, and you got Imputi at 408.5.
Yeah.
Half a mile.
0.4.
So close.
Half a mile.
0.4 of a mile.
There's Cody Reed.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they're like substantially cut down that delta that they had between each other. Amputi is just looking for that win. And so close.
And what's tough now is, you know, they're getting into that Tres Hermanos, Ojos area. This is literally Alan Imputia's backyard. So, I mean, he knows this like the back of his hand. So to try to gap him out in this, that's a tall order.
Right.
And
his confidence is increasing now.
Even for a guy from Australia?
Yeah, I mean, Paul's a great driver, but Alan is really fast. He excels at this, I think, this kind of type of driving. And like I said, this is his backyard. Alan knows, he knows every little corner, where every rock, every rut is on this, and he's going to be able to push so hard for Alan, or for Paul to try to pull away from him at all. I think he's going to end up taking too many chances, and he might end up with another flat.
Yeah.
So, you know, Paul's got to, this is, I think, past now that area where the dips are.
Yeah.
And they'll hop, it's kind of rutted in here. This is the one section that didn't get graded. So when I pre-ran through here, you saw a lot of it was smooth, but this area that they're in right now, well, I guess we're in a different car. But
surprise. Zaragoza.
Yeah. So this is a Pro Stock UTV. I'd have to look to see where he's at, but you know, the Pro Stock UTVs are a ways back. They still got a lot of race ahead of them still. They'll be racing into the night.
Looks like Ricardo is somewhere around the 217 mile mark in this area right here.
I mean, for most of these guys, you know, for 90% of the field, just finishing the race is a win.
Yeah.
You know, that's absolutely a fact. And most of these guys in the top of the field, you know, they might be driving the truck, but there's 50 people on their team that are absolutely crucial to every component for their success today.
1000%.
The pilots, the managers, all the different pit guys, chase guys, prep guys, co-drivers. There's so many more people involved. So this sport is a we thing for sure.
And the drivers know that, and that's an added invisible pressure that's on their shoulders as they're out there competing. They want to represent their brand and their team, and they know how hard they worked in it. So, I mean, again, the mental stamina it takes, and even the emotional to a certain degree, you know, it'll grate on you after a while, but it is what'll separate the I wouldn't say the boys from the men, but it's a separation season at some point. You know, those that can, it's a Darwinism almost, a moment that's going to happen on some of these drivers out here. You know, will you crack under pressure? Can you deliver? Can you keep it together? Especially under situations that we're witnessing right here, where, you know, you can't see it, but I know Paul's sweating, you know.
Oh, yeah. And you know, and Alan's got the same truck he does.
Right.
They both have Masons.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a tough deal. They don't have the equipment advantage or anything else. They both have equal vehicles.
I wonder what's going through Toby's mind right now, because, you know, he's kind of powerless in this situation.
Yeah.
He can just sit there and hit his knees and pray. But
did that 30-second extra on the fuel stop and driver swap add into the end of the day?
Well, that's what I was.
Oh, you can see his dust.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier about these little tiny things where, you know, Alan that just got some fuel and took off.
Yeah.
And we talked about that, about how seconds, it comes down to seconds, and it literally is.
The one thing that is different between them is you've got the Gibbs engine package with the Toby and Paul versus a Dugan's with Alan's truck. But chassis-wise, they are the same, and you know, it's. I think the Gibbs is maybe getting a little bit more horsepower, but I think the Dugan's may have a little bit more low-end power. So it's not a huge difference between the two, but we'll see what happens here.
Well, they're both big blocks, and they're both big money. So
Paul's at 415.3 and Alan 414.5.
Man.
Actually Alan didn't refresh, so that's inaccurate. I'm
going to try to get us a visual update when they come through Ojos, because they're not too far from there, and see if we can get an actual time from boots on the ground.
Okay.
And it looks like the timing stops at 4:59.
4:59.
Or, I'm sorry, 4:49.
So it just refreshed. 46 truck at 416, 416.1, and Pudia 415.4 mile, and some
1
change.
mile.
So.
Oh, I have something printed wrong. Don't quote me on that.
We shall see
where it's going to stop.
So in a technical area, it could be a half a mile. And then in a fast section, if Paul got there first, he could be a mile ahead. But in theory, he's still right at the tail of his dust.
Yeah.
And he's still got jeopardy.
It's a strange yo-yo effect.
Oh, right.
You know?
Right.
You're out, you're sucked back. You gain it, you got to make it up.
I'm talking with Impudia's team right now, so something that I just learned that makes this kind of interesting is apparently Alan lost four-wheel drive around race mile 130.
Wow.
And he's been doing all of this in two-wheel drive.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Impressive.
And I'm going to try to get, like I said, a visual time split as they come through Ojos, which we're not that far out.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so the timing stops at 4:45.35.
Okay.
So 4:45.
So that's the official finish line.
30 miles out.
And then ceremonial finish lines a few miles further.
About 15 miles further, yeah.
Okay.
Hence, then you get your 460 built in. Yeah, it's ruddy out there. Look at those deep.
Yeah, I don't want to make a mistake in those ruts.
And they're way bigger than they look, right, Heidi?
Oh, yeah. In person, that's got to be really deep.
So we're going to make our way into a commercial break, but we will keep it as a 2-box, so you'll be able to see the POV for Alan Impudia as he continues to rip through the terrain and get closer and closer on Paul Wheel. Do not go anywhere. This is getting really, really exciting. So there's more of the Baja 500 coming right up.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hey sis, you won't believe this place.
First, we checked out the pier, where cruise ships come from all over the world.
The vibe is one of a kind. Then, we went to Valle de Guadalupe. The landscapes here are stunning.
There are vineyards everywhere.
And the wine was perfect.
And the food is on another level. With Michelin star restaurants in the valley, every moment is so unique.
You have to come to Ensenada.
It's the gateway to incredible experiences.
Hope you can join us next time.
Ensenada, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
snacks? Valley cheeseburger?
Any Cliff Bars?
Whatever. No, we're not gay.
All right, I just got an update from Imputia's team. Sounds like they had a visual at race mile 420, so they just came through there. They said that Alan is 50 seconds behind physically right now. So we're talking 10 seconds that he is beating Paul unadjusted. I mean, this thing is, we're talking like one mistake, blowing a corner or something is literally what's separating these guys right now. So, I mean, this is going to come down to the wire. This is an awesome race to watch. I'm stoked we got in car with both these guys. And, you know, I know Paul is going to try to throw it down, and so is Alan. They're getting into the area now that is really, really technical. A lot of big boulders, and this is who can get through this clean.
This is
what's
it right
going to
here.
determine this race. And I mean, we're talking literally seconds is going to determine the win on this.
It's like two boxers in a ring, right? Just slugging it out, advancing to round after round after round. And because Alan is in this position of really applying pressure to Paul, he has really gapped out Tavo. Tavo is way behind him now. And as we were saying, it's kind of like, well, and there's really nobody putting pressure on Tavo. So to his point, like, let's just finish the race. Let's take third. Let's grab some points and go home happy, right?
Yeah.
But what we're seeing with 1 and 2 right now, wow,
well,
exciting.
Tavo's not going to catch these guys and pass them, so he knows like the best he can do is third. So you might as well just keep it safe, keep the truck in one piece, take that third place. You know, it's still good points.
For sure.
You know, and let these guys duke it out, and there's a very good chance one of these guys could, you know, get a flat, end up on their lid, tear a corner off the car. At the pace they're pushing right now, both of them are going all out to try to get the win. So that could end up handing Tavo a second or even a win at
an opportunity.
if both of them had a problem.
Wouldn't that be something?
But yeah, I'd say, you know, if we want to make that boxing analogy, this is like Hagler Hearn standing toe to toe, just throwing haymakers right now.
Yeah, right. Swinging back and forth, right.
Man, and you know, and Paul and Toby from Australia, and Alan lives 10 miles from that finish line. You know, his house, I mean, his family, generational family. I mean, he's grown up riding and doing all these trails. It is literally, just like Wes said, it is his backyard.
It's his backyard, and it's also now it's even, we've even upped pride. We've brought that part into it now.
Yes.
You know, now this is about, you know, welcome to my town.
Are Latin people prideful?
Gosh, look at the shadows. The shadows plus the dust makes it really difficult to see.
Something else that could come in to be a factor here, that if Alan is in two-wheel drive, these trucks really burn off rear tires, and it's been a while since they did a tire change. So Alan's rear tires could be starting to go away, and that could allow Paul just enough to, you know, gain a second here, second there. This is going to be really, really close, man. I'm loving this.
Yeah, yeah. And look at that. I mean, they're staring right into the sun, too. At least Alan is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to help him turning off to the right a tad bit.
Just a little. But still, look at that. Look at the dapplage coming through there. You got the dust, the shadows, the light, the pressure. He's two-wheel drive. The tires are iffy.
Okay,
Racing for his...
Well, wait a minute. So I'm a little skeptical here. So
Rich Mingus entering the conversation.
Alan Imputia's team called Wes and texted Wes and said that they are only running in two-wheel drive. Tell those other guys to slow down. Like, we're just running in two-wheel drive. So you never know exactly what's going on. There's a few moments that have happened in my career.
Okay.
There could be some gamesmanship going on here.
Understood.
I can attest to that.
According to Alan's brother, that's what's going on. So we'll see what Alan has to say at the end here. I have a tough time thinking that he's a minute back with how much dust he's in. It just doesn't
add up.
Yeah, like in a minute, the dust dissipates quite a bit. So I don't know. We'll see, but
I still picture Alan smirking or smiling ear to ear right now.
I know.
Even with the pressure.
He's loving this. This is kind of what it's all about. You know, these moments are.
Well, and this is where, you know, sometimes it's nice to be like the predator, not the prey.
Right.
And I feel like, you know, Paul's got to feel like he's just got this huge target on his back out there.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, and Alan's just fixated on it, trying to reel him in.
Look at those ruts.
As a driver out there, when you see that dust, it's like, it's like blood in the water. You know, you see it and you push that extra little bit harder. And I'm sure Alan is feeding off of that, but I think both these guys are, you know, the adrenaline level in their body is extremely high right now.
Listen to going back to Paul's engine there, he was just gripping as much dirt as he can.
Wow, that's really
spinning
tough
that
to
wheel
see.
as fast as possible. Yeah, look at that.
So there's 230 people in this race, roughly, right? Today? And we're watching the two fastest guys live stream. This didn't happen a few years ago. We're watching the whole thing play out right now.
Yeah.
Talking about it. Wow.
Yeah, here we
430.
go. Race mile 430. Okay.
Helicopter in the air.
Dust is in the air, helicopter's in the air. We're really kind of getting that overhead perspective that even makes it more real now.
There's a little field to the west of Ojos, and I think that's where they're set up with that drone. And this is where they're going to come in. You know, I had talked about the area in the boulders where there are bottlenecks. Well, you know, look at how the dust is hanging there. It's really hanging. It looks like there's no wind at all. And, you know, so
that
maybe
could
where
help,
we are seeing Alan,
Paul.
he could be like a little ways back.
Yeah, could help Paul now.
And if he's in two-wheel drive, it could be Paul's race.
Correct. So let's put a stopwatch on this here. I want to try to pick a spot where
Good
he
idea.
comes through.
Right.
Great idea. Yeah.
Is there a landmark? Maybe this berm right here.
Yeah.
Maybe right here before he goes off camera here. We got some civilians out there.
Yeah.
All different locations. You see the size of those boulders.
They're massive.
Just huge. But making...
So this is that field I was talking about where they come in.
Yeah.
There's a big rut that you cross, and then he's pretty close to getting to where you come down a little hill, and then you're going to cross Highway 3. And, I mean, he's not that far from Rancho Nelson at this point.
Is this
He's
where...
got to be feeling it.
Yeah, we're seeing An abundance of spectators here. Whoa.
Ooh, I'm
Jeez,
thinking
that is scary.
That
I'm going to
was
say Imputi is about
30 seconds.
40 seconds back.
Yeah.
And he's been right there for a while.
Yeah.
Seems like he's actually catching him more than.
So Paul's at
falling back.
4:28.2, but Alan still needs to refresh. Yeah, just with every second, every turn, the pressure compresses as they get closer and closer to that finish line, but the stakes just increase and increase. Can't make any forced errors here.
Right now, like where those spectators are to the right, Highway 3 is right there. You're running kind of parallel to it. You go up and down through these dips, and then they're gonna make a right hand, drop down into like a little valley, go over to the left and make a right and cross Highway 3. And then, I mean, from there, we got 10 more miles or something to Rancho Nelson. It's not far.
Much. Nope.
Yeah, so you can see
Lower
Paul
left-hand
down that
corner,
little
you see-
valley I talked
yep.
about where he's gonna go to the left.
There he is.
Yeah, I think.
It's like less than 30 seconds, I think, right now.
I mean, at this stage in the race, there is so much pressure, and Toby and Alan are probably both, completely listening to every noise that their truck's making, and I guarantee you, it doesn't sound like it did when they started.
Right.
So, I mean, they're just holding on to every hope right now, probably a bit emotional as they're seeing, like less than 14 miles to the finish.
So the latest update from Paul Wheel's team is Alan is close, very close. Don't have a split.
Right.
So I mean, it's obviously we can see that. I'd like to. Okay. So he just crossed the road.
There it was. Yep.
So now if we can do a split and
From
look
there.
at Alan and see when Alan crosses the road, I started a stopwatch.
Okay.
And that'll give us a time.
Let's watch what happens here.
So he just needs to finish in less than a minute from him, right? Less than
59
seconds.
59
seconds. And we're assuming
Here's the
neither
road.
one of them
Here's the
have
road.
penalties.
He's really close, and I think he just
20.
crossed the road right there, right?
Yep, that was it.
Okay, so that was under 30 seconds, about 29.
Wow.
All right.
So I don't see Paul gaining 30 seconds
No.
on him in this last stretch. I think as things stand right now, Alan's looking really solid for back-to-back wins.
Yep.
And a pretty nice lead for points.
Yeah. And now don't forget, it's all unofficial, right? Because they will look at VCPs, which
That's
is another
true.
factor of,
Yeah.
we heard some things earlier about Tabo. I don't know whether they're true or not, but
Yeah. That's true. It's a good point. We'll see how it plays out. You
Yeah.
got it. Just as a competitor, like, again, I keep bringing it back to that hockey analogy where you got an open shot, you miss the net, you got the breakaway, you don't score, you hit the pipe or whatever. Is Paul in his head just replaying over and over again, God, I got the damn flat, I had it.
Yeah.
That tape is just playing, and then he's under the pressure, and he's got Alan behind him, and he's just, God, don't blow it either.
Yeah.
I think right now, both these guys are so locked in and in the moment, there's no other thought going through their head than getting to the next corner. They're trying to squeeze every bit of speed and every second they can right now. So what's going to happen, though, as soon as you finish, then you start replaying in your head of,
That's
oh,
the
man,
tapes, yeah.
If I lost by, if he's going to end up probably losing by under 30 seconds or, right around 30 seconds.
Right.
And you start kind of thinking, man, if I would have done this or I would have done that, and,
Yeah, agreed. I think that's when the head hits the pillow, and then all of a sudden it's standing room only in your head, and you start replaying those moments, and it just won't shut up.
What's that called? Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's one way to look at it.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
But
we've all done that.
Yeah. So that time that I said 29 seconds, what I just heard at race mile 30. Alan was 28 seconds behind. So it's like that, right? 28, 29.
Mm-hmm. Right in that pocket.
Which, no matter what, that means he's got about a 30-second cushion right now. Or, 32-second cushion.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're looking at Tavo, and he's quite a bit back, right? On the tracker?
He's at race mile 4:30.
4:30, yeah.
Yeah. And these guys are up around. Well,
Plus,
we'll
then you got to. Plus, you got to add on that he started ahead of them. So
correct.
Another 2 or 3 minutes.
A minute to Paul and Toby, and then 2 minutes to Alan. So that's as well as we have that question of early on when he missed the VCP and turned around and went back to it. What's going to be the determination there of was he on the course or was he off the course? I mean, these guys are throwing it down.
Yes, they are.
Oof.
It's,
Yeah, so what was it was 4:45 was the race finish? Mile marker, 4:45?
4:45.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close.
Mm-hmm.
They're moments away here.
They should be real close to linking back into the outbound course from the start. This is where you run both directions. So the start ran out of Nelson. Now it's going to run back on the same thing going into Rancho Nelson in the finish. One thing that I'm watching here is they are quickly closing on 2 motorcycles. And I hope these motorcycles are aware and stay out of the way.
I see that.
Yeah, hopefully they hear the helicopter and recognize that the trophy trucks are coming through.
And hopefully they don't pull back out in the dust after Paul goes by them and Alan's right there. It's a dangerous sport.
You got 442X up there, and then the 500X in front of Paul.
There's still
I think the 442 should make it into Nelson, no problem. But that 500X, he could get run down.
Mike Prunty, driver a record there for the 500X team.
The other thing is Alan has been racing the entire race, so he must be tired, and Paul's a lot fresher, so.
I think he's got plenty of adrenaline right now.
We mentioned that earlier before, where they're just.
Yeah.
I don't think Alan is tired at all right this second. Once they finish, he might be tired, but right now, I mean, he's locked in.
He's amped.
For sure. Yeah, the just unbelievable dopamine release that's happening throughout this race, and then you finally get to the ramp, and then it's just like, oh.
Does your body have that much dopamine?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to find out.
If Alan's able to pull this off, which it looks like he is, this is really impressive with what he's been able to do. Yeah, I think winning San Felipe, winning here in an ultra competitive class, as well as he's got that #1 plate on there, won the championship last year. Super impressive.
Home country.
Yeah.
Wow, what a hero.
Yeah, I think probably going to be a big party at Papa Some Beer tonight if he pulls this off.
Free drinks for everyone.
I better head out of the studio and start driving towards El Cajon, or towards Ensenada then.
You can head out west. We'll wrap it up for you, bud. Listen in.
That's what 1,100 horsepower sounds like.
I like it.
Yeah, this has got to be tough on Alan. I mean, he is not only driving into the sun, but he's racing in dust into the sun. That's pretty gnarly.
You can kind of hear when you listen to the two vehicles. You know, I talked about the Gibbs versus the Dugans, and right now we're on board with Alan and the Dugans motor. Yeah, the Dugans are redlining around $7,000, and like I was saying, it's a lot more low-end torque, and it really pulls hard out of the bottom. So they're good corner to corner. The Gibbs, those rev a lot more. They run at a higher RPM. They're, I believe, redlining about $8,000 at 8,500, and they rev more, so you can kind of hear that in the engine sound right here as we listen in.
I don't know if it just looks like he's going faster looking in the rear view, or if he just picked up speed.
Right?
Yeah.
One or the other, right? Nonetheless, it's pedal down.
There are some pretty good ditches and gotchas in this last little section, so Alan does need to be careful with the sun right in his eyes at that low angle with the dust.
Yep.
You know, don't make any mistakes right here. He's got a little bit of wiggle room. He doesn't need to push super hard. I'm sure he kind of knows that.
Yep.
You can see how the dust in those trees is just hanging. Really not a lot of wind to blow the dust off of that course.
So they're around 436 right now, somewhere in that pocket. Less than 10 miles to go.
And they're closing really fast on that 500X.
Yeah, you're right.
Hopefully the 500X knows that the trucks are closing on him and has his head on a swivel.
Yeah. 500X, that would be a 50. Mm-hmm. 50 and over class.
That's
Pro
right.
Moto 50.
Yeah, it's Mike Prunty.
They're getting so close. The tracker on the map, I think, is a few miles off where they're actually at. There's a lag there, so
I think they're closer than what it says.
Yeah, I think they're about 4 to 5 miles out right now from the finish.
Gotcha.
They're really close to Rancho Nelson right now. So I mean, really what this is going to come down to, we need to watch the live timing.
Yep.
And once they hit Rancho Nelson, take a look. But as it stands right now, it looks like Alan's going to probably win this unadjusted by right around 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But look how solid the effort is of Paul Wheel. I mean, we all know that Toby's fast, but Paul is no slacker. I mean, he is holding Alan off. And
I mean, this basically came down to the flat.
Yep.
Because the gap pretty much maintained. I think Alan maybe closed a little bit, but without that flat, then he would have had enough, I think, to hold on to this.
It was right around race mile 391 that we started talking about that the only thing that's going to separate those two guys would be something very small and technical and like a flat, and that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, it happened to my team.
Yes, it did happen to your team, Brandon.
Yeah. But nonetheless, it's been a fantastic battle. This is really exciting and so fun to watch.
Yeah, wait a second.
So
So,
fun.
who did pick Alan? That was Heidi,
That was
right?
Heidi.
me.
Yep.
Okay.
That was
So
Heidi.
now we're going to have to make a bigger door for her.
Bigger door
head.
for her, yep. God, I was so close to getting my first big door. Oh well.
Well, let's not count our.
C'est la vie.
Let's
all
not
right.
count on this yet.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm pretty sure we've got a camera at Rancho Nelson, so we should see them starting to come in
Coming
there pretty
through.
soon.
You think they have a drone up there, Wes?
I think
Or a helicopter.
So. I'm actually
Yeah.
kind of trying to check some of the screens up here, and I believe that I see it on one. So.
Oh, you could see his dust right now.
There it is. Yeah, so
On and off, we've seen it.
if everything just kind of goes as it's looking like, and Alan does take it on corrected time, the only thing that could impede him was something you were talking about, was that VCP. I mean, that's the only thing.
Speed zones,
Speed zone, and it's very
penalties.
rare that either of, I mean, anything could have happened, but it's very rare that probably either of them made any kind of mistake like that. So.
I don't think, I'm going by memory, but I don't think Alan had any issues like that at the 250.
I don't think so. Nope, not at the 250.
I mean, in a race like this, though, it's
possible.
Pretty easy to miss a VCP, and literally that would flip a finish. You know,
Yep.
just pretty much one mistake, even one decent speeding penalty, and you're talking a flip in position. So,
yeah,
you know, obviously this will be unofficial, but these guys are so good that I feel like your top teams rarely make mistakes like that.
Agreed. We will see how they physically cross the line, but I think we'll have to wait till tomorrow. Let's see. Stranger things have happened. You never know.
Paul's got to be getting really close to Rancho Nelson. We're starting to see a lot of spectators there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is as you're kind of starting to get into Rancho Nelson, because the course zigzags around that area for a little bit before you hit the timing loop.
Yeah, and it looks like, going back to those bikes earlier you were talking about, that the 442 is essentially there.
Yeah, they're into Rancho Nelson right now. That's like some of the jumps that you hit.
Yep. You can see on the tracker where, you know, the timing is as far as that final and race finish as well. So the bikes are there, and any minute.
Oh, he aired that out.
Wow.
Oh.
You can see the truck bottom and dirt come off the front bumper into the cab right there. I mean, Paul's not holding back.
I think there's a few jumps through here.
Yeah.
There's a second jump.
I'm sure we'll see on social media some shots of that, because there's so many spectators in there. Hopefully someone got a cool little shot of him airing that thing out.
It's been a minute since we've had a chance to pull away to the social media stuff, but this is just too close and too fun. But I'm sure we'll get some good stuff coming in.
I mean, these races have just been amazing lately.
Yeah.
You know, San Felipe, we had 9 trucks within 3 minutes or something of each other.
Right.
And then, you know, I think the top 3 were within a minute and a half. And we're going to end up with the top 2 after, you know, 461, I guess, but like about 440 actual race miles that, you know, these guys are going to be under a minute apart.
Oh, so close to the finish.
Wow.
So much excitement.
Yeah, and you see the co-driver, navigator is much more active now. His hand signals,
Yeah.
They know they're close.
Well, the fat lady's gonna sing real soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
He's like, we've got this. A little left, a little right.
Yep. Just talking him through.
Don't mess
Keeping him
this up.
focused. And Pudia, keeping him honest.
Looks like a narrow little passage.
And as I know Paul will be the first one to congratulate him. He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh.
Him and Toby are just really great people.
So, we see Paul's co-driver there throwing hand signals, and from what I've heard, they lost comms.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if you thought it was a nail biter before.
Yeah, that could
Here
have
they
been
are.
it.
There it is.
All right, so
All right,
we got
physically-
Paul
Did you
across the
stopwatch?
line.
Did you start a stopwatch, Wes?
Yeah.
Well,
Better get out of
we've
the
got
way because here comes Alan.
We have the timing loop, so the timing loop should show us as soon
Yep.
as Alan crosses here. So he
Yep.
just crossed.
That says they
Yeah,
both
it's,
finished.
Oh, he's
There he is.
right there.
Right there.
Wow.
So 36 seconds, right?
Or less.
Yeah, and Alan is
About 19
8:39.34,
seconds.
and Toby Paul at 8:40.10.
Yep.
So 36 seconds.
Look at that, Alan.
Wow.
Alan Impudia pushes ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Unofficial results, but man, fantastic Baja for these two guys, and and Toby Price and Paul Wheel. Alan solos it, potentially on two wheels.
Yeah.
Right? On two-wheel drive. Wow. With sketchy tires, right? His tires, and boy, he held it. Now I wonder, just understanding the scores, being in his backyard, does that play into advantage of how he navigated those challenges?
Oh, sure. I mean,
Oh,
it's all
yeah.
about seat time and comfortable, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
he just woke up in the middle of the night with his eyes closed and walked right down the hallway and opened the
Right.
door and went right into the bathroom.
Use the force, Alan,
this
use
is
the force.
this is autopilot for him.
Sure.
He is in his backyard.
He's feeling good right now.
I wish I could see the in-car of
Oh,
Alan
my
and
goodness.
Kyle
The
right
reverse
now.
right now?
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
Yeah, I don't think
they
we
don't
have it.
have it.
And his
but-
home country and
it's great.
I bet
the
there's lots of
passion.
fist pumps and visors probably up, laughing, smiling.
So
Yep.
exciting for him.
So exciting.
Well done. So,
He has a good chance of carrying that #1 plate
yeah.
again. I mean, that's
It's
two
good-
races
yeah,
back
I
to
was
back.
going to say, just as we move into the 400 too, be interesting to see how that course, what Jose G says to, how they design it and everything. But wow, I don't know. I might be calling it early for Alan on that. We'll see. But hey, Polvardi's got something to prove, so don't count him out.
Yeah.
That could be a really interesting battle between those two guys. So
Yeah.
who knows? For now, we'll stay in the Baja 500 as we see more trucks
Yeah.
making their way through.
And Tavo must be getting close to the finish.
Yep, absolutely. Back to
Yeah,
the
he's
coast.
probably less than 10 minutes away. He's right,
For sure.
probably around 10 minutes back.
Yeah, I think it was only about 8 miles
Yeah.
separating him and Ampudia. Race
And
mile
it's pretty
354.
technical.
Yeah.
But again, Tavo knows that course well.
Oh, yeah.
We're in his backyard as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 7.5 minutes back at the 4 loop,
okay.
and so
Oh, boy.
I think you're close.
Are we picking up where Max was when we last saw him?
Got his helmet on this time.
Or is this a new location? We'll
Oh,
have to-
wait.
I did get a text that he's
Oh,
pulled
no.
over
No,
again.
he's out. Let's get
From
out of there.
Chappie. I wasn't sure if it was a new stop. But the hood's on and he's getting out. It could be.
He's at the 385.7 mile mark. Everybody's got their cell phones. Back to Justin Davis.
All right, so now we got some trophy specs and trophy two-wheel drives to root for. And then, of course, the trophy legends.
Yeah, in the spec class, Justin is still in first position on the course.
Mm-hmm. So we'll do some in-car
He started third. I know Jason's behind him, who started first. Michael Marsal is actually. They're all three first, second, and third position on the course. They just switched positions. But Jason and Michael both fell about 50 miles off Justin. So Justin kind of has this if he just cruises to the finish line. But he's only
Stay
at race mile
consistent.
387, so he's got a long ways to go.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as Justin maintains, stays consistent, focused, he'll hopefully bring it home.
Got about 56 miles, I think, to the finish, if I did the math right.
Yeah. A little either or. All right. Inside the Cameron Steele truck.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there's Dave Mason Jr. They've been having a great run today.
They're doing well.
And Dave's just off of a fresh overall win at the Nora 1000. So that was only, what, 3-4 weeks ago?
He's coming in feeling good.
My tracker hasn't updated on them in a while. I don't know if yours has.
On the 16T. Let's see here. So here's some unofficial results. The trophy truck spec class at race mile 349. Some splits to your right.
Oh. And that's even different than the tracker shows, but probably more accurate. It's like, Jordan in second, Justin in first, Jordan in second, Jack in third.
And that's up Dali Lopez drives that Jordan Brenthal truck, huh?
Something happened to Andrew Myers earlier when we thought there was going to be a bottleneck at that one part of the race course. I think it was around 54.5 where Jack went off to the side. Andrew was stuck there for a while, so. So was Greg Adler. I don't see his name up there, but something happened back there.
And Adler's in trophy spec, huh?
Yes.
Man. I'm so used to seeing his name in the trophy truck program that I don't think of him as a trophy spec guy anymore.
Yeah, Tavo hasn't pinged for, oh, there we go. Well, he hasn't pinged for 10 minutes. So he's got to be getting close. The last time he pinged was 4:36, 10 minutes ago. So he's got to be just about crossing the finish line. And he'll take third place. For now, we'll follow along with Justin Davis. Yep, Tavo finished. He came through.
If Gustavo
8:47.
holds on to this, it looks like he'll be finishing in about 20-ish miles.
Gustavo, senior.
First Legends truck.
Yeah. So probably, what, maybe 10 minutes or so, Alan could be coming into Ensenada, and somewhere around there, we'll have Paul and Alan coming in, get down to the ramp at some point, but until then, watch Justin Davis navigate the course. Yeah, we got a live shot here. We got people filling in, packed house. At some point, we'll take you down there to Rat.
can show you.
Oh,
this.
back to
Okay. There you go.
the Bronco with Lauren Healy.
I'm just confused. 'cause
Patch
of-
into them and see how they're doing. Last time we caught up with them, they were spending a good 2-3 minutes trying to get mud off the visors.
Oh, man.
Great to see. There we go. Clean as a whistle. Can't wait for a shower at some point.
I bet he'll forget all about that frustrating 5 minutes.
Yeah. You just sort of accept it as that's part of a race.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's how it is.
You could be at home and playing golf.
You could.
Although this
Lucky
sport,
you if you're playing golf at home.
This sport requires 2.
2 to tango. Race mile 391. Little drone shot here.
Yeah.
And it could be, that potentially could be a Bronco down there. Let me see. We can punch in. That maybe we're following Lauren Healy. Not sure. Seems so peaceful as it glides through. We've been listening to 1100 horsepower revving in our ears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. So, wondering too where
Here he
Vaughn
is.
Gittin Jr.
Yeah,
is
mine
as
hasn't
well.
updated.
He's right on top of another one, but he's back.
It says it hasn't updated in how many
Yeah.
minutes? 31 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rich and Heidi are just locating Cameron.
Yeah, the tracker hasn't updated in 31 minutes, so
Mm-hmm.
I can see from the star stream they're moving.
That's the one advantage that you have here is that you can punch in and see
Yeah.
in real time here where they're at.
Yeah.
So shout out to Starstream.
It's really difficult to say where they're at from this just because the lighting.
But I
and-
was just going to say, look at that. Like, look what he's kind of battling here. He's in shade, he's out of shade. He's in shade, he's out of shade, right?
Yeah.
You can see. Here we go. So we're in with
Yes, so
Cameron
this is
here.
Dave Mason,
Dave Mason
Jr. in the 16T.
Yeah. Trying
He's
to adjust that
battling.
visor, yeah. There we go.
Sun visors are pretty crucial at this time of day.
They sure are.
You bet.
Approaching 7 o'clock here. PST. And
See if you could see like some kind of a land marker.
Something, right.
To tell what mile they're at.
Overhead, race mile 391.
It's Healy.
He's making some progress. So we got a little in-car with Justin, and we just saw Lauren doing his thing at race mile 391. We'll shoot it up to the action desk with Wes, and Wes will kind of, I don't know, Wes, why don't you give us a summary of what you've been observing for the last 10 hours?
All right. Well, when we started this race off, I kind of gave what I thought were going to be the storylines of this race.
Right.
So, the first thing I talked about was Polvarde qualifying Q1. Could he make a comeback from what happened at the 1000 and possibly get his first win? He answered that for us very quickly, and that was a resounding no. So, hate to see it happen. Hopefully he can come back at the 400 and redeem himself. I think he's got a win in him.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be too long before we see him on top of the box. He's just he maybe needs to chalk this up as a learning experience. And
right.
I think how Harley Letner said, you're not going to win the race in the first 3 turns. It sounded like it was a little bit of a deal with a photographer standing there, and so. The second one was, could Alan Impudia shake his bad luck in the Baja 500?
Yep.
Well, he just proved yes, he can.
Yeah.
So back-to-back wins. looking real good to keep that #1 plate on his truck. We were talking about what we thought the average mile per hour would be. According to my calculations, is right around 52.4, something like that. So it was a little slower than I thought. I kind of was thinking we're going to be around 55, which played in earlier. We were talking about the dirt bikes were slower than we thought as well. So, you know, I think that course was a little bit more technical than what we anticipated. Another question was could Toby and Paul go out there and defend their race win? They were very, very close, but ended up not pulling it off. You know, they were 36 seconds short of pulling it off, which basically came down to a flat tire. Wanted to see the 4400s. How were they going to do? I've been watching here with Lauren Healy's been leading Von Gittin pretty much all day. And it looks like Lauren Healy right now through, I think the timing loop was, timing loop 4 in Erendira. He was 6th trophy truck and 21st overall. So he's doing good, but never really was in contention to battle, you know, for the win in the trophy truck class. But where he started, he wasn't able to qualify, so he had a large order to try to work through the pack anyways. Jason McNeil, could he make a comeback after getting hurt in qualifying last year? He came out, qualified 1st place in trophy spec. He was leading, and then he had a mechanical problem. He's been out. Right now, Justin Davis is looking really good. He is, I believe, 6th overall in 1st trophy spec. And then our next trophy spec is Jordan Brenthal, that he was teamed up with Abdali Lopez, and they're sitting like 10th overall. So good race going on there. We saw Ethan Ebert got a flat. They were pretty slow changing that. It was a little surprised they didn't have an impact in the car, or a cordless impact, as well as their jack system seemed a little slow, and that really cost him 2 positions. Then the other question was, this is a really technical course. How are the UTVs going to do? I've been watching Brock Hager. He's been leading wire to wire so far, which we're getting pretty used to at this point. And he is sitting through Erendira. He was 13th overall, 1st place Pro Open. And that's right where I was saying I felt like they were going to be somewhere. I felt like for sure top 15, possibly break the top 10. He's got a shot he's got some more miles here. He could make the top 10, but probably going to end up somewhere between 10th and 15th. But that's a really strong run for a UTV in such a stacked field. And I mean, those were our major storylines. So a lot of these things were played out how we thought they would. And, you know, again, an amazing race. I think SCORE did a great job of putting together a very challenging course for these guys. Mother Nature threw a little in the mix and you know, threw some rain in there earlier in the week to make pre-running more difficult, as well as, you know, like, well, Lauren Healy, we saw him get doused in mud, and there's a few different drivers that hit some of these puddles and got completely wet. So, you know, awesome race, and I think that battle to the finish was awesome. And seeing these in-car shots, watching Paul and you know, Paul Wheel and Alan Impudia battle it out to the finish, and watching Alan take that by 36 seconds, that was awesome. What a great race.
Thanks for that summary, Wes. Great job, not only today, but also all the videos that you brought as well. You know, super helpful and a fantastic education for everybody, no matter if you're experienced or not. You know, it's really cool to have you out there and show us what it's really like. So, good stuff. We got this in-car here with Michael Marceau. He's already got the lights going. You know, he's already putting those on, trying to get some more clarity on that course as it's kind of overcast and dusty and marine layer coming in. Sun's going down now.
He is the 2nd place trophy truck spec right now, I believe.
Behind Davis. right?
Yes, but actually, you know who's someone that's not showing on there? We keep talking about Jordan Brenthal. For some reason, it shows him on the map as being further back. I don't know if it's not updating.
Okay.
But I'm going to look at that actually, because on one application it shows him in second, and the other one it shows him in 8th.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the leaderboard I was looking at, that was through Erendira, so he may have had a problem after that.
Okay.
If you're seeing something different on the tracker, then Jordan may have had a problem.
Yeah, I'm seeing something different on the map. But what's interesting is actually on the live timing, it shows him, yeah, you're right, that's through loop 4, right?
Yeah, according to the tracker, I'm showing Justin Davis with a pretty good lead.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mike Marsal, followed by Jack Algus. That's what it's looking like on the tracker. So probably after Brenthal came through Erendira, they're quite a ways past that area at this point, so he may have had a problem.
Here's our Legends class leader, Gustavo Mendoza Sr.
Yeah, it's showing Jordan Brenthal going 24.5 miles an hour at 378.9. So whatever was going on, I think he's moving again, but definitely lost a lot of track position on the lead trophy specs.
Do we have any update on Max Gordon? Did he ever get back out there? Because, you know, the top half, Robbie, had such a great race.
It shows him at race mile 386.7 at 5.2 miles per hour. That doesn't
Just
sound
limping.
good.
Doesn't sound right. No.
Yeah.
All right.
He's really close to the highway, so if there is
Yeah.
something significant wrong, you know, he could limp backwards.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we don't like to use the term limping.
He also could be on a trailer, right? That they're in the speed zone on the highway, in like kind of Acambaro area right there. So like just north of Urupan.
yeah.
And they're not showing him moving, and he was sitting there for a while. That's disappointing too, because they had a great run going.
Yeah.
And it would have been fun to see a different vehicle run that high up, and as well as see Robbie and Max, little father and son team, go out there and have a good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went from 5 miles per hour to 0.1 miles per hour.
Well, let's hope they can get that thing fixed.
I hope so.
It'd be nice to see them at the finish line for sure.
Yeah. Still 45, you know, roughly 60 more miles to go.
Oh, it's going to be a long race for a lot of the guys.
Yeah, it's going to get dark.
Oh, yeah. It's a very small portion of the field up front. Here we go.
There she is.
There's our high school star.
Eva Starr, soloing the Baja 500. She's got her diploma tucked in her pocket. Hopefully having a great experience out there. She listening?
She might be.
She's waving at you, Brandon.
What's up? That's awesome.
I think the co-driver is watching us, because she's waved a couple times when we've gone to them.
Really cool. Great job, Eva. Congratulations.
She's got a ways to go.
Don't want to distract her. Yeah. Definitely one to watch. Back to Justin Lofton. He's had his share of challenges.
He's having a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's moving.
He's clawing back.
So
he
many
just
people.
keeps clawing back.
Yeah. So many people are on the trailer, and he's moving. I love it.
He's got his lights on too. Some lights.
Got to have the Baja 1000 mentality at every race.
1000%. Yeah.
persevere. Get through it.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually, if the map is accurate at all, he's actually like 7th on the road right now. That's not bad considering the major issues that he had.
Mm-hmm.
Once you take out the Legends and the two-wheel drive, you know, he could finish top 10 in his class.
Mm-hmm.
Or better.
Yeah, and he had a decent finish at San Felipe, so I mean, you know, he's sitting pretty good for points. Yeah, I show Lofton in 8th right now in Trophy Truck. Which, you know, we spoke to Harley Lettner, and with the issues that they had with that serpentine belt and having to replace it twice, to be sitting in 7th, that's not bad. And then, like I was saying, Lauren Healy, you know, 6th place for a 4400 truck to come out here. That's I'd say the factory Ford team's got to be happy with that as well.
Doesn't it seem like Justin's going a little bit slow though? Like maybe his truck isn't 100%?
Kind of looks pre-run pace, doesn't it, Heidi?
Yeah.
I mean, that where he just went through is really tight and technical.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's that corner we saw him go through, a truck can barely make that corner.
Yep.
Okay.
A moment ago, we saw some bikes coming into Ensenada. Very soon, I'm sure, we'll see the 46 truck and the number 1 truck gracing the ramp.
I think the next class to hit the ramp will be the Legends vehicle, the Gus Vildosola, Gus and Ricky.
Yeah.
Who are on a streak.
They're doing.
This is going to be 14 in a row. Did I hear that correctly?
Super duper solid.
Right, and a big pace. They're always running a fast pace.
Right.
Yeah, they're a force to be reckoned with.
It just seems like there's really nobody within that class that's really pressing them.
You mean that has a Mason four-wheel drive?
And Ricky Johnson.
You know, the thing is this year, the David Payne team, they've got Rossler on that team, and they're in a Mason all-wheel drive.
Okay.
And I was really curious to see, you know, could Rossler come out here and give Gus and RJ a little bit of a run?
Yeah.
But it just really hasn't panned out, and I don't know why, because Rossler, we know he has the ability and the experience to run good down here, but you know, I think maybe they're still working some bugs out on that team, or you know, there's just something where that program isn't as seasoned and advanced as Gus and RJ's program. You know, Gus and RJ, they're basically running the exact same setup as Tavo, and those two, they test together, they work together.
Yep.
It's Paul. You know, they're all under the same roof and umbrella, and I think there's a lot to be said for that, because now you're learning from 2 separate teams and trucks with all of your testing, and that obviously has worked to Gus and RJ's advantage.
For sure.
So we're at the podium here, and there's the legendary Perry McNeil.
They've got
giving him the checkered flag.
Everybody, all the cameras are going to Empudia, obviously, right? You know, and then there's Paul looking in his rearview mirror going,
"Oh no,
should have been me."
Oh, that's got to be crushing.
Well, again, unofficial. You
That's
know?
true.
I'm holding out hope.
You just want to beat me.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, look, I love Alan.
You want first place from the desk, too.
Yeah, exactly. I want first place from the desk. No, I chose Alan for the 250, and I've always just been a massive fan of Alan. He's just a fantastic competitor and always makes for an exciting race. I always reflect back on that moment between him and Tavo, and when they were kind of going at it. as they were coming off the highway.
There's Toby trying to congratulate them.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice
yeah,
of him.
there he is.
Very much a sportsman when you do that.
Absolutely.
All day I've wanted their in-car footage, and we can only see out the hood.
Yeah. Maybe we can put in a request for the 400. Different POV.
Yeah.
We'll see. Look at all those cameras. Yeah, it's a big deal. This is a huge deal for Alan. You know, he finally broke that curse, so to speak, and yeah, a lot on the line. Family name, hometown, broke the curse. It's a big day.
Yeah, I've just seen a lot of consistency coming out of him.
Yeah.
Over the last,
Consistency and maturity.
couple years. Yeah. The curse didn't even cross my mind because he's just been so rock solid.
Right. And it's really it's not really a curse. It's just, it's just things haven't gone his way for some reason in the 500 for a while, but they clearly did today.
Well, there is a lot of mental, this is a lot in your mind, and it plays havoc on you. So if you feel like you love the 500 and you've won the 500, you do go out there with a different attitude than, oh my gosh, last time I was at the 500, this happened and I blew it. So you're right, there's that mental fatigue can play against you.
However, I do think what's going to separate a driver from another driver is their ability to just put it in the past and focus on what's in front of you. You know, that happened. It's done. Move on. Refocus for the next competition. You got to put it behind you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every setback's a setup for a comeback.
Hey.
Right? You gotta wait.
I think I saw Paul Wheel walking back too, so he already walked over and congratulated him.
You want to stretch his legs a bit.
And again, a big handout for the Grand Marshal, Perry McNeil. He's a 50-year veteran of the sport and somebody that's taught me a lot and been a good friend of mine for many years.
Yeah. I think he's raced 50 Baja 1000s.
Oh my goodness. He is so addicted to it. I don't think he ever went to the Betty Ford Center because his kid Mark is now doing just as much.
They needed to put an intervention on him.
They do.
That's hilarious.
That might be a good business model. Betty Ford for off-road addiction.
For off-road addiction.
There's Tavo.
Yeah, there you go. Wonderful.
Yep. The locals must be so happy to see both of those trucks finishing first and third.
And you remember, what was it, 10 or 12 years ago when Tavo won the Baja 1000 overall? He was the first Mexican native to win the Baja 1000 overall.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And he's done a great job, and they're still so active in it.
Yeah. I think I was there at that race. It was pretty cool.
Exciting, right? It's good for the race. Good for everybody.
Yeah.
Good for the sport.
All right, let's go down to Ensenada.
We're here. I'm here with Paul Wheel, but we don't really know yet, Paul. It's a little nerve-wracking waiting on this.
Yeah, it is. It's it was a great race with Alan and Kyle, chasing us the whole way, and that it didn't really help that Toby done an excellent job, from the start to where I hopped in, and that we lost a little bit of time in certain sections, made some time up on them in other sections, and then we got a flat coming through our host, which was totally my fault, hit a rock, and that which I'd say may have cost us the race, but it wasn't a 500-mile race; it was a 500-mile sprint. And the guy next to me, which is somewhere here, I think he's still here. Brent Brimman did an excellent job. Who navigates to both Toby and I. He works his ass off, and so does our team. Team Australia always works their ass off too. Thank Jim Coe and Mo for all our pit stops that they've done today. The guy behind you, Toby Bryce, is one hell of a driver, as we all know. And thank you for our first race with Red Bull colours on the car. So I'd just like to thank Red Bull for believing in us, and it's been a fair bit of work to get to this stage. But BF Goodrich, best tyres, doesn't help when the driver hits the rock. That was our plan, was hopefully put the pressure on the Toyo boys, and they didn't get a flat. So, but I know. But anyway, it was all good. ROH Wheels, PWR, Motec, Alpine Stars, everyone who supports us, all our crew who comes from Australia, family, friends, everyone. So shout out to my wife and my kids, to my dad, and to everyone's family who lets us all go away to go and race these race cars stupidly fast around this rough terrain that we have. And hopefully hope everyone enjoyed the show today and what we all put on, because those guys behind us, we love racing them. He's a crazy Mexican, and there's some crazy fans out there too. So anyway, it was great.
Awesome, Paul. Either way, it's a hell of a race. Now, Toby, it's like, yeah,
it's one of them ones. No, look, we're ecstatic. It's to come down to 36 seconds there at the finish line. That was a 500-mile sprint race. So look, I feel I did a really good job in the first half, and got by everybody and where we needed to, and then just tried to push and give Paul a bit of a gap. And unfortunately, we earned a flat tire in that one, and it's how it is. So. Yeah, look, we're excited to be here at the podium, and Alan, like I say, we're racing against the world's best off-road racers. So to be here on a podium, we'll take that any day of the week. So it's super exciting, and we'll be coming back for the 400 and going for it again. So it never ends.
Well, everyone in the world knows how competitive you are. You'd have it no other way.
No, exactly. It's hopefully the bit of driving we're doing is showing some skills, but we're enjoying it and having a lot of fun, and as long as we can give them a hurry up, that's a win in our books. But we came very, very close to another 500 win. But all in all, we're here at the finish line. We're all safe. Our whole team did an amazing job, and big thank you to everybody that's on board with this, and big thanks to Red Bull jumping on, and BF Goodrich tyres. They held up all day long, and we cost ourselves a flat in that one, but it is what it is, and there's so many elements out there that just get thrown at you, so it's exciting. We love it.
Again, either way, great job on a fantastic race, and of course we'll see you back here for the 400.
Oh, for sure. We'll be ready for it, so we want to be on that top step soon.
Awesome. Truck number 46, Paul Wheel and Toby Price. Well, the red plate on this truck is defending class champion. Right now, it's unofficial, but it's looking like until everything's exactly decided. Alan, how are you feeling? Right now, it looks like you got first place here in the Baja 500. How are you?
Sí, pues muy contentos, gracias a todos los fans que nos echaron las porras todas las 500 millas, al equipo que se parte el alma, preparando los carros, al Pollo, Gael, Ulises, a todos los del taller, muchas gracias por el apoyo. Obviamente a mi familia, a mi papá y mi mamá que se también parten el lomo para esto de las carreras, mi hermano Aarón y Rodrigo también, también aquí mi socio Kyle, todo el día se la rifó en las notas. Y muchas gracias a todos los aficionados. Perdón, mamá, pero ¡viva México, cabrones!
Now, we were talking with Paul and Toby, and they're saying it was a 500-mile sprint. Is that what you feel as well?
Sí, fue un buen pique todo el tiempo, especialmente después de la costa. Las últimas como 300 millas fueron un sprint y pues sí, muy divertido, muy agradecido por estar aquí haciendo esto y representando a México, Ensenada, Baja California.
Alan, I know these people love you. They're waiting for you to climb out of the truck and celebrate. I'll go ahead and let you do that. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias. ¡Arriba México, cabrones!
Down. It wasn't the greatest thing that happened today.
You want to see it? Was this volume too low? It was hard to hear? Or you can hear?
You can turn it up if you could.
But yeah, it wasn't that loud.
Yeah, it wasn't.
This mic is way too low.
Llegando a la rampa después de 500 millas, tenemos a Tavo Vidósola. ¿Cómo estamos hoy? Contanos de tu carrera, cómo estuvo el lodo, el clima. Platícame un poco de tu día.
Pues mira, primero que nada, felicidades al número 1, Alan Ampudia. Obviamente corrió una carrera fenomenal. Y también a Toby Price, ¿verdad? Desafortunadamente los dos nos pasaron en circunstancias no deseables, pero se merecen la carrera. Alan corrió una carrera limpia y aquí estamos en los primeros 3, que siempre ha sido pues donde queremos estar, ¿verdad?
Así es, y, de eso se trata, ¿verdad? De todos llegar sanos y salvos, es lo primero. Y la verdad, o sea, un tercer lugar es todo también, ¿sabes? Como, o sea, no es fácil llegar acá, todo el tiempo, el dinero que ustedes ponen para hacer estas carreras posible, o sea, eso sí se ve. Cuéntame un poquito de tus secciones, cómo estuvo la pista totalmente.
Pues todo el lodo es de un charco nada más, no es de toda la pista. Nos cerraron un cerco y tuvimos que pasar por el medio de un charco que medía como unos 150 metros y se enlodó todo el carro. También algo que pasó, que es algo interesante, y darle las gracias a Macmillan y a Luke Macmillan, porque nos ponchamos y el impacto no servía.
Afortunadamente Luke estaba como a 30 metros atrás, Javi corrió con Luke, nos prestó su impacto, corrió de nuevo, ahí me pasó Alan y por fin cambiamos la llanta, pero nos tardamos bastante tiempo, pero esas cosas que dices, chinitos, hombre, que fallan cuando menos deben de fallar, no sirvió el fregado impacto, pero bueno, ahí estaba Luke, nos prestó el suyo, es más, aquí lo traemos todavía su impacto y pues bueno, desafortunadamente él no continuó la carrera.
Pero llegaste y eso es lo importante. ¿Qué podemos esperar para la 400?
Pues vamos a seguir peleando, obviamente alcanzar a Alan con 2 primeros lugares va a estar difícil en el campeonato, pero todo puede pasar. La baja siempre es traicionera y pues la baja 400 o la baja 1000 todo puede pasar, pero pues de nuevo felicidades a los Ampudia y una gran carrera.
Muchas gracias, Tavo, por venir una vez más a correr esta baja. Agradecemos que estés aquí y espero verlos pronto en la 400.
Sí, muchas gracias y obviamente gracias a toda la afición de Ensenada, de Mexicali, de Tecate, de La Paz, de Los Cabos, de todos lados que vienen a ver las carreras. Sin ustedes no fuera lo mismo, se los prometo que sin ustedes esto no supiera igual. Entonces, gracias por el apoyo, ya sea a los corredores, ya sea a mí, ya sea quien sea, se los agradecemos siempre muchísimo. Verlos en la pista con las banderas mexicanas, súper orgullosos de tenerlos ahí apoyándonos a todos nosotros.
Muchas gracias, ahí nos vemos en las 400, a descansar.
Just incredible looking at that rear tire from Tavo when we talked about hanging on by a thread. You know, you can just see those fibers in that tire. I mean, wow. Usually he'll get the flat. Turns out that it was Paul Wheel that got the flat. But nonetheless, we've got Alan Ampudia looking like unofficially, followed by Paul Wheel, and then Tavo for our podium and trophy trucks. So what are you guys thinking about what we've witnessed thus far? Taking it all in.
This has been such an exciting day. I mean, I've been on the edge of my seat all day.
Right?
The trophy trucks were running neck and neck from the beginning, and we've got to, experience that along the way.
Yeah.
And the same with a lot of the other classes too.
Yes.
So trophy, the 2-wheel drive trophy trucks have been doing the same thing.
Leaderboards
and
running now.
Trophy truck specs too. So it's been an awesome day of racing.
Yeah. Rich, how's it been for you, bud?
Oh man, it's exciting. Going back and looking at all the tracking and just the technology. It's just you never get tired of this involvement and how it's just evolved into something new every time.
Yeah.
You got trackers and camera systems that just increasingly get better.
We got
and
live
now
Zoom calls happening
now. Communication and they're calling us and giving us live footage. It's just incredible.
Wes, up at the action desk, buddy. Final thoughts. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I think one thing that I kind of take away from this is just how competitive the trophy truck class is.
Yeah.
And the fact that Alan Ampudia looks like he's going to win this, and he never was our physical leader throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
We had, for a couple turns, we had Polvardi was our physical leader, and then after that, Luke. And then basically you had Toby and Paul Wheel, physically leading for over half the race, and Alan was able to still pull off the win.
Amazing.
So that's pretty crazy.
Amazing. Yeah, it's just been such a kind of a thrilling Baja 500 for all of us, and there's still plenty to go. And to that point, what's going to kind of happen, and what we usually do is we will wrap up here for the studio, but like we had on the start, we will go to a separate YouTube channel there for you, a link where you'll be able to have live access to this ramp, and you'll be able to see all the other competitors coming through. So that'll remain continuous. But for us in the studio, we're just gonna say goodbye. We thank you once again for joining us at the 57th BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 500. For Heidi Steele and for Rich and for Wes Miller and the entire SCORE International crew, we just want to say thank you so much for tuning in. It has been an incredible ride. When in doubt, send it, and we will see you in September for the Baja 400. So thanks so much for joining, everybody. More race, though, to come, and we'll see you in a couple months. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's going to be...
12 feet. You know, one of those deals you kind of just want to go home and cry.
She's like,
He has just been on fire for the last 3 or 4 years.
He's a fantastic.
The dangers out here in Baja are real.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's why Baja is such an adventure.
You know, it's like the Wild West of racing out here. You are free.
You better have pretty decent survival instincts.
It kind of just comes down to who can survive this race.
A lot of people say that I'm pretty crazy or have a loose screw somewhere in there, but you know, I just like adrenaline. I like going fast.
You're going over mountains and you're trying to go as fast as you can, and you're coming up on ditches that catch you off guard, and you go a little too fast and all of a sudden you run out of talent and you're upside down.
You gotta survive Baja before you can win Baja.
Like they say in the movies, it's epic and we just chase it.
Hey sis, you won't believe this place.
First, we checked out the pier, where cruise ships come from all over the world.
The vibe is one of a kind. Then we went to Valle de Guadalupe. The landscapes here are stunning.
There are vineyards everywhere.
And the wine was perfect.
And the food is on another level. With Michelin star restaurants in the valley, every moment is so unique.
You have to come to Ensenada.
It's the gateway to incredible experiences.
Hope you can join us next time.
Ensenada, where the ordinary is extraordinary.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful.
It rides really good.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BF Goodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?